Chapter 679, Father Trigaults' Mission Vice Lords. His wife flung herself at the feet of the lead man, clutching his legs, weeping and pleading. He hasn't plied that trade since he lamed his leg. It's been years. Please show mercy and spare this cripple. It's fine. We won't kill him, said the man with the blue collar tabs. As long as he answers honestly, he'll be back in a few days. If he's not honest, he paused deliberately. Then I can't say. Chen Lianjian was released from the office 2 days later, barely able to straighten his back. His eyes had gone glassy, his face rough with stubble. Your confession was very good. We hope you haven't held anything back, that you're not hiding anything. I wouldn't dare. Chen Lianjian bowed and scraped, nearly in tears. I told you everything. Didn't dare hide a thing. Go home and work hard. Don't mention what happened here. Understand? Chen Lianjian limped painfully away, forcing himself to walk as fast as his ruined leg would allow. The farther from this hellish place, the better. In those 2 days he had told them everything he knew, where bandits usually operated, what named bandits called themselves, their jargon and hand signs. He felt as though he had been put through an oil press, squeezed drop by drop until nothing remained but a dried-out husk. Anyone with connections to bandits received this treatment. These conversations weren't limited to former outlaws. They included ordinary people and local gentry alike. The Strategic Village Initiative continued advancing. Long-range survey teams arrived from Lingao, along with urban planning specialists from the Lingao Construction Company. They would assist Danju authorities in properly laying out the strategic villages, ensuring each one could flourish in the years to come. Father Trigault is in the waiting room, Ambrois whispered. Show him in. Geronimo Giranzani sat in his chair, gazing at the large panes of glass newly installed in the window, Australian glass, made so thin and light that it could be fitted without the dense lead strip lattices formerly required. The large windows flooded the room with light. Giranzani, who had spent most of his life working in dim chambers, initially found the brightness uncomfortable. Trade with Lingao had made Macau increasingly prosperous. Large quantities of goods were shipped from here to Europe and West Asia. Lingao's large-format glass was even being re-exported to Europe, and even with the freight and losses over such distances, it still proved cheaper than Europe's crude, heavy small panes. Then there were the steel-tipped dip pens, smoother than quill pens, requiring no careful sharpening. When a nib wore out, you simply replaced it. The Australians even said worn nibs could be recycled at half price. And of course, Datang Guangzhou, the beautifully packaged Huangjiu. The Society of Jesus had made untold fortunes on it. The porcelain bottles alone had become prizes among collectors. Every 3 months, the bottle's design changed, triggering collecting frenzies among enthusiasts. But what worried His Excellency, the superior most, was that the Australians had begun selling Latin editions of the Bible and Catechism to the church. The religious books they sold were not only cheap but beautifully printed, and they came in many editions: large print, pocket-sized, and so-called illustrated editions filled with pictures. Giranzani had personally reviewed every edition and found that they were not only doctrinally identical to the Vatican-authorized versions, they were more carefully proofread, more perfect even than the Holy See's own editions. This is truly incredible, Giranzani thought. A lost church's scripture matching the Holy See's authorized text word for word. It was beyond strange. But strange or not, Lingao's religious books were far cheaper than German-printed ones. Soon, Jesuit ships were carrying books back to Europe. Had Lingao not indicated their production capacity was currently limited, the business could have been far larger. Lingao, a truly strange place. Giranzani's interest in it and its Australians grew by the day. "My child, are you ready to go to Hainan Island?" he asked after the priest kissed his ring. "Yes, Your Excellency," the man replied humbly. Father Trigault's assignment to Lingao had been decided months ago. He and 2 other brothers were meant to reinforce the 2 brothers who had been called to the Lord while evangelizing in the Li regions in recent months. But the Ming army's punitive expedition against Lingao had delayed their departure. They had originally planned to travel aboard one of the Huang Shunlong Trading Company's ships, but Huang Shunlong had received word. The Ming had moved against the Australians. The army had crossed to Guangzhou, and Ming warships were blockading the strait. "No ship can get through now," Huang Shunlong had said. "Forcing through would likely mean losing both ship and cargo. Best to wait until the situation calmed." The church first learned of the Ming's military action from Father Rodriguez's letters. The news had made the Society of Jesus extremely anxious. The Lingao mission had only just begun to flourish. They did not want it cut short. To that end, Zhang had immediately written to the mission in Beijing, asking them to see if any action could be taken. Father Rodriguez, however, remained optimistic. In his letters, he expressed confidence that the Ming army would certainly be defeated, because the Australians had organized the strongest and best-trained army in all the Far East. Summer arrived amid tense waiting, and then came news of the Ming army's rout. The blockade of the Guangzhou Strait had been lifted. The waters west of Guangdong had become Australian domain. Zhang returned to his desk. "I know you originally hoped to go to Hangzhou to carry on your uncle's missionary work there, but the future of China's evangelization does not lie there. It lies in Lingao." Father Trigault heard this word again and lowered his head. When he had been sent from Flanders to the Far East 2 years ago, he had assumed the Society would let him succeed his great distant relative, Nicolas Trigault, who had enjoyed the Pope's favor and had recently been called to the Lord's Rest in Hangzhou. He himself had harbored intense interest in Marco Polo's Heavenly City and longed to see the legendary place with his own eyes. But after reaching Manila, Lingao had spread through the church like a spell. This obscure little place had become the greatest excitement in the Far Eastern Church, far exceeding the earlier achievements of converting daimyo in Japan or establishing a church in Beijing. Many priests hoped to sow the seeds of faith in this land. Everything about the Australians in Lingao had become an intensely discussed topic among local clergy and gentlemen. The gentlemen coveted Australian wealth. The church saw the Australians' appearance on Hainan as divine guidance. Manuscript copies of the letters of Father Rodriguez had become sought-after items. Everyone tried to borrow them. By comparison, Matteo Rixai and his successors' decades of achievements in China now seemed to pale into insignificance. Many priests hoped to go to Lingao, but the Society of Jesus had firmly secured exclusive rights to evangelize Lingao and Hainan Island, a privilege that had received papal approval. Going to Lingao meant accepting a high mortality rate. In 3 consecutive years, 2 priests had unfortunately contracted plague and been called to the Lord while evangelizing the savage regions en route. Father Rodriguez alone had remained healthy. He had contracted plague several times but miraculously recovered each time. After learning he would be sent to Lingao, Father Trigault had studied Matteo Rixai's China journal and every book and manuscript about China he could find. Apart from a few reports from missionaries who had entered Hainan Island in 1560, 1563, and 1584, he had learned that one of Matteo Rixai's greatest supporters in the Chinese court, the minister Wang Honghui, was a native of this island. His family still lived in a city called Ding'an. His son Paul maintained a small church there and occasionally came to Macau to consult on church matters. The Society of Jesus had originally taken great interest in this small mission station in Ding'an, but the Australians' appearance had shifted all their attention regarding Hainan evangelization entirely to Lingao. Superior Zhang briefed him on Hainan Island and Lingao. The people currently controlling Lingao were a group of Chinese who called themselves Australians. It was they who had invited Jesuit fathers to come spread the Lord's gospel. The Australians differed from ordinary Chinese, clever and quick-witted, treating people with the courtesy of Europe's most elegant gentlemen. This conversation filled Father Trigault with confidence in his mission. "The church in Lingao has already achieved considerable scale," Giranzani said wearily, rubbing his forehead. But they are entirely under Australian control. I understand what you mean. No, you don't understand. The superior's lips curved into a smile as he studied the priest. Your task is to expand the Lord's flock, not to create divisions within it. Yes, Your Excellency. Observe the Australians carefully. They are a different kind of Chinese altogether. Giranzani's face took on a strange smile. Observe them well. Always remember to spread the Lord's gospel to those without faith, but do not anger them. I understand, Your Excellency. Mr. Rando will accompany you to Lingao. Chapter 680, The People of the Order, That Strange Italian, Trigaults said with displeasure. I find him a suspicious character. Accompanying him to Lingao besides Vice Rando was a young cleric named Cecilio, a student of Trigaults, a brother who held him in great respect. Their party would be traveling to Lingao with a considerable quantity of cargo. Besides the various goods sold to Lingao under the supply agreement, there were also Jesuit gifts, sacred vessels for the church, decorative items, crucifixes, stained glass paintings, large cast-iron chandeliers, candlesticks, and all manner of sculptures, a dazzling array. Many items had been purchased from the Philippines or even from Europe. Father Trigault, or by his newly adopted Chinese name, Jin Lige, studied the long cargo manifest in amazement. We're shipping all this. Another new church is being completed in Lingao. They're also planning to expand the main church and monastery there. If the Australians have their own church plus a church and monastery, and possess the finest craftsmen in the world, why must we provide everything? Jin Lige found this difficult to understand. And 3,000 small crucifixes, we provide those as well. Yes, that's part of the evangelization agreement. God, Jin Lige made the sign of the cross. Are they still lambs of the Lord? Among the Australians, many are atheists. Father Cominac crossed himself at the word. God preserve us. There are indeed believers in the Lord among them, but those who truly hold power are not counted among the faithful. Those who held power, in Father Cominac's impression, were merchants more mercenary than any he had ever encountered. Jin Lige's face went pale. In his mind, atheists were an even more terrifying existence than heretics. However, their gentlemen are all courteous, learned, and polite. Cominac sighed regretfully. Their hearts, he let the thought hang. May the Lord's light shine into their darkened hearts. This is the society's highest secret in Macau. Father Cominac took a document from a locked file cabinet. You may read it here and commit it to memory. What he handed Jin Lige was a document secretly compiled from Father Rodriguez's letters. The letters from Lingao circulated within the church was not the complete version. Much critical content had been deleted by the Jesuits. The Society of Jesus had learned hard lessons from its Japanese mission experience and firmly refused to allow other orders to encroach on Hainan Island evangelization. They demanded not just exclusive missionary rights, but also complete control of critical information. This document concerned the religious situation and ideological tendencies of Lingao's rulers, the transmigrators. One list detailed the main clergy of the Australian Church, and the Catholics and other religious adherents Father Rodriguez had identified among the Australians. Catholics in Lingao, including those developed in the Li regions, now numbered over 1,000. Male and female religious in the monastery also exceeded 100. But the Jesuits valued the Catholics among the Australians far more highly. They were acutely aware that native believers played no role in Lingao's power structure. Developing new believers among the transmigrators as quickly as possible was the Jesuits' urgent priority. This was also a major task assigned to Jin Lige. Only thus could the Society of Jesus gain influence in the Australian Yuan Laoyuan. The Lingao Church is currently under the jurisdiction of a monastery abbot named Wu Shimeng. His official title is Prior of the Lingao Monastery, Father Cominac explained. He is also a member of the Australian Yuan Laoyuan and enjoys aristocratic rights. Is he a devout believer? In Europe, the position of monastery prior, with its considerable income and tangled property rights, was often associated with the church's worst corruption. According to Brother Rodriguez's letters, Prior Wu is a capable monastery administrator. Very capable, Cominac said. This meant he was expert at running the monastery but not particularly zealous about religion. Has he taken holy orders? I believe not. Father Cominac smiled. Brother Rodriguez says he doesn't seem like an ordained prior. Is he a secular prior? Hard to say. We've never been able to clarify the organizational specifics of the Australian Church. They seem to have considerable informality, Cominac observed. There's also his assistant, Father Bai Duolyu of the Bairn Church. Father Bai is a fine believer. He served as Brother Rodriguez's assistant and contributed greatly to spreading the gospel. He's also a theologian and provided the Chinese language catechism. Thanks be to God. Miss Diana Mendoza, a devout believer. Jin Lige felt disappointed. Only these three. Yes, according to Brother Rodriguez's letters, only these three among the Australian Yuan Laoyuan's transmigrators are lambs of the Lord. Cominac frowned. There are also Puritans in the Yuan Laoyuan. God, Jin Lige exclaimed. 2 European women. Brother Rodriguez says they speak a strange kind of English. Are they English? I don't think so. Apart from European features, their behavior and manners are no different from other Australians. Father Cominac spoke slowly. Although they are heretics, they seem uninterested in religion. Is there no Puritan place of worship? No, Cominac sighed with some regret. But they have another powerful heretical church called the Tao. Father Mateo Rixai mentioned it in his writings, a native Chinese idol worship. Exactly. However, the Australians' Tao temples contain no idols, as Father Rodriguez mentioned in his letters, Father Cominac said. Unfortunately, the Australian transmigrators in Lingao seem rather partial to the Tao. Are they believers in the Tao? No, as I said, most are atheists. Which means their partiality to the Tao stems from something other than faith. Correct. Father Cominac nodded. I believe the Australian transmigrators treat the Tao less as a faith than as a tool of governance. The leader of the Tao Church is a young man surnamed Zheng. He possesses exquisite traditional Chinese medical skills, and through this has won the support of many followers. He's said to be especially popular in the savage regions, a major competitor on your path of spreading the gospel. Unfortunately, I don't know medicine. When it comes to medicine, neither Chinese nor ours can match the Australians. What they need are artistic talents. The Australians lack painters, singers, and sculptors. According to Brother Rodriguez, Australia shouldn't lack such talents, yet they seem not to have come to Lingao. You are an artist, skilled in sculpture and painting. Brother Cecilio knows musical instruments. These skills will be very useful in Lingao, conducive to more contact with the Australians. Finally, I must alert you to a person named He Ying. In the Australian secular government, his title is Religious Affairs Officer. This is a very powerful position. It appears the Australians follow policies similar to the Dutch or Ottomans, allowing various faiths and heresies to spread within their domain. He is the administrator and arbiter of all religious affairs, Father Cominac said. Providing him with certain appropriate benefits will greatly advance the evangelical mission. Yes, but I've read Brother Rodriguez's letters. The Australians seem uninterested in gifts. He says they're the most incorrupt and upright rulers he's ever seen. Oh, you can't give high-value gifts. They won't appreciate those. Would they care for a Venetian carved cup or such? Where has your wit gone? Paintings, sculptures, perhaps they have architectural needs. Father Cominac slowly raised his eyelids to look at him. Yes, I understand. Additionally, the Australian Church differs greatly from ours. Believers don't observe Lent. God. According to Prior Wu, the Australian Church has practiced this way from ancient times, Father Cominac said. This matter is not unforgivable. I believe the Holy See will issue a special dispensation. Father Jin Lige, filled with amazement, anticipation, and various fantasies, returned to his humble lodgings to pack his belongings. A priest had few possessions, just a few changes of clothes. Most important were his art supplies, brushes, pigments, oils, and various small items for painting. Many couldn't be bought locally. Even in Europe, some could only be found in Italy. He had brought a considerable supply when he first came to the Far East. The father had a probationary brother as his attendant, named John Dermot, from the island of Saints, Ireland. This probationary brother had a head of wild red hair and was pale and thin. He was not only training to become a brother but also studying painting under the father. Jin Lige was quite fond of this young, diligent brother and often taught him many techniques. Brother Dermot was in his room painting a holy icon. Jin Lige watched him carefully as he applied bright blue to the panel, a special blue available only in Venice. Such liberal application on an indifferent painting pained him slightly. Dermot's technique was sound, but his images appeared very stiff. Jin Lige knew his student's artistic talent was quite limited, but he was fervent in both faith and painting. "Is your painting nearly finished? It will be done soon." Chapter 681. 5 people in the quarantine camp. "Once you finish, pack up your things. We're going to Lingao." "Really, master," Dermot said excitedly. "I hear the Australians in Lingao have built many churches and monasteries." "No, not many, only 3 or 4. "Will they let me paint murals for the church?" "Of course, I think they won't refuse." Jin Lige thought, he's really a simple person, only thinking about painting. Although Giranzani and Father Komanak had both assured this small mission that the Australians warmly welcomed their evangelization and treated clergy quite cordially, certain to receive them hospitably, Jin Lige's confidence began to waver the moment they entered Australian territory. The Jesuit ship had barely entered the Guangzhou Strait when it was intercepted by Australian patrol boats for inspection. Father Trigault noticed that even though the war had ended, the entire strait still simmered with tense military atmosphere. Apparently, the Ming government's punitive expedition hadn't been fully concluded. The father explained his identity and purpose to the Australian soldiers in Cantonese, presented Jesuit credentials and Superior Giranzani's personal letter, but the Australian officer appeared uninterested in any of it. His attitude was cold. Father Trigault silently recited a prayer. It seemed Father Rodriguez's claims about the Lord's glory already illuminating Lingao were exaggerated. Spreading the Lord's gospel here would be no easier than anywhere else in China. "You will proceed with the patrol boat," the officer ordered the ship's sailors. Several soldiers took control of the helm and the ship's key positions. The ship sailed for Lingao under the patrol boat's escort. The strait remained empty. No other vessels were in sight. Only Australian ships plied these waters, flying blue and white flags, asserting dominion with an air of armed authority. Their vessel was escorted by 2 single-masted patrol boats to Bapu Harbor. What happened next was bewildering, one marvel after another. Father Trigault and his companions had scarcely begun to recover from their astonishment at the giant iron ships, the trains on the docks, and the steam cranes when a squad of marine soldiers carrying bayoneted rifles surrounded them. No matter how loudly he proclaimed himself a Jesuit envoy come to serve the local church, the soldiers paid no heed. They pushed and pulled the group into a massive building. There the father was forcibly separated from his companions and subjected to a lengthy, mind-numbing interrogation. The interrogator spoke excellent Italian, though with somewhat strange pronunciation and vocabulary. When he learned Father Trigault came from Flanders, he immediately switched to German, apologizing that he only knew High German. "You needn't accommodate my language. I can speak Italian, and High German is no problem." Father Trigault thought, so the claims about Australians being learned and multi-talented are indeed true. Yet the interrogator's courteous manner stood in stark contrast to his questioning. Father Trigault was asked many questions over and over, some repeated multiple times. Even certain private matters he had hoped to avoid were drawn out this way. By now Father Trigault had lost count of how many times he had crossed himself. His lips silently recited scripture. Though he steadied himself with all the patience a Christian should possess, this treatment exceeded anything he had imagined. Is this suspicion or a form of torture? He asked himself. He couldn't help worrying about his companions. The exhausting questioning finally concluded as suddenly as it had begun. Two men wearing belted tunics with strange short pistols at their waists led him out of the room, through a labyrinth of corridors and stairs. The corridors were gloomy. Light came from glass skylights above. Every door was shut tight, with red numbers written by each entrance. Though every door was closed, he could still hear something clicking rhythmically, accompanied by muffled dictation. Sharp bells rang incessantly. He didn't know what they were. Not the bells that church priests rang, but a tense, sharp, urgent sound. Passing through one corridor with large windows, he glanced outside and saw the distant bay and the ship that had brought him to Lingao. Coolies were unloading cargo. Somehow, Father Trigault felt an ominous premonition. He was terrified, thinking he might be taken to some secret chamber for execution. If so, he hadn't even made confession. Would they allow a brother to hear his confession? As he began silently reciting the Confiteor, he found he had walked out a rear door into a sunlit square. His companions were there too, everyone wearing bewildered expressions. The two pistol-bearing men had vanished like ghosts. Another squad of armed soldiers herded them into an open space enclosed by wire fencing, in whose center rows of low buildings rose. As Father Trigault was pushed into one of these buildings, he barely had time to see the sign above the doorframe reading "Quarantine Camp" in Chinese characters. A whistled tune echoed through the quarantine camp room. Father Trigault disliked the tune intensely. Though he had never heard of Verdi, this strange music still disturbed him. The rectangular room was large. Judging by the double bunks, it could sleep 12. The room was clean and orderly, but at the moment only the mission's 5 members occupied it. Brother Cecilio, whom the father doted on as a pious, deferential young man, knelt on a straw mat clutching his rosary beads, lips trembling and whitening. John Dermot stood transfixed at the window, gazing at the enormous iron framework across the bay. "This is truly incredible," he exclaimed. "Such a slender structure, no visible support, built so high, it shouldn't be able to exist." Then there was the black man Weiss Rando had brought, sitting on rotten straw by the door. Even his habitually simple-minded face showed confusion after experiencing the Australian's incredible quarantine procedures. Since arriving in this room, he had searched fruitlessly for quite a while. The father knew he must be looking for food. Finally, the source of the whistling. Weiss Rando, the attendant the Jesuits had assigned him. He always tried to affect an aristocratic air, but was obviously a common-born, thorough soldier of fortune. The fellow had spread his blanket on a straw mat and half reclined against the wall in a corner, comfortably whistling tunes, seemingly unconcerned about their situation. This is a dangerous character, a desperado, Father Trigault told himself. And what frightened him even more, Rando was a highly suspicious heresy suspect. Not just because of the strange behavior and remarks he occasionally displayed in Macau, but when they had been forced to strip and shower earlier, he had glimpsed Weiss's bare back. The bizarre tattoo there had nearly made the father think he had seen the devil incarnate. He began silently blaming Giranzani for assigning him this attendant, a pagan. He had already passed judgment on Weiss Rando in his heart, a pagan feigning piety, or perhaps worse, a cultist. "This really is insufferably boring," Weiss thought, changing tunes as he whistled. They had been confined in this room for 2 days already. The 4 white men had exchanged fewer than 5 sentences with each other. The father's chanting voice from across the room had subsided again. If Verdi's triumphal march had made him restless, the Merry Widow was practically an indecent ditty. Weiss watched with schadenfreude as the father struggled to control himself, not letting his irritation show. "He's quite frightened," Weiss Rando mused. Everything the Australians, or rather, the Chinese of Lingao, had done had terrified the 2 missionaries half to death. The red-headed Irishman was coping better by comparison. As for that somewhat neurotic young brother, the mandatory physical examination had scared his soul out of him. He had nearly fainted. Father Trigault had been crossing himself incessantly ever since seeing the so-called holy ship at Lingao Point, and given his level of understanding, thinking it a product of the devil was unsurprising. The father hadn't noticed the smile his attendant had displayed when he saw that tall steamship. Weiss rather liked the feeling of familiarity and intimacy the holy ship gave him. In another world, in the past few years, he and his companions had several times boarded an equally battered-looking Polish freighter to ship tons of weapons and ammunition to Sierra Leone and the Congo. A commotion rose outside the window. Someone was shouting loudly. Rando didn't understand Chinese, but he recognized the rhythmic cadence of drill commands. Through the window, beyond the wire fence on a large open field, he could see a group wearing identical gray homespun clothes. To the brothers, these could hardly be called clothes, just sacks worn over their bodies. Their heads were shaved clean. They wore straw sandals and were drilling in formation under an Australian soldier's baton. At first he thought these were new recruits, but seeing them old and young, men and women, Rando abandoned that idea. Clearly this was simply daily military drill, its purpose nothing more than forcing these poor wretches to obey discipline and develop conditioned reflexes of absolute obedience to orders. This is really a textbook example of a totalitarian state, he judged silently, rolling over on the straw mat, trying to find a more comfortable position. Something hard in his pocket dug into his waist, a cigarette case. Weiss badly wanted to pull out an Australian cigarette and enjoy a good smoke. He swallowed the impulse along with his saliva. Chapter 682, the tattoo he couldn't afford to offend those two missionaries. He hadn't fully made up his mind yet and still needed those two fools as cover for his identity. At Australian customs, he had repeated to the local officials the same story he had originally used to fool the Jesuits. But the biggest problem with that story was that he hadn't anticipated the Australians would subject all entrants to mandatory physical examinations. Thorough, completely stripped examinations at that. When Weiss removed his shirt and exposed his back, he heard the sharp intake of breath from the doctor and officials behind him. He didn't know if their surprise came from seeing the tattoo or from recognizing its meaning. If the latter, all his fabrications became meaningless. Weiss suspected they had a camera hidden somewhere in the immigration inspection area and had already photographed him from every angle. Damn, these Chinese have definitely recognized what's on my back. Weiss Rando had never imagined he would become a mercenary, at least not when he was young. A few years after he was born in an old, run-down Italian immigrant neighborhood in San Francisco, his mother passed away. His father was a construction worker who frequently beat Weiss black and blue after getting tanked at a tavern. But when the Calabrian construction worker wasn't drunk, he could be quite loving to his son. Weiss still remembered his father putting on his best clothes on Sundays, sitting in the front pew at church, smiling as he watched his son lead the choir. The choir robes were old, imbued with years of accumulated sweat. Just like the Italian Quarter itself, Weiss didn't like the place where he was born. The old Italian Quarter was dirty and decrepit, with an isolated, stale mustiness. The streets were dangerous and chaotic. People said coming to America meant coming to heaven, but heaven was obviously not in the Italian neighborhood. This was just another copy of the Italian hell. During summer breaks from high school, he preferred staying at his classmate Leo's place, sailing on Leo's family fishing boat through Golden Gate Bay, fishing under California's blazing sun, or shooting seagulls with Leo's father's ancient Springfield. He quickly became an excellent shot, the seagull killer of the bay. Seagull meat was inedible, but watching clouds of feathers scatter from the muzzle gave him an inexplicable satisfaction. One day, lying on the fishing boat's deck with Leo, he heard a roar cut across the sky, drowning out even the ocean's roar. Two Tomcat fighters swept over their heads. The sun outlined their swept wings in a golden silhouette. "I'm going to be like that," he told Leo, flying a fighter jet across the ocean. His dream of becoming a fighter pilot soon faded. Despite his outstanding physique and good looks making him quite popular with high school girls, Weiss Rando fell madly in love with Mrs. Warren, the new music teacher. a petite and charming married woman. She gave him music tutoring, encouraged him with dreams of one day performing at the Metropolitan Opera, comforted him, pampered him, and wasn't averse to this teenager more than a decade her junior showing certain excessive familiarities. But things eventually went wrong. After Weiss spent an entire weekend afternoon alone with Mrs. Warren, he was nearly shot dead by the enraged Mr. Warren. He left school and never returned. His dream of becoming an opera singer shattered with it. He discovered that without Mrs. Warren, music held no attraction for him. The Navy would certainly never let someone without even a high school diploma fly fighter jets. They suggested he become a sailor. Even Weiss didn't expect that simply wandering into an army recruiting station, because he had nowhere else to go, would end with him crossing the ocean to Korea, becoming an infantryman in the 2nd Brigade of the 2nd Infantry Division. In the Army he might have made sergeant, and if he'd completed his contract smoothly, might even have gotten funding for college. It all went wrong one weekend before Christmas. The base village of Dongsha near Casey Barracks was enveloped in holiday fever. By evening, every bar and dance hall was packed with noisy soldiers and various patrons. Army Corporal Weiss Rando sat in a corner of a bar, slowly sipping a drink. Then screams erupted from the bar counter, followed by bursts of wild laughter and cheering. Weiss saw the bar's Filipina waitress pinned to the counter by 2 white men and a stocky Korean. Her skirt had been torn off. She screamed and struggled, but her desperately writhing hips only drew louder, more brazen laughter. Weiss knew the girl quite well. A bald, mustachioed white man swore as he held down the girl's waist, his pants already at his knees. His head suddenly shattered along with the beer bottle smashed upon it. He collapsed silently. The second white man felt his neck grabbed, his face slammed into the counter. He screamed as glass shards pierced his face. The Korean was reaching for a revolver under his clothes, but Weiss grabbed his wrist and shoved downward. The gunshot shook the entire bar. The bullet passed through the Korean's knee joint, shattering his right kneecap. The bar owner called the police. Then the MPs arrived. Weiss was sentenced to 7 months for assault. In prison, he saw an advertisement in an SOF magazine. He made up his mind, and after his release, he chose to leave the service and head to Croatia. The dangerous life path he had chosen had cultivated his habit of taking things as they came, one step at a time. He intended to do the same now. Summer in Lingao was unbearably hot, especially in the Political Security Bureau's classified conference room with its tightly shut doors and windows. To ensure no eavesdropping, this hellish place didn't even have windows. Several buckets of ice had been placed in the room. An electric fan salvaged from the holy ship whirred loudly, but everyone around the table was still dripping with sweat. The weekly internal security meeting, jointly held by the Political Security Bureau, Arbitration Court Investigation Bureau, Army, Navy, External Intelligence Bureau, National Police, Customs, and Cheka, was in session. The delegates stared at the stack of photographs in the hands of Yang He, the head of the customs quarantine camp, as he rambled on about how he had made this major discovery. He was so proud of his find that he repeated certain points several times. This must be the person we've been looking for, the one from Vessel A whose whereabouts were unknown. When Yang He concluded, Zhao Mengsheng, chairing the meeting, took the photographs. A slide projector had been set up in the conference room. Photographs taken from various angles were enlarged and projected. On the screen appeared a Latino white male, apparently under 40, over 1.8 meters tall, with a lean, well-proportioned physique. Dark brown hair fell to beside his neck. In the front-facing customs photograph, he had serenely placed both hands on the chair's armrests. His sun-darkened face looked ordinary, without distinctive features. Only those soft, limpid brown eyes, the kind that might attract women, were wide open, gazing at the transmigrators before the screen with a candid expression. When the 5th photo appeared, it caused a small stir. This was a rear view taken in the quarantine camp. On the white man's broad back was a striking tattoo, an F-14 fighter jet flying over a Jolly Roger flag of crossed skull and bones. "Looks pretty flashy," Dongmen Chuyu suddenly remarked. "What want to get with him? I'm just worried he might cause a stir among some female transmigrators," Dongmen Chuyu said. "Could become an unstable factor, just like Selena Panpen and Miss Mendoza are themselves unstable factors." The room laughed. But everyone admitted that while this Latino's features weren't distinctive, his rugged face and powerful build had considerable masculine appeal. He might well find favor with modern women. "We should secretly eliminate him for the sake of unity and stability," someone suggested. Additionally, the physical examination found over a dozen obvious scars on his shoulders, abdomen, and limbs. "Yang," he said. "We photographed each one. Some were identified as gunshot wounds, others are old surgical scars. These surgeries couldn't have been performed in the 17th century. Who is this person? What identity did he use to enter? He's an attendant to a priest sent by the Jesuits." He Ying flipped through his notebook. 3 months ago, Rodriguez visited Macau and mentioned the Jesuits were preparing to send new missionaries to the Lingao diocese. This time 4 people came, 1 priest, 2 brothers, and this person. His Chinese name is Wei Landuo. Do we have more information on this Wei Landuo? No. We conducted separate interviews with the priest and brothers. They know nothing about this person either. They rarely saw him before departing Macau. They only know that his assignment as attendant was personally made by Macau Jesuit Superior Giranzani, and these brothers seem to have an unfavorable impression of him. Where is Wei Landuo now? Still in the quarantine camp? The questioner was Jiang Shan from External Intelligence. He and the missionaries are in a separate room in the quarantine camp, Yang he said. We've already posted additional sentries at the door. What are we waiting for? Dongmen Chuyu, representing the general staff, said sternly. He's a spy, a saboteur, a potential threat. He should be immediately arrested, locked up, and interrogated separately. I don't believe we can't get the truth out of him. Chapter 683 exposed. A murmur of discussion arose in the meeting room. Many voiced agreement with Dongmen Chuyu's opinion. Let the spy from the modern world taste modern electric torture. Comrades, Wu Mu spoke up, let's sort through the clues. What we want to know is, first, who exactly is this Wei Landuo? Since he's not from this timeline, how did he cross over? And second, what is Wei Landuo trying to accomplish by coming to Lingao? Arrest him and those 2 clerics and interrogate them, then we'll know everything, someone replied. How about wiring them up and cranking the telephone? It's not that simple. Since he came as Jesuit personnel, what exactly is his relationship with the Jesuits and Giranzani? What forces stand behind this transmigrator? We know nothing. Interrogating the other missionaries is useless. They know nothing about him either. Most importantly, is Wei Landuo the only one? What do you mean by that? Ran Yao asked. Why did this Wei Landuo come to Hainan? We can make a bold hypothesis. On D-Day, the temporal storm accidentally dragged in a ship carrying the Ming Lang family. Could Vessel A's appearance also have resulted from the same cause? Wei Landuo and his missing companions may have crossed over at the same time we did. His coming to Hainan Island might be precisely to search for his other companions. Those companions might even be hiding in or near Lingao, right under our noses. This conclusion was so shocking that the room fell silent. Wu Mu continued. Therefore, the clues to finding other unknown transmigrators lie with this person calling himself Wei Landuo. We must give him freedom of movement and place him under comprehensive surveillance. Arresting him prematurely would be completely counterproductive. Cut the vine and we'll never find the melons. Can the Political Security Bureau ensure comprehensive surveillance of him? We can't let this big fish slip away. This time it was Zhao Mengsheng who spoke, smiling as he assured everyone that every outsider entering Lingao was under the Political Security Bureau's effective surveillance. Ran Yao, representing the police, supported Wu Mu's opinion. Currently all of Lingao was in a state of emergency, making any investigation, surveillance, and arrest operation quite convenient. and this white man in Lingao would be as conspicuous as a peacock thrown among chickens. He had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The whistling echoed again through the cell, over and over. Father Trigault had already lain down on his straw mat but was kept completely awake by this irritating sound. "Padre," he heard Cecilio whisper in his ear and immediately sat up on his bunk. The young brother's lips were trembling even whiter. "Padre, has that man gone mad?" Father Trigault shook his head. That man was either mad or possessed by the devil. But he didn't dare say it aloud, because the one possessed by the devil was whistling while smiling at him, occasionally flashing teeth that gleamed with dazzling whiteness. Weiss paid no attention to the two Jesuits whispering. In this prison-like place, the only ways to learn about the outside and gauge his situation were his ears and the limited view through the window. These past days he had been hearing drill commands and battle cries from not far from the harbor, not from those skeletal people wearing cloth sacks, but more spirited, powerful shouts. From time to time came volleys of coordinated gunfire, occasionally mixed with the deep rumble of artillery. Such frequent live-fire training. Were the Chinese of Lingao planning to expand the war? Very possibly. After all, the largest government army here had been destroyed. They could harvest the fruits at any time. In this concentration camp, Rando rarely spoke, or rather, never spoke. His strange Italian had too many flaws, and in Lingao there might be other modern Westerners. What Weiss could be certain of was that once faint singing had drifted from far away. He couldn't make out who was singing or in what language, but the tune was La Marseillaise. He had only heard this indistinct Marseillaise once. What he heard more often was another song. Lingao's soldiers always sang it during drill, assembly, and dismissal. He vaguely felt the melody was familiar. After whistling it many times, Weiss finally remembered where the familiarity came from. He had been lying in a small hotel room in Rome, pondering where his next contract would be, while absent-mindedly watching a Chinese girl on television sing this song, the very song now being sung by soldiers with sky-high spirit, in a hymn-like measured tempo. "All right, Australians, now I know where you come from." Weiss smiled smugly, even laughing aloud. Father Trigault involuntarily shrank a few more centimeters into the shadows of the corner. Footsteps came down the corridor from afar. Weiss paid no attention, perhaps the concentration camp guards bringing food again. The twice-daily rice gruel mixed with fish scraps and vegetable leaves always left Weiss dizzy with hunger. These Chinese calling themselves Australians seemed to intend starving their prisoners into weakness so they couldn't escape. The door clanged open. A gust of fresh air rushed into the room that stank of carbolic acid, sweat, and urine. The concentration camp guard stood at the door, holding a bamboo stick instead of a gruel bucket. "You, get up, gather your things." Though he tried to make his tone fierce, the group only stared at him with expressions of fear mixed with confusion. No one moved. "Prepare to leave. Out," the guard continued, waving his arms, pointing at the door. Now they understood. Weiss stood without hesitation. He was sick of this place. Even hell would be better than being locked in this hot, stuffy cell. He patted himself down, actually quite clean. The straw mat had none of the various parasites he had grown accustomed to and sick of in this timeline. Behind the guard stood 3 young men, not tall but solidly built, all with dark Eastern faces. They wore the most common, rustic gray uniforms here, with leg wrappings. But Rando quickly noticed they wore blue-collar tabs, a type he had never seen before, including on all the various people who had inspected and questioned them at customs. These 3 young men said nothing. On their weapon belts hung cloth holsters showing black revolver grips. With Rando's experience, he could tell these were definitely not revolvers from any factory. They more resembled the handmade pistols from Pakistani and Afghan workshops. After quite a while, Trigault and the others followed. The guard led the way. The 3 young men silently followed 5 or 6 paces behind. Cecilio kept glancing back at them. Seeing the black gun grips showing on their belts, the young brother could barely walk. He could hardly stand. The small door at the corridor's end opened. Lingao's summer sunlight flooded the hallway. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. They could see clearly. Outside was an open space with no wire fencing, no watchtowers, no soldiers with bayoneted rifles. A handsome four-wheeled carriage waited outside the quarantine camp gate. Father Trigault murmured praise the Lord, because Father Rodriguez stood before the carriage, smiling at the group. Leaving the quarantine camp's terrifying atmosphere made him so happy he didn't bother observing his surroundings. Only Weiss noticed another carriage with its canopy raised, parked not far behind, looking rather strange in the empty square before the quarantine camp's rear gate. The three mysterious young men boarded the rear carriage. Rodriguez explained these were security personnel dispatched by the Australian government. After all, Lingao was still at war. According to the Australians' relevant departments, the unpleasant treatment the Jesuit personnel had received was a wartime security measure, for which he personally expressed regret. The Australians achieved a great victory on the battlefield, defeating 100,000 Ming troops. They've gained permanent advantage in South China. This is the Lord's will. Rodriguez crossed himself. Jin Lige murmured something congratulatory. He was extremely curious about everything in the Lingao church and eager to learn many things. But Rodriguez's excitement seemed not to have subsided. He was expounding at length on the church's expansion opportunities following this military victory. We'll soon be establishing churches in Danju and Chiang Mai. Perhaps having experienced too many failures evangelizing in China, Rodriguez was filled with joy at Hainan's excellent situation of rapid progress. Several times he shed tears of emotion while speaking. Jin Lige didn't share his excitement. Before departing Macau, he had felt a nameless worry. The Australians were so powerful, and most of the Australian transmigrators were not lambs of the Lord, so why did they have such great interest in spreading the gospel? What were their goals? Weiss Rando affected an attitude of going with the flow, closing his eyes and saying nothing. Only the young brother timidly asked, "Padre, where will we be going?" "First to eat," Rodriguez said. "You look starved, child." Hearing there would be food, everyone's eyes lit with fire. These days of eating nothing but seafood gruel had become unbearable. Clergy's fondness for good cuisine was famous throughout the medieval period. The Jesuits were relatively less particular about food compared to older orders, but the Society of Jesus was not, after all, an ascetic order. "We're going to Eastgate Market now." Chapter 684. The Pious Rando. The carriage stopped before Eastgate Market's busiest street. When Weiss stepped down, he glanced around. He didn't see the second carriage, but the watchers had certainly melted into the bustling crowds around them. Rando stood in the street. If he hadn't known he had crossed timelines, he would have thought he was standing in some postmodernist art installation. Modern and medieval, Eastern and Western, all were mixed together in this bustling marketplace. Bauhaus-style red brick buildings, Western-styled pseudo-classical structures built with Chinese materials, all wooden sorted garbage bins, police in black uniforms wearing conical hats and leg wrappings, carrying truncheons. All of this strangely blended together. Rando resisted the urge to whistle. Their group was led by Father Rodriguez to the Commercial House restaurant, into a rather elegantly decorated private room, somewhat like the upscale Chinese restaurant private rooms Rando had visited in Chinatown. "This is the best restaurant here." Father Rodriguez casually accepted a hot towel from a young girl, wiping his face and hands. A faint jasmine fragrance wafted through the room. Then a young girl in a light blue belted dress and white apron brought fragrant drinks in fine porcelain bowls, Chinese tea. Father Rodriguez expertly lifted his bowl, used the lid to push aside the tea leaves, and carefully sipped. "Come, please enjoy." Brother Cecilio crossed himself. "I'd like a glass of cold water." John Dermott curiously examined the tea leaves in his bowl. He cautiously sipped, frowned, then seemed to savor something. On such a summer day, a cup of hot tea will make your body and mind feel refreshed. Rodriguez had developed quite an addiction to tea drinking and gently guided his colleagues. Father Jin Lige frowned. In his view, this priest seemed far too enthusiastic about physical pleasures. A missionary should be content with the simplest water and bread. A little red wine would be the greatest blessing. Yet here he was, indulging in strange foreign drinks. Father Zheng opposed all manner of exotic foreign beverages, whether Spanish chocolate, Arabian coffee, or Chinese tea. To him, they were all temptations of the devil. Lunch, or rather this late afternoon meal, was sumptuous for a group that had been enjoying the quarantine camp's special cuisine. Weiss found it nearly unbearable to endure lengthy grace before warm whole wheat bread. The chowder stew made with sea clams, shrimp, various fish, and kelp was delicious, reminding him of the Provincial bouillabaisse he had eaten in France. Large fish fillets were fried to perfection, served with fresh tomato sauce, leaving the diners exclaiming with delight. Since it wasn't Lent, a large platter of sausages was also served, fried in some unknown oil, arriving fragrant. Weiss took one bite and nearly spat it out. God knew what animal's offal and bones had been ground up, mixed with starch and spices. Apparently to mask the strange taste, they had generously added large quantities of spices. The flavor was practically inedible, but the missionaries ate happily. He had no choice but to set down his knife and fork, push the plate aside, and claim that dietary restraint was a Christian virtue. The drink on the table was some kind of fruit wine, very sweet. With ice added, it was smooth and refreshing. The priests drank quite a bit, not just because the wine was mellow, but because they needed such beverages to relieve the fears of recent days. Everyone was satisfied with the lunch, including Sirik. As a slave, he couldn't dine with his masters, but outside the private room, he had devoured 4 or 5 fish fillet burgers and followed his master to the monastery with a contented smile. Prior Wu and Father Bai of the Lingao monastery personally came to welcome them at the church entrance. Behind them stood local brothers. The piety showing on their dark faces delighted Zheng. The Australian church's hospitality made Father Zheng, already frightened enough in the quarantine camp, feel overwhelmed. Upon entering the church, he could only marvel and exclaim. From glass covers supported by cast-iron brackets on the walls, bright flames illuminated the modest interior with brilliant radiance. Even the Florence Cathedral during Corpus Christi, lit with all its candles, could hardly be so bright. A group of lovely children in black and white uniforms, crosses hanging from their chests, were singing psalms of praise at the altar. Violin and harpsichord accompaniment flowed like water through the church. Father Zheng felt deeply moved and amazed. The music praising the Lord was so harmonious and soul-stirring, yet he could see no orchestra, no musicians in the church. He remembered Father Rodriguez's descriptions of the Australians' miraculous technologies. They could put all instruments inside a box of metal and wood, performing complex and magnificent music from within. Then the organ's voice joined in, its solemn roar filling the entire church. The organ sound grew and grew, becoming deep rumbling thunder, drowning out all other sounds. Then suddenly it transformed into heavenly music, like a maiden's high, fine voice, floating high beneath the dome, finally becoming deep roaring and thunder again before falling silent. The thunderous rumbling still echoed, trailing endlessly beneath the dome. Father Zhen's mouth hung half open, shaken by this solemn, sacred music. Then a clear, soaring female voice began an unaccompanied hymn, Judy Collins singing Amazing Grace. The choir children joined in with their young voices. The clear, slow rhythm rose gradually from the church's depths, ascending toward the dome. The priests involuntarily crossed themselves. In this solemn, soul-touching music, he saw many devout believers prostrating themselves on the floor. The one in front was so moved he kissed the feet of Jesus nailed to the cross. The gaslight flames cast his elongated shadow on the floor. Zheng discovered that person was none other than his attendant Weiss Rando. Father Zheng couldn't help praising the Lord's miracle once again. The sacred sounds of praise had clearly driven out the devil that had possessed that man, making this half-mad soldier once again a humble servant of the Father. Weiss Rando, having once again heard the voice of the Heavenly Father, was obviously deeply moved. He requested to confess his grave sins in this church. This sudden request surprised everyone, but the Jesuit priests were excited. Nothing could bring more joy than a fallen person returning to the church's embrace. Bai Duoyuo reluctantly entered a confessional reserved for Wu Shimeng. As a conscientious young priest, he was quite unwilling to simultaneously play the role of informer. He knew this sealed confessional contained a microphone. The recording tapes were collected daily by specialists and sent to the political security monitoring room. A cough, then a loud sound of nose blowing. Bai Duoyuo knew that strange man had sat down across from him. "My child, what do you have to tell the Lord?" "I need to see your council leader," the white man across suddenly said in halting Cantonese, interspersed with English words. "Your situation is not good. The Guangdong pirate chief Liu is preparing to join forces with the Dutch fleet of the East Indies to destroy your fleet, then attack the harbor and sack Lingao. If Lingao's purgatory was the quarantine camp cell, then Father Jin Lige would certainly believe the Lingao monastery was heaven. As for where Lingao's hell was, the father didn't even want to think about it. But he had also heard that the Australians had established a prison in Lingao called the Labor Reform Camp. Those fortunate enough to return from there had lost all interest in the priest's ethereal preaching about hell. The Lingao Church, however, had intense interest in this hell. Priests often went there to preach to the poor prisoners. Father Rodriguez also went frequently. The Lingao Church seemed to have a special interest in saving secular sinners. Father Jin Lige quickly noticed this. Now, Father Jin Lige sat at a desk in a bright, spacious study. Father Rodriguez had generously vacated his own quarters in the monastery. He needn't feel guilty about this. A 2-story building for the monastery was under construction. The Lingao Monastery was constantly expanding its space to accommodate an ever-growing religious community. From every angle, the Lingao Monastery was flourishing. After Jin Lige conducted his first Sunday Mass and sermon, he fully sensed the local church's prosperity. He couldn't help feeling genuinely happy to have come to such a place to expand the Lord's flock. An elderly nun humbly came to the study. Her wrinkled, dark face was full of respect as she carefully cleared the dishes from his desk. The father had just enjoyed a particularly delicious fruit ice and chilled kvass on this sweltering Lingao afternoon. He suddenly felt somewhat ashamed of his indulgence in culinary pleasures. This feeling was especially strong when he thought of his attendant. The fervor emanating from Weiss Rando, this soldier of unknown origin, astonished even the learned and widely traveled Father Jin Lige. Perhaps believing the lengthy confession to the Australian priest was insufficient to cleanse his sins, Weiss had resolutely remained at the East Gate Church to live an ascetic life. He cut his hair short, wore a coarse cloth shirt, and subsisted daily on a few rice cakes and water. He refused even to live in a room, instead moving to the church bell tower. Chapter 685, Interrogated. According to Weiss, living in the bell tower was to listen to God's bells for penance every day. But when Father Jin Lige came to visit his attendant with admiration, he found this late vocational ascetic's condition had deteriorated. "My child," Father Trigaults seized Weiss Rando's trembling, outstretched hand in alarm. That hand, once like an iron vice, now felt soft and weak, cold and drenched with sweat. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Weiss shook his head. Beads of sweat dripped one by one from his gray-white face. "Just an old illness flaring up. Some old wounds ache badly. Father, you know I've fought against pagans and been wounded." He sat on a straw mat in the bell tower back against a pile of miscellany. His voice came low and rapid, some syllables mumbled indistinctly, clearly enduring great pain. "This is all God's will." Weiss closed his eyes, kissed the cross the father offered, then leaned back on the straw mat, breathing heavily. Jin Lige felt at a loss. Father Rodriguez was famous even in Macau for his medical expertise, but he had gone to the countryside to spread the gospel. Jin Lige decided to go to the monastery to ask those 2 Australian priests for help. What Father Jin Lige didn't know was that the moment his footsteps faded from the stairs, all of Weiss's symptoms vanished. He nimbly sprang from the straw mat and moved to the bell tower's louvered window. The watchers at the church entrance hadn't followed Jin Lige when he left. It was time to leave this bell tower. Weiss felt he had seen enough of what he wanted to see from this highest point in Eastgate Market. He had even observed a Marine Corps drill once. The next day, Father Jin Lige learned from Prior Wu of the Lingao Monastery that his attendant had been properly settled and sent to Bern City General Hospital. When the father visited, Weiss was alone in a private room. Though he looked weak, his spirits were much improved. Father Trigault felt uncomfortable after staying in the room a while. The walls were snow-white and bright, but the place was permeated with an unpleasant medicinal smell. Moreover, the windows had iron bars, triggering the father's unpleasant memories of the quarantine camp. Prior Wu, who had accompanied him, relayed the Australian doctor's diagnosis. Mr. Weiss Rando's condition was serious. The root causes had accumulated over many years. A complete cure would require recuperating in Lingao for half a year or even longer. Rando himself wasn't clergy, and His Excellency the Superior hadn't explained what purpose was served by assigning this soldier as an attendant. In that sense, however long Rando wanted to stay in a Lingao hospital made no difference to Father Jin Lige's missionary work. The father suddenly had a feeling. The reason Rando had suddenly transformed was probably because he was about to be called by the Lord. "My child, are you sure you don't need me to administer last rites?" he asked with concern, looking at Rando lying in bed. Rando gasped, "No, thank you, Father. I feel I still have a chance to serve the Lord." He lay silently abed. The room was very quiet. Rando thought of nothing. He had shown his cards and would see how the Chinese responded. He still had a final trump card, but that depended on whether the Chinese wanted it. After all, they held plenty of good cards themselves. My goods are still in demand, he thought. He had noticed that most native personnel used muzzle-loading rifles with percussion caps, and the security personnel's pistols had a crude, improvised quality. Not to mention the muzzle-loading cannon he had seen soldiers drilling with. The Chinese of Lingao lacked modern weapons, just as they had only that one cargo ship in the harbor while everything else was sailing vessels. This showed they couldn't continuously obtain reinforcements from another timeline. They had to rely entirely on their own manufacturing. Regardless of what they could produce, the Chinese of Lingao's industrial level apparently hadn't surpassed the 19th century. Though Rando knew nothing about science and technology, he at least knew the century that followed could manufacture breech-loading firearms and metallic cartridges. In that case, his automatic rifles and machine guns would be enormously tempting to them. When Weiss Rando secretly left the hospital room under the protection of 4 armed personnel, he knew the crucial moment had arrived. The people he was about to meet would become the masters of his fate. He didn't care about that. Fate had already created too many surprises for him. The worst outcome was receiving a 9 bullet to the forehead tonight, still far better than being nailed to a cross and roasted by fanatics. The armed agents escorting him were clearly different from the security personnel who had escorted the bishop's party out of the quarantine camp. The leader, though he had an Eastern face, was nearly as tall as Weiss. The others also looked burly and powerful, obviously elite soldiers. Perhaps because this wasn't a surveillance mission, their holsters hung directly from their belts, revealing boxy Glock pistols, definitely not products of Pakistani or other workshop manufacturers. Rando suddenly realized his status had been greatly elevated. Following a concealed passage out the hospital's back door, he found that night had grown deep. Though the streetlights were bright, not a soul was visible. Only 2 jeeps stood quietly there. Weiss was hustled by the agents into the first vehicle. From the corner of his eye, he saw 4 soldiers wearing steel helmets and carrying automatic weapons in the second car. A light machine gun was mounted on the roof. Though he only glimpsed it, Weiss recognized it as a modified Serbian M77B1 automatic rifle. Weiss sat in the back seat, wedged between two armed agents. Throughout the ride, he suppressed the urge to turn and look back. In 3 years, this was his first time enjoying automobile transportation. If things went badly, it might also be his last. Weiss knew his strategy of proactively reaching out to the Chinese of Lingao was risky. His recent discovery had been like a bomb detonating in his heart. Neither the Chinese nor French governments would equip their militaries with that rare rifle. If the Chinese had found that ship, once they decided he had no more utility but posed a danger, they might send him to meet God in the simplest way. But he had no other path. Before the king fell, he hadn't completely lost this game of chess. The jeep screeched to a halt, startling Weiss from his thoughts. The car had left the prosperous district near the brilliantly lit East Gate Market and turned onto a small road beside the highway. The roadway entrance had a barrier, guardhouse, barbed wire, sentries, all present. The jeep passed without document checks. They continued until reaching a row of dark buildings. The driver rolled down the window and exchanged words with a sentry. After checking papers, the jeep drove through the gate and stopped before a row of buildings. The moment Weiss stepped out, a blinding light struck his eyes, almost preventing him from opening them. The second jeep had been following close behind. Now it switched on its headlights, aimed directly at them. Undoubtedly, what was aimed at him wasn't just 2 headlights, but also the light machine gun mounted on the roof. Weiss couldn't see a thing. Several hands pushed him into a building. He stumbled through a corridor and was pushed all the way to a room at the corridor's end. Several arms pressed him into a chair. The door slammed shut behind him. After a while, his eyes adjusted to the light. He gradually made out that this was a bare room whitewashed with lime. Besides the incandescent bulb on the ceiling, there was no electrical equipment. The high windows had welded iron bars. The wide cast-iron chair he sat in was bolted directly to the cement floor, a chair specifically for interrogation, with rings on the armrests and legs for attaching chains. A rectangular table stood nearly 2 meters ahead. Behind it were 2 tightly closed doors. Just as he was carefully examining the interrogation room's sparse furnishings, trying to extract some useful information, the doors ahead suddenly opened. Several people filed in. They weren't wearing uniforms but civilian clothes. What slightly surprised Weiss was that among the obviously Chinese figures was a tall white woman, looking about 30-something, both capable and attractive, a typical modern Western woman. She wore the gray cloth, Mao-style clothes that both the Chinese and natives here wore. Her cold face showed an expression that seemed to say, "Finally caught you," reminding Weiss of federal law enforcement officers he had dealt with. "Mr. Weiss Rando. You finally arrived." Rando raised both hands in surrender. "This is God's will." He decided to appear as candid as possible. Selina gazed with interest at the man sitting in the interrogation chair in striped hospital clothes. He displayed a cheerful, childlike smile, one that had surely charmed many girls before, yet those brown eyes remained cold and alert. "You bastard, you've finally fallen into my hands," she thought. When the Political Security Bureau had asked her to help analyze photographs of a suspicious entrant, Selina had recognized him at once. Weiss Rando had a criminal record. During her time at ATF, she had encountered a weapons smuggling case file. A cargo ship transporting feed had been found to contain shipping containers concealing large quantities of automatic rifles, ammunition, even claymore mines, and SA-7 anti-aircraft missiles. Though the ship was detained in American waters, some DSA-58 rifles had still made it to Europe, falling into the hands of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Chapter 686. The final trump card forged weapons import certificates and end-user statements. Shell shipping companies set up to lease freighters for arms transport. All ultimately pointed to former Army Corporal Weiss Rando, who had served in Korea. In ATF's files, Rando wasn't a big fish, just one of countless small fry in the industry trying to score. ATF didn't have the resources to specifically pursue him. Besides, Rando wasn't in the country at the time. nor in any country where American law enforcement could act freely. He was on former Yugoslav territory working as an 8-hour soldier, clocking in and out, overtime pay required for extra hours. Though his main clients were the Kosovo Liberation Army, he didn't get along with the fanatical Arab volunteer fighters, so he also worked for the Serbians. He served the Serbians well enough that Serbian arms companies opened their doors to him. The former Yugoslav arsenals became his gold mine. Though he had never been arrested by American or Allied judicial authorities, Selina still firmly remembered that smiling face from the file photo. Mr. Weiss Rando. Considering this was a secret interrogation, Su Tianqi from the Foreign Affairs Department wasn't called to participate as usual. The interpreter was Chen Saijan, who belonged to the Special Investigation Command and had trained students for the Political Security Bureau. We know exactly what you've been doing in Bosnia and West Africa over the past decade. Now please tell us, you disguised yourself as a Jesuit to come to Lingao. What exactly are you trying to do? Weiss moved his hands from the armrests to his lap. Though it was a sweltering summer night, he felt slightly cold. At least the Chinese had been merciful enough not to cuff his hands and feet to the interrogation chair. This was half because 2 burly, fully armed agents stood behind him, and half because he truly had no weapons. The sword and wheellock pistol he had brought to Lingao, befitting his 17th-century European soldier identity, had been confiscated by customs. As for the Scorpion submachine gun and pistol, and the remaining meager ammunition, Weiss had carefully packaged and buried them in a cave beneath Phoenix Hill before departure. The Portuguese poet Camões had once recited his immortal Os Lusíadas in that cave. Now he felt that had been the right decision. In Lingao, a submachine gun couldn't save his life, but under the protection of the great Camões' spirit, perhaps he could lift Lady Luck's skirt a little higher. Before I answer these questions, Weiss's voice was low but slow and clear. It had been nearly 3 years since he had spoken English after coming to 17th-century Asia. He felt like he was in reading class at school, awkwardly reading aloud in front of the teacher, constantly ready to correct his pronunciation. May I have the honor of knowing who I'm speaking with across this table? You may consider us to be speaking with you on behalf of the federal government. Selina answered. Standard New York accent, but her tone was as cold and hard as her expression. Weiss leaned his head back against the chair and showed a strange smile. Federal government, perhaps I really should believe your nonsense, great citizens of the Australian Federation. You'd better hurry back. The Dutch in Java are about to visit your Australian homeland. What should I call you? Ms. Cook? I forgot it's the 17th century. I'd better call you Ms. Tasman. He grew more agitated as he spoke, faster and faster. His torrent of English was peppered with Italian and Portuguese words. Chen Saijan's translation fell increasingly behind his pace. Madam, if you could represent the United States government, there should be an aircraft carrier anchored in this bay. At minimum, an amphibious assault ship. Not just one Polish freighter that should have been in the shipbreaker's yard long ago, plus nothing but sailing ships. Every town on this island should be flying the Stars and Stripes, with 60, no, at least 100 stars on it. Weiss caught his breath and continued. Chinese, you're the same. With Beijing's backing, you'd be driving tanks to rule the world by now. You definitely wouldn't be huddled in a small county town, having your army defend against a 17th-century government's attack with 19th-century muzzle loaders. So you and I are the same, all working independently in this damn world. The difference is you have more people and I'm alone. I don't think I'm wrong, am I? Selina remained unmoved, regarding him coldly. The Chinese likewise weren't inclined to answer his questions. You're not alone. We know you have accomplices. A genial-looking Chinese man sitting behind the table spoke up. He wore a gray military uniform with blue collar tabs but no rank insignia, no weapon belt, no pistol. His empty turned-down collar directly framed a round head, clearly a big shot's bearing. Of course, I did have a few accomplices, but they're probably all shark droppings by now. Are you that concerned about them? Mr. Rando, please calm down. Your views on the Chinese and the Chinese government are too superficial. Why not talk about yourself? Have you enjoyed these past 3 years? You old smooth operator, Weiss thought. He wants me to make a full confession. Not confessing wasn't an option. He closed his eyes and began from the strange storm the Macquarello had encountered in the South China Sea. He spoke in one breath, only pausing when a Chinese man brought him a glass of water. He continued until finally reaching his hiring by Li Xia and coming to Lingao through Jesuit connections, only omitting the part about attacking Lingao with Captain Aragonese. The Chinese behind the table had been busy taking notes, but when Li Xia's name appeared, it triggered a whispered discussion. "You say you were hired by Li Xia. Do you know her?" Zhang Shan asked. "This woman is quite famous in Macau. She found me through the Jesuits and paid 600 Spanish pesos to have me gather your military intelligence, then resell it to the Dutch East India Company at 10 times the price." Weiss shrugged. "She actually thought I didn't know anything. What exactly does Li Xia do? Is she working for Liu Xiang, Zheng Zhilong, or the Spanish?" Someone was very interested in this question. "None of the above. She's a broker. When there's enough profit, she'll do a job herself. 2 years ago she brokered a joint Spanish and Chinese pirate Liu attack on you. It ended in heavy losses. So regardless of whether the Dutch offer high prices, she has always maintained strong interest in you. Do you know Li Huame?" "No. She's the captain of the Hangzhou. This ship occasionally docks in Macau." "Oh, you mean that female captain who moonlights as a pirate?" "She is indeed a captain. I know of her, but I don't know her personally. She doesn't appear often in Macau. What's her relationship with Li Xia?" "I don't know." Rando shook his head. "Li Xia is a woman who's very careful about maintaining her mystique. She rarely even shows herself on Macau's streets." "Tell us about your friends on the ship." The fat man in the blue-gray uniform interrupted the discussion about Li Xia. "How many were there and where are they?" "I believe I just said." Weiss felt impatient. Fatigue, tension, anxiety, and the nonchalance he had to fake were all fraying his nerves. 2 Filipino sailors disappeared after the storm. I assume they were swept off the deck into the sea by waves. Then there was first mate Paul, that unlucky German who cracked his skull on the bridge and went to meet God. Finally, the friend who boarded the same lifeboat with me. Who is this person? A Japanese man who called himself Hale, maybe American. Who knows? Anyway, he spoke English but had a Japanese face. Paul had temporarily found him to help out. He looked like someone who'd been in this business. "Is this him?" Someone handed him a photograph. It was a picture of a naked male corpse with cross-shaped sutures on the chest. "That's Paul." Rando muttered, "Poor German. The person you said got on the lifeboat with you, is he still alive?" "Where is he now?" Weiss grumbled. "No, don't ask me where he is. After our lifeboat was capsized by waves and the locals fished me out, I never saw him again. If you want to find out where he is, ask the venerable Poseidon. You don't seem very concerned about your friend." "I believe you're more concerned about him than I am." Weiss grinned. This conversation was growing more interesting than before. "I'm more concerned about myself, which is why I came to you. I think the information I brought and my ship should be worth more than 600 silver pesos. Might be worth 6 Type 30 revolver rounds," Wu Mu thought. He felt directly executing this dangerous character might be a more prudent approach. But he still spoke in a relatively mild tone. "Mr. Weiss, those pistols you smuggled in among clothes and cigarettes obviously don't have the front-page-worthy sensationalism of poison gas bombs. As for that pitiful amount of ammunition, it wouldn't be enough for an hour's target practice. These rifles and machine guns probably wouldn't even be enough to supply a very small guerrilla unit. But any government could use this as grounds to confiscate your ship and cargo. Therefore, your ship is already past tense." Those present looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Rando knew it was time to play his trump card. Otherwise, it would soon become worthless. But once he played it, he could only completely submit to fate, or to whatever final arrangement these Chinese had for him. Chapter 687, The Ticket to Dongsha Island, A Few Pistols. The man lounging in the cast-iron chair arched an eyebrow, that boyish grin spreading across his face once more. My dear Mr. Australian federal government official, surely you and your colleagues would like to confiscate something a touch more dangerous. I suspect you'll find it interesting. The refitted vessel 8154 bore no resemblance to the fishing boat it had once been. Now it looked more like a light escort vessel from the Second World War era. Beyond the manually rotated 70mm rifled cannon, a rotatable machine gun turret had been mounted above the forecastle, and what nestled inside was no typewriter, but a genuine M240 machine gun. When that weapon opened fire, it could reduce any warship of this era to matchwood within minutes. In the Lingao Navy's registry, the vessel was classified as an 8154 class high-speed cruiser. Though somewhat undersized, its firepower would have qualified it as a battleship by 17th century standards. Weiss Rando had made the voyage to Dongsha Island aboard just such a vessel. The expedition also included several motorsail ships and salvage boats converted from landing craft. Since his interrogation, Rando had been quietly transferred to the administrative office's second guest house. Father Jin Lige had attempted several visits, only to be turned away each time with the alarming excuse of contagious disease. In truth, Rando was enjoying a rather comfortable house arrest. Fine meals, hot baths. He had even been issued a cool cotton linen summer uniform, which he later learned was reserved for transmigrator-grade personnel. The accommodations couldn't perfectly replicate the 21st century. Most amenities were imperfect imitations, but for Rando, they bordered on luxury. The white porcelain flush toilet in his bedchamber's washroom moved him nearly to tears. Anyone who hadn't endured the abysmal sanitary conditions of the 17th century would struggle to comprehend such emotion. Each day at the second guest house brought new visitors. Their backgrounds varied. Some carried themselves with the unmistakable air of Americans in their manner and speech. Many spoke surprisingly fluent English. The conversations ranged widely. His mercenary career, weapons expertise, the Portuguese situation in Macau. They were clearly hungry for every scrap of information he possessed. The woman who had identified herself as a federal law enforcement officer visited once to discuss the finer details of arms trafficking, including some of his previous operations. Rando realized the federal government had known about his activities all along. They simply hadn't bothered to intervene. What use is all this detail? Rando studied the beautiful agent before him. Despite her coarse cloth uniform, those ice-blue eyes remained captivating. Are you planning to prosecute me on behalf of the federal government? Just gathering information, Selina replied simply. I confess I'm curious. He held her gaze. How did you end up serving the Chinese? Much the same as you, she shrugged. Were there other options? None whatsoever. Had I known they lived so comfortably, I'd have come crawling and begging for the Chinese to take me in years ago. Rando stretched luxuriously. God, they really do live well. They built all this from nothing. You're merely enjoying the fruits. No, he wagged a finger. I paid for my ticket. Yet even as he said it, a vague unease stirred within him. Surely the situation wouldn't change. Now, standing on deck and gazing at the island, he could see the barren atoll already taking on the embryonic form of a base. As a mercenary who had sailed the world's seas, Rando fully appreciated Dongsha Island's strategic value along the South China Sea routes. The Lingao Chinese, having secured Hainan Island, would certainly turn their eyes toward Taiwan next, and Dongsha Island was a crucial waypoint on that route. Establishing it as a relay base seemed inevitable. But Dongsha lay relatively close to the mainland. Coastal fishermen frequently worked these waters, making intelligence leaks a constant risk. Once the transmigrator regime established a permanent presence here, attacks from Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang, or the Europeans became distinct possibilities. Maintaining security would require a garrison force. For these reasons, consensus on establishing a permanent base had remained elusive until recently. What finally tipped the scales was intelligence about exploitable shallow petroleum deposits near Jailong. Taiwan, after all, represented a vital link in the empire's future continental chain. And so Dongsha's development had finally been placed on the agenda. The industry committee had already invested significantly in guano mining operations. They had cleared and repaired the island's wells, constructed a steam-powered pumping station, and to supplement the limited freshwater output, installed a desalination plant that used waste heat from the steam engines to process brackish water drawn from saltwater wells. Simple rail tracks now crisscrossed the island. Piers had been built and cranes erected to facilitate the export of guano. The surrounding waters teemed with fish, and the Agricultural Committee was preparing to establish a fisheries station for purchasing, processing, and storing seafood. For defense, the Navy would construct a small fortress here. A pentagonal star fort was already rising beside the pier. Once completed, the Dongsha garrison would maintain 4 cannons and a marine company on permanent station. Weather observation and navigation facilities would also be established, transforming the island into a crucial support base for maritime operations. The Agricultural Committee and Civil Affairs People's Committee had initially planned to settle a fishing village here, but geographic and hydrological surveys painted a sobering picture. No suitable harbor, harsh environmental conditions. History showed that fishermen had only ever worked these waters seasonally. A permanent village would struggle to survive. In the end, they opted for a fishing station staffed by Marines, with fishermen coming ashore only during the fishing season. The pier was now packed with vessels. Dongsha Island possessed no harbor, only beaches encircling the entire landmass. Apart from the pier, there was virtually nowhere to dock, making berths desperately tight. The transport fleet from Lingao had jammed every available space alongside. The landing craft had simply run themselves up onto the beach. When 8154 finally secured the island's only berth, Rando surveyed the simple facilities already dotting the landscape. Large shelters rose among the coconut groves. Black smoke and jets of steam billowed constantly skyward from the steam engines. "You've established a relay base at Dongsha." He leaned against the ship's railing, glancing casually at Qian Shuiting beside him. "Planning to move on Taiwan," Qian Shuiting answered with a noncommittal smile. An American cigarette dangled from his lips, cargo salvaged from Vessel A, Rando's own shipment. "Taiwan is a matter for the future," he said evasively. "So is the world." Qian Shuiting's smile deepened, but he offered nothing more. Rando's status remained unconfirmed, and he had no desire to be savaged by populist factions in the Yuan Laiyuan for speaking too freely. When Rando stepped onto the pier, he found a simple rail network already in place. Empty ore cars sat on the tracks alongside primitive cranes. The pier's surface was dusted everywhere with grayish-white powder and gravel that gleamed with a glassy sheen. "What exactly are you mining on this barren rock?" "Coral." "Guano," Qian Shuiting replied simply. He had accompanied the salvage team as a weapons consultant, though the Political Security Bureau had given him an additional assignment: interpreter and escort for the mercenary. "Don't go out of your way to interrogate him," Wu Mu had instructed. "Just treat it as official escort duty with translation on the side. Speak freely." "Speak freely. Is that wise?" "Completely. If he's one of us, he'll need to know everything eventually. If he's not, what he learns won't matter." Rando had no interest in guano. He smoked Lingao-produced cigarettes now. He had grown accustomed to this era's tobacco, and American smoke seemed to lack body. They made their way to a temporary camp nestled in the coconut grove. Sheds and large tents had been erected throughout. Diving equipment lay unpacked, undergoing final checks, including an old-fashioned 2-person hand-cranked air pump. Yellow-painted gasoline drums stood in neat stacks beneath waterproof tarps. The scale of the operation made one thing clear: his ticket price had captured Lingao's interest, but if they salvaged nothing, he would be a dead man. "I hope everything goes smoothly," he muttered. Zhou Weizhen and Lin Chuanqing, the diving team leaders, were already huddled over a nautical chart in the command post, discussing descent plans. The chart of Dongsha's waters bore pencil marks at several points. Everyone shook hands. At Lin Chuenking's gesture, a sailor brought over bottles of iced soda. They sat and drank gratefully. Based on the coordinates you provided, we'll search these points systematically starting tomorrow. Small boats have already gone out to drop buoys. No GPS here, unfortunately. We had to calculate positions with sextants, so we're hoping for no errors. Joe Wizen studied the chart. Average depth is under 20 meters. Diving should be straightforward. I'm curious, Lin Chuenking said. When you sank the ship, how did you plan to salvage it later? Hire divers, naturally. Rando spread his hands. How was I to know I'd wind up somewhere without any? Then how did you retrieve the weapons you took to Macau? The wreck may be shallow, but diving into a sunken ship, that requires a very professional diver. Joe Wizen shook his head skeptically. Chapter 688, our cause, quite simple, actually. Rando leaned back. Beyond loading emergency weapons and supplies onto the lifeboat, he and Hale had packed a second set of emergency provisions in a magnetic box and clamped it to the ship's hull. Anyone who can dive 2 or 3 meters can retrieve it easily at low tide. Lin Chuenking laughed. You really are a cunning bastard. If I weren't cunning enough, I'd have died a dozen times over. When you're taking risks, always have a backup plan. Well said. Kai Shuiting poured soda for everyone. Let's drink to tomorrow's success. Rando raised his bottle. To my ticket price. The Navy motorboat chugged through the water, trailing black exhaust, towing behind it an enormous cigar-shaped object encrusted with barnacles and marine growth. At first glance, it resembled a dying whale or some strange sea beast bobbing listlessly in the swells. Yellow oil drums had been lashed in rows along both flanks for additional buoyancy. 2 rowboats packed with Marines and sailors followed at a cautious distance, their task to monitor the object and prevent any mishaps. The massive cylinder was carefully guided into the shallows until it grounded. Sailors leapt from the boats and waded waist-deep through the water, using poles and pulleys to maneuver it onto the beach rails and haul it slowly up to the pier. A curious crowd gathered in a ring around it. Not bad at all. Kai Shuiting lowered his binoculars and lit a cigarette. Who would have guessed you'd dropped a caisson in the waters off Dongsha? Without the coordinates you provided, we'd never have found it. When we released it, a marker buoy floated up to log the position, Weiss said. Of course, no buoy survives 3 years in open water. We drifted off course toward Dongsha, thought for certain we'd encounter Taiwan Coast Guard patrol boats and face inspection. In the rush, we decided to drop it. No wonder your ship's stern was configured as a ramp, Mengda said, with that long track running from behind the bridge all the way aft and a crane mounted under the gantry mast. I'd assumed it was for deploying fishing skiffs. You're telling me you kept this thing, more than half the ship's length, sitting up there the entire voyage? The former mercenary nodded. If you'd been paying attention to certain details when salvaging the Macquarello, you might have guessed there was more cargo. Of course, without precise coordinates, recovering anything from the sea floor is nearly impossible. Kai Shuiting drew deep on his cigarette. The glowing butt arced from his fingers into the surf. Come along, Mr. Weiss. Let's see what gifts you've brought us. The salvaged caisson had been pushed into a newly erected shed, still dripping seawater. Constructed of double-layered steel plate, its massive cigar shape was blanketed in attached marine life. In the dim interior light, it looked like some bizarre misshapen reef. The atmosphere was electric, inside and out. The excitement mirrored the day they'd raised vessel. A stepladder was propped against the hull. Gao Xiaosong and his team climbed to the caisson's crown, scraping away layers of barnacles and waterproof sealant from the cargo hatch with their knives. The wheel spun. With a series of metallic clangs, the hatch slowly opened. The watching crowd cheered and surged forward, everyone eager for the first glimpse. Only Weiss remained outside, lounging beneath a coconut palm with a cigarette dangling from his lips. The cargo hold was slightly damp but had not flooded. What's this? Gao Xiaosong pried open a sealed iron box and extracted a rectangular package wrapped in dark green aluminum plastic film. It resembled an oversized bar of soap, stamped with English lettering. He switched on his headlamp and examined it closely. Joe Wisen leaned in. "That's a 1.25-pound block of C4 explosive." He pulled back the waterproof tarp and counted the crates. "My God, there's a mountain of it." The towering stack of explosives sent many of the enthusiastic spectators scrambling back. Everyone knew American military-grade demolition material was far safer than Lingao's homemade dynamite, but standing next to a small hill of high explosive still unnerved most people. When Weiss finally strolled into the shed, Caiyan Shuiding was brandishing an ugly stub-nosed weapon freshly unpacked from a crate. "What a disappointment. I was hoping for tactical nuclear warheads. You plan to scam the Karen army with this garbage. Truly a heartless arms dealer." "Looks like a submachine gun," Gao Xiaosong said, turning the weapon over in his hands. A toy-like receiver assembled from plastic shells, a stock fashioned from bent wire that folded beneath the body. The crate also held several translucent plastic drum magazines. Since arriving and dealing with the gun-savvy North Americans, the former Coast Guard captain had discovered just how deficient his firearms knowledge truly was. MGV-176, Caiyan Shuiding identified it. Yugoslav copy of the American 180, police-grade equipment, decent rate of fire, reasonable accuracy and full auto, but the .22 ammunition is far too weak to be useful. Why fuss over a few submachine guns? The former mercenary crossed his arms and leaned against a support pillar. If you needed them, your factories could mass-produce Stens or M3 grease guns. After all, you're not short on ammunition. Ammunition is precisely what we're short of. If we could mass-produce cartridges, we'd already be manufacturing AKs. Weapons emerged from the cargo hold one by one for inventory. Beyond the disappointing MGV-176s, the subsequent haul proved far more satisfying. Over 20 gleaming M240B machine guns were laid out in rows on the ground, barrels and components still coated in rust-preventive oil. FAL automatic rifles, fixed-stock standard barrel variants equipped with bipods, and folding-stock short-barrel carbine versions, numbered 316 in total, all factory-sealed in shrink-wrap. Crates of ammunition packed the hold center section. Apart from the .22 LR rounds for the submachine guns, everything else was 7.62 x 51 mm NATO, sealed in purpose-built polyester containers. Joe Wisen, Gao Xiaosong, and Planning Committee Representative Sun Zhao clambered up and down with their helpers, tallying the count, over 100 crates. "Enough to wage a small war," Caiyan Shuiding told Weiss. "If you hadn't encountered us, you'd have made a fortune on this shipment." Weiss simply nodded. "Keep looking. King Solomon's treasures don't end here." "You mean these?" Lin Chuanqing gestured toward crates hauled from the rear of the hold along with devices that resembled rocket launchers. Lao Dai's eyes widened. "Anti-tank missiles, Red Arrow 73. Do you know how to use them?" "No, but I've seen them in military exercises." "These aren't just for tanks. They're equally effective against landing craft, speedboats, bunkers, whatever you need to destroy." "These aren't the domestic Red Arrow 73, Gao Xiaosong noted. "They're definitely AT-3 series missiles. Look at the packaging, Yugomportes DPR. "Is that the manufacturer?" "Yugomportes DPR is Serbia's state-owned arms company." Weiss caught Lin Chuanqing's hand before he could crack open the airtight seal. "Wait until we're back at the base laboratory before you start tinkering with these. 24 missiles total, shaped charge and thermobaric warheads. Everything's accounted for. Count carefully. Miss nothing." "The question is," someone asked, "who exactly are we planning to use these on?" Like the disposable rocket launchers salvaged from the ship's cabin, this remained a puzzle without an obvious answer. The 80-154 cruiser sounded its whistle and led the modest fleet away from Dongsha Island. Jiangshan found Weiss on the aft deck, leaning against the railing and watching the white foam churn in the propeller's wake. He introduced himself briefly. The former mercenary gave a slight shake of his head. "I saw you that night in the interrogation room. This just came in." Jiang Shan produced a transcription sheet. "A congratulatory message from Chairman Wen to the entire salvage team. He mentioned you by name. Weiss glanced at the paper and handed it back. I can't read Chinese characters. You'd better learn. Chinese characters are too difficult. Rando flicked his cigarette butt into the sea. But I'll try to learn to speak the language. It's the tongue of the transmigrators. What are your plans going forward? Plans. Weiss squinted at the rolling waves. I'm broke now. I'd like to return to Macau and collect the 600 silver pesos still owed to me. Licia won't hand over payment for nothing, Jiang Shan reminded him. What are you prepared to trade for that money? That depends entirely on what you want her to know or what you want the Dutch to know. I'm more than happy to be of service in that regard. Weiss suspected the Chinese intelligence chief approved of his answer, because a moment later Jiang Shan beckoned over a naval steward carrying a tray with a bottle of rum and 2 glasses. Let's have a drink, Jiang Shan said. Weiss ignored the glass. Instead, he drew an engraved silver cup from his pocket, a trophy one from a wealthy but dim-witted Spanish gambler. During his days circulating through Macau's high society, he had often displayed this elegant goblet as evidence of his fabricated Italian noble heritage. Now he filled it with rum. What shall we drink to? To our cause, Jiang Shan said. To our cause, Weiss murmured. He tilted his head back and drained the cup in a single swallow. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the exquisite silver goblet over the railing and into the sea. Chapter 689. The beginning of pacification. The war on Hainan Island continued, though by now it could scarcely be called a war. Cities surrendered at the first hint of approaching forces. Some county seats had not formally opened their gates, yet post-disaster management bureaus were being established one after another. Then the Fubigun encircled Haikou garrison, while the Navy blockaded Baisha naval camp from the sea. The typewriter on the torpedo boat swiftly crushed Tang Yunwen's last hope of a decisive naval engagement. After losing 6 warships and over a dozen fire ships, all activity from Baisha naval camp ceased entirely. The Ming's last force on Hainan Island found itself divided and surrounded, neither willing nor able to fight. Qiangshan County remained under siege, though the executive committee refrained from ordering an assault, pending final negotiations. But secret talks with those inside the walls were already underway. The Hainan Circuit Intendant Zhao Ruyi was absent from the city, and with support from the county magistrate and local gentry, the prefect conducted surrender discussions without interference. Across Hainan Island, save for the perpetually isolated southern prefectures, Ming authority had collapsed almost overnight. The gentry everywhere dispatched representatives to make contact, indicating their willingness to provide money or grain in exchange for guarantees of local security. It had taken mere days for the Yuan Laoyuan's reputation to establish itself over everyone on the island. The gentry recognized a fundamental truth. Regardless of how many years the Ming had ruled, Hainan Island was about to change hands. The gentry and great households harbored little anxiety about new masters. Whoever came to power would govern by the same old methods. As for Ming officials, there was nothing to fear. Provided they had no plans to die defending the city, they could continue serving in the county yamen. Some officials had even dispatched private envoys for discreet discussions on how both sides might continue to get along. These officials are truly shameless. Shengbayu grumbled as he saw off yet another delegation. I can understand the gentry and great households. After all, they have property and businesses. They can't simply carry their houses away on their backs. What surprises you? Liu Muzhu was already buried beneath a mountain of documents. Do you actually believe officials serve the people, serve the emperor? The key is serving themselves. There's nothing strange about that. Today, unprecedentedly, 3 separate groups arrived. Shengbayu held up his fingers to count. First, a delegation from the county magistrate. Naturally, he wants assurances that he can continue in office, whether under the Ming or under us. Then came representatives from the county's chief constable, intimating that should he be appointed county magistrate, he would certainly perform better. Finally, Some local magnate of unknown background also came seeking an official position. He actually prostrated himself and shouted, "Long live the Australian Song Emperor" 3 times. He didn't shout, "Long live Chairman Wen." He shouted, long live, long live Chairman Wen." And isn't that good? It shows hearts are turning toward us. These hearts are truly shameless. Every era produces its malcontents. If everyone sincerely loved and enthusiastically supported their rulers, completely satisfied with their circumstances, 5 times happier than they are now, would latecomers like us ever stand a chance? And so Hainan's situation developed by leaps and bounds. The wildfire spreading across the island dealt a fatal blow to Guangdong's officialdom. News of the Ming army's crushing defeat in Hainan reached Guangdong swiftly. Wang Xun's already failing health could not withstand this blow. He fell gravely ill. For more convenient coordination of military operations and supplies, Wang Xun had brought his staff and subordinate officials to Guangzhou when the Cross-Strait campaign began. Near Bao'an, along the Pearl River, a wealthy man's garden served as his temporary headquarters. The first dispatch reporting defeat came from the Qiangzhou prefect. Wang Xun half-doubted the claims. After all, this was an army assembled with the entire province's strength. If they still could not prevail, he simply could not imagine what would follow. Then the reports of disaster began arriving in waves from Hainan, each more definitive than the last. The government army had been utterly destroyed at Chiang Mai, the entire force annihilated, numerous commissioned officers killed. This news struck like a thunderbolt. Then came word that the bald bandits had captured Danju and were now besieging Haikou garrison and Qiangzhou prefecture. It drove him into complete despair. From scattered stragglers who had fled back from Hainan and been captured, and from He Reuben's evasive dispatches, he learned that the bald bandits possessed not only fearsome firearms but also overwhelming forces. Soon there was no more military business to handle in Guangzhou. News from Hainan had been completely cut off. Bald bandit warships now blockaded the Qiangzhou Strait, and government vessels could no longer enter. Rumors spread faster than plague through official circles. Everyone knew Wang Xun was finished. The emperor would never countenance such a catastrophic defeat, and his political enemies, both at court and in local government, would not pass up this opportunity. Many were already whispering about when he would be dismissed, or perhaps arrested and sent to the capital. Official circles were nothing if not fickle. In this situation, Wang Xun found himself a governor whom no one in Guangzhou bothered to acknowledge. Beyond his personal staff, not a soul came to discuss any matter with him. Even the Guangzhou prefect and the magistrates of both counties grew neglectful. Unable to endure it any longer, he retreated to Zheng, but Zheng offered no respite. There was nothing to do. His complexion grew haggard and worn out from travel. He fell ill shortly after arriving. Dispatch reports and documents continued arriving at the Governor-General's yamen, but staff members were rarely summoned to discuss military strategy. In truth, they all understood clearly. Guangdong's military strength was hollow. Apart from the anti-Yao garrison generals in the eastern and western mountains, the province had no organized forces remaining. His condition deteriorated day by day beneath the weight of such anxiety. What worried him most was whether the bald bandits would exploit their advantage to attack Guangzhou. If so, Guangdong possessed almost no troops left to resist. Before many days passed, dispatch reports described strangely shaped vessels prowling at the mouth of the Pearl River. These ships sailed with remarkable speed, their hulls slender, completely unlike Chinese vessels or the red-haired barbarian ships, obviously Australian fast ships. The impending crisis forced him to rise from his sickbed. He summoned his staff several times to discuss countermeasures and strengthen Pearl River defenses. On a day when his spirits seemed slightly improved, he sat in his study opening and reading documents. Investigating censor Gao Shunkin had submitted a memorial requesting a blockade of the Gulf of Guangzhou and complete cessation of trade with the Portuguese in Macau, to eliminate the brigands. Wang Zund could only smile bitterly at this. If the Australians came to attack Guangzhou, the Portuguese in Macau would likely be the only naval force he could count on to defend the Pearl River mouth. What was the point of eliminating brigands now? The Australians, an even greater band of brigands, were about to arrive. "My Lord Secretary Li has arrived," a servant announced softly. "Show him in," he said weakly. Li Zijiu entered. Since Liu Yizhang had departed with the army, he had become Wang Zun's most capable and trusted staff member. Often, only he could gain an audience with the Governor-General. Wang Zund had tea served and forced himself to appear calm. Li Zijiu's face was pale. After sitting down, he studied his commander's expression before leaning forward to inquire, "Has Your Excellency's health improved?" Wang Zun smiled and shook his head. "Just a minor cold, nothing serious." Noticing the document Li Zijiu held, he asked, "What is that?" Li Zijiu answered nervously, "A secret letter from Lingao." "What?" Wang Zun's fingers began trembling. "Who wrote it?" "Master Liu." Li Zijiu's tone mingled disdain with anxiety. "The letter arrived yesterday. Since Your Excellency was bedridden, this humble official read it first." Wang Zun's hand shook as he took the document. "Secretary Liu, is he?" "He's alive. He's become the Australians' prisoner." Li Zijiu sighed despite himself. "The letter explains everything in great detail." Wang Zun finished reading with trembling hands, then could contain himself no longer. Abandoning all dignity befitting a high-ranking official, he hurled the letter violently to the floor. "Outrageous! Such a shameless scoundrel!" Li Zijiu, seeing his flushed face and labored breathing, feared he would make himself sicker with rage and quickly tried to calm him. The Governor-General's personal servant rushed in, wanting to help him back to his inner chamber to rest. "No need. I'm fine." Wang Zun shook his head and said with profound sorrow, "I never imagined this man could be so shameless, neither dying for his country nor remaining a steadfast prisoner. To actually write such a letter. Please calm your anger, Your Excellency." Li Zijiu hastened to console him. "The letter wasn't written in Master Liu's own hand. It only bears his personal seal. Furthermore, with Master Liu imprisoned, even if he did write it, there were surely elements of coercion. For now, examining the letter's contents is what matters most. Whether Liu Yizhang had written the letter, whether it represented his true intentions, none of that mattered. The crucial point was that this secret letter revealed the Australians' intentions. Since the Australians were willing to communicate through Liu Yizhang, negotiations remained possible. It need not come to armed conflict, and the government army could not afford another defeat. The letter's contents were divided into several sections. First, Guangdong was to ransom its prisoners. For captured officers and staff, the Australians had established prices according to rank. A bazong, for example, cost 10 taels of silver. Beyond the ransom, each prisoner owed a daily fee of 1 kyan of silver for room and board, calculated by days spent in the Lingao POW camp. In other words, the sooner one redeemed them, the more one saved. Otherwise, the late fees would become astronomical. Second, matters regarding bilateral peace talks. Liu Yizhang conveyed that the Australians originally harbored no designs against the Ming. They had merely sought a place to trade and reside. Yet they had been attacked by government forces and suffered heavy losses. Now the Australians were very angry. They were preparing to bring dozens more great iron ships from Australia to attack Guangzhou. But armed conflict meant casualties on both sides. And since the Australians had come for commerce rather than conquest, they hoped to negotiate with the government to extinguish the flames of war. Chapter 690, Forcing Peace Through War. Finally, at the letter's conclusion, Liu Yizhang wrote that if peace talks were agreed to, a mission would depart from Lingao within days. As for the negotiation venue, it could be set in Macau. Should Guangdong wish to respond, the Jesuits there could serve as intermediaries. In this humble official's opinion, negotiation and pacification are currently our only option, Li Zijiu said cautiously. Unable to suppress the revolt, the only choice was to pay an indemnity. Wang Zun's heart was shrouded in pain. He knew full well that the task of managing this pacification would likely not fall to him. Moreover, the emperor might not permit a peace offering. Neither able to suppress nor pacify, he could not even speak of viable countermeasures. This feeling of powerlessness enveloped him, and he remained silent for a long time. He started only when Li Zijiu quietly reminded him that a memorial to the emperor was required. Such a massive defeat could not be concealed, no matter what. Once others submitted their memorials, he would lose the initiative entirely. Li Zijiu could only advise his patron that this matter demanded immediate action. Delay was impermissible. Wang Zund nodded. Though he could not fathom how to write such a memorial, Li Zijiu's counsel was entirely correct. A sense of mental exhaustion clouded his mind. He simply nodded and said, "As you say, sir," then waved weakly for Li Zijiu to leave. "About Secretary Lu's letter, we shall discuss it another day." After departing, Li Zijiu gathered the other staff members for consultation. All agreed the memorial must be drafted first and submitted to the court as soon as possible, to leave themselves at least some room to maneuver. A staff member who specialized in drafting memorials was assigned immediately to work through the night. Meanwhile, messengers were dispatched to Guangzhou City to discuss aftermath arrangements with Governor Li Fengji and others. As for peace negotiations, Li Zijiu lacked the authority to make such decisions independently, and Lu Yizhang's letter could not be leaked. He merely sent someone secretly to Macau to see if the Australians would meet there for further discussions. The most pressing issue was Reuben's remnant forces, currently trapped in Haikou. Several thousand troops encircled in the Haikou and Qiangshan area, with no provisions inside and no reinforcements coming, their communications completely severed. Under siege by the bald bandit army, it was likely only a matter of time before the entire force was annihilated. The number of commissioned officers killed at Chiang Mai was already shocking. If Reuben were also killed or captured, the impact would shake court and public even more than the army's catastrophic defeat, comparable to the defeat and death of Lu Qin in the 6th year of the Tianqi reign. That would truly convulse all of Guangdong and Guangxi. Li Zijiu pondered during the staff meeting. If only we could safely extract Commander He and the others. With the strait blockaded and our navy outmatched, how can they possibly cross? A staff member shook his head repeatedly. The bald bandit navy had demonstrated its superiority in small-scale engagements while blockading the Qiangzhou Strait. The Guangdong navy was powerless to contend with them. We must first send spies to infiltrate Qiangzhou and establish contact with Commander He. At minimum, we need intelligence on troop numbers, morale, and supply status. What good does that knowledge do? Unless we quickly pacify the bald bandits, I fear Commander He's forces. Should we report to the Governor-General and have him summon Regional Commander Chen to Zhejiang for consultation? Perhaps more troops can be gathered for a rescue operation. Chen Ting was the Guangdong Vice-Regional Commander, stationed at Nanao. Though nominally a Vice-Regional Commander, he was not actually subordinate to Reuben. He was a high-ranking military officer independently guarding his own region. He has so few troops. What use would they be? Li Zijiu held no hope for any military solution. Since 20,000 government soldiers had failed to take Lingao and suffered devastating defeat, a mere few thousand would fare no better. Silence filled the heated pavilion. The staff and adjutants of the Governor-General's yamen exchanged glances. After exhaustive deliberation, they could devise no plan beyond pacification. In the operations room of the Navy Command building at Bapu, Chief of Naval Operations Chen Haiyang convened a staff meeting before a wall-mounted chart of Guangdong and Hainan. Attending were the Navy's staff team and several transmigrator officers. 2 non-naval transmigrators also sat in as observers. One was Naval Advisor Wen Daisy. As an authority on age-of-sail navies and shipbuilding, his opinions carried substantial weight. The other was Su Qi from the Intelligence Bureau, currently holding the title of Naval Intelligence Staff Officer, specifically responsible for collecting and organizing naval military intelligence. According to Su Qi himself, however, he was merely a do-anything handyman at the External Intelligence Bureau. This somewhat unprofessional staff team highlighted the Navy's struggles with professionalization. Transmigrators with naval service were even scarcer than those with Army experience, and absolutely none had served as staff officers. This meant most staff work fell upon the shoulders of the two highest naval authorities, the People's Commissar of the Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations, both of whom came from regular naval officer backgrounds. As for Li Dai, the naval officer who could no longer go to sea, he had been serving as fortress commander and harbor master. Now Chen Haiyang had simply appointed him chief of staff to learn the trade. Li Dai's academic performance in staff work, it must be said, remained at the beginner's failing level. An amateur naval officer with little understanding of basic naval operations had far too many lessons to make up before becoming a professional staff officer. The Navy had already undertaken the mission of blockading the Guangzhou Strait. Strictly speaking, this was not a true blockade of the strait. The Navy actually only sealed off government-controlled ports in Qiangshan County, such as Shenyang Harbor, to prevent the government remnants from receiving reinforcements. Other vessels transiting the strait were ignored. Any ship entering or leaving these ports was seized and escorted to Manyan for processing. All cargo vessels attempting to move goods through Qiangshan ports were confiscated. If confirmed to be a civilian ship commandeered by the government, owners could redeem their vessels at a reduced price. This blockade proved devastating to Qiangshan's material circulation. True, the Fubigun did not blockade ports in Wenchang and other areas still under government control, but those ports were of no help to Qiangshan. Bulk cargo transport across Hainan's prefectures and counties relied almost entirely on coastal shipping. Given the miserable state of the post roads, long-distance overland transport was virtually impossible. Observing that the blockading bald bandit warships were mostly small and medium-sized vessels, and not numerous, Tang Yunwen had attempted several times to break the blockade at sea. Each effort ended in crushing defeat. The Navy's ships were incomparable to the Ming Navy's medieval-level forces in both equipment and training. Finally, the naval vessels retreated entirely into Baisha Naval Camp and ceased all sorties. Thus, Qiangshan found itself effectively under siege. Though the city itself did not lack stored grain, and the summer harvest would soon come to market, the despair of complete isolation from the outside world sent morale among the trapped government troops plummeting further. The maritime blockade had achieved its preliminary objective. But the executive committee believed the state of war could not continue indefinitely and must be concluded as swiftly as possible. The economic impact was too severe. Foreign trade had stagnated. Previously, substantial quantities of materials, labor, and capital flowed in monthly from the Guangzhou station network. Now, apart from small amounts of population and materials still arriving from Fashan, Lizhu, and other locations, this channel was essentially cut off. The losses extended beyond transport to the commercial network itself. Until the situation clarified, mainland trading partners were too terrified to continue distributing Australian goods. As a result, exporting goods to Lingao had also become a potentially high-risk enterprise, and therefore expensive. Originally, the executive committee had planned to wait for Qingwenkan to arrive and initiate pacification, with both sides then holding peace talks. However, it appeared old Qing's appointment remained some way off. According to historical progression, he would not assume the post of Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi until the 5th year of the Changzhen reign. The transmigrators could not afford to wait. They resolved to launch peace work as soon as possible to end the state of war between both sides, or at minimum, restore the circulation of goods. Though many transmigrators doubted how Wang Zund or Li Fengji planned to deceive their superiors to conceal this catastrophic rout while simultaneously suing for peace, the executive committee considered that their business, unrelated to the Yuan Laiyuan, provided they possessed the willingness to negotiate. The executive committee had held a secret meeting regarding post-war developments. Approximately 30 transmigrators gathered to discuss and predict how the situation might evolve. The consensus held that Guangdong officialdom launching another attack was extremely unlikely, but they needed to guard against the other side potentially adopting a stance of neither fighting nor making peace, neither surrendering nor leaving. During the Opium War, after realizing military force could not contend with the British at all, Qing local officials dared not sue for peace privately, nor were they willing to throw away their lives in battle, Yu Aishui warned at the meeting. So they adopted such turtle tactics. If the Guangdong government employs similar methods, the threat to us would be considerable. Under such circumstances, the transmigrator group would have no option but to follow the British example, continuously expanding the scale of war until forcing the emperor himself to decide on peace. However, the transmigrator group's war potential and war machine could not be mentioned in the same breath as Britain in 1840. The final straw that broke Daeguang's resistance, bringing troops to Nanjing's walls and severing the grain transport, required long-range power projection capabilities the Navy simply did not possess. Additionally, we must consider that Guangzhou itself is too remote, not a critical location on the Ming map. Its loss for 5 or 6 years would not be particularly devastating to a Ming regime already putting out fires on all sides. They can afford to leave it alone for now. For us, this means being trapped in a prolonged state of war, even without active armed conflict. Therefore, the meeting's keynote was to exploit the chaos in Guangdong officialdom and spread the flames of war directly to the foot of Guangzhou, the richest city in South China, forcing the officials to sue for peace before the situation deteriorated further. Since Guangzhou Prefecture was merely a borderland, invading the Pearl River Delta should sufficiently shock officials throughout Guangdong. At minimum, Li Fengji would be unable to sit still, and once he could not sit still, he would have no choice but to negotiate. Chapter 691, Pearl River Estuary Task Force. The Navy would execute this operation. The operational area would encompass the entire Guangdong maritime region, with the Pearl River Estuary serving as the focal point. The objective of this campaign is to create maximum disturbance and chaos throughout the Pearl River Delta, Chen Haiyang outlined. We will conduct bombardments and small-scale landing operations to sabotage and strike targets ashore. Our primary targets are government facilities. We will avoid striking civilian areas where possible. However, should local armed forces offer resistance, we will conduct comprehensive annihilation operations against them. In principle, vessels at sea would not be seized unless they were government naval warships, or if the other party initiated provocative or aggressive actions. Given the unique nature of this operation, participating ships will carry more Marines than usual, along with additional Army artillery required for landing operations. If we carry out this operation, our warships will need to enter the Pearl River, Meng rose to ask. We know nothing about the river's hydrological conditions in this era. The shoals, the tides, the channels remain unknowns. On the contrary, we have an excellent grasp, Su Qi replied. Do you imagine the vessels of Dajiao shipping and our Navy's transports haven't been conducting hydrological surveys during their many voyages to and from Guangzhou? So we possess sufficient Pearl River hydrological data for captains to use. Meng had spent considerable time recuperating in hospital and sanatorium since the 5-masted ship rescue incident. Su Qi confirmed that the External Intelligence Bureau's database contained precisely such information. A dedicated team was currently compiling it. Soon the Navy would receive unprecedentedly detailed data on the Pearl River estuaries, hydrology, and navigation channels. Navigation conditions in the Pearl River are excellent. Even the sacred ship could travel from the estuary all the way up to Guangzhou. The small and medium-sized sailing vessels we primarily use will have no difficulties whatsoever. Water depth is not a concern, and this being 400 years before the 21st century, sedimentation in the Pearl River is considerably lighter. The Pearl River channel remains quite complex, Chen Heiyang noted, particularly since landing operations will involve nearshore waters. We'll assign some native captains familiar with the Pearl River channels to participate. Though everyone harbored strong confidence in their technological superiority, experienced naval officers still held significant concerns about this Pearl River estuary campaign. These anxieties stemmed not merely from the complex hydrological conditions in the estuary and river, hidden shoals, unmarked channels, but from the fundamental difficulties large and medium-sized sailing vessels faced when navigating and maneuvering in such waters. Turning around, for instance, posed serious challenges. When the British Navy attacked Guangzhou during the Opium War, they had primarily employed paddle steamers as tugs, towing their sailing warships and bombardment vessels for mobility. We don't have paddle steamers at present, Chen Heiyang acknowledged, but we do have Daihatsu landing craft. The Daihatsus have good mobility and can manage towing duties adequately. Additionally, they can transport Marines ashore and provide escort protection. When Dacey disagreed, how did the British fleet reach Bao'an during the Opium War? Their hydrological data couldn't have been superior to ours, yet they sailed warships displacing several thousand tons right to Guangzhou's gates. Even without comprehensive data, using small boats to sound depths and place channel buoys as we advance is sufficient. We'll simply sail a bit slower. To ensure the success of this blockade and harassment operation, the Navy will establish a Pearl River Estuary Detachment. Li Dai began presenting the fleet composition from the plan. The detachment's warships would primarily consist of special service vessels, modified traditional Chinese-style 2- and 3-masted ships. Some special service vessels would carry reduced ammunition to accommodate additional Marines and cannons. 16 special service vessels and 8 fast single-masted patrol boats would form the armed fleet, with another 20 special service vessels incorporated for transporting Marines and supplies. Given that the Pearl River estuary lay 500 nautical miles from Lingao, the Big Whale and several specialized supply ships would prove essential. In the operation's initial phase, the Navy would first establish a temporary fortress on Hong Kong Island as a logistical supply and rest base for the Pearl River Estuary Detachment. Setting aside Hong Kong Island's future commercial value, its location just outside the Pearl River Estuary, with its excellent harbor and accessible freshwater resources, made it an ideal base for the naval detachment. The Transmigrator Group remained isolated in Hainan, their maritime power positioned at the westernmost edge of Guangdong-Guangxi waters, exerting little influence over the broader Guangdong coast. Once they occupied Hong Kong Island and established a permanent detachment and naval base, they would maintain a powerful presence directly outside the Pearl River estuary. Every move would affect Guangzhou and the entire Pearl River Delta region. This would not only control Guangdong's foreign trade, but also protect their own shipping routes. Of course, this move would likely be perceived by Liu Xiang as a challenge to his maritime hegemony in Guangdong. However, the General Staff and Intelligence Bureau estimated that even so, Liu Xiang would probably not dare to immediately open full hostilities with the Transmigrator Group. Zheng Zhilong was still watching from the wings. If Liu Xiang committed his full force to attacking the Transmigrators, Zheng Zhilong would absolutely not miss such a golden opportunity to strike in concert. Li Dai voiced a concern, but the Pearl River estuary is Liu Xiang's territory after all. It's his base of operations. He won't yield it easily. If he wants war, we'll annihilate him completely, Chen Heiyang replied. A confrontation with Liu Xiang is inevitable. It's coming sooner or later. That said, Liu Xiang's strength was formidable, and the Pearl River estuary waters were where his fleet frequently operated. Compared to scattered Ming military camps and outposts on shore, Liu Xiang could very possibly use his numerical superiority against the detachment. The Navy's plan was straightforward. Should such a situation arise, they would use the Hong Kong base as a pivot, firmly attracting Liu Xiang's main force near the Pearl River estuary. Then the Navy would launch its main fleet from Lingao to deliver a devastating blow. The plan even included provisions for deploying the sacred ship in combat if necessary. The detachment sent to the Pearl River estuary would be personally commanded by Chen Heiyang. There was no shortage of transmigrators willing to serve as fleet commander, but most had barely mastered the basics of sailing. Having swallowed volumes of naval knowledge whole, God only knew whether they had actually digested any of it. After careful deliberation, the executive committee and Navy concluded that Chen Heiyang should lead the fleet himself. At the very least, he was a genuine naval officer. "I actually feel somewhat inadequate," he admitted. To this day, his entire command experience at sea consisted of serving as a ship captain. His concepts of commanding a sailing fleet in combat came almost entirely from books and from Dynasty. Modern naval officers like Chen Heiyang knew little more about commanding age-of-sail warships than Dynasty did. After all, both had drawn their knowledge from naval history texts. "Coordinator, when would you care to accompany the fleet?" "Certainly, I'd be delighted," Dynasty agreed readily. "Excellent. I've been feeling the burden was too heavy. I've never commanded a wind-powered fleet." "Neither have I. We're in the same boat." Dynasty stroked the beard on his chin. "Which ship do you plan to designate as flagship?" "Ling Special 11. It's a three-masted large Guang ship, nearly 300 tons, the largest in the task force. It has ample cabins and can accommodate the headquarters. Will you join me aboard?" "Agreed." Dynasty nodded. Though nearly 300 tons, it remained a rather small ship by modern standards. Even large European sailing vessels like the Göteborg, displacing over 1,000 tons, had severely limited internal volume. Once packed with sailors and supplies for a voyage, conditions wouldn't be pleasant. But the journey to Hong Kong Island would take only a few days. Then they could establish headquarters directly on the island. Shishi licked his fingers with satisfaction, a bad habit the naval officer training class had never managed to break. But then, someone who had gone to sea young and drifted from port to port could hardly be expected to have impeccable manners. His naval officer uniform bore grease stains across the front. The sumptuous lunch had left him drowsy. Shishi no longer displayed many visible traces of his pirate past. Though his body had been strong before, his posture had been poor, head perpetually tilting to one side. Now drill training and systematic physical conditioning had transformed both his bearing and physique. He had become fit and proportionate, his hair and beard trimmed clean. He wore the new summer-style dark blue naval officer uniform. Beyond using a cotton linen blend for breathability, the standing collar had been modified to a small open collar. Army and Navy officers alike found standing collars intolerably stifling in the summer heat. Shishi now held the rank of Navy lieutenant, commanding a squadron of special service vessels. He had learned how to deploy a squadron in formation at sea, most crucially, forming the line ahead for broadside fire, how to seize the windward position in naval battle, how to judge the optimal firing range and timing. He had never imagined naval battles could be conducted this way. He had known some of the tricks before, but no one had ever summarized them so precisely and methodically, explaining everything clearly in text. When he couldn't grasp the written descriptions, there were diagrams and model demonstrations to aid his understanding. He learned semaphore. He learned to judge target distance and speed. And finally, he learned the salute regulations, proper dining etiquette, and how to speak as befitted a naval officer. Naval training and its attendant rituals had gradually made Shishi unrecognizable even to himself. Yet such days brought him profound satisfaction, because Shishisi understood he had become a man of standing. As a pirate, no matter how many men and ships you commanded, you remained a bandit. That title never carried any weight. Chapter 692, Fleet Departure. Now, he was a dignified Australian Song Navy lieutenant. Though Shishisi had no concept of the Great Song and only the vaguest notion of what a lieutenant's commission actually entailed, the title sounded impressive. Paired with a dignified uniform, a sword at his side, and the professional officers bearing that the transmigrators had drilled into him, he felt far more dashing than any Ming general. Shishisi was on leave today. Naval officers routinely received 1 day off per week. He had returned to his own home for a feast. While on duty, alcohol consumption was strictly rationed, which pained the former pirate who loved his drink. On his day off, naturally, he intended to drink his fill. His orderly had hunted a rabbit earlier that morning and taken it to the Eastgate Market Cooperative Restaurant, asking the cook to prepare it properly. He had also purchased plenty of quality wine. Shishisi then ate and drank with abandon. Full and pleasantly drunk, he surveyed his comfortable surroundings. Such a leisurely afternoon, no training, no sea duty, felt truly blessed. He decided to nap contentedly in his chair, then visit the Violet House in Eastgate Market for a bath. In the evening, he would gather with a few old comrades at the Violet House to drink. Wume, who had been stationed in Sanya for several months, had recently returned to Lingao on business. A proper reunion was in order. Since preparations for the counter-encirclement campaign had begun, the Navy's combat missions remained few, but patrols, transport duties, and escort assignments kept them busy enough. The 5th Special Service Vessel Squadron under Shishisi's command had been responsible for escorting the salt transport fleet between Manyan and Bapu, monotonous and tedious work. Shishisi didn't fear fighting. He envied Li Guangfa, whose Special Service Vessel Squadron had at least bombarded government troops at Chiang Mai, though that was the extent of it. "Master, master," just as drowsiness was claiming him, a woman's voice rang in his ear. Shishisi opened his eyes with irritation. It was his wife calling. "What is it?" He fought the urge to slap her for disturbing his pleasant doze. "A messenger from headquarters is here." The woman looked rather panicked. "Quick, show him in." Shishisi snapped awake instantly. A messenger from headquarters on a rest day could only mean an emergency, either an immediate meeting or orders to put to sea. Setting sail? Most likely. Shishisi wiped his greasy hands on his uniform. Feeling his appearance unfit for receiving official communications, he roared at the orderly running in from the outer room. "Quick, bring me water." The messenger entered, saluted crisply, and informed him of a meeting at the Naval Command in 1 hour. "We'll be setting sail after the meeting. You'd best pack your luggage and instruct your orderly to deliver it to the ship." Shishisi would never forget that scene. The early morning sun had just crested the horizon, casting crimson light upon the masts of the 2-masted and 3-masted ships. Every warship of the Pearl River Estuary Detachment preparing to depart flew Rear Admiral Chen Haiyang's flag. 4 squadrons of special service vessels lay at anchor at Navy Anchorage No. 1, 16 vessels in total, varying in style and even tonnage. But everyone was dressed magnificently, festooned with signal flags. Decks and hulls had been scrubbed spotless. In the distance at Anchorage No. 2, 2 patrol boat squadrons waited. Their elegant streamlined hulls stood out like cranes among chickens. At the big pier, as everyone called the civilian pier beside the massive stone embankment, 5 special service vessel squadrons were loading cargo. These particular ships, clumsy or unmaneuverable, served specifically for transporting cargo and marines. Crates marked with different numbers, symbols, and colors were loaded onto pallets, covered with netting, and hoisted skyward by cranes. Columns of marines wearing copper basin hats, fashioned from coconut shells, stood waiting in queues to board. The copper basin hat was the newest summer sun helmet design. Though some transmigrators thought soldiers wearing it looked exactly like North Vietnamese commandos, It suited the subtropical summer climate far better than rattan helmets. Every ship was lowering flat-bottomed boats, like bees released from an overcrowded hive. The buzz of human voices, the creaking of pulleys and ropes, the splash of oars striking water, all carried across the swelling sea surface for nautical miles. As the sun climbed higher, the half-hoisted sails shifted colors, first black, then blue-gray, finally brilliant white. Various small craft in the bay gathered in clusters, scattered, formed groups of 3 or 5, then separated and regrouped again. They bustled about moving supplies and ferrying personnel. Oars rose and fell on rowing boats. Thick smoke and jets of steam poured continuously from Daihatsu landing craft of every size. The boats alternated between the pier and the larger ships, their crews shouting and whistling to one another. The water surface was speckled with garbage tossed overboard. Shishi leaned on the bridge of his flagship, Ling Special 51, drinking in this tense, lively, and orderly departure scene. Beside him stood a young naval cadet named Pan Yang, the trainee executive officer aboard. To help captains of rough origins properly manage ship administration, the Admiralty had designated many naval cadet internship positions as executive officers, responsible for actual administrative and personnel management. Zio Pan, this fleet is truly magnificent. Under Zhu Kailao's command, Shishi had witnessed fleets 100 times larger than this one. But how could those ragtag assemblages compare to this dignified naval detachment? Those had been nothing more than motley collections of battered fishing boats and cargo junks like a floating village. Indeed, Captain, Pan Yang replied respectfully. The Daihatsu squadrons aren't departing with us, otherwise the spectacle would be even grander. Daihatsus are too small. Having a few capsize in rough seas wouldn't be worth it. Besides, they burn coal. We'd have to make special stops to refuel them along the way. Steam cranes rumbled as they hoisted the Daihatsu boats participating in this long-range voyage one by one, loading them onto the Big Whale's deck. The Big Whale would carry 4 Daihatsus. Additional boats would be transported after the Hong Kong base was established. The Marines participating in the Pearl River Estuary expedition consisted of 2 companies, reinforced by a Marine artillery company equipped with 2 12-pounder howitzers. This Marine detachment was designated the Hong Kong Detachment. Its commander was Shishi, who wore a pair of plain-glass black spectacles secured behind his head with string. He stood majestically on the Big Whale's bridge, surveying the embarking Marines. The name, Habing, sea soldiers, left a bad taste in his mouth. It reeked of the Japanese. But comparatively speaking, Habing at least approached the meaning he envisioned for this force, more so than the clunky naval landing force. In Shishi's conception, the Marine Corps should carry no Navy in its name. It should be something closer to the USMC, an independent branch equal to Army, Navy, and Air Force. Shishi's status in the Navy wasn't particularly high, primarily because he had missed the Navy's most glorious engagement, the second defense of Bapu. The first time, he hadn't been on shift. The second, he'd been lying in the clinic with dysentery, listening to gunfire thunder across the sky outside while doubled over with abdominal cramps. He had missed a golden opportunity to earn merit. Even mere participation as a bystander would have conferred significant seniority advantages. Having missed, the fighting had seriously hampered his naval promotion. Fortunately, his sailor's background qualified him to lead the specialized team maintaining the sacred ship while concurrently serving as an instructor in the naval training class. His standing remained middling. With Shishi's capabilities, becoming a captain once large motorized vessels entered mass production wouldn't pose any difficulty, but he wasn't content with that. He had set his sights on the Marine Corps. He had always harbored great interest in the Marines and planned to make his mark in this field, so he had joined up. Shishi had no patience for old Dai's peculiar German-style preferences. Germany might boast of its army and use submarines to mask naval embarrassments, but its Marine Corps was virtually non-existent. One might as well become a fan of the Philippine Army. After joining the Marines, his skills from his sailor days quickly earned him great prestige, and he rose to become a primary officer. For this Pearl River estuary operation, Shijiki had expended considerable effort to secure the detachment commander position. His former sailor status had certainly helped. Chen Heiyang believed a Marine detachment commander who understood navigation would prove far more valuable in coastal combat than an officer who knew only infantry tactics. Behind him stood Lin, captain of the Big Whale and commander of the patrol boat detachment. He wore a snow-white U.S. Navy uniform, naturally from his private collection. Though old, it had been washed spotless and looked very smart. He was gazing into the distance through binoculars. Now you're really going home. Of course, Hong Kong Island in this timeline bore no connection to the Hong Kong Lin had once known. Lin's face broke into an expectant smile. I'm going to build a mansion on Victoria Peak, become the governor. On what grounds do you get to be governor? Because I'm a Hong Konger. Hong Kong people ruling Hong Kong. This Hong Kong has nothing to do with you, Shijiki pointed out. If we wanted, we could call it Wen Island, Ma Island, or Stone Island, just not Hong Kong Island. I'm going to be governor anyway. Lin warmed to the subject, launching into elaborate descriptions of all the construction he would undertake on Hong Kong Island. Shijiki nodded along, wearing a politely indulgent smile. In his view, this young man's dream was too modest. What did a place like Hong Kong Island amount to? Just a tiny island. His own ambitions reached far higher. At that moment, he spotted a small Daihatsu liaison boat puffing black smoke as it headed from the pier toward Chen Heiyang's flagship, Ling Special 11. This Daihatsu flew another personal pennant. There was no mistaking it. This was the boat of Naval Informal Advisor Wen Dacey, now making his way to the flagship. Chapter 693. Heading to Hong Kong, Shijiki's spirits lifted instantly. He watched the small Daihatsu liaison boat reach the accommodation ladder on the opposite side of Transport 11 and immediately ordered his signals officer. Signal Special 11, I want to board the flagship to report on combat preparations. The Pearl River Estuary Detachment's departure lacked a grand ceremony. Only loudspeakers playing the warship march served as a farewell tune. The Navy desperately wanted a proper naval band, but they couldn't scrape together enough musicians from among the 500 transmigrators. Native musicians were learning from video tutorials, which naturally presented considerable difficulties. The formation was led by 4 patrol boats of the 4th Patrol Boat Squadron, followed by squadron after squadron setting sail. Every ship was fully dressed with flags. Chen Heiyang's Chief of Naval Operations pennant and Wen Dacey's Naval Advisor flag fluttered from the main and mizzen masts of Special 11. Shijiki sat on his flagship Big Whale, watching his Marine Detachment Commander flag snap in the wind with quiet pride. Crowds of spectators gathered on shore. A large formation setting sail was a rare and spectacular sight for them. Ships draped in flags, mighty sailors manning the rails, cannons polished to a brilliant shine. When Dacey had spared no effort promoting the concept of Navy show. Only by making the public perceive the military as majestic and beautiful could they attract volunteers to enlist, rather than relying on the current semi-coercive conscription. The policy of soldiers first, re-education later, had its merits, but when Dacey hoped to cultivate social values in the future empire where military service was considered an honor, he strongly supported anything that enhanced soldiers' prestige and social image. Just moments ago, Shijiki had submitted his painstakingly compiled, or rather plagiarized, Marine Corps uniforms, insignia, ranks, and protocol plan. On its surface, this was merely a proposal to enhance the military's image, but in reality it represented the opening move in Shijiki's campaign to denavalize the Marine Corps. When Dacey hadn't thought that deeply about it and had expressed great appreciation for the system Shijiki had worked so hard to create, this put Shijiki in an even better mood. The Pearl River Estuary Detachment arrived in Macau waters on September 4th. Such a massive fleet suddenly appearing in their waters sent the Portuguese into a panic. After a brief interval of confusion, all large Portuguese vessels in the harbor hoisted sails and prepared for battle. The transmigrators observed Macau's forts and harbor through telescopes. Taking Macau wouldn't prove difficult, but the place was simply too small. It often struggled to supply even basic vegetables and fresh water, offering limited development prospects. Hong Kong Island was far superior. Leave this place to the Portuguese. When Daisy reclined in a rattan chair on Special 11's poop deck, suffering mild seasickness, the ship was still too small and pitched heavily in rough seas. Shijiki had invited him to transfer to the Big Whale, but he had declined. At least wait until they finish building the ruins of St. Paul's, Chen Haiyang joked as he lowered his binoculars. From a naval officer's perspective, Hong Kong was a rare first-class naval base, while Macau's harbor was markedly inferior. The fleet departed Macau waters and continued sailing west. In truth, they had already entered the Pearl River estuary, the Lingding made famous by Wen Tianxiang's poem. Neelingding Island lay ahead to the fleet's port side. This was part of the so-called Inner Ocean. Here the coastline became tortuous and winding, deeply indented and staggered, with hidden coves suitable for ambush visible everywhere. Occasionally, one encountered broad river mouths where fresh and salt water mingled. The Inner Ocean was dotted with scattered islands. Some were inhabited, others provided convenient anchorages for fishermen to rest, but most were barren, uninhabited islets. These barren islands also offered excellent grounds for pirates to rest and stage ambushes. The entire detachment maintained vigilance while sailing, on guard against sudden pirate attacks. Liu Xiang's ships were active in these waters, along with many smaller scattered bands. Even ordinary fishermen might attempt to grab a handful at any opportunity. This region was prime hunting ground for pirates. Maritime traffic was highly developed, with harbors everywhere providing merchants maximum convenience. Bulk cargoes traveled on ships shuttling between coastal towns and villages. Though these goods lacked the value of foreign ship cargoes, seizing a boatload of daily necessities remained worthwhile to pirates. Such items sold faster. After compiling and analyzing massive quantities of pirate intelligence from the External Intelligence Bureau, Suki had reported to Chen Haiyang that pirates here took anything and everything. Never mind low-value daily goods like fishing equipment, rice, and salt. They wouldn't even pass up cold goods like bricks and tiles. I can only conclude that pirates must be desperately poor. Suki had sighed. A rising tide floats all boats, Chen Haiyang observed. Back home, bribing officials started with a few bottles of wine and cartons of cigarettes. Later, even a 50,000 yuan red envelope was just a token gesture. North Lantau ahead. Order the lead ship to change heading to 120. All ships follow in order, no straggling. Chen Haiyang issued the course change. We're crossing the brothers' waters. Chen Haiyang planned to lead the fleet past Lantau Island, through the Brothers, then through Ma Wan Channel, entering Victoria Harbor from the western approach. Of course, this body of water wouldn't be called Victoria Harbor in the future, but a proposal to rename it Empress Wu Zetian Bay had met considerable opposition. For European ships departing Macau and entering the Pearl River estuary, the Brothers were their first significant landmark on the chart. One could say that sailing past the Brothers marked the first step toward Guangzhou. When the fleet entered the Brothers' waters, Chen Haiyang ordered full alert. North of this area lay the famous Tun Mun. The Portuguese had originally attempted to occupy this location as their China trade base, but had been defeated by the Ming army. According to intelligence provided by Suki from the External Intelligence Bureau, several hundred Ming troops were garrisoned here, possibly maintaining a small number of war junks for monitoring and patrolling the sea. The Australian Song Navy's appearance could very likely trigger armed conflict. However, the fleet passed through these waters without encountering combat. Chen Heiyang and the others observed along the way but saw almost no signs of naval vessels. According to historical data provided by Yu Aishui, the Guangdong Navy should have been conducting regular patrols with war junks throughout this area of the Pearl River estuary. The regulations say one thing, Yellow Claws commented. Whether they're actually enforced is another matter entirely. This is the late Ming era. It's probably all empty words on paper. Yellow Claws had boarded as a member of the long-range survey team. Hong Kong Island in this timeline also required comprehensive surveying and mapping. He could have delegated this task to others, but he strongly hoped to become a ship captain someday. So he had volunteered for this voyage to accumulate nautical knowledge and ship-handling experience. Most likely the Navy simply has too few ships to maintain coverage, Chen Heiyang suggested. I really hope we run into the Ming Navy and have a proper fight. Even firing a few shots would satisfy me. Yellow Claws scanned the horizon excitedly. Apart from scattered fishing boats, the sea lay empty. This area contained numerous large and small islands and sandbars, which in another timeline would fall under Hong Kong's outlying islands district. Yellow Claw's wish for battle was soon granted. That afternoon, as they passed through Ma Wan Channel, the communications officer suddenly shouted, "Vanguard has spotted suspicious vessels." Ma Wan Channel was a north-south waterway, with Ma Wan Island to the west and Xingyi Island to the east. Below Ma Wan Island lay a small islet called Tang Lung Chau. In the sheltered waters between the two islands, many fishing boats of various sizes rode at anchor. The lookout on the Vanguard patrol boat had alertly noticed bonfires being lit on the hills of both Xingyi and Ma Wan Islands, clearly signaling something. Subsequently, several suspicious-looking fishing boats appeared on the sea, gradually approaching the Vanguard squadron, apparently spying on the fleet. Upon discovering its massive size, they quickly fled. "Those are pirate ships," Chen Heiyang said, raising his binoculars. "Order the patrol boat squadron to capture the enemy vessels." As the signalman transmitted the order, minutes later 4 patrol boats from the lead squadron broke formation and pounced toward the fleeing fishing boats. Yellow Claws raised his binoculars, watching the distant scene. The enemy were clearly few. Only 3 small black-awning boats were fleeing near Ma Wan Island, but their clumsy hulls couldn't match the speed of the agile lateen-rigged patrol boats. The patrol boats quickly bracketed the 3 black-awning boats. Just then, Yellow Claws saw white smoke rise from the first black-awning boat and heard faint cannon fire. "They're firing! They're firing!" the lookout shouted. "Enemy ship opening fire!" Almost simultaneously, thick smoke billowed from the 2 patrol boats already blocking the pirate ship's escape, muzzle flashes flickering within the haze. Numerous small white waterspouts instantly erupted on the sea surface around the ships. The hull of one black-awning boat seemed to shudder, and its sail came tumbling down. "Enemy ship on fire!" Just as the lookout shouted, a small explosion erupted on one black-awning boat, igniting a blaze. "I didn't see cannon fire. How did it explode?" "The gunpowder on the pirate ship detonated," Chen Heiyang said nonchalantly. Pirates typically leave their powder kegs open on deck during battle. The engagement ended quickly. 2 black-awning boats were captured. The third, burning too fiercely, was deemed not worth saving. Following established pirate capture procedures, prisoners were not processed at sea. Instead, men were sent to dismantle the few cannons and confiscate the gunpowder. Sailors were then ordered to pilot the captured black-awning boats and follow the fleet, forbidden from breaking formation. Chapter 694, Raising the Flag. We'll wait until we reach Hong Kong Island to properly process them. The fleet had brought along professionals who previously worked in the Guangzhou purification camps. The task force planned to establish a new purification camp on Hong Kong Island for captive processing. They'll take the opportunity to escape. I think not. Not anyone who's witnessed the typewriter in action. The fleet passed smoothly through Ma Wan Channel, rounding the southwest corner of Xingyi Island and entering Victoria Harbor. Even without binoculars, Chen Heiyang could see a peninsula jutting from the mainland. The the site of the former Timeline Stonecutters Island naval base. A truly natural harbor, Chen Heiyang exclaimed involuntarily. Victoria Harbor's geographical conditions were indeed superb, perfectly suited as a first-class naval and commercial port. Suitable locations for harbor development were everywhere. For now, the area lay barren, with few traces of permanent inhabitants. According to intelligence from the Guangzhou station, only a scattering of villages existed on Hong Kong Island and the surrounding outlying islands. But directly opposite Hong Kong Island lay Xinan and Dongyuan counties, lands of fish and rice, producing vast quantities of grain, tea, indigo, tobacco, and sea salt. Economically, this was an extremely wealthy region. Occupying Hong Kong was tantamount to the Australian Song regime inserting a straw into South China's richest territory. Massive quantities of goods could flow continuously outward from here. The Ming government recognized Hong Kong's importance. Beyond the Tuen Mun inspection station guarding the Pearl River estuary, Xinan County, responsible for governing the Hong Kong region, had its seat at the Dongyuan Defense Battalion walled city, originally under the Guangzhou Guard. In the first year of the Wanli reign, this area had been separated from Dongyuan to establish Xinan County, consolidating maritime defense and protecting Guangzhou. At its peak, Nantou Fortress had garrisoned 2,000 Ming troops and over 100 warships. The city stood as a key junction for river and sea traffic, a military stronghold for maritime defense. Even now, it maintained a garrison of 700 or 800 troops and over 50 warships. Nantou Fortress corresponded to present-day Nantou District in Shenzhen. There was even a tourist spot there. Chen Heiyang had visited the ancient city of Xinan in his past life. The two locations lay close together. If the Ming army wished to intervene, they could reach Hong Kong Island the same day. The External Intelligence Bureau and the Naval Command Staff Team estimated that the Guangdong Ming Army, freshly defeated, would be unlikely to rashly attack the Australian Song forces. Even if they wished to attack, they couldn't assemble enough troops to pose a genuine threat. The task force possessed sufficient strength to repel any Ming assault. Chen Heiyang ordered the fleet toward Wan Chai, preparing to land near the site of the old Timeline's Hong Kong-Macau ferry terminal and establish the first base. Although Hong Kong Island ranked as China's 17th largest island by area, its terrain was dominated by mountains. The limited plains concentrated mainly in the northern part of the island facing Victoria Harbor. This area was therefore chosen as the primary location for constructing the base and settlement. After the task force landed at Wan Chai, a brief occupation and flag-raising ceremony was held. Raise the flag, salute. At the ceremonial guard shout, the bugler sounded his horn. A flag rose on a hastily procured bamboo pole. Marines and sailors lined up on the beach saluted in unison, then sang Ode to the Motherland together. With that, the transmigrators declared complete their occupation of the first territory beyond Hainan Island. Though they had landed on Hong Kong Island, Chen Heiyang decided against exercising substantive control over the entire island for the time being. His troop strength couldn't support scattered deployments. He therefore ordered the main force to concentrate temporarily where the ships were anchored. In the old timeline, this place was called Central. Chen Heiyang simply named the harbor and its nascent fortress Base 852. As for its ultimate designation, that could be left to the Yuan Laoyuan's deliberations. To monitor surrounding activity, Chen Heiyang dispatched a small detachment equipped with radios by boat to Laoyue Mun, establishing an observation post on this key eastern channel off Hong Kong Island. Another small team was sent to Cap Shui Mun for a western observation post. Together, these two positions could monitor ship movements in both waterways flanking the island. The armed survey team commanded by Yellow Claws set out for Victoria Peak the day after landing. They would conduct a preliminary survey of Hong Kong Island's general topography and terrain while simultaneously establishing an observation post atop the peak. Finally, the patrol boat squadron would form a maritime patrol line to ensure early warning around the entire base. Concurrently, they would clear out small groups of pirates operating locally. Lantau Island had historically served as a traditional anchorage for Pearl River estuary pirates, where assembled pirate bands sometimes numbered over 300 ships. Though the task force had observed few vessels while passing north of Lantau, this undeniably remained the area with the most rampant pirate activity. The task force had to be prepared for conflict with local pirates at any moment. The task force's landing and fortification on Hong Kong Island was quickly discovered by Ming troops stationed at Tung and Nantou. Dispatch reports were transmitted to Zheng and Guangzhou. But the Ming army was powerless to mount a substantive response. Morale in official circles and the military had hit rock bottom. Though dispatch reports indicated that the bald bandits landing on Hong Kong Island numbered only about 1,000 with 40 or 50 ships, the officers and soldiers of the Guangdong Navy, having heard of their fearsome firearms, had no desire to fight them. Navy war junks sent from Tuen Mun made only a symbolic appearance at the Sulphur Channel before retreating. Both sides fell into a silent stalemate. As for the Ming troops in Nantou, there was no sign of large-scale movement. Sentries observed only small numbers of Ming scouts arriving in the Sha Tao Kok area across the bay. Brief interrogation of the captured pirates revealed they were actually fishermen from nearby islands. Crushed by debts owed to the fish markets, the Yulan, and pushed beyond endurance, they had finally decided to pull a job at sea. The sunken boat had belonged to the gang's boss, a fisherman named Zhao Yajin. The other two captured vessels were coastal cargo ships they had robbed over the past month. Before being caught, they had succeeded several times, each man's share amounting to about 10 taels of silver. The cargo vessel's crew and owners remained detained aboard, reportedly forced to participate during combat on pain of beheading. 7 or 8 pirates had also been kidnapped from shore when the pirate ship docked. Those unable to escape in time were kept aboard. Those with ransom money were released. Those without were pressed into piracy. Chen Heiyang immediately ordered the captured hostages and their ships released on the spot. He even replenished them with some confiscated grain and money so they could return home safely. The 20-odd former captives departed with profuse thanks. Those remaining were the screened pirates. Zhao Yajin had already been killed by typewriter fire during the battle. No valuable spoils were found on the ships, mostly daily necessities like grain and salted fish. According to the captured second-in-command Liang Sanchi, any valuable loot was cached in the villages on shore. The interest at the fish market is truly too heavy, 30 or 40%. This lowly one couldn't pay it off after years of repayment. That's why I took this desperate risk. I begged the vice commander to spare my life. Several ragged men pleaded bitterly on the beach. Whether becoming pirates or bandits, they always claimed they were forced. The Cantonese translator, a scholar of Tung rank recently out of a purification camp, said indignantly to Chen Heiyang. In reality, most are lazy and seek to gain without labor. Chief, please be aware. Seeing the interpreter speaking so harshly, the captured pirates kowtowed repeatedly, begging piteously. The reputation of the bald bandits had spread throughout the Pearl River estuary region. One glance at their hair told them they had fallen into bald bandit hands, and their cruelty was notorious. Chen Heiyang knew something of the heavy exploitation practiced by fish markets. Back in the fleet, although recalling bitterness and savoring sweetness had fallen out of fashion, whenever they visited revolutionary tradition education bases, anything involving militia invariably touched upon terms like fish markets and fishing despots. Fish market owners leveraged their capital and market dominance to buy catches at low prices and sell daily necessities and grain at inflated rates, profiting enormously. They also used high-interest loans to easily control fishermen. Fishermen often required large one-time capital investments for boats and equipment, creating a much higher demand for loans than farmers, making them easier prey for such usury traps. However, Chen Haiyang's mission wasn't to strike down fishing despots. He decided to hand this matter to the Civil Affairs Commissioner accompanying the team. Let them work in the purification camp first. Have someone interrogate them properly later, he said. Many messengers capable of speaking the local dialect were dispatched from the accompanying civil affairs team. Escorted by armed soldiers, they traveled to villages across Hong Kong Island delivering messages, demanding representatives be sent immediately to Base 852 for a meeting to select liaison officers. Though limited in strength and unable to forcefully intervene in the local civil administration system yet, the task force needed to establish a system for local requisition of personnel and materials as quickly as possible. To enter and exit the Pearl River estuary freely, we must firmly control the Lantau Channel. In the temporary headquarters set up inside a large tent, Chen Haiyang outlined the upcoming battle plan to his subordinates. On the north side of Lantau Island lies a village called Tung. It's the main anchorage for pirates in the Pearl River estuary. We must destroy the pirate base at Tung. Wen Daisy frowned. We haven't even started fighting the Ming army yet, and we're launching a major operation against pirates. Won't we face enemies on both sides? The Ming army may not actively fight us, but pirates who jump at any profit represent a major hidden danger. In the future, many ships will travel between Hong Kong Island and Lingao. Their harassment would be a major headache for the Navy. Then we'll need to increase land forces. Occupying Tung requires sending troops to garrison it. We don't necessarily need to occupy Tung for now. As long as we can destroy pirate fleets assembling there at any time, pirates will naturally dare not show their faces. Note: Lantau Island is the site of Hong Kong Disneyland. The Ma Wan mentioned in the text is now connected by the famous nearby Tsing Ma Bridge. Lantau was always a Chinese pirate anchorage during the Ming and Qing dynasties. East India Company business records mention it often. In the early 19th century, Russian envoys passing through observed over 300 Chinese pirate ships anchored there. Chapter 695. The Pirates. I've heard Tai O was also an important den for pirates and smugglers in the Pearl River estuary, historically speaking, Lilin remarked. Both Tung and Tai O on Lantau Island are important targets we need to address. Ideally, we'd clear them out completely. Chen Haiyang leaned back. For now, let's gauge the attitude of the pirates gathering at Lantau. As they spoke, a sentry arrived to report. A sampan was approaching the temporary pier from the direction of Lantau Island. Sounds like a local envoy. Chen Haiyang rose. Let's hear what they have to say. He hadn't planned to receive them in the command tent. Chen Haiyang understood the mindset of natives in this timeline very well, especially those encountering transmigrators for the first time. If you didn't put on airs, people would think considerably less of your ability and credibility. Approachability had its place, but certain formalities were indispensable. So headquarters had specially constructed a great tent in a sheltered hollow not far from the pier. Curtains surrounded it, with nets draped outside and adorned with many bells, a concept borrowed from Japanese military curtains and Mongol net fortifications. The materials were exquisite, decorated with intricate patterns. Around the curtain stood various flags and banners newly devised by the Australian regime. The overall effect was most impressive. Combined with fully armed Marines and cadets standing guard, the entire net fortress appeared solemn and awe-inspiring. 5 or 6 envoys arrived by boat. The 3 leaders were relatively well-dressed, looking like prosperous local residents. They followed the Marines respectfully toward the great tent. Quite a few gifts were unloaded from the boat. The transmigrators had witnessed this many times. Nothing more than pigs, sheep, and shochu, along with silk and silver. Upon entering the great tent and seeing Chen Haiyang enthroned in the center, the envoys immediately knelt and kowtowed, presenting the gift list. The visitors were indeed pirates, a small band to be precise. The leader of the group was the second in command of this band, a man named Jin Kaifa. Jin Kaifa's primary purpose was to request submission and join the Australian big gang in looting together. Jin Kaifa's boss was named Zheng Bao. He commanded 28 large two-masted ships and roughly 70 long dragon boats and sampans capable of maneuvering on inland rivers. Among the smaller bands, his strength was quite significant. Zheng Bao planned to exploit the government army's crushing defeat, their collapsed morale, and the vacuum in both land and sea defenses to launch large-scale raids up the Pearl River. For this purpose, he had not only anchored around Lantau waiting for opportunities, but had also gathered many scattered small bands, including the group led by Zhao Yajin that had launched a surprise attack on the task force days earlier. He currently commanded quite a few fishermen-turned-temporary pirates, ranging from single boats to flotillas of 3 or 4 vessels. The sudden arrival of the Australian fleet had made Zheng Bao sense opportunity. If he could attach himself to this powerful gang, it would greatly benefit his future career in maritime looting. When Zhao Yajin had launched his reckless attack, Zheng Bao hadn't stopped him. He'd wanted to observe firsthand how the Australian warships actually fought. "So you intend to enter the Pearl River?" "Yes, my lord. We wish to follow the Australian bosses, fight together and get rich," Jin Kaifa declared eagerly. HMPH. Chen Haiyang remained noncommittal. If he accepted their submission, they would prove a useful force in the upcoming Pearl River operations. But such pirates couldn't be effectively controlled. Their obedience to orders depended entirely on sufficient profit. Moreover, pirates' excessive cruelty in action would cost the Australians popular support. Additionally, the pirates were strong. Operating in formation with them would give them opportunities to turn on the fleet, all factors requiring careful consideration. He thought for a moment, then replied, "Do you understand that we are the formal regular army of the Australian Song Court? How can we get rich with you?" Chen Haiyang's expression turned contemptuous. "If you are willing to submit to the Australian Song Court, you become Australian Song subjects. You become Australian Song soldiers, not pirate bands looting the seas as you do now. Are you willing?" Jin Kaifa shifted uneasily on the ground. He couldn't parse the meaning behind these words. Was it agreement or refusal? In his conception, everyone robbed together. The leaders took the big shares, the followers took small ones. Simple as that. Why drag in talk of a regular army? Did they want them to become Australian soldiers? "Please clarify, my lords." "Go back and tell your leader," Chen Haiyang said. "If he sincerely wishes to submit to our Australian song, he must first inventory all personnel, silver, money, gunpowder, and weapons into a register, then personally bring the register here." Jin Kaifa hesitated, but reading the expression before him, he knew there was no room for negotiation. He said he would return to report to the chief for decision, and took his leave. "It's clear they won't surrender," Wendaci observed. "This is our golden opportunity to make a name for ourselves at the Pearl River Estuary. If we had enough political workers, I wouldn't object to a nominal absorption first, then sending political workers in to reform the pirates. There's no time for that now. We'll have to let the purification camp handle the heavy lifting." Lilin volunteered to reconnoiter the pirate situation on Lantau. Chen Haiyang shook his head. "Forget it. Don't imagine that spending a few holidays on outlying islands makes you familiar with the terrain. Let the special reconnaissance team handle it." As Jin Kaifa walked toward his sampan at the pier, he suddenly spotted a familiar-looking bald bandit nearby. A closer look confirmed it. Shishisi, formerly one of Zhu Lao's subordinates. The man wore the bald bandit's button jacket, belted at the waist, carrying a short sword and the famous Australian hand cannon. Shishisi stood on the bow of a large ship, looking full of ambition. Without knowing his background, no one would guess he was actually a fake bald bandit. Jin Kaifa had worked under Zhu Lao in the past. Though Shishisi hadn't been a major leader, he was no unknown small fry in the big gang either. Jin Kaifa recognized him immediately. Returning to the anchorage at Tung Chung, Jin Kaifa reported the details of his meeting with Chen Haiyang to Zheng Bao. That big leader was extremely arrogant, demanding we become soldiers of some Australian Song Navy. Jin Kaifa spat. I'd rather live my carefree life than be controlled by him, becoming a soldier for an Australian Song whose shadow I've never even glimpsed. They didn't mention giving our brothers any official positions or military pay after switching sides. Nothing, not a word. Just wanted us to hand over registers and prepare for reorganization. Damn it, these Australian wretches. What do they take me for? Zheng Bao cursed along. I'm at least the Marquis of Guy and General of Ninghai of the Great Lair Dynasty. This lowly one is still a vice-general. Jin Kaifa remembered his own title and a substantial wooden seal. Though he couldn't read the characters on it, he'd stamped it on paper again and again with considerable satisfaction. Zheng Bao's pirate band had traveled to Jiangping, where they'd accepted the pacification of Vietnam's northern dynasty, the Lair Dynasty, becoming nominal Lair naval forces. The Lair dynasty's puppet emperor had bestowed various official titles and peerages upon them, accompanied, naturally, by wooden seals and numerous documents. Chinese pirates like Zheng Bao accepting so-called pacification from the later Lair dynasty wasn't purely for empty titles. The arrangement provided certain protections and a place to fence stolen goods, and the Northern Dynasty was equally interested in gaining revenue from pirate activities. But empty titles held tremendous attraction for pirates. Originally, they had been the lowest status people along the Chinese coast, subject to exploitation and bullying by officials and gentry. Now, they had suddenly become officials of a small court, possessing peerages they wouldn't dare dream of in China. Even if the titles were mere paper, they'd gained prestige and status abroad through maritime robbery. This attraction was no less powerful than getting rich. Zheng Bao had hoped to receive even more generous titles from the Australians. Unexpectedly, the Australians had treated them with cold indifference, setting conditions that amounted practically to unconditional surrender. Listening to Jin Kaifa's rambling complaints, Zheng Bao's temper flared. He summoned the trusted aides who had accompanied Jin Kaifa to inquire about specific details from their time on Hong Kong Island. Then he ordered, "Invite Advisor Wang." The so-called Advisor Wang was Wang Yu, former general manager of Zhu Kailao's main camp. Amid the chaos following the crushing defeat at Nanri Island, he had barely managed to break out in a small boat, escaping with his life. He had fled to Zheng Bao. Zheng Bao had once been a local tyrant along the coast, half civilian, half bandit. After Zhu Kailao's defeat, over a dozen of Zhu Kailao's large ships had come to join him. He'd also gathered and sheltered many remnants of Zhu Kailao's subordinates, expanding his influence dramatically. Zheng Bao had then simply raised his own flag and entered the pirate business. Pirates like him differed fundamentally from Liu Xiang, Zhu Kailao, and Zheng Zhilong. Those great pirates were also maritime merchants. Their fierce battles at sea were primarily struggles to seize monopoly rights over overseas trade. But Zheng Bao's sole purpose was looting to get rich. He was a true sea bandit. Zheng Bao had intended to use Wang Yu's prestige as former camp manager to recruit Zhu Kailao's old subordinates, but efforts to re-recruit the remnants had yielded little result. Zheng Bao faced competition from two great powers. On one side, Zheng Zhilong's vast organization, on the other the Lingao group. Zheng Zhilong's power was at its zenith, and the Lingao Australians had consolidated their base area. Both were far more attractive than Zheng Bao. Most of the treasure in Zhu Kailao's main camp had been snatched by Zhu Ting, whereabouts now unknown. Zheng Bao possessed only the empty title of a former camp manager. As a newly emerged group leader, he naturally lacked the wealth to deploy. Without money, ships, and men, sworn brothers could turn hostile at any moment. Wang Yu's name couldn't attract anyone either. Though he'd collected quite a few scattered personnel and small boats, he ultimately hadn't recruited many large ships. Note, the Vietnamese court granting official titles to Chinese pirates to involve them in civil war actually occurred in the Qing dynasty. There are no such records in the Ming Dynasty. However, given the intensity of the northern and southern dynasties fighting, and both sides hiring Europeans as external aid. It would be strange if the Vietnamese hadn't attempted to recruit pirates highly active in the South China Sea. Chapter 696. Zheng Bao's War and Peace. In his disappointment, Zheng Bao had still granted Wang Yu the title of advisor. The man possessed skills in managing documents and accounts that Zheng Bao himself lacked. Subsequently, he had led his recruited ships and wealth to operate in the coastal waters near Dianbai, robbing salt boats and raiding coastal residents. He had also ventured into Vietnamese waters to participate in several maritime conflicts between the northern and southern dynasties, reaping considerable benefits. Upon hearing that Liu Xiang's fleet had departed the Pearl River estuary, he had hurried his fleet to Lantau Island, preparing to seize this opening and rush into the Pearl River for a major score. After arriving at Lantau, he discovered many small pirate bands had already gathered sporadically, all preparing to rush into the Pearl River's inland waterways for a major operation. The government army's disastrous defeat at Chiang Mai and Liu Xiang's sudden departure from the Pearl River estuary had given them great hope for wealth. Once at Lantau, Zheng Bao had used his strength to quickly consolidate all the ships there. Now this temporarily assembled group had swelled to 70 large ships, over 200 sampans and long dragon boats, and more than 4,000 pirates. Just as Zheng Bao was waiting for suitable tides and winds to rush into the Pearl River estuary in a single thrust, news of the Australian fleet's arrival had made him temporarily dismiss the idea. The Australians building a pier on Hong Kong Island revealed their intention to stay there permanently. Moreover, they had dispatched many ships. Zheng Bao reasoned, if he didn't establish an alliance with them, once his fleet entered the Pearl River, it would be disastrous if the Australians took advantage of the chaos to ambush him at the estuary. He saw two options: achieve an alliance with the Australians and split the loot. He was willing to bleed a little more profit if necessary, or thoroughly defeat this Australian fleet so they wouldn't dare grab territory. It was under such consideration that Zheng Bao had sent Jin Kaifa. Beyond probing the Australians' intentions, there was also the intent to gather military intelligence, especially to determine whether the Australians' most formidable, fast ships, without sails, had come. He carefully questioned his two trusted aides about the number of Australian ships, the cannons equipped on each vessel, and how many defenders were stationed on shore. Hearing that the fast ships hadn't come brought a sigh of relief. Hearing that the Australians had over 50 ships anchored drew a sigh of regret. If only there were just 10 or 20. Although most Australian warships looked no different from vessels of Guangdong and Fujian, their sailing speed and firepower were far beyond local ships. Grand Manager Zhu had once set his sights on those fast ships and planned to send men specifically to seize them, who knew their sailing ships would prove equally formidable, especially the quick-firing guns on their sailing ships. Once firing started, the sea surface would instantly fill with waterspouts, wiping out enemy sailors from 100 or 200 jang away. With such divine weapons, one need not worry about dominating the seas. Zheng Bao had been itching with this idea. In his view, although the Australian great cannons were rumored to be excellent, they were nothing more than another version of red barbarian cannons. Such cannons were expensive and heavy, liable to explode in battle. The best weapons were still those quick-firing guns that shot far, accurately, and rapidly. If he could capture a few and mount them on his ships, he could sweep away all enemies. Advisor Wang, Zheng Bao greeted Wang Yu hurriedly as the man entered the cabin. These bald bandits talk big. Zheng Bao, having enjoyed smooth sailing since becoming a pirate, couldn't swallow this insult. To actually demand we register our troops and ships and deliver it over, this damn well surrendering. Even if we were joining a big gang, they shouldn't humiliate people like this. Wang Yu regarded this boss in silence. Zheng Bao wasn't stupid. The man was cunning and cruel, but unfortunately his abilities peaked at the level of a local tyrant. In insight and talent, he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Yu Lao and others. Even Black Flag fourth brother, a secondary manager, far exceeded him. Pity. Zhu Lao had died in battle at Nanri, and his managers were either dead or surrendered. Wang Yu himself had fallen to serving as advisor for such a character. The thought filled him with bitterness. Setting aside everything else, just coming to the Pearl River estuary, Wang Yu believed this was seeking death. The Pearl River estuary basin would definitely become the focus of the next struggle between Liu Xiang and the Lingao Australian group. A place everyone else avoided, how could a small band like theirs lightly wade into such muddy waters? Besides, this was originally Liu Xiang's territory. Although Liu Xiang's main force had moved to Fujian waters, it didn't mean he had relinquished this territory. Zheng Bao's actions, in Wang Yu's view, offended both sides. In the end, he would surely come to a bad end. But Zheng Bao felt smug. Wearing the titles of the great Lair dynasty's Marquis of Guyi and General of Ninghai, he fancied himself a high official, adorning his clothing, flags, and insignia with garish decorations that belonged to neither Ming nor Lair tradition. This made Wang Yu despise him profoundly. But for now, he could only endure in silence. Zheng Bao both needed to use and distrusted Zhu Lao's former subordinates, expending much effort to divide and guard against them. Wang Yu knew his prestige was highest among Zhu Lao's old subordinates. Zheng Bao watched him extremely closely. Any carelessness could lead to an inexplicable falling into water and drowning. Advisor Wang, tell me, is this bald bandit matter feasible? It seems they want to swallow the Pearl River estuary territory all for themselves, Zheng Bao said indignantly. Wang Yu coughed. The Australians arriving at the Pearl River estuary and building a fortress on Hong Kong Island made their intentions clear at a glance. Zheng Bao actually had few choices. Either make enemies with the Australians and fight, or hoist sails and leave. In his opinion, leaving was the best choice for the Zheng Bao group. Even if the Australians had half as many ships, the Zheng Bao group absolutely couldn't match them. Without overwhelming numerical superiority, defeating the Australians was impossible. Wang Yu had just spoken a few reasons for not suitable for war, when he noticed impatience on Zheng Bao's face. The man obviously didn't plan to simply walk away. Moreover, he had designs on the Australian ships and cannons. I say, old Wang, you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Where did that boldness under Grand Manager Zhu go? Zheng Bao clapped his shoulder and laughed loudly. No matter how strong the Australians are, they have only 40 or 50 ships and no fast iron ships. Their vessels look about the same as ours. Their firearms are fierce, so I'll tell the brothers to close the distance and board them, drown them if need be. He spoke with confidence. Speaking of powerful ships and cannons, of course the Australians are strong. But when it comes to blades, spears, and kung fu, our Chinese martial arts are the most powerful. As long as we get on board, whether they be true baldies or fake baldies, once firearms can't be used on deck, aren't they just waiting for us to chop them down? I fear it's not that simple. Then tell me, what difficulties are there? Wang Yu thought grimly. Leaving aside how to get men onto the decks, with dozens of Australian ships anchored there, the crews couldn't all be deaf and blind, waiting for enemies to climb up ship by ship. Even if we capture a few ships, if others discover it and besiege us together, wouldn't all our effort be for nothing? What you say makes sense. Zheng Bao considered this and agreed, but immediately he had a second idea. The second idea was capturing the bandits by capturing their king. Zheng Bao planned to select 100 daredevils from among the pirates, promising heavy rewards. Each would conceal a sharp blade. They would pretend to submit, then assassinate the Australian big leader in front of his tent. According to Jin Kaifa and others' descriptions, although guards surrounded the Australian big tent, there were only 40 or 50. Zheng Bao believed that as long as 70 or 80 men entangled them, the rest could rush in and kill all the leaders inside. Wang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This plan was more realistic than the previous one, but its probability of success, assumed the Australians were all idiots who would allow 100 sturdy men to casually approach their command center without searching them beforehand. Then Zheng Bao proposed several more stratagems. All were rejected by Wang Yu one by one. If the Grand Manager is dead set on making enemies with the Australians to get their ships and cannons, there is only one word. What? Wait, Wang Yu nodded. The Australian strength is roughly equal to ours. If we rashly provoke hostilities, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. For now, we can only act according to circumstances, watch the Australians' moves, then make plans. In effect, it meant doing nothing and waiting for an opportunity. Zheng Bao complained. Wait until when? When can we enter the Pearl River? Entering the Pearl River is easy, but if the matter with the Australians isn't settled properly, there will be endless trouble. You have a point. Zheng Bao certainly didn't wish to charge into the Pearl River estuary with such a fleet left behind him, poised to strike. This brother has a method. Jin Kaifa, seeing a chance to interject, hurried to speak up. What method? Like presenting a treasure, he told Zheng Bao and Wang Yu about encountering Shishisi on the Hong Kong pier. Shishisi is dressed like an Australian now. If I hadn't dealt with him back then, I truly wouldn't have recognized that Australian was Shishisi. Zheng Bao grew interested. Oh, what official position does he hold with the Australians now? How many ships does he manage? I didn't dare inquire. He was far away on a ship at the pier, Jin Kaifa explained. But with this connection, the Grand Manager's plans have hope. Wang Yu understood immediately. You intend to buy him over. Exactly, Jin Kaifa exclaimed. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. That Shishisi was just a secondary manager of a small band back then. Even under the Australians, he's unlikely to have become a Grand Manager, probably controls only 5 or 6 ships. As long as the Grand Manager is willing to offer heavy gold, he can't help but be tempted. Whether getting him to bring his troops over or launching a surprise turncoat attack during battle, both were excellent opportunities. Zheng Bao's eyes lit up with possibility. Chapter 697, Enticement. Now that's the kind of thinking I like. Zheng Bao clapped Wang Yu heartily on the shoulder. We'll do it your way. Find the earliest opportunity to make contact with this she-fellow. Whatever silver he wants done. We'll make him commander of 3 flotillas, put 7 or 8 ships under him. If it's official rank he's after, we'll have the Laird dynasty grant him a title higher than anything the Australians have given him. This is merely one card among many, Wang Yu cautioned, his expression grave. Boss, all these approaches are sidelines at best. If we can avoid playing them, we shouldn't. Meaning what exactly? Zheng Bao looked impatient, but still waited for the answer. The superior strategy remains alliance with the Australians. Wang Yu leaned forward. They've become a formidable power, capable, it seems, of rivaling even the great Zheng Zhilong himself. Far better to befriend such men than make enemies of them. He pressed the point repeatedly. The Australians were absolutely not to be trifled with. Once hostilities began, Zheng Bao's forces would likely prove inadequate to oppose them. Peace served both parties. Even if we must offer them greater concessions, even acknowledge them as overlords, what of it? With an Australian banner flying above us, wouldn't our operations proceed even more smoothly? And if someday that banner becomes inconvenient, we simply raise our own flag once more. Zheng Bao considered this in brooding silence. At last he slapped his thigh. Damn it all, we'll do it that way. I'll learn from Han Xin. He turned to Wang Yu. Advisor, I'll follow your counsel on this, but we absolutely cannot accept their terms wholesale. Of course not. If we did, our men and ships would simply become theirs. Exactly. We keep that capital firmly in our own hands. Zheng Bao swung toward Jin Kaifa. Afa, you'll need to make a few more trips. Whatever the boss commands. Tell that Heiyang fellow this. I, Zheng Bao, am willing to acknowledge them as overlords. We'll fly their flag. When we take plunder or ransom, we'll immediately give them 1/3 of the cut, while demanding nothing from their prizes. Zheng Bao's voice grew more confident. In exchange, we won't require their provisions, but when our brothers need to anchor at Lingao to repair ships or resupply, they must accommodate us. He added another stipulation: make it absolutely clear we'll respond to the call but not report for duty. They shouldn't think they can order us about to fight their wars at will. Whether we fight together and against whom, everything must be agreed upon by our brothers first. Understood, Jinkefa said. I'll set out tomorrow. No rush. Rest 2 days first. Zheng Bao waved dismissively. If we seem too eager, we'll look desperate. With over 100 ships sitting here, the Australians' vessels won't dare sail around carelessly either. He turned back to Wang Yu. If this still doesn't work, we bring that she fellow over to our side and give them a proper thrashing. Let them learn what we're made of. A few fast ships doesn't mean they can dominate these seas. Very well. Wang Yu dared not suggest that if negotiations failed, they should flee rather than court destruction through battle. The boss has thought everything through most thoroughly. Advisor Wang, how confident are you in turning Shi-14 to our side? Jinkefa asked once they were alone in the cabin. Half and half. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. Shi-14 has been with the Australians for some time now. I don't know how well he's faring there. If he's doing well, it will be extremely difficult. Privately, he assessed his true odds at no better than 20 or 30%. Had this been shortly after Shi-14 first joined the Cropheads, persuading him might not have been difficult. But now, having risen to a certain position among the Australians, convincing him to abandon all that and start anew would prove a far steeper challenge. Looking at his appearance, he seems unremarkable enough, Jinkefa mused. Wearing the same coarse cloth as the Cropheads, when we brothers went into battle, even a junior assistant would have worn silk. Wang Yu snorted with laughter and rapped Jinkefa's head. That skull of yours is empty. What do a few clothes signify? Didn't you notice their top leaders also wear plain cloth? Perhaps in Australia, only the wealthy and powerful wear homespun, while common folk must content themselves with silk and satin. He turned serious again. To sway Shi-14, there's only one path: promise him a fortune. Then we might have a chance. Everything depends on how much silver the boss is willing to spend. Though Zheng Bao had declared whatever silver he wants is no problem, Wang Yu knew the old camp's treasury held perhaps 10,000 taels. At most, they could produce 2,000 or 3,000. Whether this would suffice to move Shi-14 remained uncertain. Wang Yu made his decision. This matter I'll handle it myself. You're going personally. I was once Boss Zhu's old camp manager. Shi-14 should at least accord me some face. Even if the talks fail, he won't turn hostile. Having conferred privately with Zheng Bao, they agreed. Wang Yu would first travel to Hong Kong Island under the pretense of offering allegiance, then during the bargaining process, find some way to board Shi-14's ship for secret discussions. After 2 days' rest, Jinkefa set out once more with the delegation, this time a considerably larger entourage of over 40 men. They also brought a 2-masted rice boat laden with pigs, sheep, wine, and other provisions. Zheng Bao had spared no expense. From his collection of treasures, he selected a dozen valuable jewels as gifts for Chen Heiyang and his colleagues, with additional pieces for Wang Yu to use in bribing Shi-14. Chen Heiyang received the delegation again. After enduring a torrent of flattering remarks, he still couldn't determine Jinkefa's actual purpose. Only after much circuitous conversation did he grasp that Jinkefa was bargaining with him. The pirates' demands were straightforward. Their forces must not be divided and must remain united. Furthermore, they would respond to the call but not report for duty. Chen Heiyang had never understood what this pretentious phrase actually meant, but eventually grasped its essence. The pirates wanted maximum independence. Zheng Bao's proposal amounted to a loose alliance, essentially an agreement to raid and split the spoils together. Chen Heiyang naturally refused such terms. Though this Pearl River estuary operation was intended to create maximum impact, he had no intention of allowing the Australasian song's reputation to be tarnished by a gang of pirates. He rejected Zheng Bao's proposal outright. While both sides haggled, Wang Yu had slipped ashore among the attendants carrying gifts. He used the opportunity to note the hull number of Shi-14's ship and study the surrounding terrain and sentries. Only upon closer inspection did Wang Yu realize that many Australian vessels, though resembling the common Guang ships and Fu ships of these waters, had all been refitted and modified. Gun ports had been cut into their hulls, cannons installed below deck. Wheel-like mechanisms were mounted on the stern castles, and each ship's masts bristled with small accessories he couldn't comprehend. At first glance, they somewhat resembled the red-haired ships of the Europeans. The sailors all wore blue and white short jackets, looking both clean and spirited, more uniform than government troops. They appeared well-trained. What surprised him most was that every sailor was constantly occupied. If not scrubbing decks or tidying rigging, they were drilling. Every ship was pristine and orderly. Such strict discipline was something he had never witnessed. The Australians are truly extraordinary. Wang Yu marveled silently. No wonder Boss Zhu had suffered such devastating losses yet still refused to go to war against them. The man had his reasons. This thought made him miss Zhu Keilao all the more, and his contempt for Zheng Bao deepened. Contempt aside, the plan to turn Shi 14 still had to proceed. Otherwise, he would have no way to answer to Zheng Bao. The relationship between Wang Yu and Zheng Bao was fraught with tension. Zheng Bao didn't trust Wang Yu, and Wang Yu knew it. This made him even more cautious around Zheng Bao, constantly trying to gauge his thoughts and speak to his wishes, desperate to avoid straining their relationship. But this very caution made Zheng Bao more suspicious still, convinced that Wang Yu was always holding something back. This suspicion had grown increasingly severe, forcing Wang Yu to take countermeasures. Yet after lengthy observation, he found the Australians' defenses impossibly tight. All vessels not at dock were anchored in precise formations, with guards layered from perimeter to core. The outermost ring consisted of patrolling rowboats. Every ship posted lookouts fore and aft, constantly scanning the sea. Armed sentries stood beside moored vessels. Watchtowers rose on shore. Judging from the firewood piles gathered nearby, these watches continued day and night. Even rowing a small boat in darkness to pay a secret visit would surely be detected. Wang Yu decided to try his luck approaching openly. Together with his attendants, he carried several baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables to the jetty and begged a hired local manning a small boat to ferry him to Lint Special 51. "These fruits and vegetables are for the troops. We need to deliver them to each ship. Please help, brother." Wang Yu bowed and scraped, producing a small red envelope. "Without a boat pass, you cannot use the small boats." The sentry leveled his musket horizontally. "Vegetables and such must all go through logistics in a unified manner. You cannot deliver directly to ships." Wang Yu added another red envelope. "Please make an exception, young brother. No means no." A glint of greed flickered in the hired local's eyes, kindling Wang Yu's hope, but it vanished in an instant. "If I took your silver, I'd be done for. Go on, leave." Wang Yu returned without success. He noticed several fishing boats approaching the bay, apparently hoping to sell vegetables and fresh fish to the fleet. This seemed promising, but he was quickly disappointed to discover that all provisions were purchased through unified channels. Fishermen and vegetable vendors were forbidden from approaching the large ships, let alone boarding them. They could only land at designated inspection and trade areas. "So I'd have to swim to get aboard," Wang Yu thought dejectedly. Swimming several li through a pitch-dark bay at night exceeded his abilities. Besides, in the darkness, a sentry's shot the moment he touched the hull would mean throwing away his life for nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 698, Subversion, HMPH. That kid knows what's good for him. From a nearby ship, a sailor who had been covertly watching the sentry's every move muttered to himself. Had the sentry accepted the silver, he would have been drafting a report that very night, and the unlucky fellow would have spent the next several months in the punishment camp. But why had this pirate been trying to bribe the sentry in the first place? Per regulations, as a member of the 10-man group, he had no authority to directly request a meeting with the fleet's overt political security special envoy, not unless the matter was of extreme importance. So his only recourse was to write down what he had just witnessed on a slip of paper and deposit it in a designated box during his next shore leave. Only the special envoy possessed the key to that box. By evening, Shijiki, who was also serving as special envoy, had received 2 reports on the matter, one from the sentry and one from the 10-man group member. Someone had been trying to board Lint's Special 51. What could possibly be on that ship to attract a pirate? Shijiki swiftly reached a conclusion. The other party was looking for someone. The likelihood of intelligence gathering was low. There was nothing special about Lint's Special 51, neither in propulsion nor armament. Moreover, boarding would be exceptionally difficult since it wasn't jetty-moored. Getting on and off required ferrying by small boat. If one wanted to conduct reconnaissance, the docked vessels would be far more accessible. The only plausible explanation was that the pirate wanted to find someone aboard this particular ship. But who? Shijiki pondered briefly, then had someone bring him the Political Security Bureau roster for all personnel aboard Lint's Special 51. He leafed through it carefully. This roster was classified. Unauthorized personnel were forbidden access. It contained not only reliability assessments for each individual, but also brief personal histories. Of the 50-odd people aboard, 23 had backgrounds listed as professional pirate or non-professional pirate. Shijiki understood at once. Someone on this ship must be an old acquaintance from the enemy gang. The visitor wanted to establish contact. Next, he needed to assess the threat level. Establishing contact could serve many purposes. The most benign would be purely social. But one couldn't rule out enemy subversion and recruitment. Shijiki immediately brought this development to Chen Heiyang. Should we launch an investigation? Procedure would certainly dictate that, Chen Heiyang replied. However, since we're going to eliminate this pirate gang very soon, whether we investigate seems to make little difference. Lin interjected. Perhaps we might uncover traitors. Even if not, we could use this to turn the tables. Very well, how do you propose we turn the tables? Wen Daisy asked. At minimum, we'd need to know whom the other side wants to meet and what their intentions are. Which is precisely why I call it unnecessary trouble, Wen Daisy said. This sort of scheming is typical weak-minded thinking. What are the cannons and typewriters on your ships for? We needn't make things so complicated. If that Zheng Bao fellow refuses reorganization and won't leave Lantau Island, we eliminate him first. Zheng Bao commands 60 or 70 large ships, and many smaller ones. He has more men than we do. To be precise, there are exactly 71 vessels that qualify as large, Chen Heiyang said, signaling a staff officer to draw back the curtain covering the chart board behind him. A complete map of Lantau Island was revealed, with the precise position of every pirate ship anchored at Tung Chung clearly marked. The locations of other long-term moored vessels were also indicated. The sampans and long dragons, small river craft, are mostly moored at the eastern and western stream mouths. These vessels aren't their main force. We'll disregard them for now. According to the map, most pirate vessels were concentrated at Tung Chung, with a few anchored at Tai O Island, a very small island separated from Lantau by an extremely narrow channel. The special reconnaissance team had secretly landed on Lantau the very first night after the main landing, and the following day had climbed to the island's highest peak, Phoenix Mountain, at 935 meters elevation. They had subsequently traversed the entire island, using modern observation and surveying equipment to collect a wealth of crucial intelligence with precision. The reconnaissance map they produced over those several days not only marked each vessel's position precisely, but also sketched rough layouts of the residential areas surrounding Tung Chung. Tung Chung, called Tung Chung Hao in the Ming Dynasty, is located on the central northern coast of Lantau. It faces the sea on one side with mountains encircling it on 3. By the Ming Dynasty, it was already the island's main settlement. 2 rivers empty into the sea here, designated East Stream Mouth and West Stream Mouth, respectively. Most of Lantau is mountainous. Only where rivers meet the sea are there small alluvial plains. This is therefore the most densely populated area, with numerous villages of varying sizes scattered about. It said Chung once sheltered the last two emperors of the Southern Song, Chen Heiyang noted. Since we claim to be descendants of the Song, this place carries great symbolic significance. That's merely legend, Shijiki said. The final Southern Song court wandered throughout the Pearl River estuary for quite some time. Temporary landfall on Lantau for rest wouldn't be surprising, Wendaci observed. Many places in this region have similar legends. There should be some historical basis. Shijiki pressed further. The enemy has more ships and men, and the terrain favors them. Easy to defend, hard to attack. Can our frontal assault succeed? Though Chung is strategically situated and defensible, the pirates have no systematic land and sea defensive network, Chen Heiyang replied. They have no shore defenses whatsoever, only a handful of lookouts posted on the headlands. They've made no defensive preparations in the mountains behind them either. We can catch them completely off guard from the rear. Chen Heiyang's battle plan called for a pincer attack by land and sea. Naval vessels would form a blockade line outside Chung mouth and assault the harbor. Marines and some sailors would land on Lantau's far side, bringing 12-pounder mountain howitzers and rockets. They would ascend Liujiao Mountain and Shangling Ridge west of Chung and shell the pirate ships in the harbor from those commanding heights. Once the pirate ships came under unexpected flanking fire, they would inevitably attempt to break out to sea, only to sail directly into the guns of the blockading fleet. In chaotic fighting within narrow harbor confines, the side with more men and ships might hold the advantage. But in open water, a properly trained navy with superior navigation, command, and firepower could fully leverage its strengths. Chen Heiyang had no doubt of this. Even the converted special service boats could deliver devastating effects with a single salvo. We commence operations in 3 days, Chen Heiyang said. Once the cargo is completely unloaded, all ships can be deployed. To heighten vigilance, Shijiki had, under the pretext of rotation, replaced 2/3 of the Marine personnel aboard Lint's Special 51 the day before. Among them were specially assigned investigators tasked with watching for and investigating any potential conspiracies. Subsequently, at his repeated insistence, Lint's Special 51 was moved to the outermost patrol circle, ostensibly to make it easier for potential agents to approach and board. Chen Heiyang considered this needless complication, but couldn't resist Shijiki's determination to make new contributions on the political security front. Besides, the request to conduct a thorough investigation was in accordance with regulations. Wang Yu's subordinate had been hovering nearby disguised as a fisherman. When he observed that Lint Special 51 had moved to the outermost perimeter, Wang Yu decided to take the chance, otherwise he would have nothing to show Zheng Bao. When Marines escorted Wang Yu into the ship's cabin, Shi-14 recognized him immediately. So startled was he that he shot to his feet. "Steward, Wang." Wang Yu signaled with his expression, then bowed deeply. "Wang Yu pays respects to your honor." Please have a seat." Shi-14 hastily offered him a chair. "Brew some tea." "No need for trouble." Wang Yu cupped his hands, glancing around the cabin, indicating he wished to dismiss the others. He had a confidential matter to discuss, but Shi-14 found himself in a difficult position. Times had changed. He had no trusted confidants here. These people were merely superiors and subordinates. While subordinates obeyed superiors absolutely, the relationship wasn't the intimate kind. He had no secrets to keep on this ship. Having a private conversation with his former steward, at this critical juncture when conflict with the pirates could erupt at any moment. This steward Wang had chosen quite the time to administer his dose of discomfort. Yet if he didn't dismiss the others, Wang Yu would absolutely refuse to reveal his purpose. Shi-14 was deeply conflicted. He couldn't simply drive the man away. That would severely damage his reputation. More importantly, he'd have no way to explain things to his superiors. Shi-14 understood the Australians' mindset well. They demanded clarity on everything. No vagueness was tolerated. Now that Wang Yu was aboard, concealing his visit was impossible. If he didn't even know what the other party wanted, he wouldn't know where to begin his report. Thinking it through, he dismissed everyone from the cabin except the orderly, who would serve as witness. "This is my trusted man. Speak freely in front of him." Wang Yu lowered his voice. "Manager Shi, I trust you've been well." His gaze wandered casually around the cabin. The tidiness and elegance surprised him, particularly the exquisite furnishings, utterly incomparable to the chaotic, filthy cabins of pirate ships. "I didn't expect you'd be doing so well with the crop heads, the Australians." Tolerably, Shi 14 replied evasively. "I'm serving in the Australasian Song Navy, considered an officer of sorts." Australasian Song? Ah. Wang Yu recalled that the Australians claimed descent from the defeated remnants of the Song dynasty at Yashin, who had fled overseas and established their kingdom in Australia. "Judging by your bearing, you must be a general-level figure by now." "Not at all," Shi 14 demurred quickly. "I'm still several ranks below general, a lieutenant in the Australasian Song Navy. As before, I manage several ships." He regarded Wang Yu with an inquiring gaze. "Steward Wang, after the battle at Nanri Island we lost all news of you. Where are you employed now?" End of chapter. Chapter 699 CounterSubversion employed. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. "Merely scraping by, avoiding destitution." He shook his head as though venting frustration. "I'm serving as advisor to Zheng Bao." Zheng Bao, related to Zheng Zhilong. He wishes he could claim such a connection, but he has absolutely nothing to do with Zheng Zhilong. He's a local from the Dianbai area, only rose up about a year ago. But he's assembled quite a force. Those ships at Lantau are all his. Impressive scale. His core men and ships aren't so numerous, it merely looks imposing on the surface. Wang Yu sighed. "You know how these large gangs work. When times are prosperous, who knows how many people eat from the same pot? The moment things go sideways, everyone scatters." "Ha!" Shi 14 patted his belly and laughed. "Now you're overgeneralizing, Steward Wang. Some things, you can't blame others. You have to blame yourself first." "What do you mean?" Wang Yu had always believed that Zhu Kailao's downfall was largely due to his subordinates abandoning ship at the first sign of trouble. If the inner and outer stockholders had stood together during that crisis, how could things have deteriorated to total annihilation at Nanri Island? Boss Zhu certainly treated his brothers well, nothing to reproach himself for there, Shi 14 said, squinting. "And I, Shi 14, can say I did right by the boss, charging through fire and water at the front. Even when fleeing, I was nearly the last one out. But what about those who were always at the boss's side? Where did they all run off to?" He sipped his tea. Back in the prosperous days, how many relatives of relatives held power and controlled everything in the old camp? Getting a bit of rice or gunpowder meant bowing and scraping everywhere, offering gifts. Otherwise, they'd make difficulties and refuse to issue anything. These things, you know better than I do, Steward Wang. All those years of prosperity, these people shipped gold, silver, treasures, and women back home by the boatload. Even distant relatives had houses and land set up for them, whole families living in splendor. But what about us outsiders? She 14 seemed to be venting long-held grievances. Fighting at the front, yet aside from what we could grab for ourselves, all the benefits went to those in the inner cabinet. So naturally, when disaster struck, everyone scattered. Don't you think? Wang Yu found himself speechless. Everything She 14 said was true, but this was simply how things worked everywhere. He had never thought there was anything improper about it. "Isn't it the same everywhere under heaven?" Wang Yu countered. "The emperor himself has but one head, yet his descendants for generations are all imperial relatives." He seized the opportunity. "Being with the Australians now, surely it's about the same, completely different." She 14 shook his head. "Working for the Australians, first, rewards and punishments are clear and they keep their word. Second, the more capable you are, the higher you rise. No ambiguity whatsoever." "Truly," She 14 nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. Remarkable." Wang Yu chatted with him a while longer. He had already abandoned hope of turning She 14. The man's spirit and demeanor were entirely transformed from before. The Australians seemed to have remade him. Not only was his manner of speaking different, but even his gestures and movements had changed. His speech overflowed with unfamiliar terms that left Wang Yu struggling to keep up. She 14 suddenly smiled. "Steward Wang, you've come to persuade me to join Zheng Bao." Wang Yu nodded. "Indeed I have." He shook his head. "But now there's no point saying more. Just looking at this ship of yours, I know you'll never join him." "Perceptive as ever, Steward Wang," she 14 said. "That worthless Zheng fellow is merely a petty pirate gang. I'm a proper Australasian Song naval officer now. How could I sell my service to him and go back to being a sea bandit?" Wang Yu could only nod. "I don't think you need to go back either. What kind of future could you have with such a small outfit?" Seeing Wang Yu's dejected expression and the incompatibility with Zheng Bao he had displayed from the start, she 14 sensed that this former steward probably wasn't getting along with his current boss. Though he and Wang Yu had never been close friends, the former steward had been a decent enough man. She 14 felt he should try to help. Wang Yu smiled ruefully. "You want me to join the Australians? Why not? Look at me, since joining them haven't I been living well, far more satisfying than before." Wang Yu shook his head unconsciously. It wasn't that he rejected the idea outright, but rather that he found it embarrassing. Having failed to sway his target as an envoy was bad enough to be counter-persuaded himself. He felt he couldn't save face. He pondered for a moment. As for Zheng Bao's side, he truly didn't want to continue there. It was obvious he had no future with the man. Meanwhile, the Australians had inflicted a crushing defeat on the government troops, occupied Guangzhou, and their momentum was surging. He suddenly realized the other party hadn't even offered terms for his surrender yet. As if reading his thoughts, she 14 added, "The Australians never make empty promises of titles. Everything depends on ability. Right now, they need people. As long as you work sincerely and diligently, why worry about your future? With your qualifications as the old camp's former manager, getting a position as a staff officer in the logistics department would be virtually guaranteed." Wang Yu didn't know what these ranks meant, but his experience told him they weren't the various empty titles and sinecures that the Lair dynasty granted, the ones Zheng Bao was so proud of. These had to be actual positions in the Australian military. Though they sounded less impressive, they were far more valuable than appellations like Ninghai General from the Great Lair dynasty. When Zheng Zhilong had submitted to the court, he'd received only the rank of Yaoji, and how many people were already envious of that? Wang Yu had read enough to know that handing out titles and positions wantonly was absolutely not something a proper regime should do. The Australians controlled their ranks tightly, which spoke well of them. "Brother Shi," Wang Yu decided to ask one final question. "In your view, what are the Australians' intentions in coming to our central kingdom? They've already raised the banner of Australasian Song. What do you think their intentions are?" Wang Yu's heart leapt. "Could it be they seek to claim the 9 tripods?" "What?" Shi 14's education was limited. He didn't recognize the literary allusion. "I mean, they want to rebel to change dynasties." Despite having spent most of his life as a pirate, killing officials and storming cities more than once or twice, Wang Yu still lowered his voice when speaking of rebellion. "Precisely," Shi 14 said. "Why else would they leave prosperous Australia to come to this barren land of Lingao? If not to rebel and become emperors, why endure such hardship?" In the end, Wang Yu's arduous journey to convince Shi 14 to defect resulted in his own defection instead. Shi 14 arranged for Wang Yu and his men to be sent ashore. Before Chen Heiyang, Wang Yu unhesitatingly betrayed Zheng Bao's entire gang, their schemes, their strength, and the specific internal workings of the pirate band. Not only that, he volunteered to return and subvert some of Zhu Keilao's former subordinates. Chen Heiyang praised him and expressed willingness to accept all those who turned toward the light. He also indicated that if they couldn't extract men and ships beforehand, as long as they raised white flags and followed navigation orders during the battle, those ships wouldn't be attacked. The two sides agreed on signal flags for communication. If Wang Yu truly succeeded in his subversion, obtaining ships and sailors for free would certainly be excellent. If he failed, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Chen Haiyang had already fixed his plan. Regardless of Wang Yu's success, he would launch the general assault on Lantau on schedule, September 10th by the Western calendar. Chen Sijin released his grip, and the lifeless body slumped into the grass. He noticed no blood remained on his blade. It dripped cleanly from the tip onto the ground. He flicked the blade and slid it back into its sheath. Truly a fine weapon. Chen Sijin murmured his praise. The corpse lay at his feet, blood flowing from beneath its slashed throat. Those who had never witnessed death firsthand would find it hard to believe how much blood the human body contained. The dead man wore patched coarse cloth clothing, his hair tied in a careless topknot. Barefoot, looking just like the immigrants landing at Bapu every day. The only difference was that he'd carried a large saber and a spear. Around him lay 4 or 5 similar bodies, each with throat cut, blood pouring out. Some still twitched convulsively. The special recon team members all wore excited expressions. Taking out 7 men at the outpost simultaneously, all brought down within 30 seconds, an exceptional result. The only survivor was pressed firmly to the ground, his mouth stuffed with dirt. Let him up, or he'll suffocate. Chen Sijin seated himself on a rock. The pirates had built a small shelter here to serve as an observation post watching the sea. The recon team members dragged the prisoner before him. The man's arms hung limp. His joints had been dislocated in that split second. Combined with the dirt smeared across his face, his pained grimace rendered him barely recognizable as human. Chen Sijin conducted a brief interrogation. He learned they had only been posted to the ridge the day before. The advisor's negotiations with the Australians having failed and both sides apparently about to fight, the boss had sent men to the ridges to keep watch against any sudden Australian assault. How many groups were sent out and where? I only saw 4 groups, the others I didn't see, so I wouldn't dare say. Where were they all sent? Also to Liujiao Mountain, Phoenix Mountain, and Tai O Island. The group heading for Phoenix Mountain had already been eliminated by the Special Recon Team's observation post stationed there earlier. This confirmed the prisoner wasn't lying, but there was no way to be certain no other pirate posts existed. How do you signal when you spot the enemy? 3 fires at night, black smoke during the day. The prisoner howled in pain. I wouldn't dare lie. Reset his joints and take him down the mountain. If he's uncooperative, kill him. Chen Sijin gave the order. Then he surveyed the post. The location had been well chosen. Vessels passing through the Ma Wan Channel were almost entirely visible from here. End of chapter. Chapter 700. Bombardment of Tung. Chung Chen Haiyang demanded that within 3 days, all pirate observation posts be eliminated to completely cut off their intelligence sources. This proved somewhat difficult for the Special Recon Team. Lantau Island was vast and almost entirely mountainous, with hiding spots for observation posts everywhere. But Chen Sijin quickly discovered that the pirates had no concept of operational security. During the day they cooked on the mountaintops. At night they lit bonfires. The smoke and firelight made it easy for recon team members to mark all post locations on their maps, then eliminate them one by one. The post-clearing operations went smoothly. Each post held at least 5 or 6 men, but the pirates had no experience defending against stealth attacks. When suddenly assaulted, their shock appeared genuine. Chen Sijin's interrogations revealed that the pirates simply didn't believe the enemy would bother climbing mountains to attack them. From what the pirates told him, Chen Sijin learned that Guangdong's government troops were notoriously lazy. They virtually never took intelligence measures. By comparison, the pirates at least possessed some awareness in this regard, knowing to position lookouts at key transportation points. No wonder the ancients, when describing a decadent army, so often used the phrase arrogant and lazy. From this post, the recon team members retrieved an iron pot, rice, various pickles, plus wooden buckets for carrying and storing water along with other daily necessities. Evidently, the pirates had planned to remain here long-term. Looks like they were quite comfortable, eating hot meals every day, Chen Saijin remarked to his men. All they got was hot meals. How does that compare to us eating meat and fish at every single meal? One team member replied. Cold, sure, but the food's excellent. The Special Recon team enjoyed first-class rations, high in protein and calories. Each Southern Seas field ration could provide 4,500 kilocalories. It even included items reserved exclusively for transmigrators, like beef jerky and egg butter crackers. After the battle, we'll return to base for a proper feast. I hear there are wild boars on this island. Another team member added, not just boars, roe deer and wild goats too. After the battle, we go hunting and treat ourselves. Chen Saijin then ordered the observation post destroyed, all equipment smashed. This location didn't meet their requirements. The Special Recon team needed to establish observation posts from which they could monitor Tung Chung directly. Their other mission was finding routes for transporting supplies from Lantau's eastern coast to the western mountaintops overlooking Tung Chung. The entire island of Lantau had virtually no roads. Hardly anyone ventured into the mountainous interior. Aside from gathering firewood and felling trees near settlements, the island's sparse population rarely penetrated inland. The Special Recon team's task was to find paths through the roadless mountains that troops could traverse, paths capable of supporting equipment of a certain weight. They had been marking these routes for several days. Some Marines had already successfully reached the mountaintops around Tung Chung along the marked paths. Shijiki was currently on the summit of Shangling Ridge. A camp had already been secretly established here. Marines and sailors made multiple daily round trips between here and Lantau's eastern coast. The 12-pounder mountain howitzers, disassembled and carried by hand, along with the similarly man-ported hail rockets, were being moved to the camp piece by piece. Among these weapons, the 12-pounder mountain howitzers had limited range and moderate destructive effect. They weren't the primary armament. The hail rockets were Shijiki's trump card. But the rockets launched so rapidly that without sufficient stockpiles, dozens would be expended in moments, failing to provide sustained suppression. 100 rockets have now been transported to Shangling Ridge, Shijiki reported to Chen Heiyang over the radio. The transport rate can't go any faster. There are simply no roads here. A single round trip takes soldiers 3 to 4 hours. After dark, the paths become dangerous, so transport must halt. I'll assign additional sailors to you. The stockpile must be sufficient by the 10th. Understood. I'll complete the mission. Additionally, I request blanket allocations. It's very cold at night and the soldiers are camping in the open without being able to light large fires. I'll instruct the logistics staff officer. Over. By September 9th, the Special Recon team had established observation posts on the mountains surrounding Tung Chung, monitoring pirate ship movements around the clock. Marines and a temporary landing force composed of shipboard sailors had also taken their positions, landing on Lantau's eastern coast under cover of darkness and moving into position. Artillery and hail rockets stood ready on the mountaintops. This Pearl River Estuary campaign had been equipped with massive quantities of rockets for conducting extensive harassing operations. Now was the perfect opportunity to expend some of them. At a single command, the rockets launched from Liujiao Mountain and Shangling Ridge toward Tung Chung would be sufficient to throw the entire pirate fleet into extreme chaos. It was said even the Danish fleet couldn't withstand the British Navy's rocket bombardment. A pirate fleet certainly couldn't maintain composure under dense rocket fire. While attack preparations proceeded intensively, Zheng Bao was also readying for battle. Wang Yu's failure to achieve results had actually pleased him. He had no desire to place some overlord above himself. At noon on September 10th, Chen Heiyang boarded his own Lint Special 11 and ordered all vessels except Dajiao and the garrison fleet to weigh anchor. 2 patrol boat squadrons and 7 special service boat squadrons, 36 warships in all, sailed northwest, rounding the Ma Wan Channel toward Lantau's Tung Chung. At dawn's first light, all warships had advanced in single file. Each ship maintained a set interval from the next, sailing briskly through wind and waves. Chen Heiyang stood on the stern castle, periodically observing the fleet's formation. 8 single-masted triangular-sailed patrol boats sailed close-hauled on both flanks of the fleet, constantly patrolling the sea surface. On Chen Heiyang's orders, patrol boats sank any stray vessels they encountered to prevent warning messages from reaching the enemy. Fleet speed, 2.5 knots, a staff officer reported. Any word from the observation posts? Report 15 minutes ago, no anomalies at Tung Chung. Have the Marines and Sailor Landing Force reached their staging positions? The artillery is still moving heavy weapons and ammunition. Squad leader, she says they can be in position in another 90 minutes. Good. Tell the observation posts to monitor enemy movements closely. Chen Heiyang's greatest concern was the artillery. Lantau was mountainous, the peaks had no roads, and everything had to be carried up by human labor. Delays were all too easy. Chen Heiyang settled into his high-backed chair. At this speed, reaching battle positions would take another 3+ hours. They would arrive around 3 p.m., sun beginning its western descent. He would lead his fleet into battle with the sun at their backs, while the pirates would have to fight facing it. This small advantage counted for much in the age of sail. At 3:30 p.m., under Chen Heiyang's unified command, the Sailor Landing Force launched hail rockets from Liujiao Mountain and Shangling Ridge as the signal to commence the general assault. The expeditionary fleet entered combat. Most rockets launched from the various mountaintops around Tung Chung were aimed at the pirate ships in the harbor. Some were also directed at residential areas near the harbor mouth. Chen Heiyang believed these might serve as pirate encampments. Following the rockets, the mountain howitzers opened fire. They fired explosive shells whose effect was limited, primarily intended to compound the chaos at Tung Chung. When the first rocket, trailing thick smoke, splashed into the harbor waters, the pirates swarmed onto their decks to watch this rare spectacle. When they saw more and more rockets appear in the sky, all plummeting toward their heads, the entire Tung Chung harbor erupted in pandemonium. 6 rockets per minute rained upon the waters and land of Tung Chung. Ships and buildings continuously caught fire, smoke billowing skyward. 1 rocket struck a ship. After the explosion, fierce flames engulfed the entire vessel instantly, and the gunpowder aboard detonated, hurling debris into the air. Some rockets landed directly among crowds, transforming bodies into balls of fire rolling frantically across the ground. Dense clusters of sampans and long dragons moored at the jetties were hit by over a dozen rockets. The small boats caught fire one after another, immediately engulfing the jetty in flames and smoke that blotted out the sun. The pirates and villagers stood dumbstruck by this sudden assault from the heavens. But when the second wave of rockets rose from the mountaintops in a terrifying yet spectacular display, panic seized them completely. All these hail rockets were fitted with whistles that shrieked as they flew and fell. The shrill screaming drew closer and closer, seeming to plunge directly at their heads. Amid the jumble of screams and rocket shrieks, people trampled one another. Many rushed toward the ships, desperate to weigh anchor and sail, to escape this hell ruled by the screaming gods of death. Wang Yu forced himself to remain calm. Since returning to Tung Chung, he hadn't accomplished any concrete subversion, but he knew which chiefs harbored long-standing resentment toward Zheng Bao. Seeing the chaos around him, he quickly sent word summoning several trustworthy men, preparing to seize the moment and act together. Zheng Bao had originally been drinking and reveling in a small Tung Chung village. He'd had several women from nearby brought in for entertainment. After the negotiations failed and subversion proved hopeless, Wang Yu had greatly displeased him. Zheng Bao had decided that regardless of the Australian's attitude, he would lead his forces into the Pearl River for some major action. What came after could wait. After all, Liu Xiang departing the Pearl River estuary was a rare opportunity. Not seizing the chance would be wasteful. Just as he entertained himself while planning which villages and towns to raid, a commotion erupted outside, followed by chaotic shrieking and explosions. Zheng Bao's pleasant wine buzz evaporated at once. He pushed the woman aside and rose from the bamboo couch. "What's happening? What's all this commotion outside?" he shouted. This didn't look like government troops attacking. If so, the lookouts on the surrounding mountains should have sent warnings long ago. End of chapter. Chapter 701, Battle of Lantau. Could this be internal strife? Zheng Bao feared infighting most of all. His men had been hastily assembled over recent months, their relationships barely more than loose partnerships. He had only been acknowledged as boss because his force was the strongest. Who knew what spark might have ignited conflict below? A trusted follower burst in. "Boss, outside." Outside. His face was contorted with terror, unable to form words. "Damn it!" Zheng Bao cursed, knowing something grave had happened. He strapped on his saber and rushed out, surrounded by retainers. What he saw was the most terrifying sight of his life. Trails of fire dragging black smoke crisscrossed the sky, plunging toward Tung Chung like meteors. Ships in the harbor and buildings on shore blazed furiously. More black flames of fire in the sky emitted horrifying shrieks, continuously crashing down. Flames and explosions blanketed the entire Tung Chung harbor. For a moment, Zheng Bao thought he was dreaming. He stood frozen in shock. "Boss, what do we do now?" his entourage demanded. Zheng Bao started, suddenly awakening. "Quick, to the ships!" He waved his hand and charged toward the Tung Chung docks. Zheng Bao had made his living through murder and arson, unconscionable acts. Sometimes he had thought about things like hell. He had never imagined he would see it while still alive. The road to the docks was strewn with charred corpses and collapsed buildings. Everywhere lay scattered, twisted black iron casings. Not a single structure remained unburned. Even the jetties had caught fire. Looking out across the harbor, the waters were covered with burning ships, some already half sunk. Above their heads, rockets occasionally emitted their terrifying screams before slamming into the ground. Each impact made Zheng Bao shudder. Some men simply dropped to the ground, crawling on all fours as if this might take them farther from these terrible death gods in the sky. They finally fought their way to shore. The jetties had burned to fragments. Ships in the harbor that hadn't caught fire were all weighing anchor and setting sail, heading for the mouth of the bay. His followers found a small boat and bundled Zheng Bao aboard his flagship. "Quickly, weigh anchor and set sail. Raise my banner." The moment Zheng Bao boarded, he didn't bother with his disheveled appearance, issuing order after order. The situation was chaos. Everyone thought only of escape. If he didn't immediately sail out and show his colors to steady morale, his great pirate band would scatter like frightened birds. Through Shijiki's telescope, the rocket bombardment's effect on the harbor proved highly impressive. The burning ships in the bay were the best demonstration of this tactic. Through the smoke, he could see many vessels racing toward the bay mouth. Some ships were already on fire, pirates fighting the flames while fleeing. "Report to the commander. The majority of enemy vessels are fleeing toward open sea," Shijiki said with satisfaction. "The pirates have collapsed inside Tung Chung harbor." The female signals operator beside him quickly recorded his order, then ran to the radio operator, in reality just a two-way radio. Shijiki commanded, "Fire another 100. The rockets hauled up the mountain couldn't very well be carried back down. Might as well expend them all. The bombardment of 400 rockets transformed Tung Chung harbor into a hell of fire and smoke. By comparison, the shells fired by the few 12-pounder howitzers had negligible effect. Chen Haiyang's fleet waited in battle formation outside Tung Chung mouth. Every special service boat had its broadside facing the bay entrance. All gun ports were open. When fleeing pirate ships emerged from the harbor, they were met with concentrated volleys. Not a single vessel could escape the terrifying combined firepower of a dozen special service boats firing simultaneously. After the dense smoke of each salvo cleared, Pirate ships showed only toppled masts, shattered planks and decks strewn with corpses, many headless or limbless, some reduced to chunks of bloody flesh. The expected naval battle never materialized. There was only the methodical firing and heading adjustments of the special service boats. The sailors were already highly experienced, employing a Sino-Western hybrid sailing technique, controlling their ships with sails and sculls. Gunnery masters trained by naval artillery sergeants used simple wooden rangefinders to measure distance and angle, observed currents and wind, then rapidly calculated firing angles on their slide rules. Gunners in the smoke-filled decks and gun compartments adjusted their aim, then pulled the firing lanyards on command. A devastating broadside needed only a single hit to cripple a pirate ship. Outside Tung Chung Mouth, pirate vessels drifted everywhere with toppled masts and broken yards, burning fiercely, littered with corpses, the devastation matching that inside the bay. Wang Yu and the dozen-odd ships he had brought along fled the bay in chaos and disarray. He silently cursed the Australians for attacking without so much as a warning. He had barely escaped with his life. But this wasn't the time for complaints. He ordered his men to hoist the white flag and signal colors secretly agreed upon with She-14 at the masthead. Sure enough, the Australian warships avoided firing at any ship bearing the agreed signals. Wang Yu's ships reached the open sea unscathed, then were disarmed one by waiting special service boats coming alongside. The surrendering pirates raised not the slightest objection, obediently submitting to disarmament under Marine Guard and sailing toward Hong Kong Island. After witnessing the Australians' overwhelming firepower, no one believed they retained any bargaining position. Zheng Bao's flagship struggled out of the bay and barely managed to rally 7 or 8 ships. From the gunfire outside, he already knew Australian warships were blocking the exit, but he had no choice except to fight his way through. Staying inside Tung Chung Harbor under artillery suppression from the surrounding heights meant certain death. In a moment when the smoke cleared, he glimpsed the Australasian Song fleet in the sunlight, neat columns, flying banners, cannons glinting with blue-green light. A profound sense of inferiority welled up within him. Just days ago, he had actually thought he could challenge the Australians. Overestimating myself. This thought had barely flashed through his mind when several special service boats fired simultaneously upon him. A single salvo swept across Zheng Bao's flagship deck. A cannonball grazed past, tearing him in half. Zheng Bao's death caused little reaction on the battlefield. No one even noticed. In truth, before his flagship sank, the entire pirate fleet had already disintegrated. Each ship, each man thought only of personal escape, and so they crashed one after another into Chen Haiyang's guns. By 5 p.m., Chen Haiyang ordered a ceasefire, allowing a handful of ships to escape. They would serve as unpaid promoters of the Australasian Song's military might. The entire sea surface outside Tung Chung lay in ruins, burning ships everywhere. Some vessels hadn't caught fire. Their battered hulls drifted aimlessly, lifeless. The sea was scattered with individual pirates who had jumped overboard to escape. Ships whose crews had been quick-witted enough had lowered their sails and flags, signaling surrender. Shijiki commanded the Marines and the temporary sailor landing force as they charged down from the mountains around Tung Chung, occupying the villages and docks the pirates had infested. They captured several hundred pirates who hadn't made it aboard ships in time and seized many abandoned sampans and long dragons, plus several large vessels. The Marines encountered virtually no resistance as they took complete control of Tung Chung Harbor. Shijiki, accompanied by guards, orderlies, and signalmen, swaggered into the still-burning Tung Chung. He stood by the flaming jetty, the Marine banner flying behind him. Shijiki lit a pipe, though he had never actually smoked one. Huang Zhuazi raised his camera and clicked off 7 or 8 shots from different angles, Shijiki leisurely smoking and observing the battlefield in the sunlight, Shijiki with burning ships in the background, Shijiki with the Marines who had just taken the jetty arrayed behind him. Satisfied now, all glorious images. Pity the Lingao Times is so stingy about publishing photos. Shijiki coughed a few times, emptied the pipe, and had his orderly stow it away. Pirates who hadn't reached the ships or had swum back from the sea were being rounded up in droves. Lines of prisoners bound together in strings stumbled toward the shore, awaiting vessels to transport them to Hong Kong Island. They would undergo reformation in the local purification camp while providing much-needed labor. After 5 p.m., all land and sea fighting concluded. The Navy's total casualties amounted to 17 wounded, all minor injuries. But ammunition consumption had been enormous. The hail rockets originally reserved for the Pearl River campaign were nearly exhausted, yet captured prisoners alone exceeded 2,000. Ships towed back from the sea or seized in the bay numbered 24 large vessels that were intact or repairable with minor work. Despite the massive destruction, over 50 sampans and long dragons, highly useful in inland waterways, remained intact or salvageable. Even vessels beyond repair were all towed back if they hadn't sunk or burned up. Chen Heiyang planned to salvage their timber. Even useless portions could serve as fuel. The Marines recovered large quantities of supplies and treasure from Zheng Bao's old camp in the villages, quite a windfall. Tung Chung's 2 villages had been half destroyed by the rockets. The fishing boats moored at shore were almost entirely destroyed. Chen Heiyang ordered the remaining villagers evacuated to Hong Kong Island for resettlement. Other villages would go untouched for now. Lantau was unsuitable as a military base. After conducting necessary sweeps, Chen Heiyang ordered the entire force to withdraw to Hong Kong Island. End of chapter. Chapter 702. Aftermath. Chen Heiyang established 3 outposts on Lantau Island. The first was built on the southern coast, directly controlling the Sham Shui Strait. The fleet would use this location as an anchorage for the assault on the Pearl River. The second outpost was placed at Cap Shui Mun on Lantau's northeast, facing Ma Wan Island across the water. This was the western entrance to Victoria Harbor and a vital passage from the South China Sea to the Pearl River estuary. Shortly after the expeditionary fleet landed on Hong Kong Island, they had secretly stationed an observation post here. Now Chen Heiyang formally organized it into a full outpost to monitor this critical location around the clock. The last was built on Tai O Island. Tai O was Lantau's earliest developed settlement. Not only was it the island's main population center, but it also had salt pans. For a time, it had been Hong Kong's primary salt supplier. Historically, the place was known for salt production and salt smuggling. This island lay extremely close to Lantau proper, so close that the strait between them could be crossed by simple ferries. The maritime location was superb. The Portuguese had once attempted to establish a colony on Tai O as a trading port with China, but their defeat in the Battle of Tuen Mun crushed that ambition entirely. Now the Australians had arrived. Shijiki brought the Marines ashore at Tai O in landing craft. Most of Tai O's villagers were Tonka, fishermen and sailors all. Quite a few had been pirates or dabbled in piracy on the side. Some locals were among those killed or captured from the pirate ranks. Now, hearing that the crop heads who had annihilated Zheng Bao's great pirate band had arrived, everyone was terrified. Yet no one dared resist. After urgent deliberation, they selected several village elders to receive the visitors. The houses here look somewhat like ethnic minority dwellings, Shijiki remarked, observing the stilt-style shacks built half over water along the shore. These are stilt houses, a local specialty, Lilin explained. Tai O is called the Venice of Hong Kong. When visiting Lantau, this place is a must-see. The seafood is excellent. The topic of seafood failed to arouse any interest among the transmigrators. Eating seafood had become routine. The Marines brought forward the village envoys. The Tonka, in both dress and dialect, differed considerably from local Cantonese. Shijiki naturally couldn't understand them, but the Lingao regime's navy counted quite a few Tonka among its ranks. Communication was established without difficulty. The envoys presented gifts, 50 taels of silver and various odds and ends of gold and silver, a gesture of submission. Shijiki offered polite remarks and ordered the gifts accepted. He assured them that so long as they obeyed the Australasian Song regime's orders obediently, their safety would be guaranteed and the local villages wouldn't be disturbed. The inhabitants of Lantau Island, whether Cantonese, Hokkien, Hakka, or Tonka, were mostly fishermen, boat workers, and sailors. Chen Heiyang knew from historical research that since the 10th century, they had lived a half-fisherman, half-pirate existence in these waters. Pirates generally made excellent sailors, and while these locals had pirate connections, they represented a prime source of naval recruits. Moreover, he simply lacked the manpower to reform civilian affairs here for the time being. His policy guidance for local matters was therefore lenient. He took no harsh measures against the people of Lantau and nearby islands, hoping to avoid provoking undue hostility. His only demand was that each village hand over any scattered pirates. Of course, they certainly wouldn't surrender their own relatives and neighbors, but they wouldn't extend such consideration to outsiders. Under Shijiki's orders, the Tai-O villages appointed liaison officers to attend meetings on Hong Kong Island every 10 days as required. There was also the matter of reasonable burden, both the provision of fish and seafood, and the unpaid conscription of labor and boats. This policy extended to all villages on Lantau Island. The outpost built on Tai-O was located at a site the villagers called Fan Kwai Tong, Foreigners' Pond. This was precisely where the Portuguese had once built their fort in preparation for opening a trading post. Remains from over a century ago were still visible: stone blocks and rubble from fortifications and buildings, unrecognizably rusted iron implements, and even a few ship fragments lodged among the rocks. Several days later, when Daisy, Chen Heiyang, and the other transmigrators led the expeditionary forces' military and civil affairs personnel in holding a solemn ceremony on Chung Beach. Facing the sea, they set up an altar and performed rites honoring Emperor Duanzong of Song. In the final tempestuous days of the Southern Song, the small fugitive court had visited Lantau twice, making brief stops at Chung. Emperor Duanzong was said to have died somewhere on Lantau's northern shore. Since the Lingao regime proclaimed itself heir to the Yashan remnants, this gesture served to demonstrate its legitimacy. An army infantry company stood in formation. 12 special service boats lined up in the harbor. Each transmigrator stood with due solemnity. Though there was no kneeling or kowtowing, every bow reached 90 degrees. Then, when Daisy read the sacrificial address, said to have been composed by a transmigrator with a bachelor's in Chinese from some university and a master's in history, it was not only parallel prose, but peppered with obscure characters requiring a Kangxi dictionary to decipher. When Daisy stumbled through it with difficulty before finally completing the ceremony. After the rites concluded, the entire army fired 3 volleys. Then the special service boats in the bay fired 3 salutes. Smoke rolled and the spectacle was impressive. The Battle of Lantau thoroughly eliminated any other pirate band's designs on the Pearl River region. Since even Liu Xiang gave the Australians a wide berth, and the reckless Zheng Bao had been utterly destroyed, everyone gained a deeper appreciation of the Crophead's strength. Pirates virtually vanished from the area. Geographically, Hong Kong Island, Lantau Island, and the mainland formed an almost enclosed inland sea. This inland sea was now entirely under the expeditionary forces' control. The Ming Navy at Tunmun and Nantou and Xinan made no move to challenge Australian maritime supremacy. The Nantou garrison had cancelled its naval patrols entirely. Another consequence of the Battle of Lantau was that Chen Heiyang had to postpone his timeline for entering the Pearl River to commence full-scale operations. He had too many fruits of victory to digest. Prisoners and captured ships filled base 852 to capacity. He needed more provisions, craftsmen, and soldiers to cope. He therefore requested further reinforcements from Lingao, Otherwise, the expeditionary force lacked the manpower to simultaneously develop Hong Kong Island and conduct harassing operations in the Pearl River. Just guarding the 2,000 prisoners and several hundred migrants from Lantau required at least a full company. The army promptly dispatched 2 infantry companies on its own initiative. Though the Navy wasn't entirely pleased with Army involvement, Hong Kong couldn't possibly remain the Navy's exclusive domain. The Army's reinforcement at least shared their operational burden. With the arrival of Army forces, civil affairs and engineering personnel also streamed in on supply-carrying special service boats. They built docks and a simple ship repair yard, erected warehouses and barracks, installed steam engines, and expanded the purification camp using prefabricated kits. Upon completion, this camp would hold 5,000 people. Chen Haiyang ordered the sailors to work intensively on repairing vessels captured from the pirates, especially the small, shallow-draft sampans and long dragons, which would prove extremely useful in inland river landing operations. With such craft, soldiers could be delivered to virtually any landing point without worrying about water depth. Hong Kong Island's base became a hive of activity, with noisy construction sites and laboring workers everywhere. In the waters around Hong Kong Island, steam-powered landing craft patrolled ostentatiously, proclaiming who was master of these seas. Chen Haiyang's naval strength grew further. From Lingao he received 4 Type II single-masted patrol boats. These were newly launched improved iron-ribbed, wooden-hulled ships that balanced Lingao Industries' current production capacity and material supply. Each displaced 150 tons and carried 18 guns. Though not ideally suited for operations in the navigationally complex inland waters of the Pearl River, they were formidable assets for controlling the Pearl River estuary, capable of effectively monitoring all key sea passages around Hong Kong Island. This freed sufficient forces to enter the Pearl River for combat. The forces designated for Pearl River operations comprised 5 squadrons of 20 special service boats, 1 squadron of single-masted patrol boats, 1 landing craft squadron, and a temporarily organized small boat brigade using captured pirate sampans and long dragons. About a dozen of the better condition, large vessels seized from the pirates were fumigated with drugs and pressed into service. Chen Haiyang assigned crews and marines to these ships after making minor modifications. They would primarily serve as transports for captured supplies and prisoners during operations. Survey vessels dispatched by Chen Haiyang, escorted by patrol boats, went ahead to conduct actual measurements of depth and terrain at the Pearl River estuary. The 21st century navigation charts obviously differed greatly from 17th century reality. Chen Haiyang certainly didn't want ships running aground before battle even began. That would damage both his and the Navy's reputation. Everything being done at Base 852 couldn't escape the Ming patrol posts along the coast. Though they took no action, warnings of an imminent large-scale crophead invasion soon reached Guangzhou and Zhejiang. While Zhejiang remained mired in an uninspiring neither war nor peace state, in Guangzhou, at the provincial governor's yamen, arrangements for offering tribute to the Australians were proceeding urgently. Leading the peace negotiations was Guangdong Provincial Governor Li Fengji. After receiving news of the military defeat, he had swiftly convened his advisors and trusted officials in secret deliberation. They agreed that in the wake of this defeat, Guangdong must quickly distance itself from responsibility. Of course, the memorial had to be dispatched promptly. Li Fengji's grand sedan was carried down a main street lined almost entirely with government offices. The street was usually quiet, with only clerks, runners from various yamens, and official servants hurrying about. Now, in the summer midday heat, it was even more deserted. Note: Lantau Island is the modern name. It is used here for readability. The location where Portuguese occupied Tun Mun Island is disputed. However, the Portuguese did construct certain structures on Tai O Island. Chung has been a pirate anchorage since Ming-Qing times. The famous Qing-era pirate Chung Po Tsai fought fierce battles with Qing naval forces at Chung. The Qing forces failed to take it. After the Dajiao reign to suppress pirate activity, the Qing constructed a fort there. The fort remains today within a Chung school. End of chapter. Chapter 703, Undercurrents in the provincial capital. Though he sat in a sedan of cool bamboo strips, though a comely young servant fanned him inside, though Li Fengji had just consumed a cup of chilled plum broth, he still found the heat insufferable. His official robe felt smothering and heavy. He couldn't wait to remove it, freshen up, and relax. He had just returned from White Goose Pool, from attending a banquet. Held in a restaurant by the pool, the gathering was nominally a summer literary soiree, complete with elegant diversions like composing poetry, discussing literature, and listening to songs. But the true topic of discussion had been how to offer tribute and buy peace. The principal guests were local gentry wielding power and influence. The state of war with the Cropheads and the subsequent catastrophic defeat had made the provincial capital's elite extremely anxious. Their concerns ranged from the pleasurable, Zhiming Tower, that money pit of delights, had shuttered and Australian goods had gradually vanished from the market, greatly diminishing the quality of life for lords, ladies, young masters, and misses alike. But this was secondary. The Lingao economic entity's multifaceted influence on Guangdong's economy, combined with their long use of Guangzhou as a procurement window, had spawned countless upstream and downstream industries across the province that depended directly or indirectly on the Lingao system. As a trade hub, Guangzhou was home to innumerable people profiting from the Lingao-Guangdong industrial and trade chain. The current hostility had dealt these profit channels a severe blow. Nobody was making money anymore. The upstream suppliers for Lingao's industrial system had been hit especially hard, losing their export opportunities entirely. Nearly 100 smelting works had closed across Guangdong, throwing masses of workers out of jobs. Firms that had transported coal, timber, grain, and other raw materials also suffered heavy losses. Even downstream retailers felt the pain of losing their supply source. Australian goods had skyrocketed in price, but few merchants had stockpiled large inventories. Even those with sufficient stock found sales dropping as prices rose. Beyond the inconveniences to daily life and commercial losses, the gentry were deeply dissatisfied with Wang Zun's actions. Liu Xiang, that sea bandit who constantly harassed the coasts, plundering ships and extorting ransoms, remained beyond official reach. Yet the Australians, who had peacefully traded in Lingao and provided excellent goods, were targeted for eradication. To the gentry, this was sheer foolishness, rashly provoking border conflict. Many were secretly encouraging officials from the province serving at the capital to act within the censorate and among supervising officials, preparing to impeach him. In the provincial capital, anonymous broadsheets and pamphlets were spreading, intensifying the resentment. Many yamens, government offices, and gentry residences found broadsheets secretly slipped through their gates. Some were even posted on major streets. The information in them not only enraged the gentry but stirred up the common people as well. Rumors ran wild. At this rate, the Tu Guang's governor's replacement was only a matter of time. Li Fengji had begun eyeing the position, but he knew very well that Xing Wenkao would challenge him for it, and Xing Wenkao enjoyed far greater imperial favor. From every angle, old Xing had better prospects for the governor-generalship. After careful consideration, Li Fengji decided his only viable approach was to pursue rapid appeasement of the Australians. This carried certain risks, but would greatly please Guangzhou's gentry and merchant populace. Even if he couldn't secure the governor-generalship, he might at least preserve his position as provincial governor. His advisors also believed from a military standpoint that continuing to suppress was hopeless. Reports from defeated troops and dispatches from across Hainan made clear that Australian military power far exceeded their estimates, a formidable and terrifying enemy. Moreover, this enemy possessed a mighty naval force. They could burst into the Pearl River at any moment and conduct devastating raids on the wealthy Pearl Delta region. Li Fengji's sedan arrived at the provincial governor's yamen. After dismounting, he proceeded directly to his study, a quiet place for deliberating with his staff. Servants helped him remove his official robes and cap, replacing them with soft silk garments and a commoner's cap. Water was brought for him to wash. Soon, someone served cool tea. His favorite fruit shaved ice was gone forever, now that Ziming Tower had shut down. Li Fengji drank his tea and casually examined the various documents his personal attendant had brought. On the desk lay the latest broadsheets circulating in the city. Their content varied wildly, but all targeted Wang Zund and his circle of advisors and trusted associates. The source was obvious, either Wang's enemies or fabrications by the Australians. Many broadsheets described in detail how Wang Zund had schemed to launch the war against the Australians, how Tianda had used the consort family's influence to extort bribes everywhere, ultimately shaking down even the Purple Firm, forcing Director Guo and others to flee. The detail and vivid dialogue could only have been written by someone who had witnessed it all firsthand. Another category of broadsheets was obviously Australian-made, written entirely in vernacular, using simplified characters, beautifully printed and bound into small book-like volumes. The content varied. Some exposed scandals and dark secrets concerning Wang Zun's advisors, servants, and confidants. Li Fengji thought the Australians were clever. Wang Zun's personal virtue and reputation in official circles were quite good. Defaming him with scandals would be difficult, but his associates weren't so clean. Other broadsheets consisted of lurid descriptions of imperial relatives, various anecdotes, and boudoir intimacies, with details so vivid and titillating that reading them made one's blood race, like reading novels. Quite entertaining indeed. Some broadsheets were even serialized, with volumes 1, 2, and so forth, leaving readers hungry for the next installment. Many people secretly exchanged broadsheets, and some even made private copies or reprints. The Australian broadsheets thus became popular reading material and spiritual nourishment for Guangzhou's citizens. Even high officials like Li Fengji found them fascinating. He had no interest in the explicit content that captivated commoners, but eagerly devoured any truths that occasionally leaked through the pamphlets. This specialized propaganda campaign resulted from collaboration between the External Intelligence Bureau and the Publishing Guidance Group. The Publishing Leadership Group had organized a batch of transmigrators to copy, paste, and adapt these pamphlets from computer files. The pamphlets were printed in modern pocketbook dimensions for easy carrying. The Guangzhou station's remaining personnel continuously distributed them through various channels. Several newly collected Australian broadsheets sat on the desk. As provincial governor of Guangdong, the governor's yamen received priority attention from the External Intelligence Bureau. The latest pamphlets were delivered here first. Li Fengji instructed his servants to summon several trusted advisors. He picked up an Australian broadsheet. The titles were quite striking. The so-called Great Victory at Tunmun, as seen from the Portuguese court's secret archives. Former Ming corporal reveals the inside story of recovering Penghu in the Tianqi reign. The Australians certainly keep up with current events, he mused to himself, planning to read more later. On the desk also lay several fresh dispatches. He opened one and read a few lines. His expression changed immediately. Just as Guangdong officialdom was engaged in frequent, private probes and discussions about appeasement, news arrived that the cropheads had landed on Hong Kong Island. Next came the dispatch reporting their clean and efficient annihilation of Zheng Bao's gang at Lantau. And Liu Xiang's men suddenly fleeing made the cropheads' image even more terrifying. Even that fearsome, famous Liu the boss had vanished before them. Thus, Li Fengji and his colleagues fond hope that Liu Xiang and the cropheads would fight each other for control of the Pearl River estuary, letting bandits attack bandits, was utterly dashed. The Australians were prepared to open fire on anyone who stood in their way. Liu Xiang, meanwhile, wasn't about to exhaust his strength fighting over the Pearl River estuary when there were softer targets to squeeze. Between the Lingdingyang and Huangpu, no force worth mentioning could resist a crophead offensive. If they chose, they could sail straight to White Goose Pool and strut about as masters of the entire Pearl River. "Your Excellency, the matter of appeasement can brook no delay," He Chengzong said, setting down the dispatch, his face full of worry. Though merely a Ziyukai, He Chengzong was highly valued by Li Fengji, serving as the strategist in his secretariat. According to the dispatches, after building their fort on Hong Kong Island and eliminating Zheng Bao, the Australian warships had been knocking at the gates of the Pearl River estuary, particularly patrolling the Lingdingyang and taking depth soundings, apparently intending to enter the Pearl River. If they sent their great iron ship into the river and bombarded Guangzhou with their legendarily fearsome cannons, not only would the region collapse beyond recovery, but Li Fengji's official career would be finished. But simply pursuing appeasement alone is unlikely to succeed, Li Fengji said. He would prefer having some force capable of checking the Australians, to prevent them from growing too dominant and acting ever more recklessly. Li Fengji had originally placed his hopes on Liu Xiang defending his own territory. After Liu Xiang fled, he turned his attention to the Fulangji at Macau. Because of commercial interests, the Portuguese had always been deeply concerned about maritime security at the Pearl River estuary. They had a tradition of and commitment to protecting their trade. If he pointed out to them how a war between the Ming and the Australians would affect trade, the Portuguese would certainly dispatch ships to protect the estuary. Li Fengji had received reports from the county deputy, specifically responsible for Macau. The Portuguese currently had 4 large vessels in Macau's harbor, all 3-masted galleon-type ships. Each mounted 32 cannons. In terms of size, they exceeded all current crophead vessels except for that great iron ship. The Portuguese also had several smaller 2-masted vessels, each mounting 12 cannons. End of chapter. Chapter 704. Plans for peace negotiations. If the Portuguese were willing to dispatch ships to patrol the Pearl River estuary, the crophead vessels would face great difficulty trying to enter the inland waterways. However, there's the matter of His Excellency Gao. Another advisor said quietly. Guangdong Regional Inspector Gao Shunkin was still insisting they must fight the cropheads to the death. Gathered around him were hardline isolationists and strict maritime prohibitionists from officialdom and the literati. In the past, their targets had been the Portuguese at Macau. Now they aimed at the Australians. Of course, the Portuguese hadn't been forgotten. Amid all this chaos, Gao was still routinely memorializing the throne, demanding that the Portuguese be prohibited from entering Guangzhou to trade. "I've heard Regional Inspector Gao's memorial has already been dispatched," said the advisor who specialized in gathering intelligence from various yamens and offices. "I'm afraid this matter cannot be reversed. Might we approach grandees in the capital to delay this matter? If we can drag it out for 2 or 3 years, it will fade away on its own. To accomplish that would require at least 10,000 taels, He Chengzong said gravely. Moreover, the Portuguese mustn't learn of it. One advisor blurted out. That makes things difficult. Under normal circumstances, leaking the news would likely prompt the Portuguese to pay the expenses themselves. Anyone handling the matter could easily pocket 2 or 3,000 taels in the process. But the current situation was delicate. The Portuguese themselves probably sensed that Guangdong officialdom needed their help. With cards in hand, expecting them to provide both troops and money was pure fantasy. Li Fengji certainly wasn't about to produce 10,000 taels himself. He heaved a deep sigh. He had discussed this matter privately with Gao Shunkin multiple times, but never reached agreement. Gao Shunkin's attitude was extremely rigid, which greatly displeased Li Fengji. As he saw it, Gao Shunkin was merely a regional inspector. Military success or failure wasn't particularly his concern. His bellicose posturing was pure posturing for reputation. And once the court truly prohibited Portuguese trade, how much interest the Portuguese would retain in defending the Pearl River estuary's security became very uncertain. However, even without dispatching someone to work the capital, it will take until next year at the earliest for the court to reach a decision, He Chengzong said. The Portuguese can't possibly learn what's happening in the capital. As long as we maintain strict secrecy on our end, they'll still exert themselves. Another advisor interjected. Though the Portuguese can't reside in the city, many here have benefited from them. This matter probably can't be kept secret. We'll simply have to deny everything, Li Fengji sighed. To this end, he strictly ordered that no one should leak this matter to the Portuguese. He also instructed the Xiangshan County deputy and county magistrate that if the Portuguese asked about this, they must state unambiguously, pure rumor. He decided to immediately send someone to contact the Portuguese while simultaneously intensifying the tribute and peace efforts. Li Fengji's biggest headache was the lack of any intermediary for negotiations. The purple firm in Guangzhou would have been ideal, but at the height of the suppression campaign, the purple firm had been confiscated as rebel property. All goods seized and sold, all real estate seized pending disposal. The once bustling Ximing Tower in Huifu Street now stood cold and empty, not a soul to be found. Besides the purple firm's proprietors, the Gao family would be most suitable. After all, they were the Australians' agents. But the Gao family proved quite shrewd, repeatedly telling the governor's Yamen advisors who visited that Master Gao Ju had gone to Jiangnan on a purchasing trip. He wasn't in Guangzhou at present. Whatever the matter, they could discuss it when he returned. That slippery fellow, Li Fengji cursed silently. Gao Ju's refusal to step forward showed he found the situation still unclear and didn't want to stick his neck out. Besides, regarding the disposition of the purple firm's properties, the Gao family had grievances with Guangzhou officialdom. He was plainly standing on the riverbank watching the waters rise. As soon as Guo Yi and the others withdrew, Nanhai County had immediately sealed all purple firm properties, instantly attracting countless covetous hands. The most eager was Tian De. He pestered Guangzhou Prefecture day after day, demanding that these rebel properties be sold to him. Since Lu Yizhang had accompanied the army to Guangzhou, Tian De had found no one in officialdom to run errands for him and had lain low for a while. But upon hearing that Director Guo, Miss Pei, and the rest had all fled, leaving only real estate, equipment, and fixtures behind, his fury knew no bounds. Of course Tian De knew the purple firm could mint money daily because of the Australians' management. Now everyone had fled, not just the Australians but even their assistants and craftsmen. What use were empty buildings, brand names, and mysterious machines nobody knew how to operate? He had guaranteed his master this Guangzhou trip would yield tens of thousands of taels plus a grand Australian establishment offered in tribute. Now there was nothing. How could he explain things to his master? He might even be expelled from the household. Tian De understood perfectly well how precious his status as a servant to the Tian imperial affines was. Given his many crimes and sins, the moment he lost the Tian household's protection, he would immediately be hounded to death. Using his connections, Tian De harassed Guangzhou Prefecture and badgered Nanhai and Panyu counties, forcing the prefectural and county yamens to send people to make arrests for him. The officials of the one prefecture and 2 counties couldn't bear his pestering, so they randomly arrested some assistants and craftsmen to placate him. All knew nothing useful whatsoever, infuriating Tian De so much that he scurried from yamen to yamen daily, clamoring to purchase the purple firm's properties. Guangzhou's officials and magnates all felt there was no point in antagonizing this petty villain, so none competed with him. Gao Ju had originally intended to let Tian De have the valuable Ximing Tower building while purchasing the Huifu Street residence, shops, and workshops himself. This way, after the Australians secretly returned, everyone could continue their partnership. He would gain both the Australians' gratitude for preserving their property and seize partial ownership of the purple firm in the bargain. Unexpectedly, Tianda proved insatiably greedy, not only wanting to occupy Ximing Tower but also to swallow all of Huifu Street's properties whole. Gaoju knew his eunuch Yang's palace status, and power couldn't compare to the ascendant consort Tian's, yet he was unwilling to simply retreat. This wasn't just about commercial interests. Everyone knew Director Gu was his business partner. If he couldn't effectively protect his commercial partner's interests, the Gao family's reputation in business circles would suffer greatly. Gaoju therefore personally called on Li Fengji, hoping the provincial governor and Guangzhou officialdom would assist him. Naturally, he promised substantial benefits, but Li Fengji was unwilling to antagonize Tianda over this, much less antagonize Tian Hongyu. Every official knew the most frightening thing wasn't supervising censors, but the mouths in the palace. A few careless words spoken at any moment could plant the seeds of disaster. Knowing he couldn't contend with Tianda, Gaoju reluctantly let the matter drop. Thus the former purple firm properties fell into Tianda's hands without suspense. However, Li Fengji had left himself a way out. He instructed the Guangzhou prefect that while promises could be made, there was no rush to process the deed transfers and other formalities, just drag things out. Understood, the Guangzhou prefect replied. But so long as Tianda doesn't get the deed, he'll come make trouble every day. How long shall I drag this out before proceeding? You can process when the dispatch arrives reporting General He's troops have entered Lingao, Li Fengji instructed privately. For now, just drag it out. Li Fengji reflected. Fortunate indeed that I hadn't transferred the purple firm properties to the Tian family yet. Otherwise, negotiating appeasement now would be 10 times more troublesome. As it stood, it wasn't too late. The Tian family still wasn't the owner of record. As for Tianda continuing to make trouble, Li Fengji wasn't concerned. Setting aside how the Australians obviously bore burning hatred for Tianda, once they returned to Guangzhou, he would certainly meet his end. Even if the Australians proved magnanimous enough not to bother with him, others would voluntarily handle him on the Australians' behalf. The immediate problem was finding someone who could serve as intermediary. This person absolutely couldn't be an official, and preferably not one of his own advisors either, lest news leak and implicate himself. Li Fengji's advisors racked their brains for ages before finally thinking of Huang Shunlong. Huang Shunlong was a gray area figure in Macau, quite active in trafficking with pirates and selling contraband. Though Li Fengji, as a high provincial official, wasn't well informed about such matters, the local advisors and lower officials knew perfectly well. They knew Huang Shunlong had deep connections with pirates along the Guangdong coast. Presumably, he wouldn't lack contacts with the Australians. Using him as intermediary should be a reliable and safe method. If the matter came to light, deflecting responsibility would be easiest. Besides Huang Shunlong, Li Fengji's people thought of a second option, the Kiwei Escort Bureau. The Kiwei Escort Bureau's close relationship with the Purple Firm was no secret in Guangdong. It was precisely because Kiwei's son Kecheng had connected with the Purple Firm's director Guo that the originally small escort bureau had grown within a few short years into a massive enterprise spanning carriages, boats, inns, and dockyards, both land and water operations. After Guo Yi and the others fled Guangzhou, the Kiwei Escort Bureau hadn't suffered much damage. Its service relationships with local gentry and high officials had created a substantial protective network. Of course, Sun Kecheng had spent over 20,000 taels front and back greasing various palms, 10,000 of which were voluntarily contributed as crophead suppression military funds. Li Fengji had no doubt that Sun Kecheng was still secretly colluding with the cropheads, passing information. Perhaps those mysteriously vanished Purple Firm assistants and craftsmen were under Sun Kecheng's protection. But this wasn't his concern. All that mattered now was that Sun Kecheng help him establish a channel, the ability to communicate with the cropheads. Moreover, Kiwei was also a bargaining chip in negotiations. Didn't the cropheads claim to be supremely trustworthy? Sun Keqiang and his escort bureau people could serve as hostages if needed. End of chapter. Chapter 705. Handover. As news of the great victory at Chiangmai spread through Guangzhou, the atmosphere of crophead terror that had gripped the city gradually transformed. The Australian stock, which had seemed on the verge of delisting, not only resumed trading but was quietly rising. As reports became increasingly reliable, this stock had recovered to its original level. On both official and commercial fronts, people who had previously dealt with the Australians were no longer silent as winter cicadas at the mere mention of the word. They were now semi-openly discussing when the Australians would return to Guangzhou. Sun Keqiang's Kiwei Escort Bureau headquarters suddenly became a hub of activity, with visitors wanting to know when the Australians would return, whether Australian goods were still available, and whether large-scale purchasing operations could resume. Though Sun Keqiang repeatedly insisted he knew no Australians, only had business dealings with Director Gu's purple firm, the stream of visitors seeking news never ceased. Most even brought substantial gifts. This pleased Sun Keqiang immensely. Privately, he had always told his disciples and branch managers that his judgment back then hadn't been wrong. Sun Keqiang was pleased for multiple reasons. First, he had previously received much from the Australians while giving back little. This time, weathering official pressure to shelter personnel and goods for the Australians, plus secretly transporting and protecting personnel, though it cost considerable silver, felt worthwhile in his view. Kiwei had solidly repaid the Australians this once. Second, the Australians' victory proved his judgment sound. The way things looked, the Australians would return to Guangzhou sooner or later. The day when Kiwei could once again strut about Guangdong wasn't far off. The single great victory at Chiangmai had already noticeably changed the officials' demeanor. Some had even sent secretaries to deliver small tokens of respect, obviously trying to establish Australian connections and leave themselves an escape route. Delighted, Sun Keqiang instructed his subordinates to accept everything without exception, any gift, any visiting card. But he himself never showed his face, only sending a few disciples to receive guests. He donned a disguise and slipped out through the gate with the headquarters rice-purchasing handcart. He had a secret meeting scheduled with Zhang Xin's envoy at a safe house. Sun Keqiang's contact with the Australians had never been broken. Not long after Operation Turbid concluded, Zhang Xin had secretly returned to Guangzhou. This was extremely risky. Though he wasn't among the most visible figures at the Guangzhou station, quite a few people in the city knew him. Once exposed, the likelihood of being reported was high. The Governor-General's Yamen had posted bounty prices for them, Guyi at 500 taels, Pei Lixiu at 300, and the lesser-known Zhang Xin and Yan Mauda at 200 each. But Zhang Xin had to take this risk. The Guangzhou station had left behind many relationships, inside sources, and observers in Guangzhou. If abandoned, this intelligence network would quickly dissolve of its own accord, an enormous loss for both the Guangzhou station and the executive committee. After the Guangzhou station withdrew, the inside sources cultivated within various yamens briefly lost contact for over half a month. Many assumed the Australians had departed and saw no need to continue serving them. Zhang Xin's appearance stopped this trend in time. He dispatched Guangzhou Station Security Department personnel secretly embedded in the Kiwei Escort Bureau to issue appropriate warnings to some insiders who had been regularly receiving stipends. Thus the flow of information from the various yamens resumed normally. As for the observers stationed at various locations, he also dispatched people to contact them one by one, stabilizing emotions and reminding them the Australians hadn't left, that they were still being watched at every moment. The safe house was in the back courtyard of a shop. Sun Keqiang stealthily knocked the coded signal at the back door, which opened immediately. Two young men guarding the door led him to an inner side room. Sun Keqiang was startled to find himself face to face with Zhang Xin himself. Though Zhang Xin had returned to Guangzhou, he rarely met anyone in person. Sun Keqiang usually only saw his secret envoys. His sudden appearance meant something important needed arranging. Beside Zhang Xin sat a man in his 30s who, despite being indoors, wore an eye patch and sat in shadow, clearly not wanting his face to be seen clearly. Zhang Xin dispensed with pleasantries and made a brief introduction. "This is Manager Lin. From now on, he'll handle liaison with you on many matters." "Pleased to meet you," said the man in the shadows, cupping his hands and producing a pair of seals. Seeing the seals was as good as seeing the person, the token for communication. Zhang Xin and Sun Keqiang often contacted each other this way. Sun Keqiang accepted the seals, also cupping his hands. "Pleased to meet you." Already accustomed to the Australian's secretive ways, he didn't pry into the visitor's affairs. He only asked Zhang Xin, "Are you returning to Lingao?" "Not at the moment. There's still much to settle. Besides, the purple firm hasn't reopened yet. How could I leave?" "Ever since your victory at Chiang Mai, the winds have shifted in Guangzhou," Sun Keqiang laughed. "Just watch. Within a month or two, the purple firm will definitely reopen." "Things probably won't go that smoothly," Zhang Xin sighed. "Officials' minds are like whores in a pleasure house. They want you to bed them while still appearing virtuous and modest, very hard to deal with." "Just slap them a few times or hit them with silver," Sun Keqiang said with a grin. "Problem solved." "Ha ha, well said," Zhang Xin laughed. The man in the shadows seemed to chuckle too. Sun Keqiang then relayed news the escort bodyguards had picked up from officials' households. The intelligence was miscellaneous but contained many useful details. Zhang Xin listened closely, jotting down summaries in his notebook. From this intelligence, it appeared Li Fengji truly intended to negotiate peace and was actively implementing this. He simply hadn't yet found a suitable channel. "His information sources are quite extensive," Lin Baoguang remarked after Sun Keqiang departed, emerging from the shadows. "Escort bodyguards know many things. Without asking, just watching and listening, they make excellent intelligence sources," Zhang Xin said. "He's a crucial intelligence channel for us." Today's meeting was actually one step in Zhang Xin's handover of Guangzhou's intelligence system to Lin Baoguang. Per the executive committee's arrangements, the Guangzhou station's personnel would undergo major restructuring. In a working conversation with Jiang Shan, Lin Baoguang had already learned that the Guangzhou station would be rebuilt around year's end. Though the specific personnel adjustment plan hadn't been announced, Lin Baoguang didn't think Guoyi would lose his seat. The personal connections and prestige Guoyi had accumulated in Guangzhou were irreplaceable. The man himself held great symbolic significance. The executive committee wouldn't casually replace him. Moreover, as a commercial and trade window, the colonization trade ministry's attitude mattered, and Kai was clearly backing Guoyi. Additionally, the Guangzhou station had come through the Cheka's account audits without serious discrepancies, which also counted in his favor. Pei Lixiu and Zheng Shangji would also likely remain in Guangzhou. The former, like Guoyi, was a public figure who couldn't be easily replaced. The latter had been crucial to Ximing Tower's operations, and as the most profitable enterprise, Ximing Tower's reconstruction and development couldn't do without her. But whether Zhang Xin, Yan Mauda, and others would remain in Guangzhou was doubtful. The Guangzhou clique would be broken up. Lin Baoguang had no doubt of this. Zhang Xin would probably be transferred. The intelligence relationships and specific work under his control were already being turned over. As for radio operator Zhang Yuchen, he too wouldn't remain in Guangdong, too much of a waste of talent. Indigenous radio operators would replace his work. Other intelligence relationships exist, but none compare in importance to Sun Keqiang. Zhang Xin already knew he would soon be leaving his post, probably for a newly developed region, likely Jiangnan. So he wasn't resistant to departing Guangzhou. Compared to Guangzhou, Jiangnan held greater appeal. However, right now he had one urgent task, handling some follow-up commercial issues while conducting assessments and analyses for the Guangzhou station's future reconstruction. Additionally, he had to estimate the material and commercial losses caused by the war. Many people in the executive committee were still planning to demand reparations based on these. When executing Operation Turbid, most commercial relationships had been properly wound down, but not a few issues remained unresolved. Many account books and documents hadn't been processed in time. Particularly, a large amount of accounts receivable hadn't been collected, the biggest portion owed by the Gao family. Zhang Xin didn't think Gao Ju would default. After the Guangzhou station withdrew, Gao Ju had maintained secret contact with him. He was also the most active in campaigning for the Australians' return. As for other owing merchants, they currently couldn't pay either. Zhang Xin had no doubt that the moment the purple firm reopened, they would all come to settle their debts. Their partnership with the Liang family also had to continue. Their investment in charitable halls, in particular, couldn't be wasted. Zhang Xin had secretly sent people to contact Liang Kunhu, providing funds. The Liang family guaranteed they would maintain Sihuadeng well while protecting the substantial properties registered under the charitable hall's name, including the enormous purification camp. This war had disrupted their commercial sales network and raw materials supply in Guangdong, which would need rebuilding afterward. The widespread closure and suspension of smelting works meant future supplies of pig iron and non-ferrous metals would be very tight. Even if trade resumed immediately, mill owners probably couldn't quickly raise enough capital and recruit enough craftsmen to restart. Should they consider acquiring these enterprises or providing recovery loans? On this question, Wuda wanted to hear the Guangzhou station personnel's opinions. Those opinions, of course, had to be backed by solid figures and theoretical basis. End of chapter. Chapter 706. Activities in Guangzhou. Lin Baoguang glanced at the courtyard outside. The weather had already turned somewhat cool. Even outdoors, one no longer felt the stifling summer heat. This was completely different from his experience in the old timeline. After all, this was still the South. In the old timeline, he had once traveled to Shenzhen for a meeting in November, and the midday sun still made him sweat, unable to wear a jacket, forced to walk around in just a shirt. Yet this timeline was much colder. After several rains, temperatures had plunged below 30 degrees. He stretched. He noticed Chen Tong standing guard at the courtyard gate, meticulously vigilant. Lin Baoguang had transferred from Qiangshan to Guangzhou to commence work here, bringing Chen Tong along as his assistant. Qiangshan no longer required complex intelligence work. The city's fall was only a matter of time. After that, it would become the Political Security Bureau's domain. He had left Gao Dai behind to manage and run the intelligence network led by Ma Benyuan, until the occupation of Qiangshan, when it would be handed over to the neighbors. As for some capable individuals within Ma Benyuan's network, Lin Baoguang was considering transferring them to Guangdong for use. Chen Tong's specific position in the Guangzhou clandestine organization hadn't yet been announced, but he was roughly playing the role of Chief Operations Officer. All incoming intelligence and outgoing mission assignments passed through him. Most of the time, Lin Baoguang interacted only with him and his own confidential secretary. Chen Tong's workload was heavy and complex, but from Lin Baoguang's detached perspective, he managed everything in good order. This young man is improving more and more, Lin Baoguang thought. Perhaps he'll become someone promising. After bringing him to Guangzhou, Lin Baoguang had deliberately tested him, giving him several opportunities for field work to thoroughly experience the allure of big city life. Then he had suddenly assigned him to desk duty, confining him indoors for many days. He had even given him the most boring, menial tasks, all to fully observe his performance. Chen Tong satisfied him. Lin Baoguang concluded, "This person's mind is calm as still water, neither anxious nor restless. He has the makings of an intelligence operative." This was the Guangzhou station's temporary office, strictly speaking, the office for the station's intelligence department. He had taken over this setup from Zhang Xin 3 days ago. Under Lin Baoguang's direction, the Guangzhou clandestine organization now primarily collected civilian, political, and commercial intelligence while conducting special propaganda. The intelligence personnel, materials, and relationships originally managed by Zhang Xin had basically all been transferred here. Lin Baoguang had smoothly assumed control of all Guangzhou station intelligence work and relationships. These past days had been extremely busy. Aside from receiving the intelligence system, he had also met with clandestine organization headquarters staff. According to regulations drafted by Jiang Shan, Li Yan, and others, connections, inside sources, and observers were each assigned to surveillance networks, with each network supervised by a handler who maintained vertical control over agents. The handler's contact with clandestine organization headquarters was segmented through courier stations. If one link broke, the chain could be easily severed. All handlers were either indigenous intelligence trainees who had returned from Lingao's rotational training or graduates of the Intelligence Bureau's Class A training program. Lin Baoguang also directly commanded the Guangzhou Station Security Department, over 40 people responsible for security and protection work. Since these personnel came mostly from escort bureaus, traditional martial virtue mentality ran deep. So Lin Baoguang didn't assign them to wet work. He mainly deployed them for organizational and personal protection. Lin Baoguang sat at headquarters like a spider at the center of its web, instantly sensing the slightest tremor from any strand. His assigned mission was to do everything possible to promote peace negotiations between Guangdong officialdom and the Lingao side while restoring trade between them. To this end, he was actively courting connections with local officials and gentry, conducting persuasion. He had a roughly 7 or 8/10 grasp of every Guangdong official's attitude and the gentry's stance. Now, peace negotiations were the prevailing trend. The remaining resistance was obviously concentrated in 2 individuals, Wang Zund and Gao Shunkin. Wang Zund was ill at Jiaoqing, his condition fluctuating. Even if he didn't die, his dismissal wasn't far off. Gao Shunkin's official career was still flourishing, and he reportedly still enjoyed imperial favor. Lin Baoguang judged that the greatest obstacle to peace wasn't Wang Zund but this regional inspector. Wang Zund's attitude was neither war nor peace, but his advisors, subordinates, and the Guangdong Ming military commanders all hoped to reach a settlement with the Australians as quickly as possible, to avoid worse consequences from continued fighting. Last time, Lu Yizhang's letter had received no response from Wang Zund. The negotiating delegation originally meant to proceed to Macau hadn't gone. But from connections embedded in Wang Zund's secretariat came clear word. Everyone, including his most trusted advisor Li Ziju, hoped to contact the Australians, at least to rescue the remnants of He Rubin and others stranded at Qiangshan, and reduce the shock to court and public opinion. With this foundation, Lin Baoguang was confident about the work concerning Wang Zund. Gao Shunkin, however, was known for his hardline stance. Not only was his distinction between Chinese and barbarians especially rigid, but he had no commercial interests in Guangdong's maritime trade. He wasn't responsible for concrete military or administrative affairs, so military success or failure, blockades, and all related consequences had no direct bearing on his interests. This man, though hardly clean as water or bright as a mirror, would absolutely refuse bribes that contradicted his beliefs and ideals. Otherwise, the Portuguese would have bought him off long ago. Gao Shunkin was thus the most difficult person to handle. Lin Baoguang decided to focus his peace negotiation efforts on Gao Shunkin, but how exactly to proceed? He still hadn't devised a concrete plan. "Sir," Chen Tong called softly from the courtyard outside the window. "What is it?" "A new report has arrived." "Bring it in," Lin Baoguang ordered. A thick notebook was brought into his office. He flipped through the latest intelligence summary, all Guangzhou local intelligence from the past 72 hours, not particularly urgent but potentially useful for reference. The most critical Guangzhou city intelligence was delivered to headquarters with a time limit of no more than 4 hours. He first opened the messages from the provincial governor's Yaman's connection. Li Fengji had dispatched an advisor to Macau, purpose unknown. This caught his attention. Why suddenly send someone to Macau? Macau was under Xiangshan County's jurisdiction. Official business would naturally be handled by the county deputy responsible for Macau affairs. As a provincial governor, Li Fengji certainly had no reason to send a private advisor for public business. Li Fengji had no businesses in Macau. This the Guangzhou clandestine organization had long since confirmed. He was unlikely to be going for commercial reasons. The External Intelligence Bureau had no permanent personnel in Macau, only a few connections. Zhang Xin had established to report on general commercial matters and public sentiment. They couldn't investigate what Li Fengji's secret envoy was actually doing. Lin Baoguang thought, at this delicate juncture, Li Fengji sending someone to Macau obviously concerns us. This must be investigated thoroughly. He had Chen Tong come in. Handle a couple of things right away. Li Fengji has sent someone to Macau. Pick someone to shadow Li Fengji's envoy there. Try to find out what exactly he's sending people for. Chen Tong nodded. I'll go immediately. One more thing. Does Gao Shunkin have any of our connections around him? Find out and tell me immediately. Understood. Chen Tong left at once. Lin Baoguang watched him depart, then resumed flipping through the latest intelligence summary. He focused first on a few key officials. One item caught his attention. Intelligence about Gao Shunkin dispatching a memorial regarding the prohibition of Portuguese trade at Guangzhou and banning merchants from trading with the Portuguese. There must be a connection here. Lin Baoguang ordered immediate investigation into whether Li Fengji had recently mentioned anything related to the Portuguese at Macau. The intelligence operative had little difficulty obtaining this from Li's household servants. Li Fengji had instructed his advisors that any inquiries from the Portuguese about Gao Shunkin's memorial should be uniformly denied. Comparing this intelligence with the approximate contents of Gao Shunkin's memorial, Lin Baoguang began to understand. Li Fengji probably needed something from the Portuguese, which explained his fear of Gao Shunkin's memorial reaching their ears. He probably also knew that no secrets could be kept in Guangzhou, hence the instruction to deny everything. He rang the bell. A confidential secretary from the clandestine organization, Lin Xuan, entered. She was a young woman he had purchased using female servant welfare credits, a destitute girl with only a childhood nickname. Lin Baoguang had given her his own surname. Given his work requirements, the administrative office had sent her to the Political Security Bureau's confidential personnel training class. Now she served as Lin Baoguang's confidential secretary. Check whether there are any copies of all memorials Gao Shunkin dispatched from mid-August to the present regarding the Portuguese or Macau affairs. Lin Xuan soon returned to report. She hadn't found the needed materials. If not available, someone would have to be specifically sent to obtain them. Once Gao Shunkin's memorial reached Beijing, it would be easy to acquire. As long as the emperor didn't suppress it, they could get it from the official gazette. But in Guangzhou, obtaining it wouldn't be so easy. One would have to bribe the advisor who drafted the memorial or the trusted attendant who handled documents. Unfortunately, Gao Shunkin's household had no such capable connection in place, a significant gap. Pei Lixiu and Gao Shunkin's favored concubine Su Ai had been bosom friends. Given Su Ai's status in the Gao household, she should have been able to privately obtain a memorial copy. But Pei Lixiu wasn't currently in Guangzhou, so this avenue was blocked. Recalling her was possible. Lingao wouldn't object, but she was too famous, and too many people in Guangzhou knew her. Returning rashly when the situation remained unclear would be dangerous. End of chapter. Chapter 707. Entering the Pearl River, the Yang'an-ju tea house hummed with its customary bustle, though Guangzhou's tea houses bore little resemblance to their counterparts in Jiangnan or the capital. Here, The dim sum was more refined, the spaces grander and airier. Most establishments rose 2 or 3 stories, with ground floors soaring to the height of an ordinary 2-story building. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, every tea house displayed an impressive mooncake signboard in its main hall, 7.5 kai tall by 4.5 kai wide, intricately carved with classical figures, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The craftsmanship was exquisite, many pieces adorned with gold leaf that gleamed magnificently in the lamplight. Tea houses had always served as neutral ground where men of various trades gathered to conduct business, though every main hall displayed the obligatory red paper notice proclaiming no discussion of state affairs. State affairs were not merely discussed here, decisions were made. Fates were sealed. By unspoken custom, patrons of different status and occupation kept to their own kind. Within each establishment, separate halls formed distinct worlds. One such hall, called Tinquin, listening to the spring, drew men in servants' blue robes and small caps. These were no ordinary servants, the kind who endured beatings and abuse. No one in Guangzhou dared look down upon them, for they were the trusted attendants, gatekeepers, and personal retainers of high officials and nobles alike. Each wielded considerable influence. Each possessed his master's ear. Matters that proved intractable through the yamen's proper channels could often be resolved here with surprising smoothness, provided one approached the right man with the right amount of silver. Morning was the tea-house's busiest hour. The ground floor was packed to bursting, the upper stories more than half filled. Every hall entrance rang with competing voices, hawkers crying their wares, singers performing, patrons calling for service, a cacophony that somehow cohered into vibrant, pulsing energy. Amid the bustle sat a young man alone at his table, drinking tea. Before him rested several small bamboo steamers containing the season's appropriate dim sum. He did not look around conspicuously, yet his eyes occasionally flicked toward the main entrance. Before long, a short, middle-aged man entered through the hall door. His gaze swept the room and immediately found the solitary figure. He crossed the floor and dropped heavily into the opposite seat. A waiter hurried over to pour water and brew tea. "Drink." The young man reached for the teapot. No need for ceremony. The newcomer carried himself with unmistakable self-importance. "Did you bring the money?" "Naturally." The young man's voice dropped as he drew a paper note from his sleeve. Intricate patterns, crisp paper, vivid color printing, unmistakably a DeLong promissory note, redeemable on sight throughout the province. Such notes were impossible to counterfeit. The middle-aged man examined it closely. 50 taels, payable on demand anywhere in Guangdong. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Good, you're a straightforward man." He slid a small bundle from beneath the table. "Everything you asked for is inside." The young man nodded, opened a corner of the package, and examined its contents with care. Inside lay several small folding memo books, each bearing tiny paper labels. He studied them methodically, and only when satisfied of their authenticity did he give his approval. "Don't worry, it's all genuine." The middle-aged man popped a shrimp dumpling into his mouth and smiled. "These items aren't exactly rare treasures, but they're stored in his lordship's private study. Ordinary people can't get within 10 paces of it. Every step along the way costs money." He pocketed the note, tucking it securely into his boot, then launched into a lengthy account of the difficulties he had overcome, a transparent effort to demonstrate that the bundle had been quite reasonably priced. "Consider this the beginning of our acquaintance," the young man said. "If future matters arise, I hope I may trouble you again." Of course, of course." The middle-aged man drained his tea and departed. The bundle contained copies of Gao Shunkin's memorials from the past month, along with drafts of his correspondence with figures in the capital. For a high provincial official, these constituted extremely confidential materials, the sort typically secured in one's private study, never entrusted to advisors for safekeeping. But as the saying went, you can guard against thieves by day, but never against the thieves in your own house. Given enough silver, Even concubines and servants could be persuaded to secretly copy such documents. The bundle soon passed through a courier station and into Lin Baoguang's hands. After careful review and the elimination of irrelevant portions, he swiftly reached his conclusion. Gao Shunkin's long campaign to expel the Portuguese from Macau had finally been set in motion. What interested Lin Baoguang most was not the memorials themselves. For any proposal to gain imperial approval and become an edict, a single memorial would never suffice. Extensive groundwork was required beforehand, cultivating grand secretaries, various ministry officials, and securing political support. Some negotiations turned on matters of policy, others on exchanges of interest. And in the late Ming, factional struggles always demanded consideration. By comparison, private correspondence, where opinions were exchanged and favors requested, held far greater reference value. By reading such letters, one could gauge precisely how far a particular matter had progressed. Based on these letters, Gao Shunkin had largely completed his groundwork. Once the memorial was submitted, approval seemed highly likely. The ancients possessed little understanding of maritime trade's true significance, and the Portuguese and their partners were hardly gentle souls. Their commerce was often accompanied by naked robbery, murder, and arson. Taking everything into account, the Changjian emperor would likely issue an edict next year prohibiting Portuguese trade, just as historical records indicated. The puzzle was this: why was Li Fengji displaying such unusual anxiety over the matter? Portuguese trading rights had no intersection whatsoever with his interests. His concern for the Portuguese ran so deep that if they learned of it and confirmed the news, his request would certainly be refused. Lin Baoguang could not fathom what made Li Fengji so invested in the Portuguese attitude. In the original timeline, at least during the Ming Dynasty, the Portuguese could be considered obedient to Guangdong's local officials. Even a minor deputy of Xiangshan County had once marched boldly into Macau, dragged members of the Portuguese Senate before his court, and had them publicly caned. Fresh intelligence soon arrived. Li Fengji's envoy to Macau was not one of his own advisors, but rather an old acquaintance of the transmigrators, Li Luoyu. Li Luoyu had lived in Macau since childhood, studied under the Jesuits, and maintained extremely close ties with the Portuguese. He also preserved strong connections with officialdom. When Wang Zund had sought to cast cannons in Guangdong using Portuguese pieces as models, Li Luoyu had handled everything personally. That Li Fengji would now dispatch him to liaise with the Portuguese was entirely expected. Lin Baoguang decided to cable Lingao immediately, asking Jiang Shan and the others to have Gu Baicheng arrange someone in Macau to contact Li Luoyu and uncover the full story. On September 20th, after several days of rest while awaiting reinforcements and supplies, Chen Heiyang finally launched the operation to penetrate the Pearl River's inland waters. Led by the survey ship Haitian, he commanded the Special Expeditionary Force out of the Sham Shui anchorage and into the Pearl River proper. From the Pearl River estuary into the inland waterways and up to Guangzhou, two routes existed. The first was the outer passage, proceeding upriver from east of Macau, passing through the Bogue, crossing two sandbanks and arriving directly at Huangpu. This was the primary route for merchant vessels bound for Guangzhou. Navigation conditions were relatively favorable. The second was the inner passage, proceeding upriver from west of Macau, crossing the Hengsha Shoal, then reaching Xiangshan. From there, one continued upriver through the Bogue to Huangpu. Since this route traversed numerous shoals and tributaries, it generally suited only smaller vessels. Chen Heiyang possessed Haitian survey data along with intelligence gathered from local sailors and veteran boatmen. He decided to take only the outer route for this maiden voyage, prioritizing the fleet's safety. His ultimate destination was the Bogue itself. If possible, he intended to establish a stronghold there to secure the strategic chokepoint, eliminating the need to fight through it on every subsequent voyage to Guangzhou. The fleet weighed anchor at Sham Shui with the twin-masted survey ship Haitian in the lead, sailing past the waters east of Macau. It was a perfect autumn day, blessed with gentle breezes. The freshly scrubbed ships from the Sham Shui anchorage sailed in formation under full canvas. Imperial red flags with golden streamers rose on the mainmasts, countless banners fluttered in the wind, cannons thundered, bugles rang out. A squadron of steam-powered landing craft churned forward on the fleet's flanks, trailing plumes of thick black smoke. Behind them came clusters of small boats in tow. Marine flags flew proudly above it all. The Portuguese in Macau knew this was the Australian fleet. A few days earlier, the Macau Senate had dispatched envoys to Hong Kong Island, where both sides had exchanged gifts and opinions. Due to the transmigrators' support for Jesuit missionary work in Lingao and their ongoing trade with the Society of Jesus, the Portuguese were not unfamiliar with these newcomers. What worried them was the Australians' sudden appearance at the Pearl River estuary. Not only had they routed a pirate gang in these waters, but they had also constructed fortifications on Hong Kong Island. Chen Haiyang offered his assurances. The Australian fleet harbored no designs whatsoever on Macau. The Portuguese remained fearful and not entirely convinced, but the disparity in power left them no choice except to greet these newcomers peacefully. They even permitted Australian vessels to enter Macau for supplies. Chen Haiyang noted that Macau's harbor held 4 large galleons along with 5 or 6 smaller vessels. In terms of scale, Portuguese naval strength in East Asia remained formidable. Without the advantages of modern weaponry, propulsion, and ship design, relying on traditional vessels and arms alone, they would prove a dangerous adversary. In the distance, smoke puffed from a fortress, followed by the rumble of cannon fire. The Portuguese were firing a salute. The Macau forts discharged their guns, followed by the Portuguese ships in harbor firing in unison. The fleet responded with salutes of its own. The entire Pearl River estuary boiled with white smoke and thundering artillery, announcing the transmigrators' formal arrival on the mainland. End of chapter. Chapter 708. Before the Bogue guided by Haitian, the fleet quickly passed Furong Shoal and continued upriver. Most transmigrators aboard were entering the Pearl River estuary for the first time. Chen Haiyang, however, had navigated these waters many times during his service in the South Sea Fleet, commanding warships into Huangpu port on repeated occasions. Yet the Pearl River of this era bore little resemblance to the one he remembered. The river sprawled far wider here, water and sky merging into a single vastness that might easily be mistaken for the sea itself. Everywhere lay bays, tributaries, and small sandy islets. The alluvial plains on both banks, fed by converging waters, created the illusion of an inland sea dotted with islands. The waterways that fragmented the land were indistinguishable from the channels encircling the islands themselves. Small patches of cultivated fields appeared everywhere. The late rice was flowering, and the fragrance of rice blossoms hung heavy in the air. Villages and market towns were scattered along the banks with almost no roads between them, only boats for transportation. Large and small rivers formed a complex lattice connecting settlements. Occasionally, masts and sails could be glimpsed rising from distant rice paddies. This breathtaking subtropical landscape had almost vanished from the Pearl River delta of the old timeline. The transmigrators in the fleet gazed hungrily at the scenery, drinking it in. Was this not the very essence of the poet's words? A broad river's waves, the wind carrying rice blossom fragrance to both shores. China's land had always been this beautiful and bountiful. And the more beautiful the scenery, the stronger their desire to seize it for themselves. A few inland transport vessels and fishing boats plied the river. Seeing such an imposing, well-equipped fleet bearing down on them, they scattered into the surrounding bays and tributaries. Chen Haiyang ordered several captured for questioning about river conditions. According to the boatmen and sailors, there were no government patrol ships on the Pearl River. If any official armed vessels existed, They amounted to nothing more than a few small boats from the tax station at Zinni. Most government warships lay scattered in the large and small bays between Xiangshan and Huangpu. At the Bogue, roughly, a dozen were stationed. Besides naval vessels, over 2,000 large ships were moored at Great Huangpu. Ever since the war with the crop heads had begun, many long-haul merchant vessels dared not set sail, especially those bound for Vietnam and Siam that would have to pass through the Guangzhou Strait, now effectively a war zone. Aside from a few bold, well-informed shipowners, no one risked the journey. As for Guangzhou's defenses, the troops had reportedly strengthened their vigilance. Many sandbag artillery positions had been constructed along the riverbank. The Yanyangsi battery at the Bogue had also received additional gun emplacements and a reinforced garrison. Once Chen Haiyang had grasped the general disposition of river defenses, he concluded that Guangzhou had not established anything particularly elaborate, though of course, even the most elaborate defenses by 17th-century standards held little value against his forces. The navy he commanded operated at early 19th-century capability levels. Were it not for the special service boats' outdated design and modest tonnage, he would not have needed nearly this many vessels to enter the Pearl River. "Release all captured boatmen," Chen Haiyang ordered. "Give each a souvenir." The captured boatmen and merchants had expected to lose their vessels and cargo at the very least, even if they were not taken hostage. To their surprise, the cropheads proved unexpectedly polite. After questioning, they were permitted to depart. Each person aboard even received an Australian face-washing cloth, a towel, as a gift. Towels were among the most popular and widespread products of Lingao's industry. The captives stared dumbfounded at the towels in their hands, blood-red thread embroidered with commemorating the Australasian Song Navy's first entry into the Pearl River, and watched the fleet sail away under full canvas. The whole encounter felt like some strange dream. The fleet made straight for the Bogue. Chen Haiyang had resolved to take this Pearl River stronghold, the gateway to Guangzhou, in the very first engagement. The Bogue, part of Dongyuan County in both Mingqing and modern times, bordered Lingding Bay to the east and Lion Bay inland. It comprised roughly 8 kilometers of Pearl River waterway and the banks on either side. This was the river's critical choke point, Guangzhou's front door. Throughout history, the Bogue's security had carried profound psychological significance for Guangzhou's safety. Once foreign enemies seized it, all Guangzhou would tremble. Hence, defenses here had always been elaborate, at least in theory. Yet the Bogue's stronghold had never withstood a single frontal assault by foreign enemies. The British and Japanese, with their superior ships, guns, and tactics, had breached this chokepoint with ease. Even local Chinese pirates during the Jiaqing era had broken through without difficulty. Chen Haiyang knew that in 1637, the Englishman Weddell would destroy and occupy the Yanyangsi battery with just a handful of ships. Given his own forces, taking this place would require little effort. While the Pearl River Special Expeditionary Fleet advanced, the Bogue's defenders had been working feverishly to strengthen their position. Although Guangdong Commander-in-Chief, He Ruben remained besieged at Qiangshan, and Wang Zund was too ill to administer affairs, the efforts of Li Fengji, Guangdong's local officials, and the Ming military commanders had significantly reinforced the entire region. Leading the Bogue defense were Su Tingfa, supervising regional commander of Guangzhou Coastal Defense, Chen Kaiyan, commander of the Bogue Garrison Coastal Defense, and Fan Wenkai, magistrate of Dongyuan County. Since the Bogue lay within his jurisdiction, Fan Wenkai felt particularly duty-bound. He had personally relocated with his staff to Taping Market before the Bogue garrison to direct the efforts, conscripting several thousand laborers to construct fortifications. Su Tingfa was a veteran of coastal defense who harbored no illusions about the Bogue's existing defenses. Yanyangsi Island possessed only one earth-and-stone battery, gradually constructed since the Wanli reign and badly deteriorated in many places. The cannons mounted were mostly old Fulengi guns and Fakeng guns, not only underpowered but rusted from years of outdoor exposure. Besides this, a second earth and stone battery stood on Upper Hengdang Island opposite Yanyangsi, mounting 4 Fulengi guns. The crossfire these two positions could generate was pathetically weak, and both batteries could barely cover the eastern channel. The western channel had no defenses at all. Only past Upper Hengdang Island, south of Dahu Mountain Island, did a makeshift Dahu battery offer any resistance to vessels using that approach. These 3 batteries together mounted only 36 guns, all Fulengi pieces cast during the Wanli reign or earlier, plus even more antiquated Fakeng guns. The total garrison for all 3 positions numbered only 120 men, barely sufficient to guard the cannons and fortifications. Beyond these 3 batteries, the only Ming forces available to defend the Bogue were Chen Qian's garrison troops, a peacetime strength of 640 soldiers and 10 warships mounting 120 guns. This sufficed to intercept smugglers and intimidate common folk, nothing more. For actual combat, reinforcements would be required. Wartime strength was meant to expand to 2,000 troops. Su Tingfa knew that the Cropheads were renowned for their powerful ships and guns, far superior to ordinary pirates. So while consulting with Fan Wenkai about cleaning and restoring the old cannons and repairing the batteries, he also ordered newly cast red barbarian cannons shipped from Foshan and elsewhere to expand the number of gun positions. Gun positions at Yanyangsi Battery increased by 60, reaching an unprecedented 72. Upper Hengdang Island not only had its original battery refurbished, but was also scheduled to receive a new battery facing the western channel, mounting 12 guns. Dahu Mountain Battery was likewise expanded. The Bogue garrison itself received reinforcement with an earthen wall designed to mount 18 additional cannons. Beyond reinforcing and expanding the existing batteries, Su Tingfa, Fan Wenkai, and their colleagues also constructed Western-style fortifications, following the specifications laid out in Sun Yuanhua's Zaifa Duntai. Additionally, temporary sandbag and earth batteries were hastily thrown up at Dajiao and Shajiao, each mounting 2 red barbarian cannons and 10 Fulengi guns. According to Su Tingfa's ultimate design, batteries would also be built along the Luan shore west of Upper Hengdang Island, creating crossfire with the new Upper Hengdang Island Western Battery and thoroughly sealing the Western Channel. Such an ambitious program required enormous funds and labor. Without more than a year of steady work, it could not be completed, yet the Crophead invasion might come at any moment. Su Tingfa and his colleagues agreed to first erect temporary sandbag batteries and mount what guns they could. At minimum, this would provide some deterrent effect. Neither Su Tingfa nor Chen Qian believed these defenses could stop the Cropheads' great iron ship or their armored fast boats. However, these vessels appeared to be few in number. The Cropheads relied mostly on sailing ships. Against sail, the great Ming Navy still possessed some confidence. After all, Guangdong's navy had fought numerous maritime bandits in recent years and gained considerable experience. The moment Chen Haiyang's expeditionary fleet passed Dajiao, the batteries at Dajiao and Shajiao spotted the tight formation. Combined with the red flags flying from the masts and the landing craft belching thick black smoke, identification was unmistakable. At 11:23 on September 20th, the red barbarian cannon at Dajiao Battery fired for the first time. The other guns at both batteries joined in moments later, filling the air with continuous thunder. Chen Haiyang ordered the formation tightened. Haitian had already reported intelligence on both positions. The best cannons at Dajiao and Shajiao were merely 12-pounder guns cast in imitation of English naval pieces, with a maximum range of roughly 1,000 meters, nowhere near enough to reach the fleet. This was theater, nothing more. He could have ignored the bombardment entirely and sailed straight through. But Chen Haiyang's mission was to teach Guangdong's local officials a lesson and demonstrate the transmigration faction's strength. Such provocation demanded fierce retaliation. Raising his telescope, he observed the two batteries, crude temporary positions built from sandbags, mounting only a limited number of guns. He issued the order to eliminate them. Attack Dajiao battery first. All long-gun squadrons free fire. Alternating volleys by odd-even sequence. Carronade squadrons, await my command to engage. The special service boats assigned to this expedition included squadrons equipped with either long guns or carronades. Though carronades were inexpensive and devastatingly effective at close range, their effective distance was too short, generally requiring closure to around 130 meters for maximum impact. Notes: 1. The Bogue's defense system was formally established during the Wanli reign. The Ming defenses described here roughly follow the Qing-era Bogue coastal defense system. 2. The names of the Bogue officials are, of course, fictional. However, Chen Qian is a historical figure, according to History of Sino-British Relations. The Guangdong commander-in-chief in 1637 was indeed Chen Qian. Whether he ever served as Bogue garrison commander is unverified by the author, including whether such a position existed. 3 carronades were large-caliber short naval guns invented by the British. Short range, high power. End of chapter. Chapter 709. Battle of Dajiao and Shajiao. Given the Ming military's limited naval combat capability, large-scale engagements at sea seemed unlikely. Shore bombardment and close-range fire support were the more probable scenarios, and all Ming guns at the batteries outranged the carronades. Therefore, only 2 squadrons carried carronade armament. To minimize casualties, Chen Haiyang ordered the squadrons equipped with 24-pounder long guns to open fire first. Should we deploy the mortar boats? Someone suggested. For this Pearl River campaign, the fleet had brought specialized mortar boats, fire support vessels purpose-built by the shipyard for the upcoming mainland offensive. The mortar boat was a small, single-masted craft reinforced specifically for shore bombardment. Its key feature was an exceptionally shallow draft, allowing it to venture into shoal waters for shelling. The hull resembled half a hazelnut shell, with sides built considerably higher than ordinary sampans to prevent capsizing under the violent rocking of each discharge. Along the bottom, parallel to the keel, ran a wooden leeboard as long as the hull itself, counteracting the lateral motion caused by cannon recoil. At the center sat 1 or 2 reinforced gun mounts for installing 10-inch or 15-inch mortars. Such vessels had participated in the assaults on the Bogue and Zhaoshan forts during the First Opium War, demonstrating excellent effectiveness against shore positions. Lingao's mortar boats employed iron-ribbed wooden hull construction to simplify production while strengthening the structure. They had also been improved upon. Besides mounting mortars or large-caliber howitzers, the boats could launch hail rockets once fitted with launch racks, multiple uses from a single platform. The Ordnance Works had cast 20 mortars of 280 caliber, installed across 10 mortar boats. Not yet. Chen Haiyang shook his head. Mortar boat ammunition capacity was limited, and resupply at sea proved both time-consuming and laborious. He needed to save them for the main Yanyangsi battery. Shi-14's 5th Special Service Boat Squadron advanced first. From the stern castle, Shi-14 issued his orders. The entire squadron formed a column and closed on Shajiao. In terms of range, the Special Service boat's guns held no particular advantage. They needed to close to roughly 400 meters for acceptable accuracy. But in firepower and precision, the difference was incomparable. Each gun captain in the 5th Squadron raised their measuring instruments, gauging distance, wind direction, wind speed, and ship motion. They rapidly calculated aiming data on slide rules. All squadron, load explosive shells, Shi-14 commanded. Prepare to fire. The battery garrison soldiers had not expected the enemy ships to close on their position rather than simply racing through the channel. According to their original assumptions, The distance between Dajiao and Shajiao was too great. The two batteries could not form effective crossfire. When faced with a direct attack, the thinly manned battery immediately fell into confusion. Firing rhythm became erratic. The old guns already suffered from slow loading and cooling times. Poorly trained gunners grew flustered under pressure, and their fire turned increasingly ragged. She-14 noted the varying sizes of the waterspouts splashing around him and the chaotic trajectories traced by cannonball smoke. He realized the battery possessed very few red barbarian cannons capable of actually threatening the ships. Most were probably large Fulengi guns or similar relics. White smoke shrouded Dajiao battery. Cannonballs splashed down far from the special service boats, raising waterspouts of varying height. Never mind the aiming problems. The enemy was opening fire on targets not even within its range. This was typical of how armed forces in this era employed firearms. Though the spectacle looked impressive, many guns soon fell silent as barrels overheated. Only scattered pieces continued firing, posing no threat whatsoever. Helm 20 degrees right, all ships follow me. She-14 saw that his flagship had closed to less than 600 meters from the battery. At this range, the 24-pounder long guns possessed sufficient power and accuracy to bombard the fortification effectively. A cannonball splashed down not far off the starboard quarter. The 5th Squadron followed the flagship's turn, all swinging right to present their port broadsides to the battery. "Port broadside fire," She-14 roared. Lint's Special 51 erupted in a tremendous roar. The simultaneous discharge of 4 port guns plus the bow and stern chasers made the entire hull shudder. Everyone aboard felt the ship heel sharply to starboard from the recoil. Planks and masts creaked and groaned. An acrid smell immediately permeated the deck. 6 explosive shells, trailing fire and smoke, landed on the beach before the battery, throwing up a row of tall, yellow-tinged waterspouts. The flagship had fired ranging shots. "Damn it, too close," She-14 cursed. "What's wrong with the range-finding? Adjust immediately." The 3 special service boats following in the squadron flagship's wake rapidly corrected for distance. The 2nd and 3rd salvos struck Dajiao battery in succession. Through the drifting smoke, the dark flashes of explosions were faintly visible. By the time the entire 5th Squadron completed its bombardment, Dajiao battery had fallen completely silent. When all 3 squadrons finished their runs, the 5th Squadron's turn brought it back around. Now heading south, it presented its unfired starboard broadside to Dajiao battery for a second bombardment pass. Dajiao battery had been hastily constructed. Its open-style earthwork could not withstand 24-pounder explosive shells. Continuous bombardment quickly silenced it. The entire position vanished within smoke and flames, rendered completely combat ineffective. Several sampans carried Marines onto Dajiao battery. The sandbag emplacement had half collapsed. Guns lay scattered in the wreckage. The ground was strewn with the bodies of soldiers killed by artillery fire. Most defenders had fled. Next, the special service boat squadrons turned their attention to Shajiao battery. Shajiao's terrain was more favorable, but in their haste, the troops had built only a single sandbag battery at the foot of Shajiao Hill. Under concentrated fire, it too quickly lost combat effectiveness. Marines swiftly landed at Shajiao, capturing all guns and taking 11 soldiers who had not managed to escape. Naval losses were extremely light. In 2 hours of combat, only 4 special service boats had been hit and 7 men wounded, no other casualties. The vessels struck had taken only small projectiles. The most serious damage was to Lint's Special 75, whose side hull had been pierced by a 9-pounder ball, but her navigation remained unaffected. Marines landing at both batteries dismantled all captured guns and loaded them onto sampans. Several pirate vessels seized earlier in the campaign had been specifically designated as prize transports. After eliminating both batteries, Chen Haiyang directed the fleet to continue closing on the Bogue's main defensive position, Yanyangsi Mountain. He decided against pushing directly through the eastern channel, where both banks would subject his ships to crossfire. Direct passage would mean many vessels hit and unnecessary casualties. From reconnaissance intelligence, Chen Haiyang knew the Western Channel remained entirely undefended. He decided to lead the fleet through the Western Channel instead. Dahu Mountain Battery's guns posed no real threat. The Ming had planned to use that position to block enemy ships that had already broken through from continuing upriver, but Chen Haiyang's objective was to first seize the Bogue itself. One special service boat squadron entered the Eastern Channel as a feint. Since Upper Hengdang Island's eastern battery remained incomplete and unmanned, Su Tingfa had stationed 300 soldiers with light artillery at the construction site to cover the island. When the cropheads appeared in the Eastern Channel, the island garrison's commander hurriedly lit beacon fires to alert the Bogue garrison. At this moment, Su Tingfa was at the field headquarters atop Wu Mountain. He watched helplessly as the distant Dajiao and Shajiao batteries fell, 3 to 4 kilometers away. From the start, he had not committed many troops or guns to those positions. In his and his colleagues' conception, the cropheads would sail directly through the channel and thrust at the upper Hengdang line to break the river blockade. They had not expected their enemies to systematically eliminate both batteries first. Now he watched them take the Eastern Channel route, left open because the new battery had not been completed. Su Tingfa felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. Once the enemy passed through the Eastern Channel, only Dahu Mountain Battery could intercept their ships, and Dahu Mountain Battery was clearly undergunned. As a contingency, he ordered Chen Kaiyan to immediately take the Bogue garrison's naval ships to the Western Channel and engage the enemy. The 13th Special Service Boat Squadron under Li Guangfa entered the Western Channel. In column formation, it immediately came under fire from light artillery on the shore, but the small-caliber guns could not reach the ships. Li Guangfa ordered return fire. Several salvos of explosive shells quickly silenced the guns behind the earthen walls. Then the special service boats closed on the shore and employed their typewriters to sweep the troops massing on the embankment. A rain of lead bullets left the survivors strewn among corpses, the rest rooted into chaos. Resistance on Upper Hengdang Island's western shore collapsed within minutes. Chen Kaiyan's 10 twin-masted Navy ships did not charge directly into the Western Channel, but formed a battle line south of Dahu Mountain. Ostensibly, they stood ready to deliver a devastating blow to any crophead vessel emerging from the channel. In truth, Chen Kaiyan knew the enemy possessed superior ships and guns. Not daring to fight within the channel's confines, he planned to engage under the covering fire of Dahu Mountain Battery instead. But Li Guangfa had no eagerness to oblige. Chen Haiyang's mission for him was to control the Western Channel and cover the marine landing on Upper Hengdang Island, nothing more. Upper Hengdang Island was the key to the Bogue defense system's gate. The defending side needed only to hold this island to effectively block both eastern and western channels. Therefore, Chen Haiyang's Bogue attack plan centered on capturing it. Since Upper Hengdang Island's western shore lacked any battery, its defenses were weak. Chen Haiyang had the opportunity to seize the island directly. The moment the 13th Squadron's signal confirmed control of the Western Channel, the landing craft belched thick black smoke. Loaded with Marines and sailor landing troops, they headed for the western approach. Note the Bogue's general geography. Dajiao and Shajiao lie on the east and west sides of the river mouth. After ships pass through, proceeding upriver 3-4 kilometers brings them to the lower Bogue waters. The Bogue's main section is Yanyangsi Island on the east side of the Pearl River, with Wu Mountain atop it. The Bogue defense system centers on Yanyangsi Island. West of Yanyangsi Island is the Pearl River's main channel. Within the main channel opposite Wu Mountain are 2 small islands, Lower Hengdang and Upper Hengdang. The main channel is thus divided by these 2 islands into eastern and western channels. End of chapter. Chapter 710, Battle of Upper Hengdang Island. Spray from the bow occasionally drenched the deck. The landing craft was packed with Marines and sailor landing troops. Each sat in silence, rifles cradled in their arms, all wrapped in single-use oilcloth protective bags per regulations. The steam engine rumbled beneath them, sending tremendous vibrations through the hull. Shijiki stood at the stern, watching Upper Hengdang Island draw nearer. He licked his lips nervously. How nice it would be to have some chewing gum right now. Several small support craft belching black smoke led the formation. These vessels had shield-protected typewriters installed, and iron plating wrapped around their hulls, purpose-built for close-inshore strafing to cover the landing troops. The gunners aboard wore steel helmets and protective vests with front and back steel plates. Each gripped their typewriter's stabilizing bar with tense expressions, awaiting the order to fire. The support craft closed on the shoreline. The typewriter's resonant roar immediately filled the air, though this proved entirely unnecessary. The incomplete western battery position stood empty. The bullets merely shredded plants and branches. Shijiki led by example, the first to leap from the landing craft. The water was shallow. He thrust his command saber forward and shouted, "Attack!" A bugler standing knee-deep in the seawater sounded the charge. Boat after boat of Marines and armed sailors sprang into the knee-deep water and waded ashore. Within minutes, Shijiki had put 2 companies and 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers onto Upper Hengdang Island's western shore. They mopped up all remaining Ming troops and captured roughly 50 prisoners. Shijiki ordered an immediate advance toward the island's eastern side. According to intelligence, Upper Hengdang Island held 800 government troops. The eastern battery mounted 12 newly added red barbarian cannons. The fortification had been under construction since the Wanli reign, making it relatively sturdy. 500 garrison troops defended it. A frontal assault would mean enduring not only the eastern battery's fire, but also flanking fire from Yanyangsi Battery across the water. Since all the battery's guns pointed eastward, the rear lay completely undefended. When Shijiki's 2 marine companies appeared from flank and rear, and the 2 mountain howitzers began lobbing shells into the position, the entire garrison's morale crumbled. The heavy red barbarian cannons could not be easily repositioned. With enemies coming from behind, soldiers armed with swords, spears, and 3-barreled muskets were neither able nor willing to resist. Only the battery commander's personal guards launched a brave hand-to-hand counterattack, killing 1 Marine and wounding 3, the sole naval casualties in the entire Upper Hengdang Island engagement. The Marines quickly routed defenders who outnumbered them 2 to 1. Alternating volleys of musket fire and mountain howitzer bombardment turned the battle into a one-sided massacre. Aside from a handful who escaped to Yanyangsi Island by small boat, the remaining government troops scattered in all directions. Soon, they were surrendering in droves. Surrounded by guards, orderlies, and signalmen, Shijiki entered the smoke-shrouded, corpse-strewn battery and climbed to its highest point. The fortification itself was barely damaged, apparently quite solidly built. 12 red barbarian cannons sat in their positions, having never fired a single shot, still aimed at the waters where enemy ships were supposed to appear. Shijiki examined the position and found its design peculiar. The so-called battery was merely a circular earth and stone platform, faced with brick and stone on the exterior. 12 red barbarian cannons were mounted atop it, all facing seaward. Behind the platform stood only a simple brick wall, no defensive works whatsoever, not even a ditch. The defenders apparently had not considered the possibility of enemies landing and attacking from the rear. Even in a frontal assault, the total absence of auxiliary defenses around the platform meant that attackers, once they reached its base, would enter a dead zone where the guns could not depress far enough to engage them. They could then climb up at their leisure and fight. Shijiki estimated that a single marine company attacking frontally could take this battery in less than half an hour, though not without casualties. Send a message. Shijiki planted 1 foot on the battery parapet and gazed across the eastern channel at Wu Mountain. He slashed his command saber through the air. The key to the Bogue is in the hands of our Marine Corps. While the battle for Upper Hengdang Island proceeded, another force landed at the Luwen Battery site on the riverbank west of the island. The 100 soldiers guarding that position fled without a fight, abandoning the half-built battery and piles of construction materials. With this, the Bogue's second line of defense, its main line, had been breached. Even without attacking Yanyangsi Mountain and destroying the batteries there, the Pearl River's gates now stood wide open. Yet Chen Haiyang wanted complete control of the Bogue. He promptly ordered the mortar boats towed by landing craft into the eastern channel to shell Yanyangsi Battery. The shallow draft landing craft and mortar boats sailed close along the Upper Hengdang Island shore. Being beyond range, the various batteries on Yanyangsi Island across the channel could only watch helplessly. At the field headquarters atop Wu Mountain, chaos reigned. No one had expected the painstakingly constructed defense system to collapse so easily. Fan Wenkai trembled. How could the battery fall so quickly? The cropheads actually landed on the other side and attacked from behind, utterly despicable. Li Ziju, who had come from Zheyaking to inspect the Bogue defenses, had luckily witnessed the entire spectacle firsthand. His face was ashen. Though he called it despicable, he finally understood what state of mind Lu Yijiang must have been in when he wrote that letter. It's all right. The cropheads who landed numbered only 200 or 300. Su Tingfa struggled to maintain composure. But when the Australian red flags and blue-white banners rose over Upper Hengdang Island, his heart had already plummeted. With Upper Hengdang lost, the entire Bogue chokepoint had lost its ability to blockade. To rebuild the defense, they would have to recapture the island. He summoned a junior general. Immediately recruit 300 volunteers, 5 taels reward per man, prepare to launch a counterattack across the water to retake Upper Hengdang Island. 10 taels each after success. An additional 5 taels for the wounded, 20 taels for the dead. Understood, Your Excellency. The junior general departed immediately. Su Tingfa meanwhile ordered sampans and small boats prepared for crossing the eastern channel to launch the counterattack. Just as he was mustering forces for the assault, the 10 mortar boats already anchored at the foot of Upper Hengdang Island's eastern battery opened fire. With a thunderous roar from the 280 mortars, dark iron spheres rose from billowing smoke, trailing burning tails as they arced down upon the battery. The Yanyangsi battery that Su Tingfa, Fan Wenkai and their colleagues had painstakingly built, expending thousands of laborers and tens of thousands of taels, trembled and collapsed under the mortar fire. Shattered brick and stone were hurled skyward. Muffled explosions came one after another. The entire battery seemed utterly shrouded in smoke and flame. Su Tingfa's planned counterattack was completely disrupted. Under such ferocious bombardment, no fool would rush to the beach to counterattack for 5 taels of silver. Watching the battery get pounded, fires and smoke erupting everywhere, walls collapsing, platforms crumbling, yet showing no sign of returning fire, Li Ziju grew frantic. Why aren't our red barbarian cannons firing? They can't reach, Su Tingfa snapped. At this distance, the shots just splash into the water. What? Even the red barbarian cannons? Li Ziju's face went dead white. He had always viewed the red barbarian cannon as an unprecedentedly powerful military weapon. Now he learned of the existence of guns with even greater range and power. Having watched the entire battle unfold, government troops taking hit after hit with no effective response whatsoever, his frustration became unbearable. His vision went black, and he collapsed in a faint. Su Tingfa had no time to concern himself with this advisor Li from the Governor-General's Yamen. Not only was his counterattack plan now impossible to execute, but the Crophead fleet was already entering the eastern channel. If only Upper Hengdang Island had not fallen, he could have given the Australians a severe thrashing. Su Tingfa thought with considerable regret. He clung to one last hope. The batteries on Yanyangsi, though suppressed by artillery fire, might still open fire upon seeing enemy ships enter range. She 14's 5th Squadron, ordered to exploit the suppression and smoke from the mortar boat's explosive shells, closed until they lay just 380 meters from the battery's front. There they dropped anchor to fix their position, then added their broadside guns to the bombardment. At 380 meters, the red barbarian cannons on the battery certainly possessed the capability to seriously damage these special service boats. But after 30 minutes of mortar bombardment, every soldier on the batteries was either dead or fled. On the exposed gun positions, no one remained to fire the pieces. All they could see were the battery works collapsing section by section under the artillery fire, like sandcastles before a rising tide. Occasionally, a magazine was struck and detonated, sending black-tinged flames shooting skyward. 2 more squadrons entered the eastern channel for close-range bombardment. After 1 hour and 25 minutes of shelling, all batteries on Yanyangsi Island had lost combat effectiveness. 300 Marines and sailor landing troops boarded sampans and went ashore, entering the batteries through walls now reduced to rubble. At 17:07, all batteries had fallen. The garrison soldiers left behind 200 corpses. Approximately 400 had been taken prisoner. Su Tingfa and the others were ashen-faced. Watching the batteries fall, counterattacking was now out of the question. Even remaining on Wu Mountain might prove fatal. The only option was to immediately retreat to the Bogue garrison and make a stand there. But just as Su Tingfa moved to arrange officers and troops for the withdrawal, someone shouted in his ear, "Not good, the cropheads are climbing the mountain." Instantly, the entire field headquarters atop Wu Mountain erupted in panic. Officers and soldiers who had been observing the battle all afternoon had no will left to fight. At once they scattered like frightened animals, fleeing in all directions. Except for Su Tingfa's few personal guards, who maintained enough composure to protect the command post, the entire encampment descended into utter chaos. "Your Excellency, we must go now." Several guards did not bother asking. They hoisted Su Tingfa and the others onto horses and, surrounding them protectively, fled down the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 711. Occupation of the Bogue. The troops about to climb the mountain were merely a 10-man reconnaissance squad. No one had expected that when they emerged from the smoke and appeared at the foot of Wu Mountain, they would trigger a complete collapse among the government troops on the summit. By the time this 10-man team reached the peak, the command camp that had housed over 600 men stood completely deserted. Tents, flags, and military equipment lay scattered everywhere. After the expeditionary force occupied Yanyangsi Island, Chen Haiyang ordered operations temporarily halted. The government troops gained a brief respite. Scattered soldiers lucky enough to avoid capture managed to flee to the Bogue garrison. Of the original garrison troops, some had retreated into the compound itself. The naval ships had withdrawn to Dahu Mountain Island. Seizing either Dahu Mountain or the Bogue garrison would be child's play. Chen Haiyang ordered the fighting stopped because darkness was approaching. He had no desire to become entangled in a chaotic night battle with the Ming forces, adding unnecessary casualties. The Fubo army established an observation post on Wu Mountain to keep watch over the Bogue garrison below. The garrison's position had become extremely perilous. From Wu Mountain, one could overlook the entire compound. Setting up a few field artillery pieces would render the whole garrison untenable. Such violations of basic military common sense were evident everywhere in this battle. China's military institutions, technology, and tactics had clearly stagnated by the late Ming. The transmigrators had experienced this firsthand during the Bogue engagement. The Navy had now gained full confidence in its military strength and technology. The Ming government had no navy worth speaking of, and land defenses had proven equally worthless. Looking down from the mountain, the entire Bogue garrison blazed with lights and rang with voices. After observing for some time, Shijiki concluded the compound was in complete chaos. They would probably scatter entirely before midnight. "If they scatter, saves us the trouble of attacking tomorrow." Chen Haiyang sat in his newly erected tent studying the map. We'll take the Bogue garrison first thing tomorrow morning. There's a taping market in front of the garrison. Try not to harm the civilians' lives or property. Understood. Of course, that's assuming they behave. If they come to attack us, no need for courtesy. Chen Haiyang planned to move the mortar boats and sampans to Sanmen Channel the following day to support the marine assault on the Bogue garrison. Sanmen Channel lay between the garrison and Wu Mountain. Once Wu Mountain fell, Sanmen Channel became the garrison's sole barrier. In Su Tingfa's contingency plans, a sandbag battery was supposed to be built at the channel entrance, but construction had not even begun. The battery site held only a dozen soldiers guarding building materials, and they had already fled. The flotilla of small vessels passed easily through Sanmen and entered the channel, heading straight for the Bogue garrison. On September 21st, after a night's rest, the Marines quickly crossed Sanmen Channel by sampan. They formed up before Taping Market. The market's inhabitants hurriedly dispatched several elders bearing gifts, begging the army not to attack. We will supply everything the army needs with all our strength. The old men kowtowed repeatedly at Shijiki's feet. Please, great king, restrain your men. I'm no king. Shijiki thought that having a few pretty girls kneeling and begging at his feet would be another matter entirely, but these old men doing so was too much. He immediately declared in a righteous tone, "We are the proper Fubo army. We've come here to demand justice from the great Ming officials of Guangzhou. Rest assured, as long as you do as we say, we won't harm a blade of your grass or a twig of your trees." The old men offered up another round of profuse thanks. Shijiki ordered them escorted to Chen Haiyang. He had specialized civil affairs personnel to communicate with the locals. Report leader, the scouts sent to reconnoiter came running back. The garrison is empty, he caught his breath. It's deserted. Did you search the surroundings? We did, no sign of the enemy anywhere. We caught a few wounded soldiers left behind. They said the main force scattered and fled starting at midnight. Commandant Su didn't even try to stop them. He just took his personal guards and ran. Shijiki scratched his head. He certainly was decisive. Just up and left. The Bogue garrison's earthen fortifications that Su Tingfa had painstakingly built now stood completely abandoned. Everyone, Su Tingfa, Li Ziju, Fan Wenkai and the rest, had fled during the night. Massive quantities of ordnance, grain, ammunition, armor and flags remained behind. Even the red barbarian cannons transported with such difficulty had been abandoned. Large stores of gunpowder and shot sat in place, not even set afire. Such indifference to military supplies made Shijiki click his tongue in disbelief. Behind the Bogue garrison had stood a workshop for manufacturing gunpowder and casting cannonballs. Now it too fell into marine hands. Besides capturing large quantities of finished gunpowder, they found massive stores of saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, and other raw materials. Additionally, they captured over 200,000 jin of metals including lead and pig iron, a rich haul indeed. The 200-odd craftsmen and their families residing near the workshop were all taken prisoner. The fleeing troops had simply forgotten about them. The engagement at Dahu Mountain lasted even less time. Chen Kaiyan's 10 warships withdrew upriver without offering battle. After an hour of alternating bombardment by mortar boats and special service boats, Dahu Mountain Battery was completely crippled. Marines landed on Dahu Mountain Island, dismantled the guns, and swept up stragglers. Military operations in the Bogue region concluded entirely before noon on September 21st. Government casualties numbered 1,000 killed with 600 captured. The expeditionary fleet alone had captured 140 guns of various sizes. Additionally, 22 naval vessels and small craft awaiting repair were seized. The expeditionary force's total casualties stood at 2 dead and 31 wounded. 10 ships had been hit, but none qualified as even lightly damaged. The only significant consumption was ammunition. During the 2 days of combat, each of the mortar boats' large-caliber mortars had fired 50 shells, even counting the reserves stored on Hong Kong Island. Each gun now had only 6 shells remaining. The special service boats had also expended considerable ammunition. We're becoming this timeline's U.S. military. High investment, high logistics. Chen Haiyang sighed as he reviewed the report from his logistics staff officer. Modern, thermoweapon armies consumed more than 10 times what medieval armies did. Chen Haiyang had fought 2 battles at the Pearl River Estuary and expended 2/3 of the fleet's total ammunition tonnage. He set about establishing a temporary supply line from Hong Kong Island to the Bogue. Using captured sampans, long dragons, and other small vessels for transport, supplies flowed continuously from Hong Kong to the Bogue. Ever since the Navy had swept the pirate gangs from Lantau, the maritime patrol system they had established had greatly improved security throughout Lingdang Bay. The deployment of fast, agile patrol boats had caused the clumsy, poorly armed pirate ships to vanish. The supply line required only a few armed escorts. Captured materials were shipped along this same route to Hong Kong Island, there to await transshipment back to Lingao. Some were used on the spot. Building materials left at the incomplete battery sites were likewise transported to Hong Kong for use. As for the batteries, barracks, and other structures, most that the fleet did not need were demolished by prisoners. The salvaged building materials were similarly sent to Hong Kong. Demolish all buildings we don't need, Chen Haiyang ordered. Thus Shijiki became demolition team leader, daily herding prisoners to tear down structures. Except for a few of the better barracks, temporarily preserved, disinfected, and converted to billets, all buildings were raised level. Chen Haiyang planned to use the Bogue as a temporary base. He refurbished the jetties at the foot of Wu Mountain for fleet vessels to berth and refit. He himself moved headquarters to the summit of Wu Mountain. He then received taping markets inhabitants. The terrified civilians brought gifts, 50 taels of silver, 2 loads of cane sugar, and 10 dressed pigs. Chen Haiyang ordered them accepted. He had the civilians elect liaison officers and announced the reasonable burden, essentially a levy on the people. It could also be called taxation. The executive committee considered it precisely that. Though the Pearl Delta region could not be brought under direct rule in the short term, the Central Administrative Council believed they could begin collecting reasonable burden immediately. Zheng Zhilong collected navigation taxes at sea. And Qing-era pirates had long collected various fees along the Pearl River, levied on villages as well as on transport vessels and trading houses navigating the river and coasts. Anyone refusing to pay faced brutal retaliation. At their most brazen, the pirates even maintained semi-public tax collection agencies in Guangzhou specifically for collecting fees. What the transmigration faction was doing amounted to essentially the same thing, just with somewhat gentler, more presentable methods. According to the reasonable burden regulations, when transmigration faction personnel and vessels passing through taping market needed to requisition local labor and materials, the value of requisitioned goods and labor could be offset against the village's reasonable burden quota. If requisitions exceeded the quota, the transmigration faction would pay the excess at market price. As for the quota itself, after considerable haggling, it was set at 35 taels annually. Since the villagers had already presented 50 taels, Chen Haiyang generously announced that this year would be exempt. The count would start the following year. Reasonable burden could also be paid in rice or other goods at market rates. Given taping market's economic level, this quota was not oppressive. If they could buy peace with a bit of money, the villagers were willing to accept. The Financial Supervisory Ministry hoped this expedition would establish a preliminary taxation system over the Pearl River's riparian villages, opening a second tax source region beyond Hainan, especially for the Pearl Delta's abundant agricultural products, materials the transmigration faction urgently needed. Current tax revenues were naturally negligible, but they served to constantly remind the Pearl Delta villagers of the transmigration faction's existence and power. End of chapter. Chapter 712. Guangzhou's defenses, the expeditionary force halted at the Bogue. Past these straits, 3 or 4 days of continuous sailing would bring them to Guangzhou's outskirts, but Chen Haiyang was in no hurry to appear beneath the city walls. According to the established strategy, his primary mission was to display military might and pacify. The display of might had been fully accomplished. Now the emphasis shifted to pacification. The residents of Guangzhou and the Pearl River banks needed sufficient time to absorb and spread word of the Bogue's fall. The expeditionary fleet began organizing numerous small units, each comprising roughly 100 men. Armed with light artillery and staffed with civil affairs and surveying personnel, these units would board sampans and long dragons to penetrate deep into the villages and market towns scattered along the densely networked inland waterways and tributaries of the Pearl River. They would collect reasonable burden, post proclamations, and generate as much attention as possible. Simultaneously, they would deliver harsh punishment to any village that attempted resistance. Since there were insufficient Marines, Shijiki, who was in charge of this operation, drew sailors to reinforce the units. A considerable portion of the Navy's enlisted sailors were former pirates who not only knew the Pearl River waterways intimately, but were experts at precisely this sort of work. Back in the day, they too had followed various bosses in small boats deep into the inland waterways, raiding and kidnapping as they went. News of the Bogue's fall reached Guangzhou that same day. The entire city was shaken. The Guangzhou prefect rushed to see Li Fengji, asking whether the city gates should be immediately closed. Li Fengji was stunned. He had not expected the Bogue to fall so quickly. With the Bogue lost, the Cropheads could arrive at Guangzhou in merely 2 or 3 days. At the thought of Cropheads attacking Guangzhou, his face went pale. "Don't close the gates yet. That would shake public confidence." Li Fengji steadied himself. "You, together with Nanhai and Panyu counties, station more men at each gate and intensify inspections to prevent Cropheads from infiltrating the city." "Yes, Your Excellency, I'll see to it immediately." Li Fengji's only armed force was his own governor's standard troops, but the standard had suffered heavy losses in the Chiangmai campaign. The 1,000 men he had dispatched had either died in battle, been captured at Chiangmai, or remained besieged at Qiangshan. Not a single one had returned thus far. The standard now had fewer than 700 men fit for combat. Fortunately, these constituted the unit's elite. Li Fengji had long cultivated their loyalty with generous treatment. In critical moments, they were a force he could rely upon. Li Fengji was not particularly worried about defending Guangzhou itself. The city possessed not only strong defenses but an enormous population. When necessary, a mass conscription of able-bodied men could put 100,000 militia atop the walls within moments. Besides the standard, Guangzhou also had the forces of Coastal Defense Regional Commander Su Tingfa, various scattered units, and guard garrisons stationed in and around the city. Though these garrisons had deteriorated over the years, they could still muster 1,000 or so men for combat. The Guangzhou Guard's Tatar descent soldiers were quite famous throughout the Ming, frequently called up to fight against Miao and Yao rebels. Combined, these forces totaled 3,000 to 4,000, sufficient as the core garrison for Guangzhou's defense. But as Guangdong's provincial governor, Li Fengji had to consider more than Guangzhou alone. He bore responsibility for the counties and villages along the Pearl River. If the Cropheads slaughtered and plundered too brutally, even impeachment by censors would prove unbearable. Li Fengji summoned the city's officials and advisors to discuss countermeasures. The general consensus was to proceed on 2 fronts, strengthening Guangzhou's own defenses while enhancing the self-defense capabilities of villages and towns along the river. Originally, when Liu Xiang had been operating at the Pearl River estuary, Guangdong authorities had already been vigorously implementing the Dajiao mutual responsibility system throughout the Pearl Delta, encouraging local gentry to organize and train militia for self-defense. Every county had established a public bureau, with the county magistrate serving as general militia commander and respected, willing local gentry serving as deputy commanders. Villages and towns that organized militia could borrow cannons from the government. They were also permitted to cast their own. Watchtowers and palisades were built at road and river junctions, equipped with brass gongs for transmitting alerts. Multiple villages were organized into mutual defense associations. When one village found itself in trouble, neighboring villages were obligated to dispatch militia to assist. As for funding, each village bore its own costs. Some came from gentry donations, others from levies on all villagers. Several counties simply added a surcharge to land taxes to cover county-wide militia expenses. This system had been implemented since early the previous year and was already showing results. Most officials believed the crop heads, unfamiliar with local terrain, would not dare penetrate the various inland tributaries. The Pearl River villages had always been the most diligent in fortifying and training, and Su Tingfa's naval forces remained largely intact. The crop heads would not be too rampant. He Chengzong proposed, defend the river rather than the city. The crop heads possessed powerful ships and guns but few soldiers. They dared not venture far from their vessels. There was no need to worry about a land attack on Guangzhou. As long as government forces conducted layered defense along the Pearl River, coordinating with militia, they could gradually wear down the crop head's edge, ultimately forcing the enemy to withdraw from the river. From the Bogue to Guangzhou, the Pearl River offered many defensible choke points. Among them, Wuchang was most critical. He Chengzong proposed concentrating most forces there, urgently constructing sandbag batteries, and gathering as many cannons, sampans, and long dragons as possible. Wuchang commands the vital junction of the Provincial River. With our troops holding here, we can advance to assist river defenses everywhere, or fall back to secure the provincial capital. It is the absolute priority. He Chengzong enthusiastically promoted his Wuchang determines victory theory. Most officials and advisors agreed, but Su Tingfa, who had witnessed the crop heads' devastating firepower firsthand, opposed the plan. Guangzhou's defenses must be strengthened urgently. After retreating from the Bogue, Su Tingfa was temporarily stationed at Huangpu. His core forces remained largely intact. Indeed, his main strength had always been the Navy, and the Navy had lost only some vessels awaiting repair in the Bogue battle. The warships and crews had all withdrawn safely. He dispatched men along the river to rally stragglers. Soldiers who had fled from the Bogue garrison and elsewhere gradually returned over the following days, giving him nearly 2,000 men again. The riverside villages can at most protect themselves. They cannot stop the crop heads from advancing upriver to Guangzhou. As for Wuchang, gentlemen, how do you judge it compares to the Bogue? The Bogue fortifications had been under construction since the Wanli reign and substantially renovated and reinforced over the past year. Whether in structural solidity or number of guns, they could not possibly be matched by hastily improvised batteries at Wuchang. Yet even those fortifications, defended by 2,000 soldiers, had collapsed in less than a day of combat. The psychological shock for Su Tingfa was enormous. He saw clearly, given the government troops' current quality and weaponry, they were simply no match for the Australians' powerful ships and guns. Therefore, Su Tingfa's recommendation was to defend Guangzhou directly, concentrate the bulk of available forces within the city itself, build additional batteries on Yuexiu Hill, simultaneously station heavy forces at Dongsheng Temple to the east and Fenghuang Ridge to the west. As for other choke points along the Provincial River, Lead, Paju, Kinju, and the rest, whether to fortify them was irrelevant. Hastily built batteries could not possibly withstand enemy bombardment. They would only increase casualties. Only Guangzhou city itself, with its deep moats and high walls, fortifications refined over a century, and countless militia for support, might be able to hold out under crophead assault. So you would simply let the crophead warships sail straight up to our Yangcheng walls. Li Zijiu said disapprovingly. He was attending as the Governor-General's Yamen representative. Wang Zund was, after all, the supreme military commander of both provinces, with all two Guang's military officials under his jurisdiction. Li Fengji might push the Governor-General aside for peace negotiations, but pushing him aside for military matters was utterly impossible. Li Zijiu had witnessed the crophead's firepower. He could somewhat understand Su Tingfa's reluctance to fight, but understanding came with contempt. He considered Su Tingfa a coward unwilling to fight to the death, yet his tone could not be too forceful. First, when fleeing from the Bogue garrison days earlier, he himself had been among the first to escape, clinging to his horse's neck. Second, Su Tingfa's Guangzhou Coastal Defense Regional Command was now the only decent fighting force in the Guangzhou area. He could not afford to antagonize the man. Su Tingfa proposed that rather than building useless sandbag batteries everywhere, positions that would crumble under crophead fire, they should select narrow, heavily silted stretches of the Provincial River leading to Guangzhou and sink timbers and stones to block the channel. Simultaneously, they should deploy log booms and iron chains across the water. The crophead vessels have mostly been refitted with heavy armaments. They draw deep water. If we block the channel, the enemy ships will fear running aground or hitting obstacles and won't dare penetrate deep into the Provincial River. But Li Fengji rejected this proposal. First, he did not want crophead ships appearing beneath the provincial capital's walls. Word reaching the capital would give his rivals ammunition. Second, he suspected Su Tingfa's claims about the crophead's powerful ships and guns were exaggerated. Whenever generals lost battles, they always portrayed the enemy as 12 kinds of terrifying, much of it fabrication. Li Fengji had been a provincial official for many years. Such tricks could not fool him. He dismissed Su Tingfa's proposal as typical military fear of battle and paid it no mind. The governor's Yamen conference ultimately decided to strengthen inland river defenses while vigorously training militia to boost morale. For this purpose, a general militia bureau would be specially established in Guangzhou, inviting enthusiastic and capable local gentry to handle militia affairs. Additionally, all prefectures and counties in the Pearl Delta received orders to establish county militia bureaus and implement the Baojia system immediately. Su Tingfa would garrison Wuchang, this choke point for entering Guangzhou's inland waterways. Work would immediately begin on emergency construction of sandbag batteries at Wuchang, mounting 18 red barbarian cannons. Following Su Tingfa's recommendation, at Wuchang, Lead and Urshital, several old boats filled with sand and stone would be sunk to block the channel. Laborers would also be hired to drive wooden pilings into the river at narrow points. As for the long iron chains to block the river, none could be found locally. Men were dispatched to Fashion to forge them day and night. 1,200 troops would garrison Wuchang. All 40 of Su Tingfa's naval vessels would concentrate near Wuchang, ready to reinforce on command. Meanwhile, emergency construction of sandbag batteries with red barbarian cannons would proceed at Kinju, Paju, Lead, Urshital, Dahuangjio, and other key provincial river positions. Note: the locations listed in this chapter are all Pearl River choke points. All had batteries constructed during the Ming Dynasty. End of chapter. Chapter 713, Officials and Gentry to address the shortage of soldiers and cannons. Li Zijiu suggested at the meeting that besides ordering Fashion and other foundries to work day and night, they could also have nearby blacksmith shops jointly cast cannons. Additionally, they might borrow pieces from the Portuguese. As for manpower, they could recruit Kaiju toughs, valued for their ferocity and willingness to fight. Within half a month, they could assemble at least 10,000 men, but Li Fengji showed no interest in his proposal. Though hiring militia was somewhat cheaper than recruiting regular soldiers, 10,000 men at once would still cost considerable money. And recruiting from Kaiju, by the time they assembled everyone and transported them to Guangzhou, travel expenses would add up to another large sum. Li Fengji had no intention of spending that money. Wang Xun's Lingao expedition had already depleted much of the provincial treasury. Li Fengji was not opposed to hiring militia, quite the contrary. He was extremely enthusiastic about it. Hiring militia was a business rich in opportunities for profit. Militia were temporary hires, disbanded when the job was done. The actual number present at camp, the wages paid to each man, spending on rations and salt money, all offered enormous room for manipulation. Countless men had made fortunes from a single militia hiring operation. He insisted on hiring locally, specifically the Tanka boat dwellers of the Pearl River banks. They were water people who made their living from the river, either as boatmen or fishermen, intimately familiar with the Pearl River system. Li Fengji believed employing them as water militia gave him unique advantages of timing and terrain. His other high-sounding justification was, at this critical juncture of crophead defense, we must fear they'll be enticed to serve as traitors, ferrying goods for the enemy. Where profit beckons, people inevitably rush. Better to employ them ourselves. One more water militiaman for the government means one fewer bandit for the enemy on the seas. This is the strategy of removing fuel from beneath the cauldron, Li Fengji said smugly. Let traitors and cropheads slaughter each other. Use villainy to control villainy. Use poison to attack poison. Li Fengji's words contain both private and public motives, not purely self-interested. Intelligence reports from just days ago had mentioned cropheads recruiting waterborne traitors on the islands outside the Pearl River estuary. The rootless Tanka boat people, expert swimmers intimately familiar with the Pearl River system, had thus become his chief concern. The government had never obtained an accurate count of the Tanka and boat dwellers living on the Pearl River, probably no fewer than tens of thousands. If the cropheads enticed them to serve as traitors, the consequences would be severe. Li Ziju could not refute his logic. Economizing expenses, that argument proved unbeatable in any dynasty, but he still muttered, the cropheads' combat power is formidable. A rabble can hardly match them. At this point Chengzong interjected, were the Kaiju recruits somehow not a rabble? Li Ziju had no answer. Never mind such temporary militia, even the government's regular troops served no purpose against the cropheads. Thinking this, he silently sighed and said no more. Li Fengji decided to first hire 5,000 militia. Depending on the situation, he would hire 5,000 more. This would give him 10,000 water militia on call. Water militia excelled at boating and swimming. They might not be able to fight naval battles with the cropheads, but they could manage harassment tasks like arson and scuttling ships. In any case, water militia were temporary laborers with no official designation, minimal cost. A few more casualties would not strain the Guangdong treasury. At current rates, each water militiaman received 2 taels monthly, including rations and salt money, plus a one-time settlement allowance of 2 taels. Before battle, additional bonuses would be given. This silver, of course, would not come from the Guangdong treasury. Following traditional official thinking, now was the time for the people to contribute money and effort. The poor would serve as militia. The wages would fall on the powerless but wealthy, specifically the merchants. Following the advisor's plan, militia expenses including 3 months' wages, rations and salt money, settlement allowances, and various miscellaneous public expenditures totaled 120,000 taels, to be divided among Guangzhou's 3 major merchant groups, the ocean traders, salt merchants, and Kaiju merchants. Funding for emergency cannon casting would be contributed by Fashian's smelting merchants, totaling 10,000 taels. As for the boats needed by the water militia and urgently required to replenish the Navy's warships, Li Fengji similarly followed this thinking, ordering the requisitioning and sealing of Pearl River vessels for use. Thus, following the principle of spend less, accomplish more, the various Guangzhou defense policies were arranged and implemented. No one objected. Each went off to handle their assignments. After everyone departed, Li Fengji kept He Chengzong behind to specifically handle the solicitation of donations. The targets of solicitation, naturally, were not the three merchants. Since they were already contributing a large sum for militia, matters had to be kept in proportion. The new solicitation targets were other industries plus the landlords and wealthy gentry near Guangzhou. In Li Fengji's view, they too should contribute something. Defending Guangzhou meant protecting everyone's lives and property. Otherwise, when the crop heads came, everyone would be destroyed together and nothing would remain. Your Excellency, He Chengzong said, puzzled. Though the treasury funds are limited, the expenses for hiring militia and casting cannons are already being raised from the merchants. To solicit more donations again seems. Implying, don't be too greedy, boss. This sum of silver, sir, is for the final contingency. Li Fengji spoke softly. Right now we're preparing for war, but what if we lose? He spoke quietly, but the meaning was clear. He Chengzong suddenly understood. If they lost and the crop heads reached Guangzhou's walls, the only way to make them quickly withdraw would be tribute money, and tribute money required substantial silver. He Chengzong bowed. This student understands. Li Fengji nodded slightly. Go handle it. The reasons behind this need not be shared with outsiders. Yes, yes. A single-masted sailboat, its much-patched sail hanging limp, slowly glided into a river bay. At the bow stood a middle-aged man with the bearing of a gentleman. Though he affected calm, his brows and eyes occasionally betrayed anxiety. The bay lay dense with reeds. Along the banks grew many mandarin orange trees, heavy with green fruit. Between the orange trees stood dense bamboo palisades, over a man's height, their tops sharpened to points. The boat continued inward, turning into a narrow channel. Amid the lush, verdant orange groves, a tall blockhouse emerged above the treetops. The structure was brick-built, fully 3 stories high, its top bearing strange decorations, overhanging balconies absent from traditional Chinese architecture. On the balcony stood several militia with wooden spears and signal horns. A brass gong also hung there. The middle-aged man was not observing this rare sight but noting the terrain along both banks. Orange trees lined the entire shore. When the boat reached the channel's end, a stone bridge spanned the waterway. Below it hung a wooden sluice gate currently open, but across the water stretched a thick iron chain, blocking any boat from passing under. The bridge was stone, very sturdy. Atop it sat a bridge house, originally open on all sides but now with the river-facing side blocked by brick, stone, and planks. Small windows had been left for observation and shooting. The sailboat lowered its sail. Several boatmen worked together to lay down the mast, preparing to pass under the bridge. Several militia, standing or squatting, kept watch at the bridgehead. Seeing the sailboat approach, one man stood and brushed the dust and grass from his clothes. When they saw the 2 white gauze lanterns hanging at the bow, inscribed in Song Dynasty typeface with Wanli Jiawai Guangdong Provincial Examination Jurin and Luo Residence, every man straightened respectfully. This was the local Lord Luo returning. A militia head glanced about, wanting to ask a question. Spotting Lord Luo himself standing at the bow, he hastily shouted to the men opposite to release the cable and lower the iron chain to let the boat through. With a few pole strokes from the boatmen, the boat quietly passed through the bridge opening into a stone-walled pond. Layer upon layer of houses and streets lined the shore. Only to the north stretched dense orange groves. Bamboo palisades were faintly visible. A river flowed through the streets into the pond. At its mouth stood a rice-pounding mill, its rhythmic thumping filling the air. This was Sanliang Market, an ordinary market town in Dongyuan County, nestled in the Pearl River Delta. Home to over 600 households, most grew rice. But like most Pearl Delta villages, the tide of the emerging commercial economy had touched this place as well. Besides rice cultivation, Sanliang Market devoted ever more land to indigo and tobacco. The vast orange groves encircling the town also brought considerable income. During harvest season, boats heading to the county seat and regional markets departed daily laden with agricultural products, returning with rice, salt, and various daily necessities. Though the waters had been unsettled lately, this place was not far from the provincial capital. Pirates rarely penetrated this deep into the Pearl River to raid. Only small bands of river brigands troubled the area. Under the organization of the town's gentry, Sanliang Market's people had formed militia, cast cannons, and built bamboo palisades. Though they had suffered several brigand incursions, none had caused significant damage. The pond was packed with boats of all sizes. Like most villages and towns here, there were virtually no roads. People and goods traveled mainly by water. Surrounded by water on all sides, tributaries, bays, and paddy fields everywhere, the place resembled a small isolated island. The town's buildings huddled together somewhat irregularly, the streets twisted and curved. There were 3 east-west streets and 4 north-south streets, connected by many small lanes. South of the streets lay a thrashing ground that doubled as a marketplace. Directly beside it spread a large pond, essentially Sanliang Market's harbor. On the street stood 2 rice dealers, 3 mat shops, a pawn shop, a fish market, a distillery, and a brokerage. There were restaurants and eateries, small inns, tea houses, butcher shops, tofu shops, medicine shops, general stores, and blacksmith forges. There was a fabric shop, a tailor's shop, and a dye house. Near the thrashing ground lay a timber yard and boat repair shop. There were storytellers, ballad singers, opera performers, and acrobats. Though there was no licensed pleasure house, there were a dozen or so unlicensed establishments. On market days, the cries of vendors, the singing, and the clamor all converged into a great buzzing hive of noise. End of chapter. Chapter 714, Sanliang Market. Sanliang Market could not match the prosperity of nearby county seats. Even compared to the county's other market towns, it was merely middling. But it was far more prosperous than the impoverished prefectural and county towns found in the remote interior or borderlands. Today was not market day. The thrashing ground had no vendors, only a few idlers chatting and watching the scene. Seeing this boat enter the pond, everyone whispered among themselves. This Lord Luo on the boat was the town's foremost gentleman, named Luo Tianqiu. He was a Jurin from the final years of the Wanli reign. Besides holding formal literati credentials, his family were also long-established locals. Not only were their clan members numerous, but they had produced several Ziyukai and Jurin over the generations. Lord Luo's grandfather had also passed the provincial examination and served several terms as a prefectural or county official. Thus the family had accumulated 10,000 guan in wealth, maintained many household guards and enforcers. Sanliang Market might as well be called the Luo family's fief rather than Great Ming territory. The Luo family's sedan chair and carriage were already waiting at the dock. Normally, when Lord Luo returned from an outing, he would stand briefly on the stone embankment after disembarking, surveying his surroundings and stamping his feet to loosen his muscles. But today, he had no such inclination. He climbed directly into the sedan and departed. The sedan passed through Brokerage Street. This street's earliest business had been the brokerage house the Luo family established. The Luo family's original rise had begun when ancestors violently monopolized the local rushmat grass trade. Over 4 generations, they had transformed from petty local toughs into the area's preeminent gentry. This brokerage's building had been reconstructed during Lord Luo's father's lifetime. Grand and imposing, quite magnificent. But after several decades, the gilded characters on the sign had grown somewhat dim in the sunlight. A thought stirred in Luo Tianqiu, time for fresh gilding. The Luo residence occupied the northwest corner of Sanliang Market, a vast, brooding complex of buildings with an air of stern authority. Besides living quarters, there were specialized warehouse courts, rent courts, steward courts, and servants' quarters. The warehouse courts stored various goods and daily necessities. The rent courts handled rent collection, weighing, and storage of grain, indigo, rushmat grass, and other agricultural products. The steward courts managed the various Luo residence enterprises. The servants' quarters housed the household guards, servants, attendants, and workers. The buildings numbered in the hundreds. Before the blue brick gate wall lay a large stone-paved courtyard. Several dozen stewards, managers, and attendants stood waiting, all in servants' blue robes and small caps, neatly dressed. The moment the sedan touched down, at the head steward's cry of respectfully welcoming the master home, all household staff knelt to pay respects. Luo Tianqiu did not spare a glance for his servant's solicitous greetings. He looked somewhat haggard. 3 or 4 days in Dongyuan, endless banquets and socializing, daily revelry, constantly visiting and gift-giving. His body truly could not take it anymore. He climbed into a 2-man sedan chair for use within the inner quarters and was carried inside. Luo Tianqiu's trip to the county seat had been to compete for position as deputy commander of the Dongyuan County Militia Bureau. The bureau's chief commander was the county magistrate. The 2 deputy commanders were the ones who actually ran things, and the bureau's revenues made many people green with envy. Since last year, Dongyuan County had added a surcharge of 3 fen of silver per mu for militia expenses. With several 100,000 mu of taxable land countywide, that meant tens of thousands in silver. Beyond the silver, the Militia Bureau could also conduct donations in the name of organizing militia, in practice no different from forced levies. In short, rich revenues. The militia silver was officially meant for recruiting and training militia, purchasing weapons, and constructing defensive works. In reality, 2/3 was embezzled by various officials and the gentry handling militia affairs. So the deputy commander position had always been coveted by the county's powerful magnates. Previously, the Luo family had not been able to secure it. Now one family's patriarch had suddenly died, leaving only an underage son. This vacancy immediately attracted considerable attention. The moment Luo Tianqiu received word, he had immediately taken a large sum of silver to the county seat to work his connections. After private negotiations and dealing, he had finally secured the Dongyuan County Militia Bureau deputy commandership. Properly speaking, the deputy commander should remain at the county seat to command the 1,000-odd recruited militia, prepared to fight at any moment. But neither Luo Tianqiu nor the other deputy commander Song Yassi had any intention of doing so. Both were gentry with no experience of leading militia in battle, let alone wielding weapons. They wanted only the position and power. Furthermore, the concept of leaving one's home base to serve the entire county's populace was foreign to them. Once the positions were secured, both coincidentally sent nephews to the county seat as proxies. Luo Tianqiu planned to send his clan nephew Luo Haiying as acting deputy commander. During his 3 or 4 days in the county, Luo Tianqiu had heard much troubling news. Liu Xiang, who had been operating at the Pearl River Estuary, had left. The self-proclaimed Australians, the crop heads, had arrived. They had fought a victorious battle against another pirate gang at the estuary. Then they had pushed on to the Bogue and defeated the government troops there as well. Now they held the Bogue and showed no signs of leaving. In a few days, they would probably sail upriver to raid everywhere. Pirates and river brigands harassing and raiding the Pearl River banks had happened before. That was why Sanliang market had become so heavily fortified. But this time, the crop heads with their powerful ships and guns had come. Their reputation was already universally known locally. Everywhere people talked about how their ships were fast as lightning, their cannons irresistible and invincible, and their capture of the Bogue had profoundly shocked Luo Tianqiu. County Magistrate Fan Wenkai's recent expansion of the Bogue batteries had drawn considerable labor and funds from Sanliang market. When Luo Tianqiu had personally escorted laborers to the Bogue, he had visited the construction site and seen all the military preparations the government troops were making there. At the time he had believed no ships could sail safely into the Pearl River under such dense red barbarian cannon fire. Though Fan Wenkai refused to discuss the Battle of the Bogue, the way his face went white whenever the crop heads were mentioned revealed how terrifying the scene must have been. When Fan Wenkai spoke with him at the county seat, he had been visibly distracted, repeatedly asking about Sanliang Market's defenses, how close it was to the main Pearl River channel, whether large ships could approach Sanliang Market, and so on. Luo Tianqiu wondered, could the county magistrate be planning to abandon the county seat and flee? Just who were these crop heads, that they could frighten Magistrate Fan so badly? Spending some silver, he learned from one of Fan Wenkai's household servants that the crop heads' firepower was ferocious. The Bogue's various batteries had crumbled like earth and tiles under their bombardment in less than half a day. 2,000 government troops had been no more effective than clay chickens and wooden dogs before being utterly routed. I never imagined the crop heads would be so rampant. Luo Tianqiu silently cursed, but fear gripped his heart too. Though Sanliang Market had a perimeter wall encircling the entire town and 2 blockhouses, its defense relied mainly on natural terrain. The maze-like waterways that would confuse unfamiliar outsiders' boats, causing them to get lost or even run aground. Several years ago, he had also mobilized able-bodied men to build bamboo palisades along the riverbanks. These simple barriers could effectively prevent brigands in small boats from landing along the shallow tributary channels. Such defenses were absolutely no match for Australian cannons. Yet Luo Tianqiu thought Sanliang Market had one geographic advantage. Not only was the waterway network complex, but the channels were generally quite shallow. Ships too large or heavy simply could not enter. If large ships could not enter, neither could large cannons. Even if the cropheads came, they could only send small bands of raiders in sampans and small boats. They would not have many men, certainly could not bring heavy artillery, and would have limited supplies. Fighting on home ground, perhaps they could hold their own against the cropheads. With these thoughts, Luo Tianqiu reached the main hall. Maids attended as he changed clothes and freshened up. His wife, hearing he had returned without having eaten lunch, personally brought maids carrying food boxes to see him. She saw he had dismissed the servants and sat silently in his great chair, looking weary and troubled. Worried, she sat beside his table and said, "Master, did things not go smoothly at the county seat?" 500 taels weren't enough to satisfy Magistrate Fan. "Things went very smoothly," Luo Tianqiu said. "Magistrate Fan has appointed me deputy commander of the militia bureau. The formal commission will arrive any day. It's just that with Liu Xiang gone, that thorn in our side, the cropheads have become a new fishbone stuck in our throat." The lady did not know who the cropheads were. She said, "These sea bandits, one gang goes, another comes. It's been this way since the Tianqi reign. We're far from the shipping lanes, our defenses are tight, and no one here would serve as their inside man. Even if pirates entered the inland waters, they surely wouldn't dare attack us rashly. Only these days of constant worry, the thought of you becoming deputy commander and going off to war makes me terribly afraid." "Don't worry, I won't personally go to war. I'm planning to send Heng, our nephew, to serve as deputy commander at the county. He's a military Ziyukai. Some experience at the county level would be good for him. Perhaps he'll even establish himself there. Heng is a good lad, but sending him off to swing swords and spears, if something happened, how would you explain it to your 9th sister-in-law? If one wants to win wealth through blade and spear, one can't fear death." Luo Tianqiu stroked his beard. "If the cropheads attack Sanliang Market, every able-bodied man must take the field. Even I as head of household would be no exception. When that time comes, everything depends on heaven's will. Ah, if only everyone could just stay safe and sound." The lady was over 40, approaching old age by local standards. Having lived a life of comfort and privilege, the increasingly chaotic world troubled her greatly. These past few years it's been river pirates and sea bandits day and night, and the weather's been bad too. Even the tenants are causing trouble, coming one after another to plead poverty and beg for exemptions. How are we supposed to live? If we don't teach these mudlegs a harsh lesson, life will become impossible. No matter how chaotic the world gets, as long as we hold Sanliang Market firmly, we'll be fine. Life goes on as usual," Luo Tianqiu said. Give the tenants some slack. Reduce their rent a bit. Once fighting starts, we need them to risk their lives for us. Those who won't work, confiscate their land and seal up their houses. Let's see which of those mudlegs dares refuse to fight then. End of chapter. Chapter 715, Winning Hearts, Women's Foolishness. Luo Tianqiu silently cursed, but he did not say it aloud. The lady's maiden family were also influential gentry, and she had always been capable in managing the household. With the outside situation chaotic, domestic harmony came first. He only shook his head. Now is the time to win hearts. Talk of confiscating land and sealing houses. Aren't you afraid some mudleg will betray us to the crop heads? The lady realized he had a point and sighed in frustration. She had the maids lay out the meal. One compartmented food box held 8 appetizers. There were also 6 dishes. The lady poured him a cup of guoshi wushwang, specially purchased from Guangzhou. Luo Tianqiu was very fond of this pure, crisp grain liquor. It came in clear crystal bottles, pleasing to the eye. There isn't much of this wine left. The steward says the distillery in Guangzhou was sealed by the government. The lady's complaints emerged. Luo Tianqiu smiled. That distillery belongs to the crop heads. Of course it got sealed. The crop heads, isn't it the Australians? The crop heads are the Australians. The Australians are the crop heads. Heavens. So that famous Pei Ziulai in Guangzhou, she's a foreign woman. Well, the Australians are still considered Chinese. They claim to be descendants of the Song at Yashan. Their leader is surnamed Wen, a descendant of Chancellor Wen. Then wouldn't they be loyal retainers' progeny? The lady said in surprise. After lunch, Luo Tianqiu could not sleep. The crophead invasion was imminent. He needed to prepare. Besides, rent collection would soon be on the agenda. I'll go to the outer courtyard first. Luo Tianqiu headed for the outer residence. His household affairs office was Camphor Flourishing Hall. Several stewards and accountants awaited his instructions, but Luo Tianqiu simply said, "Let's see the rent court." The rent court was large, its walls entirely brick and stone, precautions against arson. The gatehouse was thick with ironclad doors. Above the gate was a loft for guards to fire through loopholes. During riots or bandit attacks, the gates would close and several hundred attackers could not break in. Luo Tianqiu passed through to the rent court. The courtyard was empty. Rent season had not begun. Rows of buildings surrounded the yard. At center was the verification station with scales. Piles of baskets and grain sacks stood ready for collection. Luo Tianqiu inspected and felt satisfied. He proceeded to the rear courtyard, the granaries. He asked how much of last year's stock remained. When the manager's figures matched his memory, he was pleased. He randomly ordered granaries open to verify figures. In several granaries he detected problems. Grain totals were correct, but deterioration was severe, worse than when he had inspected last year. Luo Tianqiu snorted. The old switch and swap trick. He glanced at the men behind him. "A dog can't stop eating shit," the phrase surfaced in his mind. Everyone had received great kindness from him. The manager's son Yulin had been his page boy and catamite. In less than 5 years, the once handsome youth had grown fat and skilled at embezzlement. Luo Tianqiu did not make a scene. These past years he had not watched subordinates as closely. Still waters run clear when there are no fish. As chaos increased, treating underlings harshly bred resentment. If someone conspired with bandits as an inside man, consequences could be severe. He would resolve this quietly. Then he said he wanted to visit the West Wing. "Master, why there? It's dirty and stinking," the steward asked in surprise. "To have a look." Luo Tianqiu said simply. The West Wing, the interrogation station, was the Luo family's private jail. Tenants who could not pay rent were brought here for imprisonment and torture. The courtyard was large. Over 100 defaulters were imprisoned. Someone was sobbing, others moaned. In the center, a man was strapped to a punishment bench, buttocks bloody, crying out loudly. Guards sat nearby drinking water. Luo Tianqiu normally did not concern himself with such matters, but with cropheads so close, holding so many prisoners, what if some family member betrayed Sanliang market? What's this man's story? This is Hao Shenk. He didn't pay last year's rent in full. He signed a promissory note but still couldn't pay. We told him to send his wife to work off the debt. He claims he's divorced her, obviously trying to cheat. Master, I wouldn't dare. Hao Shenk was terrified. My mother fell ill last year. Please grant a few months' grace. I'll pay everything. How Shenk is it? His family have been tenants for generations. Luo Tianqiu said slowly. You treated your mother's illness. That's filial piety. This master will make an exception. This beating settles your old debts. He gestured, clean him up and let him go. The manager was startled. He hastily called for men to untie the prisoner. Everyone in this West Wing review their cases. Luo Tianqiu ordered. Those whose offenses are minor, release them all. End of chapter. Chapter 716. Sanliang Market's preparations. The managers were dumbstruck. Given the Luo family's origins as local toughs, even as gentry, the family heads had always been ruthless and cunning. Luo Tianqiu was no exception. In disputes over land, he had secretly ordered men to kill opponents more than once. As for running a private jail and torturing a few mudlegs, that was nothing. For dozens of li around, everyone knew the Luo family's interrogation station was a palace of Yama and a second yamen. Master, isn't this letting them off too easy? The West Wing manager Fan Jin stammered. Won't this damage our Luo family's authority? When I say release them, release them. Are you the master or am I? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Fan Jin saw Luo Tianqiu's expressionless face. Knowing the calmer he was, the more likely he was to erupt, and hurried off to release prisoners. Shortly, over 100 people were released from the interrogation station. The number was truly excessive. Luo Tianqiu said nothing, but he knew many had been privately seized by his subordinates. His capable managers and attendants were all lawless in this regard. Some ran private loan operations, some ran gambling dens, some manipulated lawsuits. None were good people. Luo Tianqiu had always followed the principle of eating the meat himself while letting underlings drink the soup. As long as they did not cause deaths, he let them be. Sometimes when matters reached the yamen, he would personally deliver calling cards and bond guarantees to protect his servants. Before, he had not thought anything of this, who feared a few mudlegs making trouble. Officials were people he could handle. Mudlegs with no money or power could not win a lawsuit in 100 years. Even in famine years when riots broke out, he was not afraid. He had over 100 guards plus the Sanliang Market militia. He could suppress small-scale rebellions himself. For larger ones, he would lock the gates, and mudlegs could not break in before government troops crushed them. But now these Australians had come. He had heard much about them at the county seat. They were neither soft nor hard, immune to bribery, could take cities and fortresses effortlessly, and were especially skilled at recruiting traitors. The Luo family had accumulated countless grievances over the years. If some reckless traitor incited the Australians to attack Sanliang Market, there would be trouble. This thought made him reveal an unhappy expression. He even felt the ground beneath his feet was shaking. Yet he could not make a scene or take action now. After all, his family had operated this way for a century, like master, like servant. This much Luo Tianqiu understood clearly. Thinking this, he hated the cropheads even more. They were like a violent hurricane, shaking the edifice his family had built over generations. And the people inside that edifice probably had other ideas. At the slightest disturbance, they would all flee. Seeing most prisoners had left, the guards were cleaning up. Suddenly, outside came angry shouts and curses mixed with a woman's voice. What right do you have to arrest people? Luo Tianqiu was about to send someone to investigate when the West Wing gates burst open, flooding with people. 20-odd guards and militia, all armed with swords, spears, and clubs, glared menacingly. Some led horses, others carried loads. In the center, 4 or 5 captives were being pushed along, clothes torn, some with blood on their faces. Their leader was a man of about 50, neither tall nor strong but sharp-looking. Despite being shoved and pushed, his stance was extremely steady, clearly a martial artist. Only his sallow complexion and labored breathing suggested illness. Supporting him was a young woman, quite attractive, wearing the close-fitting jacket and narrow skirt ordinary women did not wear. Her clothes had been torn in places, revealing an inner garment with dense stitching. Luo Tianqiu knew women traveling long distances sewed their undergarments shut to prevent assault. Several other men and women were also dressed for travel and looked capable. Seeing they had horses, weapons, and equipment, Luo Tianqiu understood traveling performers. Luo Beiwei, the guard's captain, had not expected to find the master in the west wing and was momentarily startled. He hastily knelt to pay respects. "What's this about?" Reporting to the master, Luo Beiwei stood. "These are traveling performers staying at the inn. 2 months ago the old man fell ill, spent all their money, and pawned their horse and belongings at our moneylender for 4 taels of silver. They agreed to repay within 2 months but haven't paid a single coin." "That's a lie," the young woman raged. "We paid off the principal long ago. You keep changing your calculation. We pay our earnings every day. You always say it's not enough and the debt keeps growing." Still talking back, Luo Beiwei bellowed. His forehead was bruised, he had taken some hits. "Wait till I strip you naked for questioning." Frightened by "strip you naked for questioning," the woman softened but remained defiant. "In broad daylight you'd violate my honor. The officials may tolerate you but heaven won't." Because the master was present, Luo Beiwei could not curse or beat her. He told Luo Tianqiu that since they could not repay the interest, the horse and belongings should be forfeited as collateral. But these performers refused to yield. This morning they had tried to sneak away. The militia at the gates discovered them, fought them, and finally subdued and brought them here. "Won't pay debts, try to flee, and fight back when caught. That's why I brought them here, to teach them some manners," Luo Beiwei said. Luo Tianqiu knew the real story. The moneylender had played tricks to fleece outsiders. That Mongolian horse alone was worth 60 or 70 taels in Guangzhou, nothing unusual about such predatory exploitation. He never interfered in such matters, but today he had already shown great mercy, no harm in showing more. "Release them," Luo Tianqiu said expressionlessly. "Master," Luo Beiwei glanced at Luo Tianqiu but knew the master hated repeating himself. He gestured for the captives to be untied. Luo Beiwei was reluctant to give up. "The horse stays." "That horse is their livelihood. Return it," Luo Tianqiu said. "Since the principal's paid, forget the interest." His subordinates were dumbstruck. Had the master taken the wrong medicine? Such mercy today, when in the past he had personally confiscated land and sealed houses, dragging rent-dodging tenants and their families to the interrogation station for torture, beating several to death or crippling them. Just as everyone was astonished, the woman suddenly screamed. The old man, once untied and his blood flowing again, had fainted. "Father, master," the group rushed to the collapsed old man, crying and shouting. "Enough." Luo Beiwei grew furious and moved to strike. "Stop!" Luo Tianqiu halted him, looking thoughtfully at these people. Leaving the West Wing, Luo Tianqiu went to the town's militia public bureau to inspect weapons and training. If the Great Ming had a grassroots militia construction evaluation campaign, Sanliang Market would certainly win first place in Dongyuan County. According to the Governor-General's Yamen Directive on strengthening provincial militia construction, the Governor's instructions on provincial militia guidelines, and the county's militia construction outline, Sanliang Market's militia development led the entire county. The drilling militia numbered 300. Adding household guards from major families, over 500 could fight at any time. They drilled daily and received 1 tael monthly, inexperienced but high in morale. Beyond these, if necessary, all males aged 1660 could be armed, several hundred more for defense. The Bureau had stockpiled weapons. The blacksmith continued forging more. Sanliang Market had purchased cannons from the county. Finding them poor quality and overpriced, Luo Tianqiu bought iron and had local smiths cast their own, 40 to 50 cannons of various sizes, mounted on the walls. They had also made muskets. Near Macau, Luo Tianqiu had even obtained Portuguese matchlocks through Guangzhou. Only armor was lacking, prohibited items even the Luo family dared not stockpile. but Luo Tianqiu did not care. In this water network terrain, armor was more hindrance than help. As for trenches, palisades, and walls, Sanliang Market had long prepared them, constantly repairing and reinforcing. With funds from the whole town, they had built 4 sturdy blockhouses, stone bases to prevent tunneling, brick upper floors, minimal wood except at the top. Each had wells, stored grain, weapons, and gunpowder. They could observe and bombard attackers from above. If the town fell, survivors could take refuge inside and continue resisting. Luo Tianqiu had organized mutual defense agreements with nearby villages. With Sanliang Market's strength, neighboring villages were glad to ally. 10-odd villages joined the mutual defense. If trouble came, thousands could be assembled. Though not impregnable, this made Sanliang Market among the county's best defended. At the bureau, Luo Tianqiu spoke with the Gentry committee members, met the militia leaders, and said encouraging words. Finally, he met privately with Luo Heng, telling him to report to the county tomorrow to command militia. Though everything seemed in order, one thing worried Luo Tianqiu. Few men could actually lead militia in battle. The bureau had hired an instructor, but he had died suddenly of illness last month. No replacement had been found. Some Gentry sons could fight, but none had real combat experience. Fighting ability alone was not enough to command militia. The militia captains were mostly household servants, not necessarily skilled. We offered 18 taels monthly, but everyone who came failed the archery test. All worthless rice buckets. Bureau Committee member Yuan Kaibeng sighed. Serving as militia instructor required not just combat ability but mastery of various weapons, especially sabers and archery. Militia did not need battlefield formations. They needed close quarters fighting and defense. Archery was their primary weapon, but ordinary martial artists might handle blades but lacked archery skills. Even experienced escorts mainly used light bows or slingshots, rarely proficient with infantry longbows. After months of recruiting, no one suitable had been found. Are those people still here? All waiting at the inn for your decision, sir. Yuan Kaibeng blinked his small eyes. You said we're short-handed. Even if they're imperfect, we should keep them. Luo Tianqiu said, anyone with real skill, hire them. 8 taels monthly, room and board from the bureau. Done just so. Good, good. The other committee members echoed. They had long followed the Luo family's lead. With the crophead threat imminent, everyone was counting on Luo Tianqiu as their pillar of strength. Next, Luo Tianqiu discussed bureau expenses. Maintaining militia, manufacturing and purchasing weapons and gunpowder, constructing fortifications, all required huge outlays. The county's militia levy did not leave much for the town itself, so Luo Tianqiu proposed an additional militia fee. The committee members exchanged glances. The county's 3 fen per mu was already heavy, more extraction made them wince, but no one dared oppose Luo Tianqiu. Seeing their pained but silent expressions, Luo Tianqiu snorted. You think I'm collecting this for me? Who owns this Sanliang Market? Militia must be fed to fight. 1 tael a month, you wouldn't take the field for that. Once the cropheads actually come, 10 taels won't get men to fight. Mudlegs have just one worthless life. You gentlemen have families and property. Once the walls fall, everything turns to ash. Which calculation makes more sense? No one dared speak. He was right. But endless donations since last year had tightened everyone's purse strings. That was why Luo Tianqiu dispensed with soliciting donations and simply levied directly on land. Finally, the magnates agreed. Throughout Sanliang Market, every mu of land would be assessed militia fees, 80 cash for top grade, 40 for middle grade, 20 for bottom grade. End of chapter. Chapter 717. The patrol squadron's sunlight filtered through the window lattice. On the bed, the old man stirred and let out a groan. Those who had been standing or sitting at his bedside rose instantly to their feet. The young woman who had been slumped over the bed's edge lifted her head and gently propped him up. His eyes were glazed, momentarily lost as to where he was. Where is this? The inn, she said quickly. The Luo family released us. Oh, The old man's eyes drifted closed, a wave of relief passing over his weathered features. This is their territory. If they insist on taking the horse, just give it to them. We're outsiders here. We'll only come out worse if there's trouble. Rest easy, father. Lord Luo didn't take the horse. He had his men escort us back to the inn. Oh. The old man relaxed visibly, but his eyes flew open again, anxiety creasing his brow. He didn't demand that you— No, the young woman's eyes brimmed with tears. Lord Luo said nothing at all. He simply had us brought back. Oh, the assurance seemed to drain the last of his strength. He slipped back into unconsciousness. A man of about 40 spoke up. The old master's condition still doesn't look good. Should we leave immediately? In his state, he'd die before we reach the next town. The middle-aged woman who answered was decent-looking but haggard. Like the young woman, she wore the short jacket and trousers of a traveling performer. If we stay, things might only get worse. The only young man in the room spoke with evident worry. What if the Luo family has ill intentions? What if Lord Luo takes a liking to senior sister? The Luo family are the tyrants here. They could do whatever they pleased, the middle-aged man reasoned. If he wanted to harm her, he could have done so already. Once we were inside his compound, we were completely at his mercy. Why release us only to cause trouble later? Who knows what scheme he's plotting? The young man's face bore a wound, clearly from a beating by the militia. He said bitterly, "Just look at his lackeys. You can tell the master is no better." The middle-aged woman cast a nervous glance at the window. "Good or bad, it's not our concern. Let the old master rest a few days. Once he can travel, we leave. The problem is we've got no money left. Between our horses and equipment, we'll need to hire a larger boat. We'll have to give a few more performances." An epidemic in Sanliang market had struck down the whole troupe in turns. Unable to perform, they had burned through their savings on lodging, doctors, and medicine. Otherwise, they would never have fallen into the moneylender's usury trap. Sanliang is actually a good venue, large crowds, decent earnings per show, the middle-aged man sighed. But after this incident, performing here with peace of mind seems impossible. The young man spoke again. "I think senior sister shouldn't perform any more. Who knows what trouble might arise?" The room fell silent. He had a point, but the troupe's star attraction was precisely this young woman, Kingxia, known by her stage name rival to the Azure Cloud. Hers was a family tradition of performance arts. Not only was her horsemanship extraordinary, but she excelled at archery, slingshot, sword dancing, bowl balancing, and tightrope walking. The others had their own genuine skills, but having a woman, especially a reasonably attractive young woman, perform equestrian stunts meant each show brought in 50 or 60% more coin. Without rival to the Azure Cloud, who knew how long it would take to scrape together travel money. And the old master's condition might not truly be improving. Lodging and medicine all cost silver. Kingxia raised her head. "I'll still perform. We know something about this town now. The Luo family are tigers. Since the tiger let us walk out of its jaws, the other wolves and dogs probably won't bother us either." "Senior sister," the young man protested. "Xiaosuo, don't try to dissuade me." Kingxia's mind was made up. "I'm this troupe's star. If I don't perform, the money trickles in too slowly and we'll be trapped here even longer." Jiang Suo muttered a few more objections, but the others had visibly brightened. They traveled and performed to earn a living. This was a good place for business. If their star refused to take the stage, how could a handful of adults and a few children carry the show? The next day, the troupe resumed performing at the thrashing ground. Though Guangdong had suffered several calamities since the Wanli rain and various disturbances had risen and fallen, overall it remained far better off than the war-torn Central Plains. The common folk still led passable lives. Rural entertainment was scarce, so a young woman performing equestrian stunts drew spectators not just from the town but from surrounding villages. The first day's business was quite good, and no one came to harass them. Seeing such success, everyone threw themselves into their performances. To maximize earnings, Kingxia decided to display her archery skills, which she normally kept in reserve. This was a secret family art. Though as a woman she couldn't draw the most powerful bows, with an ordinary infantry bow her accuracy was virtually flawless. Her specialty, shooting coins while on horseback, had been passed down through generations. When she demonstrated this skill, the sensation was enormous. Spectators came from farther and farther away to watch. Several militia instructors in town observed in secret admiration. This was genuine skill, not empty showmanship. They earned considerable money, but the old master's condition worsened. They had tried every doctor in town and taken all manner of medicines to no avail. Anxiety mounted. They had been here nearly 3 months. Normally, a month of performing would have been enough, but now only their few special skills were barely sustaining them. At this rate, even supporting themselves would become difficult. Just as they were at their wits' end, terrifying news swept through the town. The crop heads had come. Chen Haiyang, resting and resupplying at the Bogue, had already received intelligence reports. Government troops were establishing heavy defenses at Wuqiang, with extensive fortifications and concentrated forces. He instructed his squadron commanders to temporarily avoid entering the provincial river zone, meaning they were not to pass Wuqiang. His plan was to wait until enemy forces had concentrated sufficiently, then strike in one decisive blow to shatter Guangzhou's will to resist completely. In the meantime, he ordered the patrol squadrons to strike in all directions, further undermining the morale of Guangzhou's officials, Gentry, and populace. The patrol squadrons were designated by English letters, each operating independently. Those squadron commanders had authority to initiate independent actions, including military attacks. Chen Haiyang strictly prohibited any squadron from conducting village annihilations or collective massacres without explicit permission. A balance of mercy and might was his guiding principle. To ensure no squadron suffered defeats that might damage their image, each was required to employ peaceful means wherever possible rather than relying purely on military action. When Daisy volunteered to lead a squadron deep into the Pearl River region, though Chen Haiyang expressed concern for his safety, Chief Wen declared bravely that such danger was nothing. Those who fear death don't make revolution. In our cause, we can't just sit in offices reading documents and issuing orders. We must take up swords and guns and fight the old powers, Chief Wen proclaimed grandly at the Bogue's temporary pier. With that, he strode toward his boat. D Squadron, under his command, raised sail and, propelled by wind and oar, made its way upriver. D Squadron comprised 10 sampans and 5 long dragons. Over 200 Marines and sailors, plus about 10 civil affairs personnel. They carried 1 cannon and various engineering equipment. The Long Dragons were larger vessels, able to store supplies and transport cannons. They also provided comfortable sleeping quarters. When Daisy's flagship was aboard a Long Dragon, the modest cabin had been carefully appointed, with high marks for both safety and comfort. The expeditionary force had organized 6 squadrons in total. They dispersed to townships within Dongyuan, Zinan, Shund, Xiangshan, Nanhai, and Panyu counties, posting proclamations everywhere and collecting reasonable burden. Guangzhou Prefecture was thrown into alarm. Su Tingfa's passive avoidance of battle left the squadrons operating in the Pearl River tributaries virtually unopposed. Guided by former pirates who knew the waterways intimately, the squadrons penetrated various channels. These former pirates were familiar with the surrounding terrain, which towns were wealthy, which were heavily defended with fierce militia and counted as hard targets, which were isolated and counted as soft targets. D Squadron's objective was shunned. The squadron sailed along the rivers, issuing proclamations to villages and towns, establishing the reasonable burden system wherever they went. This required almost no effort. Under the Australians' fearsome reputation, most villages and towns dared not resist, accepting both the proclamations and the burden. For communities that offered no resistance, the squadron not only refrained from harassment and extortion, but paid cash for all requisitioned supplies and labor. The reasonable burden quotas were quite reasonable, never exceeding what a village could bear. Some were even remarkably light. D Squadron's first encounter with resistance came at Sanliang, after their demands were rejected, when Daisy ordered an assault. A 12-pounder howitzer mounted on a long dragon quickly blasted a gap over 10 meters wide in the bamboo palisade the villagers had built. The militia behind the palisade gathered at the gap, firing arrows in dense volleys to stop the soldiers from breaking through. Several crude cannons fired intermittently, but the distance was still too great for their projectiles to find any targets. The soldiers used Mini-A rifles and the 12-pounder mountain howitzer to bombard the breach from long range, quickly routing the militia clustered behind the palisade. They left the ground strewn with corpses. Then soldiers rapidly deployed a lightweight engineer's bridge from boat to shore across the ditch and entered the village. Sanliang village was already in total chaos. Women, elderly, and children scrambled to escape. The ground was littered with abandoned shoes, bundles, and scattered objects, but the very ditches and palisades that had protected the village now blocked their flight. D Squadron set up blockade lines at several exits, trapping everyone inside. Afterward, a village-wide assembly was held at the thrashing ground. Villagers were herded there to await their fate. A sea of black-haired heads milled about. Surrounding Marines and sailors stood with bayonet-fixed rifles or raised machetes, blades glinting coldly. In the center of the thrashing ground stood something the villagers had never seen, a wide wooden frame with nooses hanging from it. Captured prisoners knelt weakly to one side. Among them were prominent village figures. Anyone capable of organizing militia had some property. Most held examination degrees. At minimum, they were wealthy landowners. According to Wen Daisy's standard thinking, resistance demanded severe punishment. But this Pearl River expedition was not about establishing a long-term base. Excessive punishment might instead inspire local resistance. So the policy toward local defiance was moderate punishment, divide the masses, strike the magnates. As retaliation for resisting the Australians, the village's militia commander, training leaders and instructors, except those already killed or missing, were all hanged before the assembled villagers. Their property was completely confiscated. As for ordinary people, commoners, and common militiamen, the civil affairs propagandists announced that everyone had been manipulated and coerced by the wealthy magnates. Since weapons had been confiscated, no further punishment would follow. However, any future attacks on Australian personnel or refusal of reasonable burden would result in far more severe retaliation. Even this retaliation was severe enough. Death sentences were waived, but living punishment remained. After negotiation, Sanliang village's entire population paid gold, silver, fabric, rice, and other goods equivalent to roughly 1,000 taels of silver. Their assigned reasonable burden was also calculated at triple the normal rate. D Squadron stayed one night at Sanliang, then continued upriver. They successively occupied Mazhu and Pingzhu. Villagers there, having heard of Sanliang's fate, dared not resist. The reasonable burden system was easily established. The boats soon filled with tribute. Then D Squadron arrived at Shawan. Shawan's terrain favored defenders, surrounded by water, densely wooded, and residents had built embankments along the shore bristling with bamboo stakes. D Squadron anchored before Shawan for the night. The next morning, when Daisy discovered the shores were densely packed with militia, a forest of weapons. Various strange flags flew along the riverbank. The moment the squadron's boats moved, Shawan's militia fired a volley. Over a dozen crude cannons firing together created an impressive spectacle. Smoke shrouded the entire riverbank, but the projectiles were mostly nails, iron scraps, broken porcelain, and pebbles. They splashed into the river barely 10 meters out, entirely ineffective. The Long Dragon's cannons and Mini-A rifles fired simultaneously, instantly clearing the riverbank defenses. Then, under covering fire, sampans carried Marines toward the shore. The militiamen shouted defiantly, firing guns and cannons at random, but the accurate Minié rifle fire quickly dispersed them. When the militia realized the cropheads could shoot them from far beyond their own weapons' range, while even their cannons couldn't reach the enemy, this terrifying reality immediately shook their morale. Then a crude cannon suddenly exploded, killing or wounding over a dozen men. This accident triggered the complete collapse of the Shaoan militia. Though the local militia commander Liang Kefa led his household guards in a desperate stand, he and his guards were quickly bayoneted by the Marines. Over a dozen more militia commanders, deputy commanders, training leaders, and instructors from various villages were killed or captured. These key personnel had all stood at the front to rally morale. During the rout, most failed to escape. D Squadron took only an hour and a half that morning to rout over 1,000 militia jointly sent by 6 nearby villages. After killing and capturing a third of them, Shaoan and neighboring villages sent envoys to submit. They not only paid 1 tael of silver per prisoner as ransom, but also paid several thousand taels in reparations. When Daisy ordered execution of captured militia commanders and training leaders from among the local gentry, following the Sanchen precedent, and confiscated their movable property, ordinary commoners were forgiven, and troops maintained strict discipline throughout, no looting, arson, or violation. This balanced approach of severity and leniency, treating different groups differently, greatly reduced commoners' interest in resisting the Fubo army. The gentry and magnates were terrified out of their wits and dared not contemplate armed resistance again. While Wen Daisy's squadron rampaged through Shun's waterways, Shijiki's squadron roved freely along the Pearl River's main channel, encountering no opposition. He continuously burned numerous river patrol stations, patrol inspector offices, and other government facilities along the banks. After capturing Dajiao and Dafan Islands, which had attempted resistance, Shijiki led his troops to seize a battery under construction south of Xiangshan County. He scattered the hundreds of militia defending it, demolished the battery, then appeared beneath Xiangshan's walls. Though Shijiki had fewer than 200 men and a dozen boats, the Xiangshan County magistrate, shocked by his unstoppable advance and pressured by terrified local gentry, ultimately abandoned plans for armed resistance. He dispatched several gentry representatives to negotiate terms, ultimately paying 5,000 taels of city ransom for Shijiki's withdrawal. This experience gave the transmigrators new insight. Local officials were often willing to seek compromise. All squadrons' operations along the Pearl River proceeded smoothly. Even where fighting occurred, casualties remained very light. Squadron commanders followed their instructions. Never fight far from the waterways. As long as they stayed near water, they could receive effective fire support from cannons mounted on long dragons. They never spent nights in local villages, preferring to camp outdoors or sleep aboard their boats, the latter a lesson learned from the work team's experience in Danju. Shijiki returned to the Bogue once, to unload spoils, prisoners, and the few wounded from this patrol. After reloading supplies and rotating some personnel, he led the squadron toward Dongyuan County. This time his target was Sanliang Market. End of chapter. Chapter 718. A Story from the Pearl River campaign. The performing troupe of Rival to the Azure Cloud was plunged back into crisis. News that the cropheads had arrived at the river near Sanliang Market threw the entire town and surrounding region into panic. The terror and power of the cropheads left everyone in constant dread. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival lost its joy. Naturally, no one was interested in watching equestrian performances. Not only could they not earn travel money, but they continued spending on lodging and medicine. The whole troop was trapped in an impossible situation. The town descended into chaos. Wealthy families and gentry from surrounding villages fled with their households to seek refuge in Sanliang Market. The town's empty rooms filled instantly. Inns were soon packed to bursting. Room prices increased tenfold. The innkeeper, presented with this golden opportunity, naturally resented their group of 10-odd people occupying 3 or 4 rooms plus a stable. He delivered an ultimatum: Starting today, room rates were going up. Not just room rates, even the stable would be charged, more expensive than a large room had been before. Charging for the stable? Where in the world is that the rule? Jiang Xu said indignantly. Rules? I make the rules here. Plenty of people are begging to stay in my stable with silver in hand. The innkeeper's face was oily with sweat, utterly indifferent. For some, crisis meant opportunity. This sudden windfall had gone to his head. Anyone blocking his fortune might as well be asking to die. No matter how Aunt Jiang and Uncle Joe pleaded for a few days' grace, the innkeeper had one answer: pay the new rates starting today or pack up and get out immediately. Jiang Xu, young and hot-blooded, wanted to argue further. Qingxia knew words were useless and agreed to move out, but the town was already packed. They had no choice but to relocate to the Guandi temple on the east side, already crammed with poor refugees from surrounding villages. They barely managed to claim space beneath a corridor. They couldn't perform. They couldn't rest easy. Qingxia's father neither worsened nor improved. The group sat idle in the ruined temple with no income, gradually depleting their resources. Everyone sighed. They were truly strangers here with no relatives or connections, their home far away in the Central Plains. Never mind returning there. They couldn't even scrape together enough to reach Guangzhou and start fresh. With her father bedridden, Qingxia was effectively the troop leader. Her mood was deeply troubled. Besides herself and her father, the troop included Aunt Jiang, Uncle Joe, Jiang Xu, and 3 adolescent children, all from the same village, somewhat related. The safety of all these people weighed on her shoulders. Fearing she would worry the others, she still went out each day at dawn to practice her routines and exercise the horse. Though this Mongolian horse was nothing exceptional, it had been her faithful partner in countless performances. Even without proper feed, grazing only on wild grass, the horse had grown thin. This pained her greatly. But their money dwindled daily. Never mind horse feed, even their own meals were becoming a problem. Qingxia knew everyone looked to her for strength. She couldn't openly show her anxiety. But waking in the middle of the night, she would cry silently. Performing had always meant a life of hardship. Now, trapped in such a predicament, the road ahead seemed endlessly bleak. Aunt Jiang had secretly suggested that regardless of whether they had enough money for the full journey, they should leave this desperate place. Hire a boat with what little they had, head toward Guangzhou, go as far as they could, find somewhere more peaceful to perform along the way. Perhaps they could earn enough for expenses and travel costs to eventually reach the city. But Qingxia feared her father couldn't withstand the journey's rigors. And news of the Cropheads' approach made them afraid to leave. Once outside the palisade's protection, if they were captured by Cropheads en route. At the militia bureau, the Gentry were alarmed multiple times daily. The militia keeping watch around the town and nearby villages were constantly set off by a passing boat or a few unfamiliar woodcutters, sounding alarm gongs and firing signal cannons. In this state of constant anxiety, the Mid-Autumn Festival passed without celebration. Normally, the Luo residents and other major households would have held elaborate festivities, specially purchasing mooncakes and delicacies from Guangzhou. Now no one had the heart for it. Another 7 or 8 days passed before fresh news arrived. The Cropheads had reached Shigang. Shigang was part of Sanliang Market's Mutual Defense Alliance. Upon receiving the emergency message, Luo Tianqiu immediately ordered Yuan Kaibang and several newly hired militia instructors to lead 200 militia as reinforcements to Shigang. Other allied villages also sent their forces. Early the next morning, fierce gunfire rolled in from the Shigang direction, fiercer than anyone had ever heard. The firing continued for nearly 2 hours. The Militia Bureau committee members were beside themselves with anxiety. Besides sending people to investigate, they could only climb the blockhouses to watch for developments in the distance. By midday, the first militia came into view. They were exhausted, some on foot, some by boat, retreating from Shigang in complete disorder. Each man was dejected. Some were supported by others or lay wounded in boats. Many had lost their weapons, their clothes torn, their bodies blood-stained. The retreating militia brought not only news of Shigang's defeat but also Yuan Kaibang's corpse. This self-proclaimed bulwark had half his skull blown off and was missing an arm. What remained was half-charred, the result of a 12-pounder explosive shell's near miss. Of the 200 militia sent to reinforce Shigang, over 50 hadn't returned. Besides Yuan Kaibang, 7 or 8 other training leaders and instructors had died. The survivors were all shell-shocked. From those who escaped, they learned that the Allied militia force had ultimately assembled over 800 men at Shigang to fight the Cropheads. The Cropheads numbered only 200, but their gunboats were devastating. A single volley killed masses at a time. The militia were routed from the riverbank before they could even engage. Then the Cropheads quickly scaled the undefended banks using ladders. The two sides clashed at Shigang's palisade gate, where over 200 militia were utterly routed by barely 30-odd Cropheads wielding blade-tipped muskets. "Every Crophead can throw palm thunder," one ashen-faced militiaman told the committee members. Seeing we outnumbered them, they just waved their hands and exploded masses of us. Terrifying rumors about the Cropheads spread through the town immediately. Particularly alarming was news that Crophead muskets and cannons had extreme range, making the militia bureau realize their defensive preparations were probably useless. If the enemy could fire from beyond their own weapons' range, they could disperse defenders from a distance, then leisurely demolish or bypass fortifications. At Shigang, this was exactly what the Cropheads had done. Luo Tianqiu convened all the town's gentry, magnates, headmen, examination graduates, guild representatives, and major clan heads at the militia bureau to discuss how to resist the Crophead attack. With Shigang captured, Sanliang was certainly next. Though Sanliang was called the Luo family's Iron Fortress, internal conflicts were actually sharp. The gentry were constantly at odds with each other, and commoners deeply resented the Luo family and their allied magnates' tyranny. Only the Luo family's usual power kept this resentment hidden. Now, with the Crophead threat looming, these contradictions surfaced. Many believed resisting the Cropheads was pointless, just getting people killed for nothing. As for the headmen and merchants, they had long heard that Cropheads targeted only magnates and gentry. Commoners who didn't resist and paid a small burden could remain safe. They didn't want to pay extra, but under Luo family rule, assessments and forced donations for fighting the Cropheads had already fallen on them multiple times. Everyone felt that since expensively armed militia and fortifications couldn't stop the Cropheads anyway, accepting reasonable burden and keeping them satisfied might be better. At least no one would die. At the meeting, everyone had their own agenda. No matter how eloquently Luo Tianqiu spoke, the others remained uninterested in new resistance measures. Only after he repeatedly reminded them what fate awaited gentry and magnates in other villages that had fought the Cropheads did they reluctantly support his demands and agree to continue defense preparations. After barely reaching consensus, Luo Tianqiu sprang into action. To win ordinary people's support, he ordered exemption of 3 years' rent for all commoners residing in Luo family properties, and 1 year's rent exemption for merchants using Luo family shop spaces. Each militiaman who saw combat would receive a 2-tael bonus, 4 taels for the wounded, 20 taels for each family of fallen soldiers. Any household providing militia members who also farmed Luo family land would have 1 year's rent waived. He not only imposed these measures on himself but required other Luo clan magnates to follow suit. He also urged other major families to do likewise, to win popular support by any means possible. Several magnates pleaded poverty. Luo Tianqiu smiled coldly. "Don't cry poor to me. The Cropheads can't stay here forever. Once they leave, it'll be the great Ming's bright world again. Those mudlegs will still be yours to command. Make them do whatever you want. What they ate, make them spit back out." To rally the literati, He summoned the towns and nearby villages' examination candidates and students in his capacity as a former provincial exam passer. He spoke many encouraging words, spread rumors about the crop heads' wicked deeds of practicing strange crafts and slandering Confucius and Mencius, and expounded on the distinction between Chinese and barbarian. He pointed out that crophead claims to be descendants of Song dynasty survivors at Yashan were first, unverifiable. No Ming or Yuan records mentioned such a thing. Second, even if true, barbarians who enter Chinese civilization become Chinese. Chinese who enter barbarism become barbarian. Using this Chinese barbarian distinction theory, he stirred up the literates' defender of the Wei sentiment. Several young scholars with limited worldly experience were whipped into fervent enthusiasm. One proposed a solution. To counter the cropheads' superior firearms, they should block the waterways. The cropheads relied entirely on boats for mobility, and there were virtually no land routes here anyway. Their cannons were heavy. If the waterways were blocked, the cropheads could only approach Sanliang market on foot. Without cannon support, no matter how deadly their muskets, they couldn't breach the palisade walls. Surely they couldn't just stand there being bombarded while helpless to retaliate. The nearest points for driving stakes and sinking obstructions were about 2 li from Sanliang town, with at least 3 blockade lines per channel to ensure the cropheads couldn't pass. Though some cursed this as a self-destructive plan, no one could guarantee they could remove the obstructions after the cropheads left, and blocked waterways would affect future navigation. The militia bureau was grasping at straws. Luo Tianqiu thought it a good plan and immediately mobilized laborers to drive stakes and sink sand-filled wrecks in all channels leading to Sanliang. He also ordered temporary shelter arranged for refugees flooding into Sanliang from surrounding areas. The method was simple. Besides the town's temples, major households would open surplus rooms in their ancestral halls for poor commoners to stay temporarily. Rice was distributed by headcount to pacify the refugees. The militia bureau had originally considered refugees a destabilizing element and wanted them expelled. But Luo Tianqiu believed these refugees were local people familiar with the area. Expelling them might drive them to collaborate with the cropheads. Better to keep them in town temporarily as additional defenders. There was plenty of stored grain anyway. With these measures, Sanliang market's wavering morale stabilized again. Defenses tightened everywhere. Laborers and militiamen worked day and night driving stakes and dumping stones in the channels, while numerous scouts were dispatched to monitor crophead movements. Qixia's troop also benefited from Luo Tianqiu's generosity. Knowing the troop had genuine skills and spoke with Central Plains accents, definitely not crophead spies, and urgently needing skilled militia instructors, he decided to cultivate them. He sent medicine and arranged for them to stay in an empty room at the Luo family ancestral hall, occasionally sending money and rice as relief. The condition was simple: help train the town's militia. Qixia had wanted to decline, saying she was just a performing woman unsuited to training militia, but having received such kindness, she felt obligated to repay it somehow. Using her martial skills seemed more honorable than other methods. So Qixia, Aunt Jiang, and Uncle Zhou all became militia instructors, teaching martial arts daily at the thrashing ground. Aunt Jiang wasn't skilled at archery but had excellent throwing knife work. Uncle Zhou's broadsword technique was also quite presentable. Only Jiang Xu refused, convinced this was another of the Luo family's schemes to trick people into risking their lives for them. Qixia didn't press him. Her father hadn't fully recovered, and the troop needed looking after. She left him at their lodgings to keep watch. Whether it was the Luo family's medicine or the illness naturally running its course, after moving to their new quarters, Qixia's father gradually recovered. This shifted her feelings toward Luo Tianqiu from suspicion and fear to gratitude. Especially watching this Lord Luo run himself ragged for the town's defense, personally inspecting construction sites and supervising training, while not forgetting to arrange care and relief for refugees. Qingxia was from Henan. In the late Ming, Henan was one of the Central Plains provinces most plagued by banditry. Large and small gangs were countless. She had seen plenty of local magnates building fortresses and recruiting militia for defense. But watching how Luo Tianqiu's efforts transformed Sanliang Market, the original chaos and crowded, disorderly streets of refugees becoming orderly, all defensive measures proceeding methodically, and most impressively, within just a few days restoring the beaten, skittish militia's morale to make them disciplined and vigilant again, she developed deep admiration for him. From then on, Qingxia threw herself wholeheartedly into training militia. Though initially everyone laughed at having a performing woman as an instructor, some even made lewd jokes, her archery, which never missed at 100 paces, gradually changed minds. They began respecting her. This gave her some standing among the militia. She often toured the walls and blockhouses, checking for defensive gaps and scouting good archery positions. Eat a man's wages, be loyal to his cause. Traditional martial family values dominated her thinking. Even if Lord Luo had committed misdeeds in the past, those now seemed unimportant. Deep in her heart, a tiny spark of affection for this man had kindled. One day on the blockhouse, she was estimating distances from the walls to the channel outside. Luo Tianqiu arrived with his entourage to inspect the militia's defensive arrangements. He questioned everything in meticulous detail, considering many aspects she had never thought of. Truly thorough planning. She silently praised. What a capable man. She noticed he had grown much thinner than when she'd first seen him 20 days ago, yet his bearing remained vigorous. Though his eyes were bloodshot, they still shone with spirit. She couldn't help gazing at him somewhat entranced. Lord Luo was only in his early 40s prime of life. He practiced boxing and swordplay daily. His body was robust, unlike most landlords who were either bloated or gaunt. His appearance was quite distinguished, especially his manner and bearing, calm, decisive, forceful in word and deed. This made Qingxia, already over 20, an old maid by contemporary standards, feel the stirrings of affection. She had once been betrothed back home, but she had always traveled with her father, performing everywhere. When she returned at 16 to discuss consummating the marriage, her betrothed had already died fighting bandits. Though she'd never met this husband-to-be, she'd mourned him properly. Afterward, she had never thought about marriage again. She was the troop's star and main earner, supporting most of the group. After marriage, she couldn't continue this livelihood. Besides, the troop traveled constantly with no fixed home. Ordinary families wouldn't want to betroth their sons to her. End of chapter. Chapter 719. The road to Sanliang. Jiangsu was her junior disciple. She knew he had feelings for her, but he was 4 years younger, still a half-grown lad. She didn't want to marry someone younger than herself, so the matter had simply lingered unresolved. Yet these feelings for Luo Tianqiu she dared not reveal to anyone, not even Aunt Jiang, normally her closest confidant. This was not only wishful thinking, but even if it could happen, the outcome would likely be disastrous. She had heard stories of fellow performers taken as concubines by magnates attracted to their beauty. Most ended badly, either despised as entertainers and forced to endure constant humiliation, or abandoned after the novelty wore off. While Sanliang's war preparations proceeded intensely, Shijiki was enjoying leisurely days at Shiwen. After capturing the town, he had chosen not to advance further. The waterways here were tangled and complex, with no reliable navigation charts. From locals and captured militia, he had also learned that nearby Sanliang town was heavily defended. So Shijiki had the squadron settle into Shiwen, liquidating the magnates who had organized the militia while assessing reasonable burden and confiscating hostile elements' property. He established squadron headquarters at a magnate family's ancestral hall on Shiwen's east end, near the harbor. The buildings were orderly, with a pleasant garden. Not only was it comfortable for living, but the location was close to the troops for easy command. At the first sign of trouble, he could immediately board ship and depart. Shijiki dispatched scouts in all directions to gather intelligence, mostly poor people from the Pearl Delta region who had joined only within the past month. At each stop, besides requiring villages to bear reasonable burden, the squadron distributed confiscated rice and silver to refugees, taking in orphans and the destitute. Many too poor to survive simply followed the squadron, crophead or not. At least they could eat and get decent clothes. Their numbers grew until every 10-odd days, Shijiki had to dispatch boats to transport these people to the Bogue, then transfer them to the purification camp on Hong Kong Island. Some stayed with the squadron. They were organized into a separate unit, armed with captured swords and spears, serving as laborers. The clever ones with proven loyalty were sent out as scouts to gather all kinds of intelligence. Local scouts had many advantages. At minimum, their speech aroused no suspicion. Even if a few were lost in operations, it didn't matter. Using these scouts, Shijiki maintained clear knowledge of developments and popular sentiment within dozens of li in every direction. People of all sorts flocked daily to his headquarters. Most were poor commoners requesting the Australians attack the magnates. Others came to file complaints and accusations. Ever since they had hanged several notorious local tyrants and bullies, accusers had increased dramatically. Some came from over 100 li away. The ancestral hall entrance was packed daily with people wanting to see the Australian chief. Some brought not just written complaints but physical evidence, bloody clothes, bloody knives, and such. Some carried papers densely covered with writing, inventories of a magnate's business interests, land holdings, hidden treasures, mouth-watering at a glance. Every time Shijiki saw such papers, he couldn't resist the urge to personally lead a land reform raid. Not that he coveted money and treasures, but watching wealth being carried out filled him with profound satisfaction. And the more they captured, the higher his merit would be ranked after the war. But confiscating magnates' property had policy restrictions. The Administrative Council strictly prohibited excessive land reform raids. Besides militia organizers and leaders, targets were mainly notorious local bullies and landlords. So the scope was limited. Plenty of commoners came to accuse bully landlords. At first Shijiki was quite interested in playing incorruptible magistrate, but after a day of meeting people, he never wanted to do on-site public service again. The accusers and informants brought information so varied and chaotic that truth was impossible to distinguish from falsehood. Among them were certainly people wanting to exploit Australian power for personal revenge. Unable to determine whether to proceed with cases or not, Shijiki simply dumped everything on civil affairs and intelligence personnel, then retreated to the back courtyard to relax and receive visiting landlords from surrounding areas, all bearing gifts to curry favor, awed by the crophead's terrible power. Shijiki thought, rather than face a crowd of ragged, hatred-filled commoners competing to pour out grievances, better to sit comfortably in a grand chair chatting with smiling magnates, drinking tea, perusing their gift lists, then accepting them. Material and spiritual rewards combined. Gifts piled up like mountains: gold, silver, antiques, paintings, silk, rice, pigs, sheep, even maidservants and child servants. Shijiki accepted everything. Though all would be turned over to the public purse, the feeling of being valued was pleasant. Various goods filled every corridor in the ancestral hall's courtyards, awaiting transport. Since squadron boats and personnel were heavily committed to transporting spoils and refugees, military action against Sanliang was postponed several more days. Not until October 25th did Shijiki's E Squadron formally commence operations. By then, E Squadron had received reinforcements, over 300 troops with 20-odd sampans and long dragons. Hearing that enemies had blocked the waterways, they brought extra small uncovered sampans with the shallowest draft, designed for passing blocked sections. After departing Shigang, Shijiki's flotilla traveled 4 or 5 li before turning into the channel leading to Sanliang. The terrain here startled him. The channel narrowed to an average of under 20 meters. Both banks were thick with aquatic plants, occasionally dense groves of small trees. He realized this terrain strongly favored enemy attacks from the banks on boats in the channel. Enemies could covertly approach from both sides simultaneously, then attack the crowded boats in the narrow waterway with bows and firearms, inflicting heavy casualties. All boats raised protective panels. Protective panels were recently added equipment for sampans, designed after previous squadrons encountered close-range bow, arrow, and firearm attacks during inland waterway operations. Shaped like large rectangular shields, with brackets and hinges for dense placement along the sampan and long dragon gunnels, they protected sailors and soldiers aboard. These panels were ironclad on the outside, able to block all arrows, matchlock balls, and most small cannon projectiles. Soldiers sheltering behind them could effectively protect their torsos while still observing and firing. However, with panels raised, navigation speed dropped significantly. Boats became unwieldy, and rowing required more effort, so panels were normally only raised in combat situations. If enemy fire wasn't heavy, commanders preferred not using them to maintain maneuverability. Shijiki's judgment proved correct. On martial artists' advice, Luo Tianqiu had specially selected skilled archers from among the militia, led by designated personnel, to ambush along both banks and harass crophead boats. At the obstruction points where ships were sunk and stakes driven, he had positioned small units with light cannons, matchlocks, and bows. Everyone expected the cropheads wouldn't bother clearing obstructions. Their many sampans could easily pass blocked sections. But as they passed these points, they would inevitably slow down, when ambushing militia would simultaneously open fire with cannons and arrows to inflict heavy casualties. Send out point teams to search both banks and cover the flotilla's passage, Shijiki ordered. Then he had someone bring his steel helmet. If an arrow flew from the bank now, the odds of dying were high. 4-point teams landed on both banks, searching forward in alternating bounds to cover the flotilla. They quickly engaged ambushing militia hidden in reeds and trees. The point men's scouting, stealth, and observation training let them spot oblivious militiamen from great distances and swiftly eliminate them. Since this wasn't a secret surprise attack, Shijiki didn't require the clearing to be silent. He only wanted safe, swift passage for the flotilla. Thus, whenever point men discovered ambushing militia, they engaged at long range with rifles. Under sporadic gunfire, both banks were quickly cleared. Survivors didn't linger near the banks but fled. After over 2 hours winding through the channel, point men finally encountered a large militia force. With cannon support from the boats, this force quickly fled, abandoning several small crude cannons. Shijiki found he couldn't proceed further. Sampans were scraping bottom. They had hit the first obstruction line. Water-skilled sailors dove to investigate. The channel had been blocked by 3 rows of thick stakes, nearly breaking the surface. Even sampans could only be laboriously dragged over the stake tops. Sometimes soldiers had to disembark to reduce draft, loop ropes around the stakes, then row hard. This crude method had once worked in combat. When 16th-century Spaniards conquered Mexico City, they had used this technique to clear stakes the Mexicans had driven into the surrounding lake waters. Ropes were quickly looped around stakes and pulled tight. Several sampans rowed together. The rope stretched taut, sampan sterns half submerged, but the stakes didn't budge. They tried several stakes. None could be pulled out as the Spaniards had done. One sampan nearly capsized in the attempt. Strange, didn't the Spaniards do it this way? Shijiki scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He had heard this second-hand without reading the original account, so he didn't know the Spaniards had used much larger 2-masted sailing ships. Seeing over an hour wasted with no progress, Shijiki decided not to squander more time. He had neither suitable tools nor enough manpower to clear underwater obstacles. He could only bypass them and continue. But this meant all long dragons would have to stay outside the obstruction. Only sampans could proceed. and all cannons were mounted on long dragons. Shijiki ordered the 12-pounder mountain howitzers disassembled and distributed across sampans. The shallow-draft sampans couldn't carry much ammunition. Each gun took only 40 shells, half solid shot and half canister. Then he left a few men to guard the boats while the rest dragged sampans one by one over the stakes and continued forward. After another 2+ li, point men again engaged militia guarding an obstruction line. This time cannons couldn't provide support fire. A single squad of point men soon couldn't withstand over 100 militia attacking with bows and crude cannons, and was forced to withdraw. The militia charged to very close to the sampans before being repulsed by rifle fire from the boats. But they didn't leave the blockade area, just withdrew beyond effective mini-A rifle range, waiting for another chance to attack. Shijiki briefly considered having troops march overland to avoid being such easy targets stuck on boats, but after climbing onto the bank himself, he was shocked. There was no contiguous land here. Everywhere were channels, ponds, and paddy fields. Some channel junctions and dikes had once had simple footbridges, now all removed. If the troops abandoned boats to march on foot, building bridges along the way would consume enormous time. He had no choice but to order continued advance by boat. Advancing through constant exchanges of fire, resistance grew fiercer. Apparently discovering the cropheads couldn't use cannons, the militia grew bolder. When sampans tried to cross obstruction lines, militia poured fire with crude cannons and arrows. Only when Marines landed and charged would they retreat. Battles at channel obstruction lines came one after another. The militia exploited every delay caused by obstructions, boats stuck on the water, unable to bring firepower to bear, to launch attack after attack. Arrows and projectiles from matchlocks and crude cannons rained down. Though casualties were few, progress was severely delayed. Less than 10 li of waterway took almost the entire morning. 1 killed, 10 wounded. One sampan's hull was scraped through while being dragged over stakes, leaking and sinking. Shijiki's face was iron. This was too embarrassing. Since Squadron had joined the Pearl River campaign, they had taken villages and fortresses without a single death or ship lost. Now militia had killed a soldier and sunk a sampan. He'd looked terrible back at headquarters. Just then, the lead sampans opened fire again. He quickly raised his telescope. The leading sampans were shrouded in powder smoke from firing mini-A rifles. Only muzzle flashes were visible through the haze. Drums and gongs thundered on the bank. People were shouting and screaming in chaos. Suddenly smoke rose from the trees, a thunderclap, and the river's surface was peppered with tiny waterspouts. Some iron fragments struck sampan panels with clanging sounds. Fire toward the smoke. Sergeants on nearby sampans shouted, directing fire. Over a dozen mini-A rifles fired simultaneously into the smoking tree line. Gunfire, the tearing sound of bullets passing through foliage, screams of pain mingled together. Shijiki tensely observed the bank through his telescope. Several sampans were already rowing toward the bank to land Marines and drive off the enemy. Dense arrows flew from the trees. Marines ducked behind panels as arrows bristled thickly against the barriers. Occasional matchlock booms rang out. Iron balls clanged against panels. Marines poked rifles over the barriers and returned fire continuously. After several minutes of exchange, the bank gradually fell silent. After driving off the militia, the flotilla slowly passed the obstruction line. Ahead was a channel bend. The channel narrowed further. Current quickened. Both banks grew steep. The first sampan, avoiding the channel's central current, hugged the bank. Just then, several figures suddenly sprang from the bankside grass and shoved something dark directly onto the sampan. Before Shijiki could shout a warning, the first sampan erupted in a cloud of smoke and exploded. Almost simultaneously, sampans behind opened fire. The grass was shredded by bullets. One militiaman tumbled from the bank into the river. Other sampans quickly closed in. The bombed sampan was still afloat. Both side panels and part of the hull had been blown off. The dozen-odd Marines and sailors aboard lay scattered in the shattered hull, bloody all over. One man's belly, apparently the explosive had detonated right in his arms, was blown open, dark red viscera exposed. A bloody, burnt stench mixed with gunpowder smoke filled the air. Wanrenji, a naval officer, shouted. Wanrenji, 10,000-man foe, was a Chinese-made incendiary. A ceramic pot filled with 7 or 8 gin or even dozens of gin of black powder, plus iron fragments, pebbles, and broken porcelain for shrapnel. In use, the fuse was lit and the pot thrown from walls, causing considerable casualties by contemporary standards. An excellent defensive weapon, but Wanrenji were very heavy, totally unusable as hand grenades. No one had expected militia to use one in field combat. They had exploited this stretch's steep bank, waiting for a boat to pass, then directly dropping the Wanrenji onto it. A direct hit. On a crowded small sampan, the explosion's power was devastating. All 11 men on the sampan died in the attack, weapons destroyed. Heavy losses. After landing, Marines found only the bodies of several militiamen shot dead nearby. Damn, Shijiki slashed his command saber. Take Sanliang Market, kill everything that moves. End of chapter. Chapter 720. Breaking the defenses, E Squadron broke through repeated obstructions and finally reached Sanliang Market's outer waterways at 4 o'clock that afternoon. Marines drove off the militia guarding the last obstruction line. Along the way, the squadron had killed 30 or 40 enemy fighters, but Shijiki remained deeply dissatisfied. 3-1. This casualty ratio will get me grilled back there. Thinking of the Element Council's habit of holding inquiry hearings and review sessions over the smallest matters, Shijiki's head ached. Even if they took Sanliang Market immediately, 12 killed was a terrible number. Militia routed along the way gradually trickled back into town. As soon as each returned and had a drink of water, they were brought to the public bureau to be questioned by committee members and militia instructors about the battle. The fighting had not gone well. At every obstruction line, militia had attacked as planned, but they had not anticipated the enemy simultaneously sending troops to search the banks and cover the flotilla. The cropheads appeared from nowhere. We were hiding in the trees, but they crept up from the bank and fired a volley, killing most of our brothers. A militiaman with rags wrapped around his wounded leg spoke miserably. A committee member was skeptical. You didn't see the cropheads coming. I wouldn't dare lie, we really didn't see them. The militiaman defended himself. They crept up silently, then fired from a li away. Nonsense. Only cannons can shoot a li. Someone refused to believe crophead firearms were that powerful. I've heard crophead muskets do shoot farther and more accurately than ours. Luo Tianqiu said. Never mind that, continue. They fired one volley, then another, and we couldn't hold. Sometimes we only heard musket fire without knowing where it came from. Homemade Hudunbao and other small crude cannons had proven useless in battle. Many had not been fired before being abandoned, at best 1 or 2 shots. Whether they had hit anyone, no militiaman could say clearly. Only one thing was certain, all the cannons were lost. This pained the committee members. Each little cannon cost 7 or 8 taels in iron, charcoal, and labor. The militiamen's reports were all similar. The common thread was that the cropheads had suffered minimal losses, perhaps 20 killed at most. The sampans all had protective panels. Whether anyone had been hit by arrows was impossible to tell. But that Wanrenji had definitely scored a direct hit on a sampan. This minor success left the committee members dissatisfied. Blocking the waterways had cost enormous labor and materials. Combined with the militia's river ambushes, the cropheads had still suffered light losses yet broken through, heading straight for Sanliang. The only thing that had truly worked was a single Wanrenji. Let's hear suggestions for what to do. A local gentry on the committee named Lu Dei said flatly. The cropheads' firearms are irresistible. They've taken every fort. Once they reach Sanliang's walls, this militia bureau is finished. If we're finished, expect your homes confiscated and your necks in nooses. Luo Tianqiu slapped the table and smiled grimly. Have you all forgot? Lord Liu of Shigang and his son are swinging right now. You want to swing with them? His intensity silenced everyone. Get this straight, all of you, the cropheads won't spare us. We're all in the same boat. No one gets to jump ship, even if you wanted to, it's too late. Unless the crop heads suddenly grow charitable. Luo Tianqiu pointed at them one by one with his folding fan. Right now we must work together. Only by repelling the crop heads can we save our lives and property. The town's atmosphere immediately grew tense. The militia bureau issued orders. All able-bodied men in town must assemble for battle. Headmen went through streets and alleys beating gongs. Baskets of gunpowder and iron shot were hauled to the palisade walls. Bricks, rolling logs, and torches piled at the wall bases were carried up. Someone brought buckets of foul-smelling excrement and poured them into large clay pots, fires lit beneath. The stench pervaded the air. Qingxia and her troop also went up on the walls, even Jiang Xiu. At this point, anyone who could stand and walk had to prepare for battle, willing or not. Those unwilling would be beheaded as spies. No matter how Jiang Xiu grumbled, he didn't dare resist. He took a broadsword, equipped himself, and prepared to follow his senior sister to the blockhouse to protect her if necessary. In the ancestral hall, Qingxia and the other adults prepared, readying their weapons. Today Qingxia wore a close-fitting black jacket, her hair wrapped in a black cloth. Black didn't show dirt or blood and wouldn't stand out in a crowd, unlike her flashy performance costumes. She tested her bow's draw weight. Originally she had used a bureau-issued heavy bow for training. The troop's performance bow was too light. Later, seeing her archery skill and strong draw, Luo Tianqiu had found a better bow from storage. The bow back was mulberry wood. The string was made from Manchurian dried deer sinew. The horn pieces were finest quality. It tested at 20 li of pull. This was 3 or 4 li less than her maximum, but in battle, sustaining fire without exhausting oneself after 5 or 6 shots mattered more than raw power. Luo Tianqiu had chosen this bow with care. At this thought, a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Unconsciously, she caressed the bow. Aunt Jiang was experienced. She had noticed all of Qingxia's recent mood changes. She had wanted to find a private moment to counsel her, to abandon these fantasies before getting in too deep. But with the cropheads attacking, whether they would even survive was uncertain. Talk of romance could wait. She sighed softly and said nothing. Aunt Jiang wore a newly made blue cotton jacket, 4 throwing knives tucked at each side of her waist. Her knife-throwing skill was first-rate but nearly useless in pitched battle. Though her broadsword work wasn't bad, as a woman she lacked strength. Her most effective weapon was a slingshot she always carried. Anything within 30 paces she could hit. She normally carried clay pellets for performance and self-defense. This time she had replaced them all with iron balls. They would be useful in close-quarters defense. Uncle Joe and Jiang Xiu used their traditional weapons, spear for Uncle Joe, broadsword for Jiang Xiu. Unwilling to risk their lives for the Luo family, they dawdled in the ancestral hall, hoping they would not be called to lead charges beyond the walls. The 3 adolescents, however, were excited, each carrying soft bows and quivers, clamoring to go to the blockhouse to shoot arrows. To them it seemed a wonderful game. Qingxia's father, though recovered, remained weak. He had strongly opposed the troop fighting for the Luo family, but at this point there was no room for bargaining. Besides, the troop's current predicament was largely his fault for being ill so long. He had unknowingly incurred great debt to the Luo family. He had no grounds to object. He could only repeatedly warn everyone to act according to circumstances. Don't fight to the death. We're just a few people. If everyone else runs, you don't have to stand firm, run too, he sighed. This is all my fault for burdening you. When things get critical, just save yourselves. I'm an old man, just a performer. The cropheads won't want my life. Master, don't talk like that, Aunt Jiang consoled gently. The cropheads may not be able to break in. Sanliang is well defended with many able-bodied men. At worst, the magnates will finally put up some silver to send them away. After more conversation, the mustering gong sounded again outside. Footsteps hurried past. Urgent shouts occasionally rang out. They couldn't delay longer. Together they left the ancestral hall and climbed to the blockhouse. The blockhouse they ascended stood beside the stone bridge, guarding Sanliang Market's water gate. Sandbags were piled on the bridge, with small cannons mounted. Many were makeshift large-caliber matchlocks cobbled from wood and bamboo. Militia crouched behind sandbags, clutching bamboo spears and broadswords. Under the bridge arch besides the barrier, 4 or 5 boats were chained across, completely blocking the opening and piled with sandbags and wooden cannons. On the blockhouse, cannons and matchlocks were already positioned. Militia nervously peered through the crenellations at the outer waterway. "They're coming, coming." A ripple of hushed agitation passed through the crowd. In the distant channel, the first sampan appeared. 3 signal cannons fired from the blockhouse, announcing the crop heads had arrived at the walls. Each squadron began landing about 500 meters from the stone bridge. Both banks here were lined with dense bamboo palisades and stakes, almost impossible to disembark. Removing the obstacles took considerable effort. Fortunately, the sampans carried engineering tools, particularly steel-edged, long-handled axes and handsaws that made the work faster. While they cleared the palisade, a band of militia crept through the trees. Seeing the crop heads busy clearing obstacles with only a dozen musket-armed guards, the militia leader knew opportunity had come. From the trees to the riverbank was only 4 zhang. One shout and they would be upon the enemy before the crop heads could fire. In close combat without their firearms advantage, the crop heads would surely lose. A wooden clapper sounded. Everyone burst from the trees with a roar. The covering Marines quickly fired several volleys, dropping most of the militia who had closed to within 10 meters. The handful that reached them, flailing broadswords, were swiftly bayoneted. Half an hour later, a large gap had been opened in the bankside palisade. Soldiers and cannons finally landed in force. Cannons were quickly reassembled. Shijiki decided not to delay further and ordered an immediate assault. The 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers fired heavy solid shot. The first shot demolished the barrier gate under the stone bridge. The cannonball blasted through the sandbags piled on the boats in the arch, tearing off 7 or 8 men's arms, heads, and torsos as it went, then ricocheted off the water, flew straight into the mill, killed 2 guards inside, and smashed the stone mortar to pieces. Subsequent shots destroyed the defensive works piled on the bridge, sandbags, brick walls, and palisades. The militia and laborers behind screamed in terror, scrambling off the bridge. As for the excessive quantities of bamboo and wooden cannons, far more than there were hands to fire them. Some were detonated by incoming rounds, others abandoned without being fired once. Marines immediately rowed sampans toward the stone bridge. Without covering works, the defenses were mere unauthorized structures awaiting demolition. After taking the bridge, Marines methodically dismantled the iron chains across the water, then pulled out the wrecks blocking the arch one by one. Throughout this, the 200-odd militia and laborers around the pond did nothing but shout and randomly fire their weapons. Having witnessed Australian firepower, no one wanted to try their luck again. When Luo Tianqiu heard the stone bridge had fallen, he personally led some laborers to reinforce. Knowing he couldn't order a counterattack, he instead ordered all boats in the pond burned to create a fire barrier. Then they would hold the pond's perimeter while blocking all streets leading into town. The flames on the water temporarily halted the squadron's advance. Shijiki had no choice but to order the troops to camp in place, waiting until morning to launch a heavy assault. But early the next morning, they were attacked by a combined force from multiple nearby villages. Shijiki was awakened by battle cries. When he hastily strapped on his pistol and rose, a runner arrived with urgent news. Militia had appeared in the waterways on all sides. They were approaching with shouts and firing. The reinforcing militia came from mutual defense villages Luo Tianqiu had contacted overnight. With Sanliang's own forces, over 1,000 men had joined the counterattack. Shijiki kept his composure. Through binoculars he observed that most reinforcements were ordinary laborers without proper weapons, just sharpened bamboo poles. Numerous but chaotic, pushing and shoving, they actually jammed all the narrow channels and paths. Shijiki made a swift decision. He personally led one Marine company in a resolute thrust at the nearest militia band. The Marines ignored the enemy's noise and commotion. After one volley, they fixed bayonets and charged the disorganized mob. Within 10 minutes, this force was completely destroyed. Bayoneted militia and laborers littered the path, completely blocking it. Then he led the company swiftly to the channel bank. From above, they fired down on the slow-moving militia boats in the channel, overturning them. 3 sampans sank immediately. The others panicked, dropped their dead, and fled. Leading this single company, Shijiki ran from position to position with excellent organization and discipline, successively repelling 4 militia forces trying to encircle from outside. Over 100 militia led by instructors charging from inside Sanliang were met by canister shot from the 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers positioned on the bridge. 40 or 50 fell immediately. The survivors refused to charge again and rooted. After repelling the counterattack, the squadron counterattacked, seizing buildings around the pond, especially the mill at the river mouth. This brick-built mill was very sturdy. 50 or 60 Luo family and other magnates' household guards held it stubbornly, firing bamboo and wooden cannons continuously from windows and roof, shooting dense arrows. Marines pushed the mountain howitzer forward for direct fire at 150 meters. 3 solid shots punched large holes in the walls and doors. Marines rushed forward, throwing hand grenades into the breaches one after another. Smoke filled the mill, screams and explosions mingled. Minutes later, the mill was captured. Other resistance points collapsed. Only the blockhouse continued its stubborn resistance. Though Marine marksmen with specially marked high-precision Minié rifles successfully suppressed the blockhouse's top and balcony, forcing the militia to keep their heads down, the defenders kept throwing bricks and wanrenji from loopholes and murder holes, firing weapons and arrows. A dozen Marines became casualties, yet still they couldn't approach this stone and brick fortress. Comrades, blast this feudal landlord fortress. Shijiki was furious at the battle's difficulties. He climbed onto the mill's second-floor roof, personally directing shooters lying on the tiles to concentrate fire on the blockhouse's loopholes. This was barely 100 meters from the blockhouse, already within arrow range. Marines piled sandbags and planks on the roof for cover. An officer on the roof, seeing Shijiki standing exposed on the ridgeline waving his command saber, quickly pulled him behind the sandbags. "Commander, it's too dangerous here. Get down now." "Never mind," Shijiki was red-faced, bellowing. "Bring up the cannon, blast it flat. Ammunition's running low, only 10 solid shots left." The officer reported. This was just the beginning. Who knew how many more fortified positions awaited? "Fire them all." Shijiki pushed his helmet back. "Send someone to Shigang." Before he could finish, an arrow flew unexpectedly from nowhere and struck him squarely in the chest. Shijiki screamed and tumbled from the mill roof. End of chapter. Chapter 721. Liu Deshen's backyard. After Shijiki was struck by the arrow, fighting briefly paused, but the assault quickly resumed. According to the chain of command, the 2nd Marine Company commander took over squadron command. He surveyed the surroundings. The blockhouse stood isolated on all sides, surrounded by open ground, impossible to approach covertly. The defenders apparently had abundant projectile weapons. When the blockhouse was built to prevent tunneling tactics, the foundation was laid with roughly a man's height of heavy stone blocks, very sturdy. Even 12-pounder mountain howitzer shells might not breach it. The only weakness was the blockhouse door, very heavy, ironclad, studded with large iron nails. This door was the blockhouse's main vulnerability. No door, however thick, could withstand 12-pounder solid shot. The 2 howitzers were dragged to the blockhouse's south side. Marines used bayonets to clear the few militia and household guards still resisting in these streets, then hauled the cannons through. An artilleryman borrowed from the army climbed onto a rooftop, observed briefly, and decided to use a civilian house's backyard as the gun position. This house belonged to a man named Liu Deshen, tall and sturdy by contemporary standards, bearded. Though he had a northern frontiersman's appearance, at this moment he huddled deep in his inner quarters, listening to the gunfire and battle cries outside, praying incessantly. He hoped neither cropheads nor militia would visit his modest but comfortable little residence. This small house protected not only his life, but the Shandong specialty goods piled in his side rooms. These he had painstakingly transported 1,000 li from Shandong, intending to sell here in Sanliang. With the proceeds, he would buy local rushmat products and Guangdong specialties to transport back north. This was an important trade center in Dongyuan County. He had traded here for years, roughly half the year in Shandong, half in Guangdong, business going quite well. He loathed bandits above all. Several times his cargo had been lost to them, nearly driving him to despair. When news of the crophead attack reached Sanliang, Liu Desin had wanted to flee with his goods. But the cropheads came fast, with all sorts of rumors swirling. Cropheads here, cropheads there, cropheads taking this village, that town. Liu Desin hadn't dared act rashly and stayed put. Heavens preserve me. Liu Desin huddled in the back hall, surrounded by trembling servants and clerks. These cursed cropheads, they could have just sold their Australian goods. Why take up robbery? A clerk asked. So the cropheads are the Australians. That's right, the Australians who make Australian goods, Liu Desin muttered. Who knows what demon possessed them to become bandits? I heard they were forced to rebel. Some bigwigs in the provincial and capital authorities coveted their businesses. These damned officials, all black-hearted money grubbers. In the end, it's us little people who suffer. Before Liu Desin finished, a boom outside and something clattered onto the roof. Liu Desin shuddered again. The battle cries, gunfire, and running footsteps were getting closer. The fighting was moving their way. If cropheads broke in, he would lose not just his goods but probably his life. His whole body trembled like a sieve. His servants were shaking too. One clerk had crawled under a table, head covered, backside exposed. Liu Desin cursed, "Look at you useless lot." Before he finished, the front courtyard erupted with chaotic voices and footsteps, then bang, the courtyard gate was thrown open. Liu Desin's soul nearly left his body. Besides another, heavens preserve me, he couldn't speak. Footsteps multiplied in the courtyard, then someone shouted to saw off the door threshold. Liu Desin thought, robbers who saw off thresholds. Before his mind could process this, the room door was suddenly burst open. 3 or 4 figures in blue cotton jackets leaped in. These must be the cropheads. Though terrified nearly to death, Liu Desin couldn't resist peeking at these legendary figures. Each wore a brazier-like iron helmet, carrying an Australian musket. Their faces were swarthy and they were breathing hard, but their spirits seemed high. The Marines didn't waste time chatting. After a quick check of the room, one shouted, "All clear. Good, everyone to the backyard." The leading crophead was small but had a booming voice. He held a pistol in his left hand and a strange saber in his right, shouting orders. Then he told the shivering group, "Don't be afraid. We need to borrow your place to fire cannons. Stay inside and don't go out, you might get hurt." With that he hurried out with his saber. Liu Desin relaxed slightly. Seeing the door left open, he quickly crawled over to close it, then peeked through a window overlooking the backyard. 20 or 30 cropheads were bustling about. They had knocked down a section of the perimeter wall. Through the gap, several cropheads lay behind the rubble, firing muskets at the blockhouse outside, the reports clear and crisp. Then with rhythmic chanting, a 2-wheeled cannon was pushed through and positioned at the gap. Heavens preserve me, they're going to shell the blockhouse. Just as Liu Desin said this, someone nudged him. His servants and clerks who had been shivering with him were now all craning to peek through windows. "You useless lots," Liu Desin couldn't help cursing. "I feed you for nothing." Suddenly his face froze. Soldiers were carrying bundles of rush mats and sacks of trade goods into the yard, apparently to stack as a gun platform, not to steal. Liu Desin squealed, "Heavens preserve me, my dried tangerine peel, my donkey-hide glue, my rush mats." Before he could finish his inventory of soon-to-be-ruined goods, the small officer stopped his men from moving more. He seemed to scold them. They began carrying things back. Liu Desin relaxed slightly, then thought. The crophead officer must want to keep the goods intact as spoils, so he wouldn't let subordinates ruin them. They were probably taking everything out as loot now. Liu Desin's heart sank again. He thought of the 500 taels of silver hidden under the brick floor beneath his bedroom. If cropheads demanded silver, what then? He had heard stories of soldiers and bandits torturing for ransoms, forcing people to sit on latrines with lit candles inside, roasting bare feet over fires, all sorts of horrors. With so much merchandise, he obviously had silver. If the cropheads figured that out, they would torture him. Imagining these terrors, Liu Desin nearly lost bladder control. Just as he considered finding somewhere to hide, the cannon in the courtyard fired. The 12-pounder mountain howitzer belched a cloud of smoke. The earth shook. Walls, windows, even the ground trembled. For an instant Liu Desin felt unable to breathe. In the red flash he glimpsed a black iron ball flying out. The heavy double-wheeled cannon actually jumped backward to Zheng. The shot missed the door but hit the projecting gallery above. Bricks exploded. The thick brick wall shattered and collapsed. 2 mangled corpses fell from inside. Apparently the gallery had contained a heating stove and the bodies were on fire. Besides gunpowder smoke, a thick stench filled the air. The gallery had been heating a large pot of excrement. If attackers reached the doorway, defenders would pull a lever and boiling excrement, water, or oil would pour down, scalding them horribly. Above the door a hole now gaped. Immediately militia tried to fill it with buckets and sandbags. Some militia leaned recklessly out to shoot arrows and matchlocks. One after another, those hit by gunfire fell from above. The small officer rolled up his sleeves and waved his saber. Another shot. Aim better. The next shot hit the door squarely. The massive door was instantly blasted apart. Another solid shot flew straight through the doorway, plowing through the militia gathered inside preparing for a last stand, knocking down a swathe of them. A bugle sounded the charge. Marines rushed forward, seizing the blockhouse's first floor instantly. Militia and household guards refused to surrender, continuing to throw wanrenji and bricks from the stairwell. The Marine Company commander ordered fires set on the ground floor. The blockhouse had stored explosives, sulfur, powder charges, and wanrenji. Marines piled combustibles on the ground floor and lit another blaze. Smoke and flames quickly filled the first floor. Explosives detonated repeatedly. White and black smoke billowed from every window and opening. Defenders lost their ability to resist. They began jumping from the second floor. Some broke legs, some died on impact. Most survived and were taken prisoner. After the blockhouse fell, the soldiers dragged the cannon out of the courtyard. A young soldier even poked his head into their room. "Sorry, sir, we knocked down part of your wall." "Oh, it's nothing. I was going to tear it down anyway," Liu Desin babbled. "Also, our comrades broke quite a few of your roof tiles. It'll probably leak when it rains." "Doesn't matter. Tiles, broken is broken. Leaking would be nice. And the threshold, I've been meaning to saw it off." "You're quite funny, sir. Don't worry, we'll fix everything in a few days." The young man smiled, shouldered his musket, and left. After a while, the courtyard was completely quiet. Liu Desin and the others still didn't dare go out. Worried about his merchandise, Liu Desin kicked a clerk's backside. "Go. See if the Australians have left." The clerk reluctantly went. Soon he returned to report the Australians were gone. They had even closed the front gate. Liu Desin hurried out. Indeed, everyone was gone. One storeroom's lock was intact. The others had been broken but now bore a fresh paper seal, still damp. Liu Desin was startled, thinking his goods had been impounded. Then he read, "Private property belonging to original owner do not open without authorization." He quickly had someone peel off the seal. Many items had been moved out earlier for the gun platform, then returned on the officer's orders, so things were somewhat disheveled. But a quick survey showed nothing missing. Liu Desin exhaled, his whole body going limp as if drained. He almost wept with joy. He had survived military conflict without a single loss. Liu Desin felt like he had escaped from the jaws of death itself. Fear and terror toward the cropheads suddenly transformed into overflowing gratitude. The demolished wall and broken roof tiles seemed utterly trivial. If the Australian military acts this righteously, their business dealings must be honorable too. Liu Desin's merchant brain began turning. He quickly directed clerks to temporarily block the backyard wall gap with stones and bricks, and to nail the sawed-off threshold in place with a wooden strip, otherwise the door wouldn't close properly. Then he had water boiled and dumped all their stale tea leaves into it. "Sir, should we take this to the Australians now?" a clerk asked. "Not yet." Liu Desin's eyes shifted. Better not stick his neck out. Wait until Sanliang's battle ended and the situation was completely clear before going to express condolences. After the blockhouse fell, Sanliang's defenses were mostly shattered. The conscripted laborers had lost all will to fight. Many dropped their weapons and fled home. Only the militia bureau, 2 other blockhouses, and the Luo family compound still resisted. These were defended by militia and various magnates' household guards. Their fighting spirit was stronger. With the patriarchs promising large bonuses, defense was remarkably stubborn. The squadron organized battlefield cleanup while collecting gunpowder. After intense fighting, the squadron was nearly out. Mountain howitzer shells were almost exhausted too. The acting commander sent men to escort wounded to Zheng and resupply ammunition, while salvaging gunpowder and weapons abandoned by militia, preparing to systematically reduce remaining strongholds. Jiangsu and Qingxia hadn't been captured from the blockhouse. During the battle, Qingxia had almost no chance to display her archery. The cropheads took cover carefully, moving in low crouching runs, suddenly stopping to hide, disrupting her aim. Dense return fire prevented her from staying at or even peeking through loopholes. One militiaman had his head blown open by a bullet through a loophole. She could only snatch glimpses through loopholes and shoot roughly at targets. Only when Shijiki climbed onto the roof waving his command saber did she seize the opportunity to bring him down with one arrow. She had expected that with a major leader down, the cropheads would pause or even withdraw. Instead, they continued their methodical assault as if the man didn't matter. Qingxia fired a dozen more random arrows without knowing if she had hit anyone. When the cannon smashed the door, Qingxia knew the blockhouse was lost. She and Jiangsu rushed to the northeast corner. Jiangsu had prepared a hidden rope coil. Now he lowered it from the blockhouse and slid down. Slipping through a gap in the marine cordon, they escaped. Sanliang streets were now deserted. Every household shuddered. The streets were littered with abandoned weapons, occasional corpses lying across the paths. "Senior sister, where do we go now?" "I'm going to the Luo Ancestral Hall to get father," Qingxia said. "You go north quickly and find the children and Uncle Joe. We'll meet at the inn." "All right." Jiangsu nodded, tucked his sword behind his back, and sprinted away. Qingxia ran desperately. The Luo Ancestral Hall was almost in sight, but the street ahead was crowded with crophead soldiers. Her heart sank. The Luo Ancestral Hall stood right next to the Luo compound, now the crophead's main target. Thinking of her father trapped inside, life or death unknown, Qingxia was frantic with worry. Ahead, gunfire and battle cries continued without pause. She knew forcing her way through meant death. She had just witnessed the lethality of crophead muskets. She quickly retreated, circled around, and tried approaching from another direction. But every intersection was held by cropheads. Afraid of being spotted and unable to explain herself, Qingxia dared not linger on the streets. She hurried back to the inn. The innkeeper had vanished. Jiangsu, dust-covered and shaken, reported that only Aunt Jiang had returned, wounded. According to her, when the cropheads broke in, they had been leading militia in a melee. She had barely escaped, but Uncle Joe was missing. As for the 3 adolescents, they had been trapped at the militia bureau. Word was the bureau had fallen with many casualties. Survivors were being marched to the thrashing ground as prisoners. "I didn't dare get close. The cropheads have ordered. Anyone on the streets will be shot on sight. They're shooting at everyone now. I almost got hit myself." Jiangsu's body trembled as he spoke, clearly badly shaken. Seeing Qingxia had arrived alone, he asked, "What about Master? Father's trapped at the Luo compound too." Qingxia's tears fell. Uncle Zhou was missing, 3 young disciples' fates unknown. Aunt Jiang was wounded. The sky seemed to collapse. Her vision darkened and she fainted. End of chapter. Chapter 722. After the fall, when she awoke, the sky outside was growing light. Was it already dawn? She remembered returning to the inn at dusk. Now she found herself lying on straw. There was the smell of horse manure, and she heard familiar equine breathing, her horse. After a moment, her mind cleared. She realized she was lying in the inn stable. Guangdong rarely kept livestock. Inns prepared stables only as a courtesy for rare visitors. The small space could hold only a dozen horses or mules. At this moment, only their horse was here. Shadowy figures sat everywhere else. "You're awake," Jiang Xiu said happily. "Have some water." He brought a bowl. Qingxia had been fighting since morning with barely any water. Now she felt exhausted and parched, her throat dry as smoke. She took a sip. It seemed to be medicinal tea, slightly bitter, but it filled her mouth with moisture like divine nectar. She drank it all in one breath. "No hurry, there's plenty more." Jiang Xiu poured another bowl from a teapot. "That black-hearted innkeeper, he came back last night. When I asked for water, he refused. Only when I slapped my knife on the table did he bring out a bucket, like we were horses. I kicked the bucket right at him, and now we have tea and snacks." He laughed smugly, then produced some biscuits. "Eat these." After drinking, her mood calmed somewhat and hunger followed. Her stomach growled. Qingxia blushed and ate 2 biscuits quickly. Only then did she think to ask about the others. "How's Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Xiu saw her eating fast and handed her another piece. "Eat more, I have plenty." Then, "She's lying over there." A crophead stabbed her in the leg. "We can't get a doctor now, it's chaos outside." Jiang Xiu lowered his voice. "The cropheads have taken the town." Qingxia immediately asked, "What about the Luo residents?" "Fallen. I heard there was a fire at the end. The cropheads had it completely surrounded, no news got out. Only saw prisoners being marched to the thrashing ground. Master is probably fine, most likely captured." The cropheads don't kill indiscriminately. Even militia and guards who surrendered were spared. But I heard many Luo family members were killed or committed suicide. Lord Luo probably died too. His last sentence carried a note of satisfaction. Hearing her father was probably safe, Qingxia relaxed slightly. Hearing that Lord Luo might be dead left her strangely numb. Lord Luo had never once spoken to her privately. He had simply valued her martial skills and given her a bow. Perhaps because of this, her secret longing had burned even hotter. Now hearing he was probably dead, an inexplicable grief settled over her heart, nearly bringing tears, but she quickly suppressed herself. "What about Uncle Zhou and the children?" "Still no word." "Don't worry, sister. Once street curfew lifts, I'll go look for them. As long as those little rascals are alive, I'll find them." Jiang Xiu hesitated. "But Uncle Zhou, it probably isn't good." According to Aunt Jiang, when their militia group was hit head-on by crophead fire, everyone retreated. Part of the militia got caught in close combat with the cropheads. Aunt Jiang was shot in the leg and barely escaped into an alley, but Uncle Zhou was left behind. This news that Uncle Zhou might be dead deepened Qingxia's despair, but she was effectively the troop leader now. Aunt Jiang was wounded, Jiang Xiu was too young, the others were missing. She couldn't just lie here doing nothing. She struggled to rise. "I need to go look around." "Sister, don't go out, you're not recovered yet. Besides, the curfew isn't lifted." "I'm fine." She pushed herself up. Her body wasn't injured. She had trained since childhood, building strong constitution. After one night's rest, she had recovered 8 or 9/10 of her strength. "I'll just look around the courtyard. Help me up." "Right away." Jiang Xiu happily took her arm and helped her stand. Others sheltering in the stable sat or stood, also wanting to check outside but not daring. Seeing someone willing to go, they watched hopefully. Qingxia walked outside. The courtyard was empty. The rear gate was tightly closed, as was the gate to the front yard. She scooped some water from a jar to wash her face, feeling refreshed. Seeing her reflection, she suddenly realized she was still wearing her archer's jacket. If the cropheads suspected she was a militia instructor, there would be trouble. She quickly tore off her headwrap but had no change of clothes. Her spare clothes and luggage were all at the Luo Ancestral Hall. Checking herself, she saw some dark stains, probably blood spatter from yesterday. But against the dark blue fabric they were barely visible. After thinking, she told Jiang Xiu to hide their weapons somewhere. "There's this Yidayuan here." Jiang Xiu pulled a ragged cloak-like garment from the grass. "Your archer's jacket is too conspicuous. Cover yourself with this." "Good." She put on the Yidayuan and smeared some soot and ash on her face and hands. Just then they heard gongs outside. "Curfew lifted, all clear," the call approached from far away. "Junior brother, stay here and watch Aunt Jiang. I'll go gather information and see if I can find a doctor for her wounds. Did you apply our trauma medicine?" "Yes, but this wound is serious. Almost went right through her leg. Don't know if it damaged bone or tendon," Jiang Xiu said worriedly. "If bone or tendon was damaged, she could never perform again. The troop would have to support her as a burden." "Even if it's damaged, we'll take care of her," Qingxia said firmly. Aunt Jiang's life had been pitiful, widowed at 19, no children, her natal and marital families all dead. For over a decade she had traveled with the troop. The troop was her family, the troop members were her relatives. More gongs sounded outside, calling all household heads to assemble immediately at the thrashing ground. The Australians had important business for a meeting. Every household must send one person, no excuses, no substitutes, or face death without mercy. The courtyard erupted in anxiety. Many worried about what the cropheads intended, but none dared refuse. Qingxia thought this was a good opportunity. They were outsiders, no one would notice them. Perfect time to scout the town's situation. She told Jiang Xiu to care for Aunt Jiang, then slipped out the back door. The back alley was deserted, but the main streets were gradually filling with people. She kept her head down, sticking to empty alleys. Her first destination was the Luo residence. Her father was trapped inside. She had to check on him no matter what. She also wanted to know if Lord Luo was really dead. For some reason she couldn't let go of this man. The once vast, imposing Luo compound was now smoking ruins. The magnificent gate had become rubble. The high, thick courtyard walls had collapsed in many places. Everywhere lay broken bricks, charred timbers, shattered weapons. Some corpses had not been removed yet, laid out in rows on the open ground before the gate, covered with straw mats. From exposed feet and hair, they appeared to be militia and guards' bodies. Some wore silk and satin, probably Luo family women and maids. Qingxia felt sorrowful, silently reciting Buddhist prayers. About 200 prisoners, apparently captured militia, were clearing rubble under crophead supervision. Occasionally boxes and barrels were carried out from inside. All were styles Qingxia had never seen. Sometimes furniture, fabric and rice in straw sacks were brought out, piled in an open area surrounded by barriers. Someone was recording and counting. Before the gate stood a gallows frame with a row of hanging corpses, 20 or 30 at least. Silently praying, she slowly approached. Most of the hanged were strangers. Old and young from their appearances and clothes, they were local gentry and magnates, probably militia bureau committee members and officers. Several looked fit and muscular, clearly martial artists. Either militia instructors, training leaders, or guard captains. She quickly spotted Luo Tianqiu. His topknot was undone, eyes wide open, an expression of defiance still on his face. He had apparently been fighting when captured. His clothes were blood-stained. Qingxia grieved but dared not weep. Seeing the cropheads busy guarding prisoners, cleaning the battlefield and moving goods with no one watching here, she knelt, hands clasped, silently recited Buddhist prayers, then quickly rose and left. She circled to the ancestral hall area. Since this was abandoned early by militia and guards, damage was minimal. Only a few local-looking people were clearing the street. Qingxia summoned courage to ask a kindly-looking old man what had happened to the people inside. There was no fighting here, the old man told her. Few died, but everyone was taken by the crop, the Australians. Taken where? Qingxia asked anxiously. All prisoners were sent to the militia bureau for questioning. The old man looked around and whispered, "Young lady, do you know someone from the Luo family?" Qingxia knew the Luo family's reputation here was bad. She lied, saying her father was a Luo family tenant who had come to town a few days ago to deliver offerings to the ancestral hall. "Then don't worry. The Australians are good to common people. Your father's just a tenant. Once he explains, he'll be released. He'll be fine." The old man reassured her. Qingxia thanked him and walked to a deserted alley. She couldn't help covering her face and weeping. Sadness or joy? She couldn't tell. After crying, she felt somewhat relieved. Only then did she dry her tears and head toward the militia bureau. Though the bureau had seen fighting, it fell quickly, so buildings were mostly intact. Now it held captured committee members, their families, and their lackeys. The entrance was heavily guarded, no unauthorized entry. Qingxia circled several times but couldn't find anyone to ask about her father. She walked the entire town, asking about Uncle Joe and the 3 young disciples. In desperation, she went to the open area outside town where corpses were collected. A shelter of reed mats had been erected. All who died in the battle were brought here for families to identify and claim. Those unclaimed would be cremated. Fighting fear and the stinging smell of chemicals, Qingxia checked corpse after corpse under the reed mat shelter. Finally, she found no Uncle Joe or young disciples among them. This greatly improved her spirits. If they weren't among the dead, they must still be alive. Along the way, she noticed most shops had reopened. Street corpses and debris were being cleared in orderly fashion. Pedestrians were increasing. No panic or fear. Apparently the cropheads had not looted or burned after taking the town. Discipline was strict. But she couldn't find any doctor. All town doctors had been requisitioned by the Australians. Unable to get a doctor, she could only buy herbs from a pharmacy. Performers always kept prescriptions for bruises and wounds. After this round, she returned to the inn at midday, hungry and thirsty. In the back courtyard, some locals had left. Only refugees from other villages lingered, not yet daring to leave. They sat in 2s and 3s eating dry rations. Some were boiling water. Qingxia first checked on Aunt Jiang. Her wound had been cleaned with alcohol and bandaged with trauma medicine, but it had swollen. Qingxia saw her pale face, sweating, and touched her forehead, feverish, burning hot. She remembered her father saying wounds and fever were a terrible combination. Once fever set in, life was uncertain. Her heart grew heavy. "Junior brother, cool Aunt Jiang's forehead with well water. I'll boil the medicine. I'm fine." Aunt Jiang's face showed an unhealthy flush. "How's master? Any news?" "Nothing yet, but he should be fine." She reported what she had learned and seen at the morgue. "Probably captured by the cropheads. After questioning, they'll release him." "I'm worried about brother Joe." Aunt Jiang closed her eyes, breathing laboriously. "He led militia against the Australians face-to-face. The Australians execute all captured training leaders and militia instructors. If they wanted to kill him, they would have already. He'll be fine." Qingxia knew Uncle Joe had feelings for Aunt Jiang, though both were too shy to admit it. She wouldn't say anything discouraging now, only comforting words. "I hope so. Heaven protect our whole troop, keep everyone safe." Aunt Jiang drifted into fitful sleep. Qingxia found a cracked pot to brew medicine for Aunt Jiang. Suddenly the innkeeper and several clerks appeared in the backyard, each brandishing thick clubs. "All of you, everyone out here, stand in the courtyard." The innkeeper had somehow become incredibly aggressive. Yesterday he had abandoned the inn and fled. This morning he had hidden indoors. Now suddenly he had transformed into this. They didn't know that Innkeeper Chen had become one of 3 liaison officers newly appointed by the Australians, specifically responsible for arranging lodging and provisions for the occupation forces, and later for collecting reasonable burden. Seeing Jiang Xu in the courtyard, the innkeeper immediately started cursing. "You worthless beggar, joining the militia to bully common folk. Seize him, take him to the Australian masters for judgment." The clerks roared threateningly, but none actually charged. They knew these performers' skills. Rushing forward might not end well. Others from the stable came out to see the commotion, frightened by the scene, and retreated back inside. One old man tried to mediate. Innkeeper Chen, let it go. The town just fell. Let's all stay peaceful, not cause trouble. Stay peaceful. Innkeeper Chen's eyebrows shot up. This kid waved a knife in my face yesterday, lawless. If I don't teach him a lesson, where's justice? He jabbed a finger at the old man. And all you locals, neighbors though you may be, you can't stay for free. Before leaving, everyone settle their bills. 1 kyan of silver per person per night. No Tianqi or Changjian coins accepted. Heavens, 1 kyan of silver for a night in the stable, someone muttered. Don't like it, sleep at the thrashing ground. For some reason, the innkeeper had become ferociously arrogant, utterly fearless. His clerks joined in the shouting. No money today means no leaving. Everyone pays up first. The innkeeper sprayed spittle, then pointed at Jiang Xuo. You penniless beggars, your master here will be merciful. Leave the horse and you can go. Jiang Xuo, young and hot-headed, seeing this shameless innkeeper bullying them, reached for his knife. Junior brother, don't. Qingxia quickly grabbed his hand. She laughed coldly. If you want the horse, come take it yourself. Don't send your men to die. We're leaving now. Leave without paying. Grab them, the innkeeper shrieked. Take them to the Australians. But though the clerks postured threateningly, none dared approach. Qingxia knew they couldn't stay. She had Jiang Xuo lead out the horse, then supported Aunt Jiang. The three prepared to leave together. Seeing them about to leave, the innkeeper threw himself heedlessly at the gate to block it, shouting and making a great commotion. End of chapter. Chapter 723. The underground government. Jiang Xuo smiled contemptuously. With just a light push, the innkeeper lost his balance and nearly fell flat on his face. His club clattered to the ground. This drew a burst of laughter from the crowd in the courtyard. Innkeeper Chen, humiliated and furious, cursed and ordered his clerks to act. Seeing them all hesitating and shrinking back, with none willing to step forward, these performers' skills were formidable, and starting a fight would surely go badly for him. He hadn't expected these people with black marks against them to show such contempt, especially in front of a crowd of poor locals. How could he lose face like this? He scrambled to his feet and rushed into a small room. Qingxia spat and silently cursed. Bully the weak, fear the strong. She was about to open the courtyard gate and leave when innkeeper Chen came running back, furiously banging a gong in his hands. The sharp, urgent sound echoed through the air. Everyone in the courtyard froze. This was an alarm gong, normally sounded only for bandit alerts or fires. When it rang, watchmen, militia, and fire brigades would come running. Now with the Australians in charge, what use was this gong? It proved useful. Rapid footsteps approached from outside. Then voices urgently called, "Where's the gong? Who's ringing the gong?" Innkeeper Chen acted as if he'd found family. He yanked open the back courtyard gate, stuck his head out, and shrieked, "Sir, there are escaped training leaders here." No one had expected this move. Everyone in the courtyard stood frozen as if struck by lightning. After taking the town, the crop heads had left ordinary people untouched and didn't kill indiscriminately. But militia leaders and instructors, if caught, faced certain death. Just yesterday at the thrashing ground, 3 martial artists had been publicly hanged, all recently hired as militia instructors. Qingxia's head buzzed. Seeing Jiang Xuo reach for his short knife to fight, she quickly pressed down his hand. "Don't," she hissed. Though hot-blooded, Jiang Xuo always listened to master and senior sister. He immediately stopped and sheathed his knife. By then, a squad of Marines had surged in. Shortly after occupying Sanliang Market, the Fubo army had restored the town's basic order, including the alarm gong system and night watchmen. Patrol squads were dispatched to all streets and alleys day and night, partly to catch escapees, partly to maintain order and prevent opportunistic looting. Each patrol included a local watchman as guide and interpreter. When the gong sounded, Marines arrived immediately. "What's this about?" The leading sergeant scanned the courtyard, noticed Qingxia's group carrying weapons, and frowned. "You 3 put your weapons on the ground." Qingxia quickly removed her waist knife and pushed Jiang Xuo. Jiang Xuo reluctantly removed his knife too and tossed it on the ground. 7 or 8 opponents, whether blades or fists, he felt he could handle them. But crophead firearms were devastating. Never mind carrying the wounded Aunt Jiang. Even if all three were unharmed, they might escape this courtyard but not the town. Innkeeper Chen bowed and scraped as he approached. "Officer, I'm a sergeant." The leading crophead spoke precisely. "Why did you ring the gong?" "Sergeant, sir." Innkeeper Chen displayed a small placard. "I'm this town's liai, officer." In his anxiety, he forgot the middle character in liaison officer. These three were militia instructors under that bully Luo Tianqiu. "Look at that woman, she's still wounded." "I see." The sergeant examined them. Their appearance and manner were indeed those of martial artists. By regulation, they should be arrested for interrogation first. "Take them away." "Yes, sir." Soldiers stepped forward to seize them. "Sergeant, we're innocent." Qingxia dropped to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly. "This humble woman and her companions are traveling performers. We carry weapons for our act." This innkeeper tried to extort our horse and property, and when he failed, he made false accusations. "Please examine this matter clearly," she kowtowed several more times. "I don't have authority to examine anything. You'll come with me to the bureau." The sergeant waved his hand, then told Innkeeper Chen, "Since you're the accuser, you're coming too." "Yes, yes, I'll come right away." Innkeeper Chen smiled broadly. "She's just making excuses." "Look at that woman's leg wound." Qingxia's face went pale. Everything else could be explained, but Aunt Jiang's leg wound was inexplicable. How would she have a bayonet wound if she hadn't fought crop heads? Innkeeper Chen looked smug, adding embellishments. "That woman's archery is extraordinary. Who knows if she wounded some of your boys?" Qingxia's face turned ghastly white. Seeing the innkeeper's relentless attacks, each accusation worse than the last, she knew she would never leave that so-called bureau alive. She pleaded innocence desperately, then turned to beg the other commoners in the courtyard to testify that the innkeeper was making false accusations because his extortion had failed. But the commoners, now knowing Innkeeper Chen had sold himself to the Australians, dared not wade into these murky waters. All stood silent as cicadas in winter. Qingxia knew that as outsiders, no one would help them. In despair, she secretly regretted her lack of experience. She had known she had a dirty record working for the Luo family, yet she had stood firm when she should have just surrendered the horse. Now caught by the Australians, killing or beatings didn't frighten her, but the whole troop was caught up in this. Not a single person remained outside to seek help. At this thought, her regret was agonizing, but what was done, nothing could be changed. She could only see what happened at the bureau. She secretly resolved, if it could save everyone else, she would sacrifice anything. The night before Qingxia's group was arrested, when Daisy arrived at Sanliang market with reinforcements. Sanliang was the largest town the task force had captured. It was also an important wholesale hub for Dongyuan and several neighboring counties, commercially significant. The spoils and prisoners captured here were the most abundant. This drew great attention from the task force's transmigrators. After news of Shijiki being struck by an arrow, when Daisy immediately departed, bringing several transmigrators and civil affairs personnel to Sanliang market, intending to establish operations there. When Daisy's reinforcement convoy needed to clear the channel of stakes to allow supply-laden long dragons to pass, clearing as they went, they didn't arrive until afternoon. By then, fighting was essentially over. Though taking the Luo residence had taken time, it was captured before nightfall. When Daisy immediately directed clearance and screening operations across Sanliang, many were promptly hanged. Property confiscation and seizure continued into the night. Searches for remaining enemies continued through the darkness. 400 Marines sealed all exits. Patrols carrying torches swept every street and alley, hunting any fugitives. Everyone caught was sent to temporary detention near the thrashing ground and bureau for disposition. Sanliang's resistance had been the fiercest. The Marines' retaliation was particularly harsh. Though discipline prevented them from venting rage on ordinary commoners, militia received no such consideration. Anyone who showed the slightest resistance or spoke disrespectfully was bayoneted on the spot. When Daisy finished signing the first batch of execution orders and stretched, signing so many orders, leadership wasn't easy. He stood and looked at the fire-lit courtyard, now cleared of debris. Marines stood guard under the eaves. Their bayonets reflected the torchlight, gleaming coldly. He summoned an officer on duty. "Where's squadron leader Shi?" "At the temporary hospital. I'll take you there immediately," the officer said respectfully. A side courtyard of the bureau had been converted to a hospital. The eastern hall now served as a temporary operating room. A rosewood table was the operating table, curtains hung around it. A dozen floodlights were arranged nearby. Power came from bicycle-style human-powered generators outside, Marines taking turns pedaling. Zhang Tumu finished extracting a musket ball from a militiaman's abdomen and sutured the wound. Whether this patient would survive was uncertain. Conditions were too crude. But at least with surgery he had a chance. Without it, he would certainly die. Watch the nursing. Make sure medications are given on time. After instructing the medical orderly, Zhang Tumu soaked his blood-stained latex gloves in a basin of water, cleaned them carefully, then immersed them in alcohol. In Lingao, nurses would do this for him. Here he had to do it himself. Zhang Tumu was the army surgeon. He had brought several indigenous medical students studying emergency surgery along with much equipment and medication, partly to save lives, partly to provide practice. Originally, he had set up a medical station at the Bogue, but the squadron's Pearl River patrols produced few serious casualties requiring his personal intervention. Finally, he decided to travel with the squadron. If he couldn't treat their own people, at least he could treat prisoners. With this mindset, the small medical team left half its personnel and equipment behind, and the rest sailed to Shijiki's base at Shiwen. Zhang Tumu was getting bored in Shiwen when news of Shijiki being hit by an arrow arrived. He immediately took his students and equipment, escorted by soldiers, to Sanliang. He had expected to perform emergency surgery on Shijiki, but examining him found the squadron leader wasn't in critical condition. Shijiki sat on a couch looking dejected, the arrowhead with a short segment of shaft still embedded in his body. The field medic had found the wound dangerously close to a major artery and hadn't dared cut to extract it, waiting for Zhang Tumu. Kingxia's arrow had struck the armor worn over his uniform, protective equipment issued to transmigrators not equipped with stab-proof vests, resembling an old-style steel-plate bulletproof vest with steel plates inserted at key points. The arrow had struck the heart guard steel plate squarely, just a fraction off, and it would have entered his heart. If it had struck true, Shijiki would have died instantly, 10 lives or not. The arrow was deflected by the steel plate. The arrowhead had entered his shoulder at an angle. The wound wasn't serious. Zhang Tumu cleaned it, administered a tetanus injection, and gave him antibiotics. "You're lucky," Zhang Tumu said to the grimacing Shijiki as he sutured the wound without anesthesia. "Almost hit the artery. If it had, you'd be beyond saving. You'd be heading to Guangzhou for a memorial service." "Dr. Zhang, have you no compassion?" Shijiki groaned from his bed. "My bones aren't broken, right? Bones intact, but you've got severe soft tissue contusions all over. That's rough. You'll need proper rest for a while. Get x-rayed back in Lingao to check for ligament and joint damage. I'm not an orthopedist, can't make guarantees." Zhang Tumu washed his hands. "Lucky you didn't break bones falling from a rooftop." "Be more careful from now on," Shijiki said weakly. "We Marine officers always lead from the front." "Heh," Zhang Tumu smiled. "Honestly, you are indeed the most seriously wounded in your squadron." Shijiki let out a sound between shame and anger. 14 dead all told, and I'm wounded too. How do I explain this back home? Lost all face and substance." "Actually, 14 dead. 2 more died during the assault," Zhang Tumu said. "But all the wounded will survive." "Dear heavens," Shijiki groaned. The movement apparently triggered some pain and he winced. Zhang Tumu asked, "Want some painkillers?" "No thanks, what you've got is just opium or coca. I absolutely won't touch those," Shijiki said. "Maybe some videos instead." "Laptop's out of power." Zhang Tumu refused immediately. "You should rest well. I'll give you some sleeping pills from Runchitang. Liu San boasts their pure traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, opium is technically also pure traditional Chinese medicine." I don't dare rest, there's only 2 transmigrators here. You've never commanded troops. If I leave things to indigenous officers, I worry about mistakes. I think they're performing very well, methodical and organized. Orders already restored in town. Stop worrying. Besides, Chief Wen is arriving this afternoon with D Squadron. With him in charge, what's there to worry about? Chief Wen is coming too. That's right. Once he's finished, he'll probably come see you. Zhang Tumu smiled. Too bad Huang Zhuazi isn't here to act as photographer. Otherwise, some shots of Chief Wen warmly visits war hero Shijiki might even make the elementary school textbooks someday. Stop teasing me. Shijiki knew he was joking about his glorious exploits at Lantau. What good does that do me? No good for you, good for Chief Wen. Great propaganda material. What damn good for me? Chief Wen's voice came from outside. I'm not interested. Real men rely on real ability. That flashy stuff is useless. When Daisy had indeed come to visit Shijiki, his purpose wasn't photos but post-operations in Sanliang. He wanted Shijiki's input. In terms of administrative rank, when Daisy far outranked Shijiki, but both were transmigrators and this town had mainly been captured by Shijiki's squadron. Though now wounded and unable to handle affairs, some formal respect was still appropriate. I don't have any particular views. You handle it as you see fit, Chief. Shijiki assumed an attitude of complete trust. But we need harsh retaliation. Make them understand what happens when they resist the Fubo army. Fearing Chief Wen might think he wanted revenge just because he'd been hit by an arrow, he quickly recounted losing an entire squad to a Wanrenji on the river. I can't swallow this. 11 Marines, all our best young men. Just gone like that. Emotion entered Shijiki's voice. These soldiers had grown up under his command after all. When Daisy nodded but didn't indicate what he would actually do. This battle example Shijiki mentioned deserved staff discussion. The natives were beginning to experiment with asymmetric counter-tactics. This trend required attention. I'll investigate this thoroughly, when Daisy said. As for retaliation, Sanliang resisted so stubbornly, perfect opportunity to eliminate the local magnates. But he expressed concern. We can't stay here long. Eliminating them without establishing government is rather a waste. I suggest setting up an underground party, Shijiki said. Doesn't external intelligence have both land and sea networks, plus this 5-element flag system? Some doing business, some gathering intelligence. Just have Jiangshan send some indigenous personnel here to do business and build a local organization. Earn money while providing intelligence. Using the current military occupation's advantage, purge all potential opponents. Cultivate a group of collaborators as the underground party's outer layer. Secretly control key market towns. Market towns were the nexus between cities and countryside, with strong radiating influence over surrounding villages. Whether for future currency penetration or commodity penetration, this would be highly beneficial. When Daisy had considered this scheme, he had discussed post-operation matters with Wu De, Jiangshan, and Si Kaid via telegram regarding the Pearl River taxation operations. They had discussed how, for some militarily occupied large towns, it would be wasteful to simply kill some people, seize some goods, arrange some proxies for reasonable burden, and withdraw. Better to exploit the Ming government's failure to extend authority to villages and insert themselves into the vacuum, establishing an underground government. End of chapter. Chapter 724, The Trial. The Luo family dominated Sanliang market for generations, acting as local emperors here. Why can't we do the same? Shijiki said. Our people will certainly do better than these traditional gentry bullies. Of course, indigenous personnel trained in modern administrative skills would certainly outperform self-interested clan magnates. But traditional society was a typical acquaintance society. The outsider label wasn't easily removed. Some families might have lived locally for 2 or 3 generations and still be considered outsiders by locals. Outsiders were excluded from local social networks, rarely trusted by locals. Their words naturally carried less weight. Being few and weak, their interests were often bullied and encroached upon. In a major city like Guangzhou, things might be better. In semi-closed rural society, outsiders peacefully controlling local power was very difficult. In 21st century China, outsider still carried pejorative connotations, let alone the far more closed society with almost no population mobility of the 17th century. Without support from local magnates, how to establish their own people with sufficient authority was something Wen Dacey had been contemplating. Now the local magnates and gentry who had resisted them had been annihilated. Most were killed. The rest were either already hanged or about to be. According to established guidelines, these people would be cleared, the document's euphemism for executed. Those who had narrowly escaped death, including their clansmen, distant relatives, guards, anyone who had received their patronage and counted as beneficiaries, would be entirely relocated to Lingao for resettlement. The Civil Affairs People's Committee would disperse and resettle this population across Hainan Island. After these measures, Sanliang markets, elite class, would be completely swept away. Newcomers with sufficient capital and strong capabilities could easily establish authority locally. Deep in thought, he dozed off half-reclined in his chair. When he woke, it was fully light. When Dacey remembered today's town-wide assembly, he quickly sat up and called for his orderly to bring water for washing. The assembly didn't require his personal presence. Specialized Civil Affairs Committee transmigrators would handle it. When Dacey sat in his temporary office, reading the rapidly accumulating reports and requests on his desk, captured militia, guards, and gentry servants needed screening. The general principle was to punish those with public grievances and release ordinary people on the spot. But who had public grievances versus private vendettas was a tangled question. Since early morning, people had been sneaking to headquarters with accusations and complaints, or delivering anonymous letters. The Civil Affairs team had brought indigenous personnel specifically to handle such matters. The town-wide assembly at the thrashing ground went smoothly. When Dacey found this unsurprising, any assembly held at bayonet point would go smoothly, especially after 100-odd people had just been hanged. The assembly elected several liaison officers responsible for maintaining public order, handling aftermath, and assessing reasonable burden. Among them were innkeeper Chen, a small rushmat dealer named Li Kunfa, and the abbot of the town's only temple, monk Dajiao. Dajiao presided over a hereditary temple with modest temple property. Fortunately, being the only temple in town, Dajiao handled all supernatural-related services, earning enough for him and his few disciples to live on. These three worked under the Civil Affairs team's direct supervision. When Dacey ordered 500 taels of silver and several hundred she of rice allocated as operating funds, existing community organizations were restored, the fire brigade reopened, the watchmen resumed their rounds. Those whose homes and property had been destroyed in the fighting received relief rice. The Civil Affairs team also planned to distribute relief silver. "I'm truly surprised," said Jaizin, the arbitration tribunal representative responsible for inspecting and handling the task force's legal matters, seeing this temporary organization already functioning. Innkeeper Chen handled security, Li Kunfa managed economics and reasonable burden, monk Dajiao managed corpse collection and charitable relief for the poor. Everything was quickly becoming orderly. Before coming to Guangdong, I worried natives would fear government retaliation and refuse to publicly volunteer as liaison officers. In traditional Chinese society, local notables stepping up to maintain order after war wasn't considered collaboration. It even earned praise for protecting the homeland. Such people were typically local gentry and magnates whom the government had always relied on for grassroots governance. Naturally, when authorities returned, they wouldn't punish such behavior. Among them were genuinely public-spirited righteous people, but also despicable opportunists seeking to exploit the situation for personal gain. Circumstances varied greatly. For now, the transmigrators had no choice. Most locals hadn't yet developed basic trust in them. They could only use those who stepped forward voluntarily. Whether these people were capable and honest could only be evaluated through practice. With local liaison officers, civil affairs work proceeded rapidly. The team began collecting and burying corpses, providing relief to the poor, hunting escaped enemies, and repairing buildings damaged by artillery, both private and public. The former particularly. The Element Council did largely accept the concept of inviolable private property, at least when it didn't conflict with the council's or empire's interests. Liu Desin's residence, being heavily damaged, was among the first listed for repairs. A squad of Marines carrying tools and pushing carts of building materials arrived at the Liu residence in force. Liu Desin had just attended the thrashing ground assembly that morning. While he knew his life and property were temporarily safe, he remained worried about the upcoming reasonable burden. When assessed, it would probably be no small sum. While worrying, this group suddenly appeared before his house. Liu Desin assumed the cropheads had come to confiscate his property. These tools were probably for digging up floor tiles and tearing down walls to find hidden treasure. He was so frightened he couldn't move. "Sir, we meet again." The leader was the same Australian who had come to his house the day before. He smiled and waved his axe, nearly making Liu Desin wet himself. "We keep our word, we're here to fix your house." Before Liu Desin could react, Marines swarmed into the courtyard. Someone immediately removed the threshold his clerks had hastily nailed the day before, pushed in a modified wheelbarrow loaded with bricks, tiles, and lime. Others nimbly set up ladders and climbed to the roof. Others went straight to the clerks to borrow buckets, preparing to mix mortar. 7 or 8 pairs of hands started repairs at once. Liu Desin stood dumbfounded. In his understanding, soldiers were all idle layabouts and good-for-nothings, genuine official bandits. Not robbing or killing was already considered strict discipline. An army that made reparations for damage and personally helped repair houses was absolutely unheard of. Who knew such people existed? Liu Desin exclaimed repeatedly. He quickly ordered someone to boil water and brew tea. "Sir, we're out of old tea," a clerk said. "We used it all yesterday." "Idiot, brew the good tea." While Liu Desin fussed over tea, innkeeper Chen cursed and led his group to the bureau. The bureau the sergeant mentioned was the former militia bureau, originally a temple that had been refurbished. With many rooms and spacious halls, it made excellent office space. After breaking through on October 26th, the squadron had established its command center here. The group was brought to the bureau. A large courtyard nearby now served as temporary detention. Room after room was packed with dejected faces. The 3 of them were separately escorted to a courtyard that had been the bureau's main hall, where committee members had held their private courts to try cases. Any suspicious person captured by militia in Sanliang and surroundings, or any unfortunate who had offended the masters, was brought here for harsh interrogation. Besides lacking a yaman's formal plaques and insignia, it had everything: magistrate's bench, torture implements, everything. This now served as the temporary military court for hearing cases. Tribunal Representative Zheng had been trying cases since morning, mostly local commoners accusing former magnates and gentry. Some claimed they had caused deaths, some accused them of abducting women, some accused them of seizing property. An endless variety. Some came openly with written complaints begging for justice, others sent anonymous notes secretly. These materials now filled a table behind the court. Some cases no longer needed trial. The defendants had died during the assault or been hanged that night. Complaints against Luo Tianqiu were especially numerous, the charges complete with all 5 poisons. Zheng thought, this man was truly a textbook bully landlord. Though trials weren't necessary, Zheng still had indigenous clerks organize the materials and especially collect sufficient witness testimony. This would be valuable propaganda material later. Defendants still alive were brought in order for trial. This mode of trial, no legal basis, no court evidence, Relying only on both parties' word-against-word debate made Jia uncomfortable. He had to rely on his own common sense, knowledge, principles, and even intuition to make judgments. Jia didn't believe poor people are naturally good, rich people are naturally bad. He knew very well that when new rulers arrived, many would try to seize others' property to change their own fate. False accusations and exaggerations would certainly be common at such times, so he paid special attention to fairness. His frequently stated principle was that a person is guilty doesn't mean every accusation can be piled on their head. This clashed with Su Wen's iron fist of public security faction and the pragmatist's law is a tool theory. Liaison Officer Chen has brought several militia instructors, someone reported. They deny everything. Oh, Jia nodded. Of course they deny it. He was quite displeased with the Element Council's order to execute all militia instructors, considering it potentially indiscriminate killing. But this was a high-level decision he couldn't oppose. Bring them in for questioning. He moved aside the completed case files on his desk and opened a new one. Qingxia and the other two were brought into the hall. The setting rivaled a county yamen in scale, but the hall was nearly empty. No fierce-looking yamen runners, just 3 or 4 crop-head-looking figures. The one in the center was a strapping man, 6.5 kai tall, square-faced, thick-browed, large ear-lobed, with very fair skin, looking very official indeed. Probably a high-ranking crop-head. Qingxia quickly pulled Jiangxiu down to kneel. This humble woman Chungxia kowtows to your honor. No need to kneel and kowtow, stand and speak. The strapping crophead said. He appeared affable unlike the fierce officialdom of typical magistrates. Qingxia felt slightly reassured. Thank you, your honor. No thanks needed. This Australian actually smiled. What's your name? Where are you from? What's your profession? Qingxia answered each question, saying only that they were traveling equestrian performers, not daring to mention they had been militia instructors. She said they were being falsely accused because the innkeeper had tried to extort their horse and property. Your honor, please discern the truth. We are performing artists, wandering everywhere, complete outsiders. How could we be militia instructors here? Qingxia knew flat denial was her only chance at survival. Jia nodded, examining the three. The woman speaking was about 20, tall and well-proportioned with large natural feet, clearly trained in martial arts. The young man beside her was 16 or 17, short but sturdy. The other woman was in her early 30s, somewhat attractive but pale and unsteady, apparently ill. These three called militia instructors. Indeed hard to believe. Sir, Innkeeper Chen immediately jumped forward. These three definitely served as militia instructors and fought against your people. If you don't believe me, ask the captured militia. Some surely recognize them. He pointed at Qingxia. This woman even had an affair with Luo Tianqiu. Qingxia's face flushed crimson, furious beyond words. As a woman performing publicly, her chastity was constantly suspected and discussed, so she was especially sensitive about it, tolerating no misunderstanding. Her virgin body being groundlessly slandered, she almost rushed forward to seize Innkeeper Chen. Only the gleaming crophead bayonets restrained her fury. She turned and knelt, kowtowing once. This humble woman is certainly still a virgin with no connection to Lord Luo. This Innkeeper Chen is spewing blood from his mouth. Please, your honor, investigate clearly. Seeing this woman's intense reaction, Jia knew she spoke truth. He glanced at Innkeeper Chen's smug expression. Though jurisprudence didn't concern itself with personal impressions, their contrasting behavior inevitably affected his judgment. Regardless of whether these three were militia instructors, Innkeeper Chen clearly had ulterior motives. The attempted horse extortion might well be true. Qingxia, whether you're a virgin is irrelevant to this case. The crophead behind the table seemed quite displeased that the matter had inexplicably veered to virginity. He told Qingxia, stand. Innkeeper Chen claims you served as militia instructors and fought in battle. Is this true? Reporting to your honor, absolutely not, Qingxia denied firmly. We perform equestrian tricks, all flashy moves with no substance. How could we train militia? Seeing Kingxia's instant, complete denial and firm attitude, Innkeeper Chen feared the Australian might believe her. He quickly added, "Sir, they're all skilled martial artists. If you don't believe me, ask the townspeople. This woman's archery is extraordinary. She can shoot coins from 100 paces." Luo Tianqiu specifically hired her to train the militia in archery. He pointed at Aunt Jiang. "This woman throws knives and her leg still has yesterday's wound. If she wasn't fighting militia, where would a bayonet wound come from?" This was undeniable hard evidence. Kingxia momentarily had no counterargument. "Is what Innkeeper Chen says true?" "Reporting to your honor." We humble performers practice martial arts. Some skills for earning our living is nothing unusual. That doesn't automatically make us militia instructors. The Australian then asked Aunt Jiang, "You're wounded?" Aunt Jiang didn't dare answer, unsure whether to admit or deny. But she had limped in supported by Kingxia, impossible to deny. She whispered, "This humble woman is indeed wounded." "How were you wounded?" Kingxia quickly answered, "Reporting to your honor, she was accidentally stabbed by this humble woman during practice." "Sir, they're lying." Innkeeper Chen hadn't expected this young woman to have become so polished, calmly trying to explain everything away. Furious, no longer caring about the horse but feeling utterly humiliated, he quickly produced the inn's guest register. "Sir, please look." He pointed to names in the ledger. "This group arrived 3 months ago with 8 people. They stayed at my inn until half a month ago when they moved to live at the Luo Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall isn't an inn, and Luo Tianqiu was no charitable man. Why would he let them live in the Ancestral Hall for free? Your honor can easily verify this," he continued smugly. "And now only 3 remain. Where's the old man? Where's the other man? And the 3 children, where are they all?" Jaizin listened, realizing Innkeeper Chen spoke truth. He nodded silently and asked, "Is what Innkeeper Chen says true?" End of chapter. Chapter 725. Jaizin's verdict. My father, Uncle Joe, and the 3 young disciples were separated during the assault, Kingxia said. Seeing Innkeeper Chen about to say more, Jaizin had already grasped the situation. He waved his hand. "Since there are wounds, send her to the doctor for treatment first." He ordered Kingxia's group taken into custody, their belongings and luggage sent to the bureau. Innkeeper Chen had made a scene without gaining anything. Though he had vented his anger, he feared the Australian might be swayed by this woman, and he would end up worse off. He returned home with an uneasy heart. Jaizin summoned an indigenous clerk, gave him the materials, and instructed him to immediately investigate Innkeeper Chen's accusations among the prisoners. Then he moved on to the next case. Over 2 hours later, the clerk returned. Jaizin heard his report. Sure enough, everything Innkeeper Chen said was true. Kingxia and the young man called Jiang Xiu had served as militia instructors and fought on the blockhouse. Even the detail about Kingxia's extraordinary archery and Luo Tianqiu presenting her with a bow was confirmed. As for Aunt Jiang, she and a man surnamed Zhou had led militia against the Australians. The man surnamed Zhou had died in the melee. The examination report from the temporary hospital also confirmed Aunt Jiang's wound was indeed from a bayonet, a weapon no native used. It absolutely could not have been an accident during practice. The clerk's capability far exceeded expectations. He had not only gathered information and collected testimony, but also located Kingxia's father and the 3 young disciples. They were all being held in the POW camp. Jaizin reviewed the report. By this accounting, only Kingxia's father hadn't participated in fighting and could be released. The 3 young disciples counted at most as ordinary militia without public grievances, also releasable. But Kingxia, Jiang Xiu, and Aunt Jiang, by current regulations, all faced death. At this thought, Jaizin felt a stirring of chivalrous sentiment. These people's deaths would be truly unjust, just trying to earn a living, not even among the lowest beneficiary class. Yet they would be sacrificed alongside the Luo family. But their service as militia instructors and direct combat participation were facts. He discussed this with Wen Daisy, wanting to gauge his attitude. "If you're asking my view, it's clear," Wen Daisy said. "Follow regulations." Following regulations meant execution. He smiled. "Are the two women pretty, reasonably attractive?" Jaizin answered honestly, "But I think they're rather wronged. The martial artists executed yesterday at least collected several months' wages. These people never received a single payment, just stayed at the Luo family's place a few days and ate a few meals. If they hadn't directly fought, I'd say executing or not executing doesn't matter much," Wen Daisy said. "But since they directly fought, the young woman may well have wounded our people. Letting them off so easily is too lenient. Of course, you're the military court's presiding judge now. How to rule is your decision." "I absolutely won't interfere." "You're right," Jaizin nodded. He had great discretionary authority here, but he feared this discretion might undermine his long-time principle of equality before the law. Yet simply ordering these people executed troubled his conscience. When Daisy suddenly smiled, "If you've taken a fancy to these two women, it's nothing." "No, I absolutely haven't taken a fancy to them. Come now, don't deceive yourself. If this group were all strapping men, would you be this conflicted? At most you'd sigh a bit and move on. We're all men, I understand these tender feelings," Wen Daisy said. "This group is mostly women and children, exactly what Lingao lacks. I suggest you treat them as militia without public grievances and spare their lives. Just sentence them as bondservants." Aunt Jiang had her wound cleaned at the temporary hospital. The medic saw her wound was badly infected and not only applied anti-inflammatory powder, but also gave her sulfonamide tablets to take. Aunt Jiang was brought to the room where they were being held, a large hall containing many prisoners. Qixia's group was assigned a corner. Her father and the three young disciples had already been transferred here. They were weeping together when Aunt Jiang was brought in. The emotions were mixed. After all this chaos, the troop was finally reunited, but Uncle Joe was dead. "Who knows what the crop heads will do with us?" Qixia wiped her tears. "As soon as they investigate, everything will be clear. People here won't necessarily cover for us either. What can they do? Death at worst." Jiang Xiu still seemed fearless. "I think next time we're summoned, we should just confess," her father sighed. "Beg the Australian masters for mercy. I can see they act fairly and treat common people well. We're just performers, they don't need to kill us. When have officials not used commoners' heads for demonstrations?" Jiang Xiu muttered discontentedly. "Begging for our lives, I'd rather die." "If you're so eager to die, go die then." The old man grew angry. As someone who had lived long, he knew life's value. He scolded Jiang Xiu. "Your head isn't a turnip that grows back after you lose it. Young as you are, why so eager to die?" Jiang Xiu didn't dare argue. He felt quite aggrieved. He had firmly opposed working for the Luo family. It was senior sister who had agreed, and master who had acquiesced, that had led to today's situation. But saying this wouldn't help, it would only cause needless heartache. Jiang Xiu could only keep silent. Like most of the troop, he had no attachments, nothing to leave behind. Yet even claiming not to fear death, imagining being hanged on a frame, kicking as he choked to death, sent chills down his spine. "Stop daydreaming," a haggard-faced militiaman beside them said. "Just being militia instructors for Luo Tianqiu, is enough to get you hanged. The Australians treat common people fine, but if you've taken up arms against them, they don't hesitate to kill. Those 3 militia instructors hanged yesterday. They all came for Luo's 18 taels a month. Now they've left their families behind and gone. Being outsiders, their families probably don't even know they're dead." Qixia wept. "If I'd known this, I should have just given the horse to that black-hearted innkeeper Chen. Had to show off and dragged everyone into this." Jiang Xiu saw her crying bitterly and felt despondent himself, not knowing what to say. The thought of dying here inexplicably drained his fighting spirit. Everyone felt the future was utterly bleak. The 3 young disciples started crying too. The hall full of prisoners was already in despair. This triggered everyone to weep. The whole great hall became like a funeral parlor until Marine guards came in and shouted 8 or 9 times before the crying finally stopped. No one spoke anymore. Everyone sat with bowed heads. Seeing Aunt Jiang brought back, everyone's spirits lifted slightly. They quickly laid her on a straw mat. Hearing the crop heads had treated her wound, the swelling had subsided and her forehead wasn't as hot. "Senior sister," Jiang Xue whispered, "don't cry anymore. I don't think the crop heads will kill us. If they wanted to, why treat Aunt Jiang's wound?" The next morning, a clerk came to summon someone, saying the military court would continue proceedings. He called Qingxia's name and was about to take her away. Jiang Xue, fearing today's session might involve torture, senior sister was after all a woman and he worried she couldn't endure, quickly requested to accompany her. "You don't need to go. This doesn't concern you," the clerk said expressionlessly and led Qingxia away. In the hall, Jai Xin had someone present multiple witness testimonies and the bow seized from her luggage. Qingxia could no longer deny it. Kneeling, she pleaded desperately, explaining that her father's illness had left them in debt to the Luo family's usury, and later she had received Luo Tianqiu's kindness. She'd had no choice but to serve as militia instructor. "Your Honor, this humble woman truly had no choice." It was all this humble woman's foolishness, momentarily failing to distinguish good from evil. At this, she thought of Luo Tianqiu hanging on the gallows and her heart ached inexplicably. Hot tears fell. "All decisions were this humble woman's. I implicated the other troop members. All blame is mine alone. Please, Your Honor, don't harm the innocent. It's good you know you were foolish." Jai Xin saw her weeping pitifully like pear blossoms in rain. His long-dormant heart rippled slightly. He quickly collected himself and ordered her taken away. Then he drafted the verdict. Jiang Xue, Aunt Jiang, and the 3 young disciples were found guilty. Given their brief service to the Luo family and no public grievances, sentences were reduced by 1 degree, bondservants for 7 years, to be sent immediately to Lingao. The old troop master hadn't participated in battle or served as militia, acquitted. Personal belongings remained protected as private property to be taken to Lingao. Weapons were confiscated. Troop communal property would be returned to the master. That left Qingxia. Jai Xin had wanted to spare her, but the testimony was extremely unfavorable. Not only did multiple militia confirm she had fought bravely on the blockhouse, but someone had seen her hit several Marines, one apparently an officer. This officer was probably Shijiki. Such crimes, even if Chief Wen agreed to use clemency to spare her, would face fierce opposition from many in the Element Council. From legal fairness, it made no sense. Why could she live when other militia instructors who had also fought were executed? They had also only served a month or 2 with no public grievances. Jai Xin sighed deeply and signed the death warrant. "In the name of the Element Council and the people, I order the following person to receive necessary disposition." He signed his name after this sentence. A hollow exhaustion washed over him, like when he had lost his wife years ago. Sometimes human effort couldn't overcome fate. Sometimes human effort couldn't resist society. At this thought, Jai Xin wept. Sanliang Market's aftermath operations continued for a week. In this time, killings decreased, but seizures yielded much. Reasonable burden was fully collected. When Daisy led the plundering of enormous spoils and prisoners, while establishing an underground government in Sanliang. This underground government had Li Kunfa and Monk Daoliao as public figures. During these days, they had negotiated with the Australians, arranged supplies, collected corpses. Their efforts maintaining local order had earned local acceptance. Innkeeper Chen, one of the original 3 liaison officers, was found guilty of repeated extortion. He was executed the day before withdrawal. At Jai Xin's request, no corpse was displayed afterward. Immediate cremation followed. The underground government's real power lay with a covert cell dispatched by external intelligence. They had quietly entered Dongyuan. Some of the deeds and certificates seized from eliminated magnates in Sanliang had secretly been transferred to them. Once things calmed, the operatives could openly use these documents to claim these properties. The transmigrators' reach would thus penetrate deep into Pearl Delta villages and towns. ultimately achieving grassroots subversion and transformation. The task force's massive raids throughout the Pearl River region threw Guangzhou into unprecedented chaos and instability. True and false reports flew like snowflakes to Guangzhou, causing enormous panic. Wealthy families began fleeing. Li Fengji had been urging Su Tingfa and others to strengthen defenses, planning to negotiate peace after one battle with the crop heads. He had not expected the crop heads to bypass his heavily fortified Wuchang battery and instead raid everywhere. Emergency reports from all counties snowballed into Guangzhou. Everywhere, towns were falling. Everywhere, gentry and magnates were being killed. Everywhere, taxation was being enforced. When news reached him that Dongyuan's magistrate had been forced to pay city ransom to the crop heads, Li Fengji was not angry, rather slightly relieved. At least the county seat was saved. If the crop heads had captured it, the situation would look even worse. Government troops feared the enemy like tigers, completely failing to protect the people. And the capable local militia were also retreating everywhere before the crop heads. Shaowen, Sanliang, Dajiao, Dafan. In battle after battle, multi-village alliance militia were routed by crop heads numbering only 1/4 or 1/5 their strength. Originally hoping villages could defend themselves and starve the crop heads of supplies, instead the crop heads seized enormous spoils, and every village they passed had to provide provisions. With such abundant supply, they could stay as long as they pleased. Li Fengji, at his wits' end, desperately dispatched human garrison commander Chen Kaiyan with 2,000 hastily recruited water braves to attack and destroy crophead flotillas. The moment they left Wuchang, they were caught by patrol boats hunting for opportunities. 8 patrol boats attacked this improvised navy of salt boats and rice barges. After the first volley, the water braves abandoned ship and fled. In the ensuing battle, these rabble had no will to fight, each fled for himself. Chen Kaiyan's flagship was quickly exposed to the patrol boat's guns. Under fierce fire, the ship caught fire. He barely escaped with his life thanks to quick-thinking guards. This battle completely destroyed Li Fengji and others' hope for naval combat. Whether Navy regulars or recruited water braves, none could withstand crophead artillery. His last hope rested on Li Loyu, who had secretly traveled to Macau to negotiate borrowing troops from the Portuguese. But so far not a word had come back. Macau, the Jesuit college. Mr. Rando has returned, Gelazini frowned. Yes, he says he has urgent matters to report to the superior. Show him in. Gelazini recalled seeing Francesco's letter recently, praising how the Lord's glory had shone into his dark soul, while noting this Italian rogue was in poor health, lying in the Australian hospital near death, probably about to meet his maker soon. Only 2 months later and he had recovered. Gelazini was quite skeptical. He picked up an ivory ball and toyed with it. Rando entered wearing his stylish outfit as always. His complexion looked excellent, no sign of illness. This made Gelazini question whether Francesco's observational skills had declined. Rando knelt to kiss the superior's ring. Then he stood respectfully. "Father, I have important news to report." Gelazini nodded at his servant, who promptly disappeared behind a curtain. "My child, what news is so urgent?" Gelazini was somewhat displeased. Though Rando served the society effectively and contributed much, he was merely a secular attendant to a priest. Even with urgent news, he should first report to Francesco or Luruohua, who would then report to him. This leap in hierarchy was presumptuous. This rogue must have obtained something he considered extremely important to act this way. Officials in Guangzhou are plotting against Macau. What? Gelazini's hand trembled. The ivory ball nearly fell. Though Gelazini wasn't a member of Macau's municipal council, he was among the most powerful men in the city. Nothing could be hidden from him. He knew that recently, envoys from Guangzhou had been negotiating on behalf of Ming authorities, asking the Portuguese to help suppress Australian pirates ravaging the Pearl River. End of chapter. Chapter 726. Borrowing soldiers. These negotiations were still in progress. The Portuguese Municipal Council in Macau had some interest in the Guangdong authorities' proposal. After all, protecting their trade with China was their paramount concern. The Australians' bold entrance into the Pearl River mouth, sailing past and firing salutes, had also made the Portuguese feel unprecedented threat. These so-called Australians in Lingao, while so far not directly harming Portuguese interests, besides granting a few ships India-Lingao trade privileges, they hadn't made major moves in overseas trade. Their dealings with Chinese in Guangdong were mostly in basic commodities the Portuguese had no interest in: grain, cotton, and various bulk cargo like minerals, metals, and timber. Overall, the Portuguese and Lingao's Australians kept to their own lanes, even finding mutual benefit. The Australians sold the Portuguese large quantities of high-quality, cheap industrial goods, enabling them to profit handsomely in various resale and distribution markets. The Portuguese also sold much Indian merchandise to Lingao. This gave the Portuguese, who had despaired of opening the Chinese market, great interest in the Australians. Perhaps if they could establish stable trade relations, they might open a sales channel to Australia. However, the Australians' crushing defeat of Ming forces at Lingao, followed by their fleet entering the Pearl River, had alarmed the Portuguese. The Australians clearly weren't content to remain holed up in a remote backwater as mere pirates or merchants. They had grander ambitions. Among the Chinese in Guangdong, a vague rumor had reached Portuguese ears. The Australians were Chinese who had left for overseas centuries ago. They had returned to reclaim their ancestors' thrones, titles, and fiefs. Gelazini received updates every few days on the negotiations. Unsurprisingly, the Ming intermediary sent from Guangdong was Li Loyu, who had studied at the Jesuit mission as a youth. Though he had his own residence in Macau, he still visited familiar priests at the mission every few days. Li Loyu didn't hide his purpose or the negotiations' content. In Macau, the Jesuits wielded enormous influence over the municipal council. He believed keeping the Jesuits informed could only help. Li Loyu had been shocked by the Ming authorities' attack on Lingao. He had not expected the government to act so rashly. Hadn't they thought to send scouts first? He reflected regretfully. If they had just sent someone to observe, this war might have been avoided, preserving more of the government force's strength. In his assessment, Guangdong's armies were absolutely no match for the Australians. He knew that without numerical advantage, Ming soldiers couldn't handle even the Portuguese, a patchwork force of various peoples, let alone Australians whose weapons and training were 10 times superior. When Guangzhou's merchants and gentry fell into a scramble over purple-letter franchises, and many merchants broke off trade with the Australians for various reasons, Li Loyu had quietly continued his Lingao trade. Ship after ship of medicines, metals, grain, and fabric went to Lingao, returning with Australian goods. This continued until government forces blockaded the Guangzhou Strait. This trade made his Qianghai Company branch in Lingao enormously profitable, greatly surprising Gu Beicheng, who was managing his first business venture. Among Li Loyu's enterprises, Qianghai barely ranked, but he treated it as a crucial foothold. It was also Gu Beicheng's first property to manage. Li Loyu even considered it the starting point for the Gu family's restoration, so his investment there was quite generous. He had spared no expense buying a large plot in the Eastgate Market's newly developed area. Part was built up with the Qianghai Company building. The rest, he instructed Gu Beicheng to hold without immediate use or sale. Isn't leaving such fine land idle wasteful? Gu Beicheng had asked. Li Loyu told him to find some vegetable farmers to lease the empty land for gardening. In Lingao, this was highly profitable. The large non-agricultural population in industry, administration, and military needed enormous quantities of vegetables as side dishes. Growing vegetables isn't just for extra income, Li Loyu taught. It's to avoid gossip. Good land left fallow growing weeds. Others won't think anything special, only that we're wasting heaven's gifts. I understand, uncle, that you recognized land shouldn't lie idle shows good instincts. Li Luoyu praised him. Just before the government began blockading the Guangzhou Strait, an informed Li Luoyu dispatched a secret courier to Lingao. With the military expedition against Lingao making such noise, the Qianghai staff were all on edge, constantly urging Gu Beicheng to return to Guangzhou to wait out the storm. The master says if you feel the situation is dangerous, returning is acceptable. He absolutely won't blame you, the messenger said. Tell the master, Gu Beicheng said confidently, the Australians will have a hard fight, but the government forces will never win. The messenger reported Gu Beicheng's words exactly to Li Luoyu. Li Luoyu silently nodded. This boy's vision was still a bit lacking, but at least he wasn't just parroting others. He had formed his own judgment, and not a bad one. He Cheng's total annihilation at Chiang Mai, then the siege at Qiangshan. None of this surprised Li Luoyu. Even when Li Fengji quietly sent for him, asking him to serve as envoy to negotiate military assistance in Macau, he felt no surprise. The governor's rash expedition was bound to fail. Afterward, someone had to clean up, and that someone would naturally be Li Fengji. Li Fengji was Li Luoyu's greatest patron in Guangdong. Li Luoyu handled many of the governor's business affairs, including investments and loans. He also fronted many enterprises in which the governor had invested: pawn shops, overseas trade, smuggling, and other lucrative businesses that officials couldn't openly participate in or that had unsavory reputations. Their collusion ran deep. When Li Fengji had wanted to compete for the position of Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, Li Luoyu had immediately wired 5,000 taels to the governor's office in Beijing as bribery funds. Such connections were no small matter. So when Wang Xun fell ill, Li Fengji emerged to manage Guangdong's defenses while secretly arranging peace negotiations, and enlisted this business partner to approach the Portuguese about joint Pearl River defense. "I'm sure you've heard, my friend," Li Luoyu said when receiving He Chengzong, who had come rushing overnight to Fashion. The visitor's expression was grim. "The cropheads have entered the Pearl River. They're raiding and killing everywhere. Dongyuan, Zinan, Shund, Nanhai, all counties are panicking 3 times a day. They've taken the Bogue. The Bogue fortress fell in just 2 days. He Chengzong was both dejected and uneasy. A complete rout. He briefly described the Bogue battle. When mentioning Australian ships and guns, Li Luoyu was secretly shocked. From the account, the Australians hadn't deployed their great iron ships or iron fast boats. Just 50 or 60 ordinary sailing ships plus some smoke-belching, self-propelled small craft had taken the Bogue with its multiple batteries and hundreds of cannon positions, routing 2,000 government troops. He hadn't imagined Australian naval power to be this overwhelming. Li Luoyu had secretly felt pleased about Guangdong's defeat, a fitting lesson for those arrogant officials. But now he worried. If the Australians were this strong and now hostile to the Ming, they might become another Jurchen threat. "The master has an important task for you," He Chengzong whispered. "Only you can handle this. Once successful, the master will reward you generously. I don't deserve such reward." Li Luoyu noted his secretive manner, knowing this must be important and probably related to the Australians. Perhaps they wanted him to negotiate peace. He whispered back, "What does your excellency wish me to do? This matter cannot be known to outsiders," He Chengzong continued. "Rest assured." Only then did He Chengzong quietly reveal the purpose. Li Fengji wanted him to personally travel to Macau and get the Portuguese to send forces to blockade the Pearl River mouth. The Portuguese in Macau have 7 or 8 city-sized great ships, bristling with cannons. Even crophead warships would have difficulty prevailing. He Chengzong said, "The cropheads are now rampaging on the river, but all their gunpowder and shot must be transported 1,000 li from Lingao. If the Portuguese cut off their supply, the cropheads will run out of ammunition and have no choice but to withdraw." Li Fengji chose Li Luoyu as envoy first because he was a trusted confidant, second because Li Luoyu had deep connections with the Portuguese, and finally because Li Luoyu was a merchant, not an official or member of his staff. Asking Portuguese help was essentially inviting foreign intervention. If censors and remonstrators learned of it, there would be an enormous scandal. Only someone like Li Luoyu, with absolutely no official background, could be sent, allowing officials to plausibly deny and disavow if information leaked. After all, he was genuinely a civilian, not even a temporary employee. Li Luoyu pondered silently. This was very tricky. Whether the Portuguese would agree was completely uncertain. As someone very close to the Portuguese who understood their thinking, he knew they wanted to protect their trade, but their commitment and capability were questionable. Also, since the Portuguese had settled in Macau, Sino-Portuguese relations had been rocky at best, and toleration rather than harmony. Calls to expel the Portuguese from official circles had never ceased. Especially recently, rumors were everywhere that Inspector Gao intended to expel the Portuguese and ban trade, detailed and vivid. The Portuguese themselves had heard, asking the Portuguese to send forces under such circumstances. How they would react, he couldn't predict. This is extremely tricky. Li Luoyu decided to speak frankly. Inspector Gao's memorial has become common gossip. The Portuguese surely know. If they ask about it, how do I respond? Just say there's no such thing. This was ridiculously childish. Li Luoyu thought. Inspector Gao's memorial couldn't be groundless. Simply denying it, if the Portuguese later learned the truth, wouldn't Ming officials look like complete liars? Won't it greatly embarrass the authorities later? He Chengzong smiled blandly. When did the authorities say any such thing? His expression was quite self-satisfied. Li Luoyu stared in disbelief. He now completely understood He Chengzong's meaning. The statement wouldn't come from any Guangdong official but from him, their representative. And Li Luoyu wasn't official, so the government technically wouldn't be lying. When the truth emerged, officials could simply deny any connection to Li Luoyu. These people were thinking far too absurdly, treating lying as strategy. And from He Chengzong's smug, shameless manner, having a mere merchant tell a few lies clearly didn't seem like a big deal. Li Luoyu felt suddenly cold. These scholars, they've all studied their books into dogs' bellies. Shameless schemes pour out endlessly. Li Luoyu was furious inside, but his expression remained serene, showing only a slight smile. This isn't quite proper, is it? He Chengzong still looked pleased. What's improper? You're just a merchant. Even if you misspeak a few words, what difference does it make? Handle the immediate problem first. Ha 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 ha, Li Luoyu laughed along. His reputation was built on integrity. If he deceived the Portuguese this time, his standing in Macau's business world would collapse. So this substitution lie was absolutely unspeakable. If the Portuguese really asked about Inspector Gao's memorial, he would simply say he knew nothing about it. Let them judge for themselves. Guangzhou was full of people willing to sell anything for foreign silver. They would find the truth on their own. After He Chengzong departed, Li Luoyu seriously considered this mission. Of course, unless he wanted to stop doing business in Guangdong, he couldn't refuse Li Fengji's request. And he would have to try to succeed. Though he was the Australians' business partner, he felt the Australians had gone too far this time. Disrupting Guangdong would only further weaken the already severely debilitated Ming body. In his view, the Australians should stay in Lingao selling Australian goods. The Portuguese might not achieve quick success, but applying some pressure could be useful. The challenge was that this was nearly impossible. The Portuguese might patrol with warships to maintain commercial interests and try to expel the Australians. But their naval power, considerable in East Asia, enough to make pirate Liu Xiang wary of attacking Portuguese ships, was hopelessly outmatched by the Australians. Just one of those 4 fast boats appearing at the Pearl River mouth could single-handedly defeat all Portuguese naval forces in Macau. Of this, he had no doubt. Regardless of Portuguese capability, the government was supplicating for help without offering any beneficial terms to the Portuguese. Ming senior officials had a never-forget-who-dug-the-well mentality, always seeing themselves as the well-diggers. In Li Fengji and his staff's view, the Portuguese residing in Macau was purely Ming's benevolence. If the Portuguese wanted to stay, they must serve Guangdong authorities unconditionally. If they couldn't understand this, the bureaucrats were prepared to threaten them into understanding. In other words, this wasn't equal negotiation but continuous. If you don't cooperate, you'll suffer threats. Of course, threats were a negotiating tactic, as long as one was powerful enough to carry them out. But threatening a potential ally when desperately needing help was problematic. The Macau Municipal Council would certainly want to know. If we spend military funds and deploy warships to antagonize the friendly Australians, what do we get? After much thought, Li Loyu could only use the Portuguese's core concern, maintaining China trade, as his persuasion. If they wanted to preserve Macau's position as Ming's sole foreign trade gateway, they must maintain Pearl River shipping security and ensure safe passage of vessels. Li Loyu's proposal from the Guangdong governor was immediately brought before Macau's municipal council for discussion. Portuguese elites and guild leaders debated at length, forming two sharply divided opinions. Though the Portuguese disliked the Ming government, this government had granted them a trading post, and thanks to its xenophobic policy of avoiding foreign merchants, effectively handed them a monopoly on China trade. If the Australians and Ming fell into prolonged warfare, Portuguese trade throughout the Pearl Delta would become unsustainable. So calls to help Guangdong authorities against the Australians ran high, but others argued that Ming was a poor trading partner. They constantly restricted Portuguese trade, limiting what goods could be purchased, in what quantities, how much cash could be carried, even forbidding hiring or purchasing local servants in Guangdong. There were constant calls to expel them from this tiny colony. Some even felt this arrogant government deserved a profound lesson. If the Australians were willing to administer it, the Portuguese had no reason to intervene. On the contrary, the Portuguese might leverage their neutral position as intermediaries between the two sides for even greater advantage. Note: the Qing-era Guangdong provincial government did once request military assistance from the Portuguese in Macau against pirates. The Portuguese did deploy naval vessels in joint operations with Qing naval forces. End of chapter. Chapter 727. The angry Portuguese. The Municipal Council and the Portuguese Merchant Guild held sharply opposing positions, and so the negotiations stalled. Macau lacked anything resembling an organized Spanish naval detachment. The armed vessels crowding the harbor were merchantmen, not warships. Save for a handful of light craft belonging to the council and the governor, nearly every ship in port was privately or corporately held. With so many competing interests, the logistical questions alone seemed endless. Shipowners balked at serving the council without compensation, and even those willing to help demanded ironclad arrangements for casualty payments, hull repairs, and ammunition costs. The Jesuits, whose influence would ultimately prove decisive, had yet to declare their position, though everyone understood they favored the Australians. The assistance these newcomers had rendered to Catholic missionary work in China represented nothing short of a breakthrough. With the society's stance still ambiguous, and the Municipal Council and Chamber of Commerce mired in their interminable debates, Li Loyu could only wait. He was nominally in Macau to negotiate, but there was nothing to negotiate. He spent most of his days idling while the Portuguese haggled amongst themselves. His intelligence network, however, grew increasingly active. Reports flowed in daily of Australian military demonstrations along the Pearl River, continuous small-scale operations that conspicuously avoided a direct assault on Wuchang, the gateway to Guangzhou. Li Loyu understood perfectly. The Australians were forcing peace through war, applying just enough pressure to compel the Guangdong authorities into rapid negotiations. Synthesizing the various dispatches reaching him in Macau, Li Loyu became increasingly certain of his theory. He learned that over a month prior, several Australians had come to Macau seeking contact with Guangdong officials. They were still here, lingering as if waiting for something. They must have offered peace talks through some channel, he reasoned, and the provincial authorities simply never responded. That silence is why their warships now prowl the Pearl River's inland waters. Li Loyu privately wrung his hands in frustration. Had the senior officials in Zhejiang and Guangzhou reacted promptly, had they quietly dispatched someone to negotiate, this entire crisis might have been resolved before it escalated to this point. But the Australians had already drawn their swords. They would not sheathe them without blood. By the time peace was finally negotiated, how many more widows and orphans would there be? How many wandering ghosts? How much wealth reduced to ash? How many homes consumed by fire? He resolved to secretly contact the Australian representatives at the earliest opportunity. If he could learn their specific conditions and intentions now, precious time could be saved once formal negotiations began. Gelazini spoke in his customary measured tone. "My child, do not rush, speak slowly." "Yes, your grace." Lando glanced sidelong at the superior. Only the old fox's composure was feigned. His hand had trembled moments ago. Lando felt confident about the news he bore. "Your grace, I obtained astonishing intelligence in Lingao." Lando affected an air of great anxiety. "The Chinese court will soon revoke Macau's trading privileges. Merchants here will be forbidden from entering Guangzhou. The entire Pearl River estuary will be blockaded against foreign shipping. They supposedly intend to order local Chinese merchants to cease all supply of grain, vegetables, and meat to this city." Gelazini had heard such rumors before. They had circulated through Macau for months. At first they were nothing but vague whispers. "I heard trade might be banned." The superior naturally dismissed such formless speculation, but the rumors had gradually accumulated substance and specificity, until recently he'd learned that the advocate for this ban was Guangdong's highest judicial official. Now Lando not only repeated the rumors but supplied concrete details. The intelligence's credibility rose to better than 80%. This no longer seemed groundless. "My child, is your news reliable?" "This city produces 30 or 40 such rumors daily." "Your grace, absolutely reliable," Lando bowed. "I have already reported to the two fathers and both believed it necessary for me to bring this directly to you. Here is their letter." He presented a letter from Father Trigault. It not only confirmed Lando's account, but specifically noted that his source was a high-ranking Catholic senator among the Australians, one who expressed great concern for the safety of Macau, which he called the Church's lighthouse in the Far East. The senator hoped the Portuguese would prepare accordingly. Lando added, "The Australians not only know the details, they possess direct evidence." Gelazini frowned as he read. Was this an attempt to sow discord? The Australians surely knew the Guangdong authorities sought Portuguese military assistance. If the Portuguese sided with the Ming, it would severely disadvantage the Australian campaign in the Pearl River. Perhaps that was precisely why they had revealed this intelligence to the Lingao mission. He considered carefully. If the news proved true, there was absolutely no possibility of the Portuguese helping the Guangdong government. They maintained Pearl River security to protect trade, not to protect Ming subjects. If the Chinese government itself severed that trade, then the lives of Chinese subjects and the safety of the Pearl River meant nothing to the Portuguese. That the Australians disclosed this so casually to the Jesuits suggested they held irrefutable proof. They needed no roundabout methods to verify their credibility. Gelazini felt sweat prickling his back. If Guangdong's provincial inspector had truly petitioned the emperor to cut off trade, Macau's future was precarious indeed. Setting aside the various means by which the Chinese might force the Portuguese out, what future did a city built entirely on commerce and shipping have if it lost its primary, its sole, trading partner? He thought of several commercial cities he'd visited in Italy and the Netherlands, cities that had declined after their geographical advantages shifted. Streets once teeming with prosperity now stood overgrown, grass tall enough to feed horses. Populations reduced to 1/10 of their former numbers. Beautiful merchant houses and mansions stood empty, their doors boarded shut. Scenes of utter desolation. He could not imagine Macau surviving such a fate. It was merely a small island on a cape, incapable of feeding itself. If trade were severed, the the city would collapse into ruin almost immediately. The Jesuits would have to abandon their best missionary base at the gateway to South China and relocate to the distant Philippines under Spanish control. The thought made him shudder. He detested the Spanish, openly so. He needed no imagination to know what treatment awaited them in Manila. "My child, do you have other evidence? This news alone will not satisfy the gentleman." The Australian who revealed this said that if the lords are interested, they will provide all evidence to prove it. "I understand. Go and rest." Gelazini nodded. After Lando departed, the superior immediately summoned Li Loyu. "Jacob," Gelazini used his baptismal name and spoke without preamble, "I have learned from a well-informed source that Guangdong's provincial inspector has submitted a memorial to the court requesting a complete ban on trade with Macau. Do you know if this is true?" Li Loyu started, unsure why he had been suddenly summoned. Hearing the question he least wanted to answer, he forced himself to maintain composure. "I am not certain, Your Grace. You know this rumor has circulated for some time. I am not an official and cannot judge its veracity." "And based on your insight and logic," Gelazini pressed. Li Loyu hesitated. Whatever he said might prove impossible to justify later. Gelazini's sudden interrogation clearly indicated he possessed important intelligence. He decided not to conceal any further. "In my view, it is highly likely true." He nodded gravely. Inspector Gao has always been dissatisfied with the Portuguese and the Holy Church. However, until now there were only rumors, no confirmed news. The Australians say they have sufficient evidence. Gelazini fixed him with a steady gaze. "Do you believe they do?" Li Loyu had no answer. He realized his mission was likely about to fail. After a moment's thought, he spoke carefully. "Superior, I wish to draw your attention to something. Even if this matter is true, even if Inspector Gao did write such a memorial, it does not constitute an imperial decree. After the memorial reaches the capital, it must receive not only the emperor's sagely decision, but also deliberation by the Grand Secretariat and the 6 ministries. If divergent opinions appear at any stage, Inspector Gao's memorial remains merely that, a memorial. It cannot be treated as a decree. It is in essence no more binding than a petition." Li Loyu deliberately chose the weakest European equivalent. Gelazini knew the man was technically correct. He pondered for a moment. "You know I respect you." "Thank you, Superior. But I do not entirely trust the words of Chinese officials." Before this, several members of the municipal council made inquiries with various powerful Chinese officials in Guangzhou and Zheng. All of them categorically denied it. Now it appears they were likely lying. Li Loyu said nothing. He knew the denials had likely come from above, probably from Li Fengji himself. "If this matter proves true, I can only advise the municipal council not to provide any form of assistance to the Guangdong authorities. I think if you stood in our position, you could not agree to help either." Gelazini folded his hands. "If merchants cannot trade, what relation does Pearl River security bear to the municipal council?" Li Loyu answered heavily. "Yes, I fully understand your meaning." "Unless the Guangdong authorities can provide concrete clarification regarding Macau's future," the superior continued, "including guarantees for trade." Li Loyu understood that without concrete guarantees, these troop-borrowing negotiations would yield nothing. The Australians were clearly playing some clever game. He simply couldn't fathom what they had used to sway the famously suspicious Jesuits. Returning to his residence, he racked his brain. Given that the provincial authorities had taken no concrete measures and employed only feigned ignorance to delay, it was hardly surprising the Jesuits trusted the Australians instead. A few days later, the Macau Municipal Council erupted into uproar. A cache of carefully organized documents was released through the Jesuits. These included drafts of Inspector Gao Shunkin's memorial and translated copies of his correspondence with the 6 ministries, the Grand Secretariat, supervising secretaries, and censors in the capital. The translation struck terror into the hearts of the municipal council and Portuguese merchants. Many had lived and traded in Macau for years. Some had been born there. Their property, their livelihoods, their families, everything they possessed existed on this tiny patch of land. Now they learned they might lose it all, when they discovered that the Guangdong authorities were simultaneously requesting their military aid and petitioning the emperor to expel them. The fury of the council and chamber of commerce exploded. No matter how Li Luoyu explained the intricacies of Chinese bureaucracy, that Governor Li Fengji had no authority to interfere with what Inspector Gao said to the emperor, that the memorial might never be approved, he was roundly cursed. Many told him flatly to get out. Li Luoyu groaned inwardly. Not only had his mission failed, but he himself had suffered collateral damage. His reputation was severely compromised. He was summoned to the governor's palace, where the governor stated his position with cold clarity. Unless the Guangdong authorities provided official documents explicitly guaranteeing no interruption of trade, no ban on Portuguese entering Guangzhou for commerce, and no use of supply cutoffs to force Portuguese departure from Macau, the Portuguese would only then consider dispatching warships to patrol the Pearl River estuary to help the Ming expel the Australian detachment. Otherwise, the Portuguese would not interfere in either side's actions. Li Luoyu knew Li Fengji would never provide such guarantees. If threats of expulsion and trade severance had once been used to make the Portuguese submit, those threats had now become imminent realities, and they no longer held any power. Bastards, a pack of corrupt, incompetent villains, sages' disciples, what utter filth, a horde of despicable, shameless scoundrels. This great land will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. In Li Luoyu's Macau residence, a Chenghua porcelain cup shattered against the wall with his furious cry. Tea soaked into the expensive Persian carpet, spreading into a large, glaring stain. The servants and maids dared not enter. They had never seen the master so enraged. Li Luoyu stood before a painting of the Madonna and Child, struggling to master his fury. He was truly too angry. Though he had anticipated such an outcome before departing, the experiences of recent days, combined with everything he had witnessed years ago at Guangning, had generated immense doubt in his heart regarding this government, this system, and the men who wielded power within it. A wave of dizziness struck. Li Luoyu recognized his illness flaring again. He quickly drained some medicinal wine, a special gift from Liu San, remarkably effective, and fought to steady his mind. His activities in Macau had been a total failure. Returning to Guangzhou was pointless. Li Fengji was likely another who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He decided to remain in his residence and feign complete deafness and muteness. Since Governor Li hadn't sent even a single subordinate, clearly hoping to dissociate himself entirely, it saved Li Luoyu the effort of concealment and dealing with others. With the troop-borrowing mission a failure, his resolve to contact the Australians and discuss peace terms solidified. He dispatched capable servants to inquire about the Australians' residence and activities in Macau. Li Luoyu's mission had failed under the Intelligence Bureau's intervention, leaving the Pearl River Estuary Task Force with no concerns about their rear. The Navy had never feared the Portuguese galleons, of course, but their current target was the Ming. There was no need to make unnecessary enemies and disperse their forces. After receiving the Intelligence Bureau's situation report, Chen Haiyang transferred most of the warships still stationed outside the estuary into the Pearl River Channel, assembling them at Human. Meanwhile, the Marine Detachment, having completed its month-long grand tour of the Pearl River Delta, returned to base for rest and reorganization, repairing ships and guns in preparation to breach Wuchang in one decisive stroke and enter the provincial river leading to Guangzhou. The waterway to the provincial capital ran upstream past Wuchang to Huangpu Island, site of Guangzhou's old port. Beyond Huangpu, the Pearl River divided around Henan Island into two channels, following either upstream led to Baotan, the White Goose Pool. Baotan lay southwest of the city of Guangzhou at the confluence of three great rivers, the West, the North, and the Pearl. Here the tides ran smooth, siltation remained light, and the broad, misty expanse of water offered ample room to anchor the entire task force. Chen Haiyang's campaign would culminate at Baotan. There they would posture a siege upon the city. Of course, reaching Baotan required breaching a series of obstacles. Beyond Wuchang and Huangpu, the government had erected multiple emergency batteries on Henan Island, armed with red barbarian cannons. Many channels had been blocked, and 3 lines of iron chains and timber rafts stretched across the waterway to intercept ships. Compared to the broad Pearl River Channel, the Provincial River ran much narrower and shallower, studded with sandbars. These were manageable obstacles, but what concerned Chen Haiyang most were the thoroughly blocked sections. Common sense told him that such blockages rarely succeeded, whether clogging the Pearl River during the Opium War or the Yangtze during the War of Resistance. Most such efforts had proven futile. Still, prudence demanded preparation. He ordered a vessel specially equipped and modified for clearing river channels. The Great Whale, despite her high tonnage and bulk, was a shallow draft ship with a wide deck and steam engine power. She could be modified to serve as a temporary clearing vessel more than adequately. Note: the Portuguese throne at this time was held concurrently by the King of Spain. End of chapter. Chapter 728. Food Processing Center. The Great Whale returned to Hong Kong for temporary modification. Engineers installed a steam-powered gantry crane on deck, along with hoisting winches and dredging buckets. To ensure stability during operations, anchors stripped from several other vessels were retrofitted to her hull, giving her a total of 8. When this ungainly contraption wobbled its way into human, everyone laughed at her strange, ugly appearance, though the laughter carried an undercurrent of genuine concern for the crew's safety. "That crane's so tall, isn't the center of gravity unstable?" Huang Zhuazi had arrived at Human aboard the Great Whale. He hadn't experienced much pitching during the journey, but every time waves slapped the hull and the steel gantry groaned, he found himself wondering if she might capsize. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking engineer spoke with confident authority. "No problem. According to my calculations, accounting for wave-making resistance, roll coefficients, and a series of other factors, the probability of capsizing is less than 12%. That still sounds terrifying. Wind and waves in the Pearl River are much smaller than at sea. The probability will drop further." "I hope so." Chen Haiyang regarded the odd monstrosity and felt distinctly uneasy, but this was a matter of have versus have not. There was no room to be fastidious about safety. Lin looked thoroughly miserable. As captain of the Great Whale, bringing his ship to Human had been an ordeal. With so many towering appendages installed on deck and propulsion still relying on the original diesel engine, the power-to-weight ratio had worsened dramatically. The shifted center of gravity made every movement sluggish and awkward. He had personally taken the helm the entire way, wrestling the vessel to Human at a painful 3 knots. "This ship's a nightmare to handle," Lin grumbled. "I should be building my official residence on Victoria Peak right now. Stop complaining. Inspect her condition immediately and prepare for departure." The waterfront at Human's Yanyangsi Island seethed with activity. Work shanties mingled with military songs and the roar of steam engines, all underlaid by the wailing of prisoners. Captives transported from the surrounding region now numbered over 4,000. Some had been deemed hostile or threatening to future rule. Others were impoverished locals being taken in for resettlement. All would be transported to Hainan to bolster the island's population. By the late Ming, the Pearl River Delta was already overpopulated, with vast numbers flooding into mountain areas for agricultural development. Removing some population wouldn't damage local production or the economy, but would relieve pressure on the ecosystem. And the removal of so many gentry and magnates opened considerable commercial space for local small landlords, rich peasants, and petty merchants. The captives, men and women, young and old, arrived by boat at Human, where they were temporarily housed while awaiting transport to Hong Kong, along with the confiscated spoils collected throughout the region. The plunder brought back by various squadrons over the past month had piled up like small mountains at Human. The transmigrators remained utterly without taste, taking everything. Even the tables, chairs, and benches from purged, wealthy households weren't spared. To prevent the unrest that large population concentrations inevitably bred, people were shipped to Hong Kong first. Weather and sea conditions permitting, several transport ships packed with captives departed for Hong Kong daily, where they would undergo purification and quarantine. Returning squadrons also conducted short-term rest and sanitation work at Human. Zhang Tumu administered deworming medication to all officers and men, and conducted successive flea exterminations. Parasites thrived in rural areas. Anyone with health issues was transferred to Hong Kong for treatment. 15-year-old Fu Jai carried a small bundle of blue cloth slung over his shoulder, a gift from his mother when he left home. Inside were a few ragged clothes and a pair of new shoes he couldn't bring himself to wear. Barefoot, he waited patiently for the group ahead to board. His group consisted entirely of volunteers defecting to the Australians, and so order was good. No guards were needed. The transport officers gave each person a water gourd and a black leather bowl for eating and drinking on the road. His sole hope was to eat his fill upon reaching Lingao. That was his only purpose. Fu Jai was an ordinary country boy. He had been nameless originally, just called Fu Yer, Fu II, until his master gave him a proper name when he became an apprentice. He had started his apprenticeship at 12, following the custom of 3 years learning, 3 years helping. But just as he began the helping stage, when he would finally learn real skills and earn a little money, his master suddenly died. Fu Jai and his whole family instantly fell into dire straits. Having learned a trade since childhood, he had neglected farm work. His family was large, an older brother and sister, 3 younger siblings, and they barely survived on 2 mu of thin land plus some tenant farming. For such a household, suddenly having another mouth to feed was a disaster. One day, Fu Jai squatted on a field ridge, his stomach growling with hunger. The thin, sweet potato porridge from morning had long since vanished, and the next meal wouldn't come until dusk. It couldn't compare to his days with the master. Though the old man had rarely let him eat his fill, whenever they catered weddings or funerals in town or at the great houses, Fu Jai could always stuff himself on leftovers. That pattern of intermittent feasting amid chronic semi-starvation was still better than this seemingly eternal gnawing emptiness. Not far away, cooking smoke rose from the Human stockade, the short-haired thieves or Australian army cooking lunch after driving off the government troops. They ate 3 meals a day, just like landlords. That alone was enough to make Fu Jai envious to death. When the Australians first came to Human, they had fought a major battle with government troops, routing them badly and seizing the fortifications. Local villagers initially fled for several days but returned when they saw no harassment. The Australians committed no crimes in the immediate area, no looting, no arson, no snatching of women. They only sent people to collect a modest, reasonable burden. The burden wasn't particularly heavy, and with Australians personally overseeing distribution to ensure wealthy households paid the bulk while ordinary families contributed only the remainder, no trouble arose. He'd heard, though, that a large village nearby, relying on its numbers and the unity of a single clan, had built a stockade to resist by force. It had been wiped out in a single day. Many were killed or captured. The leading clan had lost its entire male population and all its property. Even their ancestral hall had been dismantled. The wealthy families in the surrounding area were now panic-stricken, but for Fu Jai's family, the Australians had made little difference. Fu Jai still went hungry. One day he accompanied a neighbor to the Human stockade to sell vegetables and poultry. Since the Australians had established their garrison, nearby villagers constantly rowed small boats to sell fresh produce, vegetables, live poultry, eggs. According to the provisions management regulations, the Fubo army purchased only poultry, eggs, and aquatic products for meat when conditions permitted. The Chinese were born merchants. They didn't ask why the Fubo army wanted only vegetables and eggs. They simply adjusted their offerings to meet customer demand. Fu Jai had observed the Fubo army's appearance and equipment when the Australians came to the countryside to assess reasonable burden. On this visit, he witnessed their quality of life. Soldiers ate large bowls of rice, unlimited, as much as they wanted. For side dishes there was fish, and great steaming cauldrons of vegetable soup with eggs. Fu Jai swallowed hard as he watched. This life exceeded even the village landlords. The pure white rice alone was something landlords would stretch with sweet potato slices. He couldn't help asking the neighbor, "Uncle, are they eating a celebration feast today?" "What celebration feast? Australians eat like this every day, 3 meals a day." The neighbor's voice carried naked envy. "If I didn't have a wife and 3 money-eating dragons to raise, I'd join the Fubo army myself. Even dying in battle would be worth it for this." These words lodged in Fu Jai's mind. Rather than starving at home or wandering aimlessly in search of work, wasn't it better to simply join the Australians? At least he could live comfortably for a few years. He pondered for several days, secretly visiting Human twice more to observe the soldiers' daily routines. He decided he could manage it. He told his family he wanted to join the Australian army. Though his parents knew that joining the army meant he might never return, might die somewhere far away, their desperate circumstances left them no choice. They agreed. Arriving at the Human stockade, Fu Jai found many others aspiring to enlist. Not just young men, but half-grown children like himself, and even old men, women, and children. The Fubo army's food supply was so legendary that many impoverished locals from the surrounding area had come to join the gang. Chen Heiyang had ordered that no one be refused, old or young, man or woman, all were welcome. Individuals were acceptable, but whole families were preferred. So entire households arrived dragging children and elders, their fear beaten out of them by poverty and hunger, willing to go anywhere that promised a full belly. Fu Jai stripped naked in a shed for inspection. They examined his teeth and asked simple questions, his age, his name. Then he pressed his handprint on a piece of paper as instructed. He didn't know or care what it said. Leaving the shed, his head was shaved, he showered, and he received a set of clean used uniforms. He was now a new immigrant. He heard from the managers that newcomers would be sent to Lingao for several months of training before officially joining the gang. New immigrants lived in separate barracks awaiting ships. Their food was poorer than that of regular soldiers, but the thick rice porridge with fish and vegetables still made Fu Jai want to cry with happiness. Though he received only 1 bowl per meal, he ate 3 times a day. The prospect of reaching Lingao, of becoming an official Australian soldier, of eating open-bellied feasts, Fu Jai felt incredibly excited. Fu Jai. Just as he waited patiently to board the transport ship to what he thought of as full-belly happiness, an Australian clerk suddenly appeared. "Here." Following camp regulations, he raised his hand. "I'm here. You are Fu Jai?" "Yes." His stomach tightened with unease. "You're a cook." This lowly one served a 3-year apprenticeship. "Come out, don't leave for now." The clerk's tone brooked no refusal. "The food center is short-handed. You'll work there directly. Follow me." Fu Jai followed the clerk to a small shed, bewildered but understanding he was to be a cooking soldier. That wouldn't be difficult. 3 years of apprenticeship had given him basic cooking skills. No need for you to cook. A higher-ranking clerk sat behind a desk inside the shed. "Can you slaughter and butcher chickens and ducks?" "This lowly one mostly did that during apprenticeship," Fu Jai replied. "I even help slaughter pigs sometimes." "Perfect." The clerk picked up a card, wrote something on it, and handed it to a subordinate. "Take him for purification. Process him according to food and medical standards." Fu Jai was taken to have his head shaved again, to bathe, to have his nails trimmed. His entire body was inspected for wounds or skin diseases. Finally, after everything checked out normal, he had to drink several doses of bitter medicinal liquid. He was escorted to a separate stockade by the river. In a room near the gate, an Australian met him, a man unlike the others. He was tall and fat, wearing black-framed spectacles made of tortoiseshell with 2 glass lenses. A rectangular bar bearing colorful cloth strips was stitched to his left breast. "From today forward, you are a member of the Field Kitchen Processing Center." Thunder scrutinized him, checking his hands and nails. "Pay constant attention to personal hygiene." He jutted his chin toward a young, uniformed girl beside him. "Read it to him." The girl immediately recited the sanitary regulations. Mandatory bathing before and after work, use of soap for hands, no long hair or nails permitted. Remember all that. This lowly one understands. Fujai's head was spinning. Unable to digest it all, he simply claimed he remembered. "Good, take him in. Continue educating him frequently." Thunder frowned. "Hygiene habits aren't formed in a day or two." Fujai was led, still bewildered, into the heavily guarded camp. Upon entering, his eyes went wide. When had such large-scale buildings appeared here? To support long-term combat needs, the task force had established a massive field kitchen logistics processing center at Human, complete with a mobile gas-powered cold storage unit. Rows of prefabricated houses and bamboo sheds stood on the high ground by the river. A steam pump billowed black smoke, pumping endless quantities of river water. The water underwent primary purification and disinfection in filter pools before being distributed to the troops. A strange vessel was moored at the bank. Atop it sat a massive rectangular wooden box, like a house, shaded by an enormous reed canopy. It looked ugly and bizarre. This was a refrigerated ship. The wooden box was actually a modified 40-foot container serving as a mobile gas cold storage unit. For insulation, a wooden structural thermal layer had been added outside the box, filled with multiple layers of diatomaceous earth and kapok. The refrigeration gas came from a gasifier installed on the ship or could be supplied from shore. The vessel could store 22 tons of frozen goods. Its only drawback was lacking propulsion. It had to be towed by a large launch. The clerk led Fujai into a large bamboo shed. "You'll work in the butchering workshop. This is where you shower and change clothes. You must shower and change here every day before entering the workshop. Understood?" This lowly one knows. Fujai thought the rules here were enormous, bathing and changing clothes just to kill chickens. No wandering around. Stay in your assigned workshop. No running about. The clerk pointed to a nearby bamboo shed billowing with steam. "That's the scalding workshop. It's full of boiling water. Don't go in unless necessary, or you might get scalded to death." Fujai thus began work at the processing center. His job was butchering raw carcasses. Chickens, ducks, and geese slaughtered in the slaughter workshop were scalded for defeathering, then sent to his workshop. The workshop was a temporary structure combining modern architecture with traditional shed-building techniques, bamboo, reed mats, and rope. It was tall and airy, with rows of windows near the ceiling. The windows lacked glass but were fitted with insect screens. During rain, rolled-up mats could be lowered by ropes to keep out the weather, a remarkably ingenious design. A strange smell always permeated the workshop. Fujai didn't know it was disinfectant. Dozens of workers holding butchering knives stood at tables, disassembling processed poultry. He had never done such peculiar work. His master and other cooks had mostly used whole chickens and ducks. Sometimes they took breast meat or legs for particular dishes, but disassembling a bird into standardized pieces like this was entirely new to him. The cleanliness requirements were so strict that Fujai found them almost absurd. Hand washing after using the toilet was monitored. Soap was mandatory. Nails were inspected every 7 days. If they were too long, they were cut immediately. As for hair and beards, they were absolutely forbidden. Everyone's head here was as smooth as an egg. Clothes were changed daily. He didn't know who washed them, but clean clothes were always available. Even the aprons were spotless. Thinking of how his master used to wipe his nose with his hand, wipe that hand on his apron, and go right back to cutting vegetables, Fujai felt he had entered an entirely different world. End of chapter. Chapter 729, Capturing Wuchang poultry was butchered into standardized cuts according to meat processing plant specifications, refrigerated, then prepared into food for the troops. This system served primarily hygienic purposes, but it also allowed effective control over the quantity and nutritional content supplied to each soldier. Simply chopping 10 chickens into random pieces and boiling them made distribution nearly impossible to measure and quality impossible to maintain. The difficulty in supervising such a system would inevitably breed corruption. Soldiers distributing food could easily give 2 drumsticks to friends and relatives, while leaving others with nothing but feet. With portion supply, everything was identical save for minor size variations. 1 drumstick per person meant precisely that 1 drumstick distributed by headcount. Any shortage required compensation from the quartermaster sergeant and cooks. No ambiguity. This was the quantitative management when Daisy consistently advocated. Portion supply also maximized utilization. Once a bird entered the center, nothing was wasted. Beyond the meat, edible organs and blood, inedible parts were dried and ground into feed and fertilizer. Even the feathers weren't discarded. All were baled and shipped to Lingao for disinfection and storage, destined to become stuffing for down jackets. Poor quality feathers were processed into feather meal for animal feed. Zheng Suji was currently collaborating with chemical experts to determine whether feathers could be used to manufacture soy sauce. Fu Jai quickly became skilled at his work. As he loaded boxes of disassembled cuts onto carts bound for blast freezing, he couldn't help smacking his lips. When would he get to eat such delicacies? The food at the processing center was considerably better than at the transit camp. 3 meals of unpolished rice, accompanied by great cauldrons of cabbage soup made with chicken or duck stock, rendered from carcasses stripped of meat. The flavor was surprisingly good. After dinner, the otherwise valueless bone racks were collected and ground into bone meal, reportedly for fertilizer. The Australian masters must come from poor families, Fu Jai thought. He felt a sudden kinship with these people. The Marine detachment, having withdrawn to Human, rested and trained for several days. The great whale wobbled through the channel on a series of trial runs. When the first hint of autumn chill appeared on the river, Chen Heiyang finally received orders from Lingao, negotiations fruitless. Proceed immediately to anchor at Baotan. We're going to shell Guangzhou now. It's come to this. Chen Heiyang handed the telegram to his confidential secretary. Summon all squadron leaders and transmigrators for a meeting immediately. The fleet's departure was set for November 1st. It was a sunny day, but the autumn chill of the Little Ice Age hung distinct over the Pearl River. Soldiers exchanged their tropical uniforms for thicker spring and autumn long-sleeved sailor dress. 5 special service boat squadrons and a bombardment boat squadron steamed upstream, escorted by a swarm of sampans and long dragons. The great whale lumbered at the rear of the formation, her dazzling array of equipment and constant billowing of black smoke making her impossible to miss. Locals on both banks whispered that she was an Australian monster. The Fubo army had established considerable prestige in the Pearl River Delta. The common people understood that the Australians maintained strict discipline and never harassed civilians. Obeying Australian orders meant safety for life and property, and might even change one's fate for the better. As the fleet moved upstream in force, savvy boat owners followed in an assortment of vessels loaded with food, fruits, and melons likely to interest the Australians. Many idle sons of wealthy families, knowing the Australians weren't Robin Hood-style bandits who killed the rich indiscriminately, boldly hired boats to follow and watch the spectacle. The shelling of Human had been embellished and retold throughout the region, and many wished to witness the cannon fire with their own eyes. Everyone assumed the Australians were heading for Wuchang, where government troops had recently massed, erected forts, and transported numerous red barbarian cannons. There's going to be a tremendous battle, the idle observers speculated, eating, drinking, and embracing women on their hired boats as they trailed the fleet, eagerly anticipating a thunderous, magnificent artillery duel. Su Tingfa, commanding the garrison at Wuchang, received reports of heavy black smoke on the river. He quickly donned his armor and led his personal guards to the watchtower. Far downriver, dozens of columns of black smoke billowed skyward. More than 20 large ships and countless smaller craft packed the waterway, heading directly for Wuchang. The sight reminded him viscerally of Human. Wuchang's defenses had been considerably strengthened in the month since the Battle of Human. Government forces had densely deployed 10 hastily constructed batteries, some of earth and stone, others of sandbags, mounting 84 red barbarian cannons and 160 phalange guns. They had scraped together nearly every red barbarian cannon in Guangzhou, even diverting pieces originally intended for Fujian, Shandong, and the capital. Li Fengji had dispatched 3,000 troops here, 2,000 of whom were water braves. The positions were so crowded there was barely standing room. 24 naval war junks also stood ready, half of them commandeered salt ships and rice boats. Yet the commander Su Tingfa did not believe Wuchang could be held, not unless the river stakes and iron chains managed to stop the bandit ships outright. To encourage, or supervise, the reportedly terrified generals, Li Fengji had originally intended to send the Guangzhou military defense circuit intendant to Wuchang to oversee the battle. But Nantou City in Dongyuan, where the intendant was stationed, had been blockaded by the Australians, and no messages could reach him. Li Fengji was forced to send Left Administration Commissioner Chen Yingyuan instead. Arriving at Wuchang, Chen Yingyuan immediately summoned Su Tingfa. Finding the general passive and seemingly inclined toward surrendering, the commissioner kicked him aside and personally took charge of Wuchang's war preparations. Wuchang guarded the outer mouth of Huangpu Port, named after the Wuchang River in Huangpu. At the confluence of the Wuchang and Pearl Rivers lay an island called Mayangwei. The main defensive positions had been established here. Since Mayangwei bore the brunt of the expected attack, its fortifications were relatively strong. Chen Yingyuan personally supervised Nanhai and Panyu counties as they conscripted civilian labor en masse, constructing timber and earth ramparts on the island's southern side. The high, thick walls featured 44 gun ports mounting 44 red barbarian cannons. 3 rows of stakes blocked the channel, and an iron chain stretched across the river. The chain was anchored by wooden rafts, and a commandeered sandboat had been chained to it, mounting 10 large phalange guns. This vessel's purpose, beyond stabilizing the chain against the current, was to prevent the enemy from sending fire ships to burn through the barrier. Every tactic Chen Yingyuan had read in books for breaking iron chains involved fire, so he had prepared specific countermeasures. Hearing that bandit cannon fire was fierce and long-ranged, he ordered all new gun positions pushed forward. Some were built directly onto the mudflats. And having learned from officers that the Australians often used small boats to land and flank or attack forts from the rear, rendering heavy guns useless, he ordered extensive deployments of bamboo spikes, caltrops, and chevox de frise around the batteries. Each position received an additional 100 combat soldiers, ready to engage landing parties. To protect soldiers from the Australian superior firepower, he ordered trenches dug along the shore where men could hide, waiting until the enemy landed before leaping out for close combat. For reasons unclear even to himself, Chen Yingyuan possessed inexplicable confidence in the government troops' hand-to-hand fighting ability. Since the Australians were strong with firearms, their melee skills must surely be mediocre. They would probably collapse at the sight of government blades. His entire tactical conception rested on keeping soldiers alive through the bombardment, at least until the Australians reached the trench edges. Su Tingfa was extremely respectful to the commissioner, obeying every instruction. He responded to inquiries with, "I follow your lead entirely. Your Excellency is brilliant, and this general has read few books and knows little of strategy." As a minor maritime defense general, his status was incomparable to that of the Guangdong Left Administration Commissioner. Insisting on his own views would only invite trouble. However, he strongly disapproved of Chen's arrangements. In his view, unless thick bunkers were constructed from solid stone, these timber and earth ramparts, serving as mere walls facing the river, were useless. The Australians' naval guns fired shells that could not be stopped. Even the large bombs lobbed by the Australian Thunderstrike boats would blast gunners behind such walls to pieces. Surviving such a bombardment would be pure luck. Returning fire was pure fantasy. As for pushing gun positions forward, it was absurd. Could the enemy not simply retreat if you advanced? Furthermore, the tides would erode these forward positions. Given time, the forts would crumble before the Australians even opened fire. While observing the approaching enemy, Su Tingfa noticed Commissioner Chen leading his personal guards and officers across the pontoon bridge over the Wuchang River onto Mayanwei. The man apparently intended to supervise the battle personally from the front line. Su Tingfa dared not delay. He descended the watchtower and led his own guards onto the island. Chen Yingyuan wore his third-rank official robes, gauze cap and cloak, with a sword at his waist. Surrounded by his guards, he climbed to the highest point of the Mayanwei fortifications and stood surveying the horizon with a majestic air. This is the gateway to Guangzhou, the key to the Ram City. Officers and men, today we must unite as one to destroy these contemptible bandits. His high-pitched voice carried across the ramparts. Su Tingfa hurried forward, inviting the commissioner to supervise from the north bank instead. "General, what words are these?" Chen Yingyuan appeared impassioned. "Ordered by the governor to supervise the battle here, with the safety of the provincial capital at stake. How dare this humble scholar harbor thoughts of cowardice?" Su Tingfa cursed silently. If this left commissioner panicked and died here, the responsibility would fall squarely on his head. He quietly instructed a confidant to coordinate with Chen's guard commander. At the slightest sign of danger, rush the commissioner across the bridge to safety. To secure the escape route, Su Tingfa had his own guards take control of the pontoon bridge. On November 1, 1630, escorted by Li Guangfa's 13th Squadron, the survey ship Haitian arrived as the vanguard at the Wuchang fortifications, 30 kilometers from Guangzhou. Protected by special service boats, the Haitian approached Wuchang first to sound the depths. The moment she entered cannon range, Chen Yingyuan ordered fire. Smoke erupted from Mayanwei Island as every gun, regardless of direction or effective range, opened up. Various projectiles trailed smoke toward the Haitian. Most fell far short. Only a few splashed near the hull. The Haitian turned and withdrew beyond range. She had obtained sufficient depth data and determined the island artillery's reach and effectiveness. Minutes later, this intelligence was signaled to every squadron. Chen Haiyang ordered the 13th Squadron to lead the approach and bombard Mayanwei. 4 cannon squadrons advanced in column formation, closing to 500 meters under heavy incoming fire before executing their turns. Although the government's red barbarian cannons had a maximum range of roughly 1,000 paces, being mounted behind thick timber and earth walls with narrow firing ports severely limited their traverse and elevation. They could only fire at fixed angles. Though the continuous barrage looked spectacular, shells rarely came near the special service boats. The 13th Squadron completed its turn under fire and opened up with solid shot and incendiary shells from 500 meters. The subsequent squadrons followed suit. A single round of concentrated fire from 4 squadrons riddled the Mayanwei fortifications. Ramparts collapsed in places. Most guns fell silent. Regardless of their officers' shouts, the soldiers manning the interception positions began to flee. The water braves who had been transferred to defend the island fled even faster. Temporary workers possessed weaker will than regulars, and they ran the moment the guns started. The Fubo army employed standard tactics. After cannon-equipped warships neutralized the primary threats, bombardment boat squadrons moved in to project large-caliber explosive shells. From 400 meters, they bombarded Mayangwei with 280 mortars. The violent explosions swallowed the fortifications like great crashing waves. After a few salvos, most of Wuchang Fort lay in ruins, the shoreline deserted. Sampans and small fa boats carrying Marines began landing on the southern beach. Government soldiers and water braves hiding in trenches, having suffered relatively few casualties during the bombardment, suddenly leaped from cover with war cries and charged the Marines. But Commissioner Chen Yingyuan's faith in superior government melee skills proved utterly baseless. Victory in bayonet fighting belonged to the disciplined, organized, and better-trained force. In 5 minutes of close combat, approximately 50 government troops fell to Marine bayonets. Only 2 Marines died, felled by surprise arrows and spears from concealed positions. With the southern shore lost, the remaining heavy guns became useless. Only a handful of combat soldiers continued resisting from scattered trenches. Simultaneous with the frontal assault, another company landed on the north bank via sampans and small fa boats. Chen Yingyuan had rushed 3 sandbag batteries to this position days earlier, deploying hundreds of water braves to cover the flank. Special service boats followed the landing force, ready to wash the ground with cannon fire. Typewriters on small fa boats stood prepared as well. Then, suddenly, a stiff southeast wind whipped the water into waves, raising the river level. The 3 batteries, built too close to the waterline, were instantly flooded. Gunpowder stores were soaked. The water braves and gunners lost their last shred of courage and scattered without firing a single shot. Seeing the North Bank fortifications fall, Su Tingfa understood that if he didn't run now, he would be trapped on the island. "Escort His Excellency away immediately," he bellowed. Chen Yingyuan's guards swarmed the commissioner, forced him onto a horse, and Su Tingfa led his own men to clear a path. Ignoring everything else, they fought their way across the pontoon bridge to safety. With the flank protection shattered, Wuchang Fort's exposed rear was defended only by bamboo spikes and abattis. Marines dragged 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers from the sampans and bombarded the fort from behind. The remaining defenders collapsed utterly. Marines flooded onto the island. The several hundred remaining government troops routed, suffering devastating casualties under crossfire from cannons, rifles, and bayonets. Some retreated fighting toward the Wuchang River. The river, 10 meters wide, had a pontoon bridge to the north bank. After Su Tingfa and Chen Yingyuan crossed, the hundreds of soldiers guarding it scattered. Marines who had landed on the north bank seized the bridgehead and poured dense volleys into the soldiers and water braves trying to cross. Bodies piled up on the bridge. Trapped between 2 forces, the remaining government troops were annihilated in a pincer attack. 216 killed, 200 captured. With Mayangwei Island fallen, the entire Wuchang defense system collapsed. Defenders on other positions, forts, and ships disintegrated and fled without waiting to be attacked. Marines occupied fortifications and camps as if conducting a peaceful takeover. A squad boarded the deserted sandboat chained to the barrier and dismantled the cross-river iron chain. The massive links represented a valuable prize, several tons of iron. End of chapter. Chapter 730, Advance in Song. "We can smelt another furnace of good steel," Chen Heiyang remarked, watching Dai Zai of the planning agency's action team greedily record figures in his notebook. "Not just one, several. Melting down these cannons and iron shot alone will yield a tremendous amount of pig iron." As director of the planning agency's Investigation and Statistics Division, Dai Zai rarely visited the front lines. His personal leadership of the home raiding team, officially the Special Search Action Team, demonstrated the high hopes Wudu had placed on capturing supplies from the Pearl River Delta. Indeed, the planning agency was reaping an abundant harvest. The cannons captured from various forts were particularly valuable. Even a phalange yielded 200 or 300 kilograms of molten iron, to say nothing of the red barbarian cannons weighing thousands of jin. Cannons dismantled by Marines piled up like small hills on the beach, including 12 precious bronze pieces. With no transport ships available yet, they would have to wait for the follow-up supply convoy. The great whale puffed black smoke as she worked at full capacity. Her steam winches hauled up the wooden piles driven into the riverbed one by one. These blocking stakes had simply been hammered down by laborers with mallets rather than mechanical pile drivers, so they sat barely stable in the mud. The steam winch extracted them effortlessly. The crane and custom-prepared steel cables weren't even necessary. The planning agency, famous for its frugality, did not let the hundreds of extracted piles go to waste. Several sailors who had once been raftsmen wove them into rafts, which would be towed back to Human. After clearing the underwater obstacles, scouts discovered a line of ships moored across the river a few kilometers from Wuchang, their hulls filled with sand and stones, clearly another water barrier. Chen Heiyang considered it fortunate that the Ming forces hadn't sunk them yet. Such obstructions might prove useless against current wooden vessels, but they would severely impair navigation for future 10,000-ton ships. According to the survey ship, however, government forces had indeed scuttled a number of vessels in the channel. Though tides, currents, and settling had rendered the blockade intermittent and incomplete, water depth in some areas had been reduced to 1 or 2 meters. The survey ship marked all dangerous shallow zones with buoys. The great whale began dismantling obstacles in sections that might affect navigation, while steam launches towed the sand-filled ships to shore. Captives from Wuchang provided the labor. Chen Heiyang ordered a brief rest period to clean guns and prepare to continue upstream. In the meantime, he dispatched Marines to nearby villages to post notices and collect reasonable burden. No village dared resist anymore. Even before the Marines arrived, elders and wealthy households from surrounding villages sent representatives bearing gifts and rewards, expressing willingness to accept all Australian conditions. Nearby villagers rowed small boats out to sell vegetables, fruits, meat, and alcohol. Conflicts even broke out between them and the civilian boats that had followed the fleet to do business. Wuchang's surroundings suddenly attracted a multitude of small craft, forming a temporary but thriving water market. Eventually, even boats carrying prostitutes arrived. While they couldn't serve the task force directly, the women earned considerable income from sailors and merchants on the other civilian vessels. Observing the gathering flotilla of civilian boats, Chen Heiyang worried that water braves might infiltrate for a sneak attack. He ordered all civilian craft to anchor at the mouth of the Wuchang River, forbidding entry into the fleet's anchorage. A 100-meter buffer zone was to be maintained at all times to prevent enemy fireship attacks. So many vendors came selling goods that Chen Heiyang realized he didn't need the special supply convoy to bring provisions, as long as his fleet had money to pay. Rice, poultry, eggs, vegetables, fruits, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, alcohol, all could be purchased from the small boats at reasonable prices. He ordered large quantities of citrus fruits purchased to supplement vitamins for the soldiers. He also authorized direct food purchases from boat vendors, provided prices were fair and hygiene standards acceptable. He found himself vaguely disturbed that the common people conducted business so nonchalantly with the bandits, who had just beaten the government army into fleeing rats. Although this phenomenon benefited the Fubo army, the populace's willingness to act as Ming traders left him uncomfortable. While he pondered this discomfort, another delegation arrived. These were shipowners and merchants stranded in Huangpu port. Trapped by the fighting and afraid to sail, they had heard that the bandits had conquered Wuchang. Huangpu port now lay utterly exposed. The bandits could take it whenever they pleased, as often as they pleased. The owners of more than 2,000 ships in the harbor were terrified. Their sailors and helmsmen had fled, as had the officials and runners of the Huangpu River Police Office. With no other options, the shipowners and cargo owners had elected a 10-person delegation to Wuchang to beg grace from the Australians. They were willing to pay 50,000 taels of silver as ransom in exchange for a promise not to confiscate cargoes or burn ships. "We beg your excellency's grace." The leading merchant kowtowed heavily on the deck, his forehead striking wood. Behind him, the others followed suit. The rhythm of their heads banging was almost synchronized. When Daisy raised his hand with considerable airs, it felt rather good to play the overlord. "Rise." "No need for kowtowing." "Thank you, your excellency." The leader bowed again with clasped hands before carefully standing, his head still lowered, awaiting instructions. "Your name is, This lowly one is Qin He Cheng," the merchant said cautiously. "An ocean merchant?" Qin He Cheng tensed. After a moment's hesitation, "Yes, this lowly one is an ocean merchant." "Where do you trade?" "Replying to your excellency, the Luzons. Must have made quite a bit of money." Qin He Cheng shivered, not daring to respond. He feared a careless word would invite heavy extortion. When Daisy probably realized his words were inappropriate, he quickly changed tone. "We can forego the silver," he said magnanimously, "but I have other demands." "Yes, please instruct us, your excellency." Hearing that the silver wasn't needed, Qin He Cheng exhaled with relief, though he suspected the demands might prove far harsher than 50,000 taels. The first demand was harmonious purchase. Essentially, the Australians would send personnel to inspect cargoes on all merchant ships. Any goods needed by Lingao would be subject to harmonious purchase at the Guangzhou wholesale price plus 10% for shipping and profit margin. All ships carrying goods subject to harmonious purchase would sail to Hong Kong, then be convoyed to Lingao for unloading. With foreign trade disrupted, Lingao had tremendous demand for many commodities. Huangpu port held over 2,000 ships, many of them merchantmen laden with diverse goods. A single large-scale harmonious purchase operation would yield massive supplies. The purchase carried a predatory edge, of course. Prices ran considerably lower than normal rates between Lingao and Guangzhou in peacetime, but it still left shipowners and cargo owners some profit, sparing them total loss. Though stringent, this condition was bearable. Qin He Cheng felt relieved. He didn't doubt the Australians would actually pay. Their commercial reputation in Guangdong was quite good. The second demand sounded less like a demand and more like a suggestion. When Daisy simply discussed the superior geographical position of Hong Kong Island, now under Australian control, and described its complete port services. He expressed hope that everyone would frequent Hong Kong Island to dock, load, and sell. As for transshipment, river boats could handle the transfer. Though politely phrased, his words carried an unmistakable undercurrent of compulsion. According to the plan developed by the Central Administration Council, Planning Agency, and General Staff, the task force's main body would return to Lingao after the Guangzhou campaign, but control of the Pearl River waterway would not be relinquished. Light patrol fleets based in Hong Kong would constantly patrol the estuary and river, forcing merchant ships entering and leaving the Pearl River to conduct their trade in Hong Kong. The ultimate goal was to make Hong Kong Guangzhou's primary outer port and the gateway for South China's foreign and coastal commerce. Yes, this lowly one understands. Qin He Cheng wondered why they valued Hong Kong Island so highly. He knew the place, a desolate island. Despite its size and good anchorage, ordinary merchants dared not go there. It was a notorious pirate haven. Did the Australians intend to transform it into another Macau? Good that you understand. When Daisy smiled. Just ensure your hearts match your mouths. Do not feign compliance while acting otherwise. This lowly one dares not. Qin He Cheng was so frightened he nearly dropped to his knees again. This lowly one will certainly send ships to Hong Kong to dock and trade. The others also proclaimed their firm resolve to conduct business at Hong Kong. Very well, you may go. The river and sea are peaceful now. Trade wherever you wish. So long as you commit no hostile acts, my navy will never block or attack civilian ships. Thank you, your excellency. Qin He Cheng couldn't quite believe he was being released without spending a single coin. But thinking of Hong Kong, he felt a chill. Some butcher's knife likely awaited them there. Still, The Pearl River now belonged to the Australians. One act of disobedience meant the loss of ship and cargo, perhaps even life. It seemed he must either quit maritime trade entirely or obediently travel to Hong Kong to pay tribute. He estimated the Australian price would be roughly comparable to what Liu Xiang charged. Wen Daisy smiled. However, regarding Huangpu port, your merchant ships should visit less frequently in the future. We wouldn't want you caught in the crossfire when we set fires or fire cannons. Dare not, dare not. This lowly one will never come to Huangpu port again. We will go entirely to Hong Kong Island for trade. Chen Haiyang then ordered a marine company and 2 special service boat squadrons to accompany the representatives to Huangpu. Dai Zai led planning agency indigenous clerks to conduct the harmonious purchase. Every owner was required to submit a manifest for review. Refusal or falsification meant confiscation of ship and cargo. Qin Haicheng announced the policy to the owners gathered on shore. Hearing they wouldn't need to pay cash, everyone relaxed considerably. Although harmonious purchase meant reduced profits, overall losses remained limited. As for trading at Hong Kong Island, they concluded it was simply an imitation of Zheng Zhilong's old trick. Before his surrender to the Ming, Zheng Zhilong had repeatedly attacked Moon Harbor, burning ships and razing streets to force Fujian's coastal trade to his own controlled port at Zhangzhou. The Australians clearly intended to use the same method to generate revenue. The merchants had no choice but to accept all conditions. They understood the Australians were already being merciful. They could have taken the 50,000 taels or extorted 100,000 and still imposed these demands, and the merchants would have had to comply. Marines landed, destroyed Huangpu's port facilities and river police office, and set the buildings ablaze. The task force continued upstream the following day, effortlessly crushing defenses at Paju and Kinju. Defenders fired their guns hastily and fled. The special service boats didn't even have time to return fire. Subsequent engagements could hardly be called battles. Ming morale had collapsed entirely. Neither water braves nor naval troops possessed the will to attack. Even when defending forts, they refused to exert themselves. Since only the enemy could hit them while they couldn't hit the enemy, what was the point of defending? Only at Lead and Estuary did the task force encounter genuine difficulty, not from fortifications, but from thoroughly blocked channels. The Great Whale spent 2 or 3 hours clearing obstacles at each section. During this work, the forts at Lead and Estuary fired only token shots and took no measures to disrupt the clearing operations. Once special service boats opened fire, the battle ended. Now the task force had advanced to within 3 or 4 kilometers of Baos. Aside from a few hastily constructed sandbag batteries, nothing stood between the Australians and the provincial capital's outer waters. This terrifying prospect threw Guangzhou into chaos. The flower boats on Baos scattered overnight, fleeing up the West River. Gentry and wealthy families poured out of the city in droves. Shops shuttered their doors. Commoners who couldn't flee barred themselves inside their homes. Many lawless elements in the suburbs raised Australian flags, proclaiming grandiose titles. Great Song Vanguard against Ming, Australian Marquis of Dingyuan, Great Australian Guerrilla General of Guangdong, Great Kun Nation Frontline Commander, Australian Left Vanguard, Australian Song Guangdong Seal Holding Vanguard. The self-styled titles blossomed everywhere. Knowing Australians used red or blue and white flags, these opportunists flew various red or blue and white banners throughout the Guangzhou countryside. These bandit gangs looted, robbed, and extorted, sowing panic wherever they went. The task force moved slowly, sweeping away bandits and roving gangs along the way. Villages and towns dared not resist, but the bandits flying the Australian banner seriously damaged the Fubo Army's reputation. The task force launched large-scale search-and-seize operations. After wiping out a dozen bandit gangs claiming to be Australian troops and executing several of their leaders, this trend in the Henan Island area largely subsided. Under Li Fengji's pressure, Su Tingfa was forced to launch one final major counterattack on the Pearl River. Everyone from Li Fengji down to the lowest rice bowl water brave understood this was their last chance to drive back the bandits. Su Tingfa deployed the Ming Navy's ultimate weapon, fire ships. Since the Portuguese first knocked on the southern gate, fire ships had proven the most effective tactical weapon for the Ming Navy against European naval power. Massive numbers of fire ships, piloted by daredevils promised heavy rewards, would ram enemy vessels under cover of warships. In narrow waters, the fewer, taller, clumsier European ships, lacking light vessel escorts, often suffered devastating damage. This had been a tried-and-true method against European ships since mid-dynasty. Desperate, Su Tingfa turned to this tactic once again. Compared to the open Pearl River estuary, fire attacks seemed more likely to succeed in Guangzhou's inland rivers. The channels were narrow. The bandit ships were densely packed and hard to maneuver. Numerous bays offered concealment from which fire ships could strike. Su Tingfa consulted his generals, who agreed it was feasible, but fire attacks consumed many vessels, and the navy itself lacked sufficient ships. The governor would have to solve this problem. For Li Fengji, anything was acceptable so long as the bandits didn't enter Baotan. He issued orders commanding the Guangzhou prefect and the magistrates of Nanhai and Panyu counties to seize ships in the west and north rivers. Regardless of size, all were to be sent to Baotan. Fishing